Did it before, I could do it again. Style and profiling, I'm setting the trends. Late to the party, but it never ends. I'm making back every dollar I spend. Keeping it real, I can never pretend. Soon as I say go, I bought a Rodeo. Call me an angel, look up in my halo. I put some heat on the beat, I'm Friedsol. Everyone know what I bring to the table. You know that I'm in this for life. The real ones, they stick to my side. I'm about to be ready tonight. Don't mean to be killing the vibe, but I got no time to waste. Yeah. This could be my break, yeah. Got me feeling good.
Welcome to Brawlhalla.
Who said it? Who we gotta knock off? Cause you mixing with me is like keys in a sock drawer. I'm on target like 30 from half court. You're 15 minutes of fame for more than a half short.
Going off stage with down, eating that end life, coming back on, but that's a side sig on the wrong opponent, but it does not matter.
Hideaway! Are you kidding me? Hideaway!
That's what I got till I break the mold. No, I bet it all on me. I'm at the top and that's where I'ma stay.
Oh, there's the GC side sing. It's instantly punished from Hughes, and he is your two-time Brawlhalla 1v1 World Champion.
What is up, y'all, and welcome to the Spring Championship. Such a wonderful pastoral time. That's actually real footage of real Brawlhalla people with not Brawlhalla branded kites. Do we have to worry about that? Copyright lawyers? Do we know? Do you know, Walt? If
They said touching grass was impossible, Duke.
Yeah, I've heard.
But we just saw it right there.
Yeah. We
Live
saw
in
all
action.
sorts of
Look at
grass
that.
touchery. PJ, were you part of that?
I was.
You
I
were?
don't know if they played the audio, but I'm laughing at the end. I was there for moral support.
Were you behind the camera?
I was behind
Are
the
you the
camera.
producer of
You're the
that
cameraman?
wonderful
I made
clip?
sure that the tripod didn't fall over,
Ooh.
so I would say that there's something
okay.
that could be on the resume.
Make sure
for me
that's
in
on
the
his
future.
credits. He needs that for his
Absolutely.
IMDb. But we're here at the Spring Championship. This weekend is all about singles action. We've got EU, we've got SA, and we've got NA tomorrow. We've already seen Southeast Asia, and we've already seen Mina compete. But, of course, now it's time to get into the European region. What are they all competing for? I don't know. There's probably a graphic. Walt, do you know?
Pride and Glory, Duke, is the
Ooh.
name of the game
Yeah.
because, you know, there's probably a graphic
There's
is what
probably
we're going to get at
graphic,
sooner
yeah.
or later.
PJ, do you know if there's a graphic?
I don't know if there's a graphic, but I do know that there are Royale spots on the line.
Ooh,
That's true.
okay,
If I'm
yeah.
not mistaken. So I believe the winners of this tournament will be moving on to the Royale, unless the whole world changed ever since we touched grass, which is a very big possibility. But from what I understand, the first and second place winners will be qualified into the Royale.
That's right. We are on that kind of section of the singles championship where the top two of each region will be flown out for that Royale. So we've got whoever gets top two here in EU, then we'll have top two of SA and top two of NA for a round robin. Y'all saw it a couple weeks ago with Max Mode, but you'll get to see it again with the Spring Royale. Walt, are you going to that one? Do you know?
I know the answer.
You don't know? Do you know?
We are not going.
I don't think I'm going to that
Oh,
one.
okay. Well, that's good because neither am I.
Oh, we
Hey,
got him.
Nobody here.
It was a
cares about
gotcha all
spring.
along. There it is.
No one expects all of us to not be there. Yeah.
One of us three is lying. Actually, I don't know.
And
We
I can
actually
only
all
tell
could
the
be
truth.
very
I think we
honest.
should talk about our first player here, Duke. Who do we
Let's
have?
talk about none other than Godly. You got to talk about someone in the European region. Let's talk about Godly, the person who was not able to make it out to the Winter Championship and so subsequently didn't make it to the Winter Royale, is now competing here at the Spring Championship. Most people know about him, but Walt, what do you love about him?
Godly is just so cool to me. I don't know, my first in-person experience with Godly, I've talked about this a lot since last year. Very just like approachable person, I think was easy to converse with and was honestly very open with how he handles his relationship with competing in Brawlhalla, which I have a lot of respect for. Admittedly, I think it's tough for someone in his position to be like, you know, I've stood at the top for so long and now maybe I'm experiencing a bit of a fall off, right? Like he won a few of the trials last year, 4th place at BCX last year on that insane run as well. But I'm just kind of wondering, like, someone at his trajectory, can he maintain it at this point?
Yeah, he's always been in this really rough spot of like, he runs EU. 9 times out of 10, he's kind of the top person in EU. The only times he's not is when it's an autumn event or when he's not competing. But then he runs into like South America, he runs into North America, and even
Right.
against North America, he does really well. But against South America, he has not been able to get past him. He's gotten second at multiple Royales last year. And then, of course, still not able to get that first place at BCX. So he's been in a really rough spot. He did finally break the curse of EU, actually winning a 1v1 online or offline event, but still, he's kind of got a target on his back as far as the EU people are concerned. PJ, any final words on him?
I mean, there's not much to say that I can really add to that exactly, but the biggest thing is that, you know, he wasn't able to attend either Max Mode or the last championship. So what that means is now we're getting to see Godly kind of take back his throne. So that's the story for me, is like, can Godly come back and say, no matter what the state of the meta is, no matter what, I am EU and I'm going to win my EU, my region? That's exactly what I'm looking for out of Godly.
I think we should talk about someone who was attending Max
Yeah.
Mode, though, and honestly didn't do that great.
Well, hold
there.
on,
It's
hold on,
like-
hold on. You say he didn't do that great, but then you compare him to the where is it?
Okay, come on.
Wait, hold on. There's this is what happens when I open too many tabs. Compare him to the other European who made it, and he did better. As far as Europeans go, he did better of the two. We're talking about none other than Moonir, who made it out to Max Mode, did incredibly well in the Winter Championship, coming home with that second place finish, but then went out to Max Mode. One thing that did stand out about Moonir is that he was one of the few who actually seemed to know what to do against the Priyas. I remember Taza was specifically talking about this. He's like, Moonir was kind of showing, oh, these are the things that you can do against Chakram. Moonir's got a pretty wide character pool. He's got all sorts of stuff. You see in the Terrace. You already saw the Wushang. We've also seen him on the Teska. And, of course, PJ, you want to talk about his Thor. PJ, what else do you want to talk about him?
Yeah, I mean, the thing that I love about Moonir, not only is he's one of my favorite personalities in Brawlhalla Esports, but he's my favorite orb player right now. He comes out when he's not playing the Taros and, of course, the Wushang. We also see a lot of Petra, and specifically, I love to see the Thor. So he was in a little conversation with Balloon Boy, Markimu, and Moonir, and they were talking about how, like, Thor is kind of, like, boring, so no one picks it. But Moonir is one of the players that will pick it and kind of feed into the long repertoire of characters that he's able to play. So I'm excited to see Moonir this week and see what he's able to use. I know that Moonir might not be exactly where we would expect him to be in the bracket right now, but I hope to see him win the thing. We'll see how it goes, though.
Yeah, that is kind of a tough spot, talking about how he's doing today at the Spring Championship. He's already gotten knocked down into the elimination side of things. He came in here as the first seed. Of course, has a very strong history in the European region. But then he got knocked down by seed number 97, AMGG, and I tried to look up his stats. Couldn't find anything about this person. I tried to message the stats guy. Got ghosted. So I still don't know anything about AMGG. Walt, do you want to make up something about AMGG for me?
I was going to say, I didn't know that he got knocked into the elimination bracket, and that makes me nervous because I wanted Moonir to win. I had him as my prediction for top 3, actually top 1.
Is he still on?
I think to PJ's point, while you try to figure out the mystery of this AMGG, the orb comment that you made, PJ, I really resonate with. As you know, I'm a huge orb fan myself. But it's crazy to me because I think Moonir, the way Moonir plays orb is so like diametrically opposed to the way Radish plays orb.
Yeah.
And it's like, fast and it's crazy and it's aggressive sometimes as well, which I really like. So I'm looking forward to seeing specifically some of the things you talked about, maybe like Taza pointed out. How do you handle the Priya? I know we're going to get to a Priya player in just a moment as well, but what do you do against the Chakram?
Yeah, and of course that Priya player we're referring to is none other than Akno, and looking at the bracket on the elimination side, Munir will eventually potentially run into Akno. If he wins his next set, he goes into Akno on the elimination side, so that'll be really exciting. Keep an eye on Pro Brawlhalla, the other Twitch stream. But there you see an Akno. He's kind of been the only European to show off the Priya. Obviously, we haven't seen too much of legal Priya aside from max mode, so not sure if there's other Europeans playing it. Like, I don't know if Godly's playing it, but for the most part, Akno's kind of been our European Priya player. And subsequently, it's made people kind of go, wait, is Priya that good? Because Akno didn't do that hot on the Priya. Yes, he can do things like that, take people off the top, but he also finished max mode with a 9th place finish. That's second from last as far as the Royale competitors go. Walt, anything else you want to say about Akno?
Yeah, these are always interesting events in terms of timing, right? I see PJ nodding his head in disapproval as those combos are playing on the screen. But I think it's so interesting now having legal Priya for this event, right? With a little bit of experience from max mode coming into it as well. I don't know. If Akno makes a run here, it leads to we probably need to have a difficult conversation about Chakram sooner or later. But there's so many unknowns that go into a new weapon. How does it interact with the rest of the field? How does it interact with the rest of the players? I'm really excited to see it. I hope Akno plays it. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, this is a conversation that I think always happens whenever something new is added to like the competitive pool. Whenever something's legalized, suddenly all the pro players are like, whoa, this thing's crazy. And then you'll hear someone else be like, yeah, because none of y'all played against it because it wasn't legal before now. And now you're playing against it. Now you're suddenly realizing all of its power. But Akno obviously saw it a little bit earlier because he's been playing it for a hot minute here. Any other words you want to say about Akno before we move on?
It's good that we have Chakram representation in EU, of course. I think every region, it's important to have the representation, but I think a lot of kind of attention will shift towards Akno, where everyone's like, all right, now, Akno, can you do it with Priya? Because we saw Vim Tangilo do it at the Royale. Can you get it done with Chakram, and can you prove my point for Twitter that Chakram is broken? I think that's what we're all hoping to see from Akno, at least a little bit in my heart. I want to see him succeed with it. But he also plays Ezio, which I'm excited to see more Orb. You know, I'm a big Orb fan myself as well, so we'll see how that one plays out. But I know Akno might also be in a part of bracket we don't expect him to be in, but who knows what can happen here in the elimination side as well.
Okay, well, we've got one more person that we need to talk about here at the Spring Championship. It is none other than Neez. Neez, a strong competitor in the European region, has been here for a hot minute. He, in 2024, made it out to every single Royale, which is a pretty hard thing to do. Not even all of the South Americans can really say that. So Neez, of course, is someone not to be slept on, often a very volatile player, somebody who's got a lot of eyes on him. Sometimes he does really, really cool things. Sometimes he falls into the abyss by himself and you watch and cry for him. PJ, anything else you want to say about Neez?
Yeah, you know, it's cool to see Mordek's representation. So we're pointing out kind of like the legend picks here. But, you know, between Neez and Bamea, we get some really exciting matches. And I think Neez is a very exciting player in general. And like you were saying last year, extremely hyper-consistent, always going to the Royales, qualifying from the EU side of things. I want to see Neez kind of come back into that because we see a 129th on Winter Championship. I'm not sure if that's just, you know, Neez not showing up or maybe not being locked in. But he's PR number 8 right now. But I definitely could see the case for him making into the top 3 and kind of coming back and even potentially qualifying for the next Royale.
Well, unfortunately, again, for all of the Neez believers out there, he also did take an L earlier today. I'm trying to figure out who it was against. Jakey did, in fact, beat Akno, so that's one of the reasons why Akno's down on the elimination side, but Neez is also down there. So 3 of our 4 kind of big picks are down on the elimination side. The only person that we didn't get to mention is none other than Bamea. Got to give him some love before we move on, but do have to call out the fact that Bamea is, of course, a really strong player, winner of Winter Championship, but he didn't go to max mode, so that's why he stopped existing in my brain. But that's not the only thing that's happening. Of course, we've got esports. Of course, we've got the Spring Championship. Of course, next weekend we got the doubles for the Spring Championship. But what does this all lead to? It leads all to PCX. But before that, it leads into the Mid-Season Championship. Woo! This is our reminder. Sign up for the Mid-Season Championship. Come out to the Mid-Season Championship at Orlando, Florida. It is very fun. It's very cool. Walt,
I'm
do you wanna say?
excited. I've never been to a midseason. I've never been to even a CEO, the greater event where midseason is going to be hosted at. I'm excited to be there. I mean, Florida weather is going to be great, my ankle notwithstanding, but you know, we'll figure it out. Everything will be awesome, and I'm looking forward to seeing, again, more in-person Brawlhalla can never be a bad thing.
Will it heal by then? How long does it take?
Oh, I'm fine. It's not that. It's
You could
like,
tell
can
me
I,
like 3
can I do
years,
that?
and I'd be like, okay, old man, I'm sorry you didn't drink enough milk, but like, I don't know.
It just ow.
I've
Oh.
never broken my ankle. I'm sorry.
It's not broken.
I've got
I'm
really
not like
strong
well,
ankles.
Ryan broke his
I
ankle.
play
Let's be- it's
basketball,
like-
you know.
I'll be fine.
Okay,
Everything's
okay.
Everything's okay.
Chat, find them on the volleyball courts at CEO. Of course, we're going to be there. So will PJ. So will so many of us here on the Brawlhalla talent team. But, of course, that's it as far as midseason goes. Anything else, production? Y'all stopped telling me what to say next.
Can I say something quickly about CEO?
Okay, yeah.
So,
say whatever you want.
So I
Keep
went last
talking,
year
actually.
CEO. It was obviously in the Daytona venue, but now we're going to Orlando. If you're somebody that likes Brawlhalla and wants to compete, obviously at a LAN, but CEO is so much more than that as well. More than that, it's kind of like a celebration of FGC grassroots. So not only do you get a really great Brawlhalla production, really great Brawlhalla experience, but there's also a lot to do. You got Jabali Land, that's a 24-hour arcade. I'm not sure if that's coming back, but it probably is. You got like tons of your favorite FGC personalities, your favorite Brawlhalla personalities, casters. I had like my kind of kid moment, fan moment. I was walking by and it was like Punk, Idom, and Jaywong talking, and I'm like, I'm at CEO right now. Like, this is so surreal. And you get to see people raise belts in various FGC titles. So whether you're going to compete in Brawlhalla only, or if you're a fan of FGC in general, sign up for midseason. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Yep, super fun time in Orlando, Florida. Make sure you sign up before it is too late. And of course, it will be in person. So if you sign up, make sure you show up, because otherwise it's really weird when you're in EU and you're like, why can't I compete? Other than that, that's going to do it here for the pre-show for the Spring Championship. We're going to take a short little break. When we come back, it'll be the action. Spring Championship singles will happen after the break. Championship singles action is starting right here, right now with the European region. It's been wild already. We talked about it a little bit on the pre-show. Some of the crazy stuff has happened, but now we get to see maybe why the crazy stuff happened, because we're going to be starting off with AMGG and Delta.
Yeah. Who is this person?
Who?
We don't know. We can't even find it in the bracket. We don't even know. Every time I type it into our system, a different name comes up. So I'm not sure. Maybe someone at home can help us out. But this is bizarre, right? Crazy upset already, you know, just by the fact that we don't really know who this person, what this person's about.
And it's funny because, like, as far as like Brawlhalla events go, we've had more than a handful of seasonals. We kind of start to get this pattern, and a lot of times, like, spring and summer are kind of our two really stable events where it's like, yeah, these are kind of the people who are like right in the middle who are doing really, really well. And then it's like winter's weird because people are like coming off of a winter break and then they start to have to wake up for the new season. And then autumn's weird because for whatever reason, EU just like kind of wakes up and then the people who are winning in EU just decide to not win in autumn championship. So it's like, it's
I'm
weird,
about it.
But like spring and summer are where we're supposed to find our consistency. And right now I'm not feeling that from EU.
It's weird, right? Yeah, I'm with you on that because it's May, right?
Yeah.
So we're almost halfway through the year. So the cycle of finding that consistency is going to need to happen sooner or later. But this AMGG mystery, it starts with one upset, and I think our first match of the day is AMGG up against a potential second upset now, playing Delta.
Yeah, that would be definitely an upset if AMGG were able to get that W over Delta. Of course, AMGG coming in here, seed number 97 for the event, so pretty much anyone they run into is going to be an upset. And I'm starting to see why some people are going to be upset. It's the Priya pick for AMGG, one of the most controversial picks right now because a lot of people are saying, you know what, Priya might be a little strong. But Munir did take it to game 5. He did not get completely washed. But again, maybe this is why.
I'm very excited for this. Full disclosure, this is my first live event with Priya on screen.
Okay.
So I've been doing a little studying on just like this weapon. It's so good. Like, I love it. But let's see what happens here. Can AMGG make something happen here with this Chakram? First match up against Delta. We're loading in just a sec.
I am of the personal opinion that there are two things that need to play out well for Delta. One is he's already starting off strong, picking a good map with the high ceiling. One of the things that a lot of people talk about with Chakrams is how easily you can take people off the top. But guess what? This ceiling is really high. As long as Delta doesn't start with a soft platform, he's in a good spot. Second, utilize those anti-airs. A lot of Chakram players are going to use those aerials. They'll use a lot of down-aired approach, kind of like that. But as long as Delta's using his own anti-airs, I think he'll do a lot better in this matchup.
Yeah, and I would say notably to your point, I know a lot of Brawlhalla players don't like playing tri-plat stages in general, but the fact that there isn't a top center platform there has got to be huge for the Chakram game plan. So let's see what happens. That's just a dare that misses off the side. AMGG in a really bad spot already with the double pogo, and this might be first stock. No, okay, gets around it.
Yeah, Delta couldn't quite find the timing for that third one. Good recovery, and that is going to disarm AMGG, but the down sig held a little too long. That's an easy KO. Was able to pick up the downline off the sideline.
Yeah, and KO's off the top. I mean, don't really matter if you're getting it a little bit later with that spear. You still find your conversions regardless. So good start for Delta. Let's see if AMGG can answer back without too much damage of a deficit.
Yeah, definitely a rough spot already, though. AMGG struggling to build up this damage. We saw some kind of shades of the classic Chakram play with those down airs, but actually, like, missing a lot of these attacks. Finally gets in there, gets the neutral light, but the finisher couldn't read.
Yeah, and that's the big thing, right? I think with this, what appears to be kind of smaller range of the Chakram, what are your real openers to convert into KOs? AMGG just finds it off of raw recovery. Doesn't get too much more after that, though. And I mean, even in the red, I feel like Delta seems kind of comfortable on this stage.
Good dodging here.
Got it.
Oh,
no, not enough.
Not enough. That's that high ceiling that I'm talking about. A lot of times, Chakram players go for this vertical. You're seeing these recoveries. Ground pound, not going to connect. And you're seeing AMGG struggle a little bit, especially because he's still on the split. There you're seeing. Swap to the fused for the finishing blow. AMGG able to tie things up. Didn't take too much damage for it either.
Right, and it seems like by and large, most of the Chakram players we've seen so far, and you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, appear to like split form a lot more than the fused form, right? Like, you needed to kind of desperation fuse there to find the KO, because look at the two recoveries from that first stock that didn't get the KO thanks to that stage selection you brought up.
Yeah, there's definitely a mentality thing, I think, across the board for Brawlhalla players of like, if I just keep doing thing that does damage, eventually it'll KO. And so they're going for the safer option with the split version, but you're seeing Delta throw out the down six, starting to take a lot of damage here. AMGG finding his footing.
Yeah, once again, though, those down air connections are just not finding their mark for AMGG. Do we go to Fused here? Oh, the mix-up, but it's not. It just disarmed.
High ceiling again.
It's overhyped. I get it. It's overhyped. See me in game 2. Never mind. It's so good. It's so good. I love it. AMGG takes the lead right back. Pretty undamaged on that stock also. It really felt like was totally in control for that stock.
Yeah, I feel like Delta's really lost his steam. He got the first stock and then maybe relaxed a little bit too much. He's definitely been stuck on this bow against AMGG, which is not the best thing you want. A lot of times bow likes to catch people's landings. Guess what? Chakram, kind of hard to catch the landing of because that down air can help him stay in the air. Absolutely.
Okay, let's see if the swap comes through. They jockey for position around the weapon, but once again, just climbing all the way towards that top blast zone. Not able to get it quite yet.
Delta over to the spear, not able to hit with that sidelight. AMGG finding more and more damage, the weapon toss. And you're seeing the stalls come out from AMGG with those downers. He could go so far. But Delta does manage to close it out with that unarmed sidelight.
Last stock here, Delta. Just kind of in light orange so far. Nothing too critical quite yet. Spear, I think, is the preferred matchup to the point that you brought up earlier, Duke. So let's see what happens here. Gets the pickup. Back to split Chakram once more.
Okay, good pogo.
Ooh,
yep.
Nice.
Gonna challenge with the ground pound. AMGG fights his way back up. Uh-oh, this could
but
be
that's
bad.
the dare. Perfect opener of AMGG. No! Let it rock too hard. Okay, AMGG gets the reversal out of it. But again, yeah, fusing back just to try to get a little bit more of a push off towards that right blast zone. It's still not enough, though.
Yeah, it seems like as far as fused goes, that's just AMGG's finisher, right? He'll go in with that sidelight and then go for that downlight to fuse back up and get that big swing. Good dodge through.
How did that miss? What?
No, all about the dodge timing. Delta, though, is unarmed. He needs to get more damage.
Okay, picks up the bow. Slowly clawing this damage lead back, but again, I think D-Light into just a fuse signature might just be enough to just get the stock at this point, especially from towards one of the blast zones. Actually, it's just recovery off the top. And yeah, I mean, Chakram's good.
Chakram, they might be a little good. Maybe a little bit.
Maybe a little good.
Maybe a little bit.
Hey, I mean, I think to your point, though, right? Like, Western Air Temple was a really good, or was it Mos Eisley or Western Air Temple that we went to? But
that was Western Air Temple, but I don't like the pick that we just went to.
I was gonna say, yeah, because I was like, I think what you said from a macro level is really good, right? Like we saw Chakram split recovery kind of be a complete non-factor in that game, right? Having to resort to the bad fused version. It's not that bad, but it did get the job done for AMGG at least.
And now we're going over to Small World's End, and this is what I was talking about, like, this is kind of the complete opposite. Really low ceiling, and that means that's going to be a serious threat for Delta. Yes, Delta can also go for his own vertical KOs, but seriously, this is a bigger advantage to AMGG.
No shot, bro. What? Okay, listen, I know there's some people who weren't in the pre-show. We need to have a difficult conversation about Chakram. After I saw that, I just like vomited in my mouth a little bit seeing that string. He might do it again. That's insane.
Delta able to dodge out of that one. Again, AMGG, he's just sticking to the Chakram game plan. He's got that Oko. He can go off the top. All he needs to do is get that opener.
And this is just such a complete night and day difference between game number one. That's a disarm, recovery as well, and the weapon starve. AMGG is just making the most out of a good situation here.
I think that's the first signature we've seen from AMGG as well. Hits the down air, goes in for the recovery, and AMGG, he's pretty untouched on this first stock.
I mean, very close game one into dominant 3 stock. I think stages are going to be a huge factor, at least while you're trying to feel out this new weapon. What the big difference maker is between games 1 and 2 is look how many openers with the dares we're getting out of AMGG. It's just converting into so much damage.
Yeah, his down airs are starting to connect a lot more. You're seeing him get down onto Delta with the down air. Delta with the swap over to the bow. Trying to throw out more neutral sigs.
Okay, not too much. I mean, Delta, work cut out. And I agree with you, Duke. I think bow is probably not the preferred matchup for this. So you want to see maybe the spear come out, but you're just running out of runway, especially when you read the dodge patterns like that.
AMGG actually went for a mix-up there. Ended up finishing that one with a side air, which sends Delta further away. Might not matter. Delta still can't finish this first stock, and AMGG's chasing out there. Delta, does he have the movement?
Oh, shake my hand, bro. Shake my hand. AMGG. Oh my gosh, 2-0 over Delta? This is 2 upsets in a row.
With the 3 stock as well, dude. AMGG, I think we're starting to see why AMGG is currently here with the upsets.
465 damage done to 177 taken. Obviously, that is a product of a 3 stock that happened, right? But come on, I'm just thinking from the side of, that almost seems kind of low for damage for a 3 stock. How efficiently AMGG was able to get those stocks is just astonishing to me.
It's insane. And you also play back that first stock where I don't even think they got into the red. It was just AMGG going up into the sky and being like, "What's up? You're gone." Yeah. So I think there's a lot of decisions Delta has to make. I think more so than you'll see from other people in these matchups, right? Like a lot of times you'll see people be like, "Oh, maybe I don't like tri-platform because Axe is kind of better," or "Oh, they can do spear downlight on the soft platform." But here, I think very seriously you have to think about, okay, what has the highest ceiling of the maps that are left on the pool, and then start seriously thinking about, okay, what character has the anti-airs that I'm most comfortable with to help take away this airspace from Chakram.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I also think that the dare, as we look to strike for game number 3, was a complete non-factor in game number 1 for AMGG. And even look at the outcome of that. He still won with the Priya. It's crazy to see how this new legend has just been making crazy, crazy waves already in these brackets. But I think if I'm in your position, based on what we described here, I would go back to Western Air Temple. I wouldn't strike it.
Well, he did leave Western Air Temple on the board. That was Delta banning out all the maps and AMGG pick. He went for either Western Air Temple, Demon Island, or Fortress of Lions, and ended up going to Demon Island here for game number 3. Delta, a swap to the Classic. It's going to be the Taros. That Axe downlight going to be a strong tool for Delta, but might be in trouble if he gets stuck on the hammer.
So I do actually think this is a pretty good stage, and leaving Western Air Temple plus this as 2 of the 3 options to go to is pretty solid for Delta, because there's just no soft platforms, period, right? So you have to get AMGG crashing down on top of you with that dare, like we just saw right there. But now that Delta's on the Taros, you can kind of play a little bit of the sharking game.
Yeah, he definitely needs to do that ground control against AMGG and then hit him at those 45s. Because again, that down air, yeah, you got a lot of drift with it, but at the end of the day, it's just an up and down attack.
Yeah, and I think, again, that anti-air is just so perfect to the angles AMGG wants to approach in, if we're initiating specifically with split chakram dare. So let's see if it happens a little bit more. Tries to slide off with the stomp, not getting too much more after that.
Uh-oh. He just kind of stood there and took it. Didn't expect AMGG to gravity cancel sidelight in his face, and now AMGG with the stage control. Delta burning a lot of movement, does get the wall touch. AMGG going to swap positions, but not getting hit by any of the hammer stuff from Delta.
Yeah, I'm shocked there was no punish from either side there, but let's see. Okay, Sair comes out. Gonna at least disarm. The weapon throw misses, though. That's a pretty rough position for Delta to be in, but snags the item away in time. Yeah, and I wonder, we really haven't seen much in the way of AMGG's sword play yet, so let's see. Maybe it should just be as simple as just finding the recovery at this point.
Yep, and there it is. Downlight recovery. That'll finish it off. I really expect a lot of the Priyas that we're going to see to kind of lean into the chakrams, obviously, but then if they're on the sword, it's pretty much just for the finisher. Down Sig will KO. Work. Good punish there from Delta. Knows that you're kind of stuck there if you whiff the sidelight.
Yeah, and I think already, even though Delta is playing slightly from behind in this game 3, I like the legend swap here, right? You talked about playing those hard 45s, making sure that you can just play the anti-airs, shark out when you need to. It's working for the most part. You cannot get caught like this, though.
Yeah, can't let him get too much damage there. Another thing that works really well for...
Oh my...
Okay. He's like, I'm glad AMGG ran out of jumps. Because that's what happened there. AMGG started sweat beating. He's like, I couldn't go any higher. Sorry.
Oh, thank goodness. He's out of resources. I can't believe it. Okay, can Delta make their way back, though, into this? Just playing slightly from behind in terms of damage, but you can patrol around for the weapon, maybe try to look for a disarm. Once again, I mean, the name of the game is wait for someone to burn the jump, wait for someone to burn the dodge, and I feel like Chakram gets to go to complete work after that. Got it.
How do you avoid that, man? That signature covered pretty much every option Delta had in that spot, unless he wanted to dodge down and just send himself to the ground instead.
And once again, this is last stock for Delta potentially in the winner's side of this bracket. AMGG with the Priya could be making a second upset today, staying in the winner's side.
That was a really good dodge down into a jump side air there, punishing AMG whiffing on that side air of his own. Delta able to keep this one closer. He has potential to get on the board.
Okay, back to the Chakram. Bit of a punish while we were splitting those back up, but Delta not getting too much more after that. Let's see how the offstage goes.
You know, you gotta hate your opponent when they're playing with their tools.
He's
You're
just
sitting there
playing in the
splitting and
sandbox right in
fusing,
front of
like,
me.
Come on.
Okay, AMGG, a grounded start here, extends into the dare once again, but not too much more after that. Still in advantage state, though, importantly.
Fortunate for Delta there. He got a down air of his own, but now he's taking so much punish. And the recovery from AMGG gives him the 3-0 over Delta. Another upset.
Can we see that clip? Is that what's here right now? Oh, we'll get it in a second. That last stock was gross, right? It was just like a bit of micro movement from Delta inwards, which connected the dare, which ended all of it.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
I mean, and that's something that you kind of kept pointing out is like, once Delta makes the slightest mistake, burns one resource too many, then you see AMGG with his chakrams just completely take advantage of it. And that's what that final moment was like Delta.
This is it right here. See, yeah, dodge to the left, and then the dare just completely covers it. Oh, wow. That was great by AMGG. And I don't know, man. What do you think about the chakrams after seeing that performance?
I mean, I fully admit chakrams are strong, but also, like, Delta dodge better. Everything about that? Be better. Everything about that? I don't know. I do think it's hard. I do think a lot of things that people are going to have to do is really different. And that's what's, I think, a struggle for a lot of people is like you can't just go in with your usual game plan of like, I'm just going to hit them really hard or I'm going to get those openers and worry about like how they dodge. Instead, you have to really think in that moment, and that's not always the easiest thing to do.
Yeah, I was almost reminded, again, being like a little bit younger in the Brawlhalla scene than some of you guys, so maybe you can tell me a bit more about this, but I'm sure when like Katars came out, right, it was probably a similar feeling of if I get one dodge read correct, I can do so much damage or just get the KO. And while I was watching some of those strings, I was like, oh, it's Katars, but up instead. That's cool. I like that. Yeah, but yeah, I think it's just learning those patterns, like you said, like correctly burning resources and playing the 50-50s where you need to.
Yeah, I think a lot of times what people are going to have to start to recognize is what Chakram really likes to do. You'll see a lot of times, you'll see the side light and a neutral light and then go for a dodge read, and it's strong because they can cover multiple dodge reads with like that jump down air or with the kind of delayed N-sig.
Right.
But as long as you're dodging correctly and changing up your dodges, it'll make it a lot harder for them. Like you said, sometimes you just got to play that 50-50.
See what happens. I mean, hey, we were talking about Acno in the pre-show about being this exciting Priya player potentially. Not in the winner side of bracket. AMGG is.
Yep.
AMGG is in the winner side still.
We still got the Priya representation, but we'll see who AMGG is going to be playing up against as we get into our next match. It's going to be none other than Kinger versus Rain. Rain, of course, is this big name in EU amongst the EU people. It's weird because people keep telling it, like, Rain's on the come up. He's the new guy. He's the guy who's going to win. Keep your eyes out on Rain. And he does well.
Yeah.
He's not bad, I guess.
I think Rain has been, in my mind, it's kind of like, look, if you're PR5 in Europe, you had the come up. You know, like you are there. You've made it. You're doing well. Now it's just your time to prove that you can actually find a big victory, find a podium, find a top 3 placement. Let's see what happens on this one. I mean, Rain has made some very impressive upsets in the last year that I can recall. I know the second place at Trial of Freya is one that sticks out to me as well. I don't know. I'm looking forward to seeing this one.
Well, the fortunate thing is that we have a lot of orb here, so I'm sure PJ's in the back very excited about this one. We've got none other than the Petra versus the Dusk here. So far, it's going to be King starting off with the Spear against Rain on the orb.
Yeah, and I think how we play early damage threshold, specifically when Orb is in like an offset matchup that's not a mirror, is going to be pretty important, right? It's irrelevant at this point when we go Gauntlet Spear, but I want to look out for that later in the set.
It is interesting. I'm curious what Rain was specifically looking for against the Spear of King, because King can control a lot of space with that Spear, just like that neutral air, and sometimes Gauntlet struggles against that, but Looks like he's not going to struggle on this edge guard just yet. Rain,
wow,
not able to get that finishing blow.
Yeah, and I think did the flowchart almost perfectly up until the very end. Kinger just so good at just getting out of that one. That was enough to disarm. We did see sweat beads online, though. The dodge comes through. It's going to be the edge slip.
Nice.
Oh,
he didn't jump.
That is a crazy missed input.
Rain flubbing the KO there. Not able to get that side air, which could have very well potentially taken out this first stock of Kinger. Instead, it's Kinger with the side air of his own to get that first stock.
Okay, and this is what I was saying. Early damage threshold orb, right? Kinger doesn't really have an opportunity to swap out weapons yet, so let's see what happens. Off stage. Is it just going to be another drop down into ground pound or maybe nair from underneath? No, it's nothing.
Yep, just lets him back up. Orb recovery,
Nice.
gets some good damage, but a good delay there from Rain. Gets him that recovery. That's going to even things up, and he's sticking with the gauntlets. I guess he just wants high-strength gauntlets.
Okay, have that one queued up. So it'll be a wait. We did see the dodge burn for that KO confirm, as you pointed out just a moment ago. So Rain maybe keeping track of that time, going for the nair instead to get the three-piece. A little bit of an awkward off-stage situation there.
Yeah, I don't think Kinger expected to fall as low. Oh! Catches Rain. That's that dash jumping. Dash jumped over Kinger, and he's just like, all right, I'll just throw the spear up into your pathway.
Oh, wow. Just goes for the cross-up instead of the D-light. Kinger really trying to extend this now, get a little bit more, and just like that, we're even on stock too. This is recovery from Spear if it wasn't a disarm that happened, but instead Rain gets the stock right back.
Yep, and he swaps over to the gauntlets again. You see him go for that juggle there, was waiting for the weapon spawn, was hoping to deny there.
Yeah.
But Kinger ends up picking up the orb, and that'll clean it up.
A very, very close first game here. It is a bit of a weapon starve for Rain. Now we're back to that orb spear that we saw in the beginning of the match. But just a nair to get off me. Kinger getting this one going. Going for that dash jump once again to maybe just get the cross up, go for another aerial, I'm not sure, but it hasn't connected to more than like 2 hits afterwards.
You are starting to see a little bit of, like, Kinger's very fine to sit on the wall, whereas Rain, like, really wants to just keep him there. So you kind of see these, like, long moments where Rain's just watching Kinger and saying, like, once you get a little too close, then I'm going to start swinging on you.
Oh, attempted ground pound gets knocked away. Could have been a very, very precarious offstage situation, but Rain gets the opportunity again. Ooh. Weapon throw connects, but just opts for the orb again. Keep it safe. Sidelight Sarah is enough to just get the KO if you're on the left side. Cross court's not going to do it.
Over to the gauntlets, once again denying, and it'll just be a raw N-Sig to anti-air Kinger. And that's going to be the first game going the way of Rain.
That was incredibly close for a first game, and I do think maybe we'll catch it somewhat on the replay. Specifically when Kinger was on Spear, right? We'd see like 1 hit, 2 hit, and then try to go for the cross through, and didn't get anything else after that. I wonder if maybe you start incorporating D-lights into the mix so you can get your stairways going. Maybe you get a little bit more damage out of it. Maybe it's the difference maker. Who's to say? But Rain's the first one on the board here.
Yep. I think what it really comes down to, in my mind, is honestly shifting, because Kinger did a lot more signatures than Rain, but Rain hit the one signature that mattered, whereas like in terms of light attacks, Rain did a lot of light attacks, whereas Kinger only did 56 to the 79 of Rain. So I almost want to say like Kinger just needs to shift that game plan a little bit more to bring his light attacks up, and maybe that's what we're starting to see here.
Bit of orb action to get us started on game 2. There's the quick 3-piece we get out of Rain. Nice gravity cancel to at least make something happen for Kinger.
Okay, Rain really chasing down Kinger. Nice neutral there on the stack up. Signature not going to connect.
Well, yeah, and I think I'm with you on this now. Yeah, when you point out the signatures, yeah, expecting hard drift ins. I like that a lot. That was 2 in a row that we saw from Rain. The one on the right side wasn't quite connecting enough, but gets it there for first strike. Nice job from Kinger.
And that is kind of an interesting thing about Kinger is like he's thrown that neutral sig out a lot. Yeah. You're seeing it again. That's the 3rd one in this game alone. And so far, only one of them is really connected, but I think he's also adjusting. After each one, he's like, okay, Rain, you like to react this way, you like to move this way, and he'll start to find a little bit more consistency with it.
Yeah, let's see if it looks like it's specifically after like a couple hits, Rain drifts in, and then that neutral sig is enough to just get the pickup. It was enough for first strike. Does answer right back in terms of stocks, but it seems like Kinger's pretty comfortable just taking a punish if that signature doesn't work out.
Well, you got to be. If you whiff a sig, you deserve to get punished.
Okay, that's the mix he wanted the first time, but didn't close it.
All right, who's getting rid of the EU kids jump buttons? Because that's another one there. Rain missed a jump earlier. Now it's Kinger not able to get that jump side air.
Okay, miss air. Results in a lot of damage and offstage off the backboard once again. Weapon toss doesn't connect, but doesn't matter if you're disarmed. The GCD light doesn't connect, but that is one strong hit to turn it around for Kinger. Keeping the stock lead at just 1.
Good job on Kinger not panicking in that offstage engagement because Rain was going in there unarmed, really wanted to finish that off. But Kinger stayed composed and went for that turnaround side air to finish it.
Maybe it's a similar situation. Wow, okay. Nice from Kinger to not just immediately jump onto that weapon, right? Like, take the win in neutral with unarmed, and then at least get a little bit more damage. That Sarah's going to be enough to make it last stock, but that's the difference between having Rain at, like, light orange versus, like, a yellow.
Yeah, that 3-piece from Kinger, just push the little advantages that you have. Okay, not able to get it over the corner there. Rain able to avoid it.
Quick whip punish once again. Rain waiting this one out. Ooh. Yeah, same exact mix-up, right? Like maybe just saying, I'm expecting you to try to punish the weapon pickup. This time, Rain doesn't bite.
Yeah, Rain just denying right now. Knows that he's behind. There you saw that kind of horizontal dodge come out from Kinger. Rain might be starting to read those.
Yeah, and Rain has the weapon lead as well. That was a really fortunate spawn for Kinger to just get it on his way out. That's just a whiff punish. Pogo, nothing.
Falling side air, not quite enough. Weapon toss, not quite enough. Kinger sweat beating, but he turns around side air. Kinger gets himself up 1-1.
Wow, and that was the exact same reversal Sarah that we saw in stock 2 as well that got Kinger the lead. Crazy. I mean, look, sometimes you want to just go for it, right? You close it out, you got all the confidence in the world, but after a moment like that, maybe you're punching air.
Yeah, it's funny because like I feel like Rain feels like he's really, really good in the offstage against Kinger, but I don't think there's a lot of data to back it up. Like he hasn't gotten those offstage KOs that really like give you that energy and give you that like confidence. But Rain still, he keeps going off stage against Kinger, and Kinger's like, okay, jump, turn around side air.
Yeah, I mean, let's see in Game 3. I think those 2 stocks in particular, I'm with you on that. Like, on paper, he cut off all of the angles correctly. It was just kind of Kinger very gracefully made his way around, got the reversal hit. It was enough to do it. So, evened up 1-1 in game number 3. This one's a close one.
Okay. Some good damage. Nice orb strings, gets that recovery. Will deny side light, side air off the soft platform, and Kinger feeling real good here in game number 3.
That was an orb masterclass for the first stock, excuse me. Crazy stuff from Kinger. Really, really solid first lead, but we have seen Rain claw these damage deficits back really efficiently.
We'll see if Kinger gives him that opportunity. Good read with that neutral air, saw that dodge in coming. This is the down light. Rain with the soft punish. Gets that neutral air. Ooh, that's a burn dodge.
Yep.
Oh, I'm surprised Kinger didn't go for a second down light there.
Oh, but it covers. It covers.
Oh, he
missed it, and he still gets everything. That's 2 stocks in a row.
Dude, Kinger just thanking his lucky stars there because that was some very narrow margins, but he still manages to get it. And now Kinger's up 3 stocks to the 1 of Rain.
I love Orb, dude. Orb's the best.
Well, I think some people might say something else about that, you know.
Okay, Rain answers back with 1. That one was the recovery off of no dodge as well, notably. So Rain picking up on some of the patterns, especially with these gauntlet finishers.
Wow, whiffs a second downlight, but still able to neutralize in time and cover himself. Rain gonna punish that whiff neutral sig there from Kinger.
Ooh, okay. Just a Sair. Ooh, that's sweat beads as well. No punish quite yet, but stack position just means end light. Off stage, gets it, and there's the dunk. Kinger takes the lead 2-1 in this set.
Yeah, really good call out there on those sweat beads from Rain, because it was only for like a brief moment where you could see him, and Kinger recognized that and was like, okay, I'm gonna keep pushing you off stage, really just try to deny you that opportunity to reset your jumps, and that's one of the big things that led to that final KO there with that down sig hitting Rain out of the sky.
For sure. That, yeah, I mean, all these stocks were just wonderfully executed. The orb player in me sheds a single tear of joy. Of joy, Duke. I want you to know that.
It's looking at a beautiful sunset, but instead it's beautiful orb gameplay as we get into game number 4 with Kinger currently up 2-1.
I am curious about running it back here after how the game went. But let's see.
I think it's okay. I don't think the map was the problem. I think Kinger was the problem, and Rain needs to find a solution to that.
Fair, very fair. All right, let's see. Just barely whiffs on that, but Rain, solid position. Kinger just gets some of the stage control back, though.
Ooh, misses that neutral air. Ooh.
Yeah, and there's the turnarounds, right? Like, Kinger was going for that a lot in game 1, and it got him hurt pretty bad. So I don't know if we want to see him try to go back to that pattern, especially when he had a working formula in game 3.
Okay. You know what? Little bit of a better game coming out from Rain here. Side light, side air will disarm Kinger. Plenty of movement here. Yeah, he should land safely, but still not able to get a weapon.
This is one Sair. So let's see. Kinger, no weapon, like you said. Fights through it, gets the orb. Can at least get a little bit more damage. Actually, with both of them in red, side light Sair with good positioning is enough to just get the KO.
Ooh,
oh, yeah, and you
that's
see
a burn
it.
dodge. Easy punish.
Yeah, but cross to the wrong side. I mean, if you hit that on the left side, it's first strike, but shouldn't matter. Unarmed recovery is enough to do it. I mean, this is one singular opening from Kinger, though, to equalize the stock. So the question is, can Rain get a little bit more damage on the way out?
Yeah, side air in the right spot, and Kinger closes this one, closes this stock out. You're seeing Rain already adding up damage on the second one. Tries to utilize line of sight there with that down signature. Rain not falling for the bait of Kinger.
Okay, off stage, not enough to disarm.
Nair's not going to KO. Oop, didn't get the read there. Rain able to dodge down. Side air is enough. That's a lot of damage on Rain for that side air to KO.
Yeah, cross court. Crazy, crazy stuff. But only in the yellow, though, so Kinger not playing too far behind just yet. Couldn't get the third hit of that extension. But yeah, Kinger going for a lot of the stack position nairs, just jumping in and then says, look, if we're layered on top of each other, I am jamming the attack button.
I mean, just like shoving those nairs into Rain can be really strong, because once again, Rain doesn't have that much like range to challenge against that.
Right.
Double exclamation point. Rain does find that side air. It will disarm. Kinger burns a dodge on the gravity cancel downlight. Rain not able to get too much off of it, but
No
he's still getting good
punish.
damage.
Wow, that's a pretty critical miss from Kinger to not get anything after that. We are going to see exclamation points coming through as well. That is an easy drift pickup from Rain. We might be looking at a game 5, Duke.
I am liking that Rain once again is starting to reel it back again. Like second game was a little bit of a struggle because he went a little over aggressive. This time he's like, all right, I see you're constantly going to double exclamation point. I'll just wait you out a little bit. But Kinger does even it up.
Yeah, and just like that, it is totally even in terms of damage. Kinger was pretty behind for a majority of this game, so kudos to him for maintaining composure, finding the KOs when he needs it. Anybody's game now, it could just be over. There's the switch.
Yep.
Once again, that time it worked out for just a couple more hits. Will it be enough to close out the set, though, for Kinger? Hard to say.
Oh, he saw the dodge, but ended up picking just slightly wrong there with that recovery.
Ooh, Rain catches a jump. It's a clip to the wall. Kinger going high once again, but that's how Rain got stock 2. Recovery. I think a dodge is coming next time that conversion comes through as well if you're Rain.
He's got some good reads here. Rain doing a really good job punishing Kinger's
See?
aerial movement. Yeah, there's that
the
dodge with the unsig.
Oh my gosh! Just like that. You had talked about signatures in game 1, right? You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, and Kinger gets across the finish line with a 3-1 victory.
It all came down to that final neutral signature. Kinger was so precise with it. Honestly, like I do tend to be critical of signature usage because it leaves you open to punish, but also when they hit, they feel really good.
Oh,
so can't fault them too much.
Wow, great set from Kinger, and I would say that is an upset by PR as well. PR 44 taking it over PR 5. Rain going down to the elimination bracket with that one. That's tough.
Yeah, that's wild, because that means that the qualifier for top 8 is going to be AMGG versus Kinger.
That's insane. That's actually
That
insane.
is
I mean,
we could have had Rain, we could have had Delta, we could have had Munir, we could have had Little Mev. So many other people could have been in these positions, but ultimately AMGG and King are going to be the two challenging for a top 8 spot. Also, we've got other people, XJ CoolJ and Godly, aka Zavai, Bamea and Friedsol, and Jakey, and the winner of Esgrape and Chenbe 34. Chenbe 9. 30.
I don't know how to say that.
Either way, we'll figure that out. We got time. We are going to take a short little break. When we come back, we'll be watching those qualifiers to get into the top 8. Got to remind y'all, though, elimination side, some spicy sets are happening. So check that out during this short little break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Brawlhalla Spring Championship. It's me, Walt. I'm joined by Duke. We're
Still here.
The screen was stuck for a long time. I thought we were just going to be like omniscient voices speaking to you guys about.
It's dramatic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that though. But now it's us, and it feels a lot more intimate. I feel like there's a window into my soul.
Oh yeah.
Which
well,
is,
they say your eyes are the window to your soul. So zoom in on his eyes. Actually, no. Last has already said like the camera.
Oh, he can't do that.
I saw a K-pop video where that was one of the transitions they did for like the song.
They did the eye transition?
They did. Well, it wasn't even just like going straight in the eye. Is they went sideways and you could see like the curvature of the eye, and then they went in and then down. I was like, whoa, that's too much eyeball for me.
That was one of my favorite little tricks when I first started learning montage editing. I was like, I'm gonna do the eyeball transition.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm with you. That's too much eye.
Yeah, I think there's a limit to how much eye and how much soul we should see. But we should also
take
see
an eye, take a look, get some eyeballs
like, let's
onto our next match of the day, which I'm really excited for. This is Godly up against XJ CoolJ. Godly, I had actually put down. I put him down to top 3 this weekend. I believe this is still
which 3?
I put him at number 2. Because I wanted Munir to win. But Munir, as you've told me, is in the elimination bracket. So,
look, I'm not saying I'm right, but I am saying I put Godly in number 1. Okay?
Well, I mean, hey, we got a set to talk about.
That's true.
You know.
I could be very wrong here in a minute. We'll find out, as it is XJ CoolJ versus Godly. These are kind of the 2 most staple names of all of the people here for the European region.
Yeah.
Which is weird.
This bracket's getting weird, right?
Yeah.
So there's we had talked about right before the break, I think you said it's a top 8 qualifier, actually, of AMGG, who has just been going on a tear with the Priya up against Kinger. But for a more normal look for people who have been familiar with the EU scene of Brawlhalla, it's Godly versus XJ CoolJ.
And we're seeing some more orb action here coming out from the Europeans. It looks like a lot of them have been leaning into the orb for the Spring Championship. For a while now, South America's been saying orb's really strong, and the only person who picked it up was used, but now we're seeing more of them pick it up. Godly going to be using it here against XJ CoolJ, who's on the Ahsoka, the Asuri crossover.
Yeah, and it almost makes me wonder, and maybe we can talk about it during some of the downtime after the set as well, is the orb this like perceived countermeasure to the chakrams that are coming out? It's hard to tell. I think we had talked about sometime towards the end of last year, South America did have a bit of a noticeable orb problem where they were losing a lot to players like Radish, so it's not that surprising to me to see a lot of these other players from other regions start to pick up the weapon.
All right, Godly doing a really good job, getting some good damage. Sidelight into the neutral signature, not going to be a true combo, but XJ CoolJ wasn't expecting it, likely expected the sidelight side air. That is a true combo, so didn't feel like pressing the dodge button.
Okay, and this is slowed down a little bit, just waiting for the first whiff to come through. Ooh, whips ahoy from no one, though. Godly sidelight Sair enough to do it for first strike. Swapping back towards the Scythe, it looks like, yeah, for early damage thresholds.
Okay, we'll see what Godly can do with this Scythe. We know he's played Mordex in the past, so he's not a complete stranger to the weapon. But right now, not a stranger to getting hit by sword neutralators either.
Wow, and this is really patient play. I mean, what we come to expect from players of this caliber, right? Like, just stacked on top of each other, neither player willing to really full commit to pressing any button until the other can confirm a whiff confirm. Well,
yeah, and that's probably going to be kind of indicative of this matchup, is because both of them have pretty string-heavy weapons. You've got the Orb, you've got the Scythe, and you've got the Katars on board. So you're only going to see like this 1 or 2 hits and then hope for a dodge read, and it's going to be a little bit of a slow, steady pace unless somebody really finds those reads.
Okay, tries to go off the backboard. XJ fighting that one back. Still needs to find this first stock. I was going to say you're just one good recovery away, and he gets it.
Going to juggle for a minute. Will stick with those Katars. Let's see if you can get that read off the downlight. That's one of the biggest things that you want as a Katar player.
Okay, starts it up a little bit. Godly with the get off me. Make it 2, actually. And then we just go right back to neutral for a sec.
One thing I'm noticing is Godly very willing to not press the dodge button after getting hit by a downlight. Like XJ CoolJ's hit him a couple times and Godly will just like fastball or he'll just jump and he'll just be like, okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's the eternal mix-up, right, with a lot of these dodge-heavy reading weapons, is you see that Godly's established this pattern, wonderful wait there, just waiting for XJ to rise up and connect with that Sair to confirm the stock. But you see that Godly has presented this as a pattern, right? And then it almost makes you wonder in the driver's seat as the guitar player, is he going to keep doing it, or is that just to try to condition me into going for something that's suboptimal?
Dude, I'm always saying my favorite read is the not read.
Ooh, I'm with you on that, brother.
Okay, goes in, tries to hit the neutral air, thought Godly was going to go high off of that side light. XJ CoolJ, though, once again playing from behind here, needs to get more damage built up onto Godly. Godly just playing that spacing game with that orb down air.
Yeah, and then as soon as XJ just tries to get a little impatient to at least get a bit more damage on the board, Godly can just let it rock. And we see off stage, tries to stack on top with the end light. Not going to get too much more after that. There's the Sair. Weapon toss connects. Not going to get the 3-piece, though. Off stage, Godly needs the stock. XJ CoolJ can't get it.
Downlight recovery, not quite enough.
Next one gets it, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, I mean, very doable for XJ. We've seen, I mean, Godly, the way that he's been playing these low damage starts with Orb has been extremely patient. We haven't seen Godly really push the pedal to the metal just yet.
And I can see that XJ CoolJ is kind of recognizing the state of this matchup and is like, you know what, I'll just stick with Sword. I'm finding more success, getting more hits, and also I'm trading out better, able to avoid the recovery there that could have been fatal.
Stage, though. Okay, XJ makes it back. That's a whiff side light from Godly. Another chance here. And yeah, I think the Sword is going to be the difference maker potentially, but just a couple of side airs away is Godly from taking game one.
2 sweat beads, or 2 exclamation points, and it won't matter. Godly, side light, side air, clean and simple.
My beloved. Okay, yeah, game number one. Very, very methodical, patient, clean, super good from Godly. You had talked about just like some of those neutral interactions. Godly's just willing to play the spacing game with the orb, wait for XJ to be like, I'm annoyed by this, and I'm going to start to run in so I can do some damage with the guitars. And then Godly goes to work after that.
Yeah, and looking at the numbers, I think kind of it tells the story, right? Godly had to put out 601 damage to finish off versus XJ CoolJ's 452, but really it's the damage per engagement. Godly only did 31 damage per engagement compared to the 25 of XJ CoolJ. That means Godly's hitting like 2 or 3 hits, and that's it. He's really not getting the long extended strings, and it almost makes me want to say like, okay, yeah, the Fate's a really solid decision because Fate has a lot of strength, so you're going to get the maximum potential out of these single taps.
Yeah, and I think it just plays very well into, again, Orb as a weapon, right? Like, as long as you are still getting your hits in, you can get as much chip damage as you want, and your KO confirms are going to be there no matter what. Okay, off the backboard, XJ tries to send it. That is a crazy reversal for first strike. I wonder if XJ wants to just try to play that patient and regain stage control, but can't turn back time. We play a stock down now for XJ CoolJ.
I do really like how Godly played that. He had the confidence to just hang on to the wall there as XJ CoolJ went wide, went into that push-off column. Godly just watched him fly by, jumped down there to punish XJ CoolJ trying to come back up.
Okay, chase dodge up doesn't convert into too much more damage for XJ, but this is where a game like this gets away from you now if you're XJ CoolJ. See, Godly playing it so patient. Like you said, damage per engagement, not necessarily super duper high, but if Godly is continuously winning neutral over and over again, he'll run away with the game. That's a really good answer back from XJ CoolJ, only staying in yellow to keep this very competitive.
Yeah, was able to get that finishing blow with that recovery. Now you're seeing Godly willing to press that dodge button off the downlight. XJ CoolJ still not quite reading correctly.
Okay, letting XJ drift into him now, so Godly can just go for end light. Yeah, and look at this. Stack position is totally fine if you're in Godly's shoes. XJ now with a bit of a string, chase dodges to try to get the finisher off the exhausted recovery, but not going to convert.
Man, that's such a tense spot. Both of them kind of stack up and then wait for the other one to press the attack button so that they can get that counter punish. Once again, Godly whipping that side light. XJ CoolJ still with the guitars. Downlight recovery, wants a second one, but Godly stays to the left.
XJ still spending so many resources. I love this just like unadulterated aggression that we're getting from XJ CoolJ when the guitars are online.
Yeah, he's starting to find his momentum here, starting to really pick apart Godly. Saw that dodge come out, led to the recovery. Where's the dodge? Oh, XJ CoolJ actually had a really good position by staying on the ground, but ended up for a delayed jump in air.
Okay, that wasn't enough to disarm. Godly's got great stage positioning, though, to set up this edge guard. Dare doesn't convert into anything, and it's off stage once again. XJ not wanting to make the same mistake from the first stock, and now he gets to go through the tumbler. Okay.
You got Rocks in the Tumbler, gonna smooth things out a little bit. Godly does find that side air. Everyone down to their final stocks, but XJ CoolJ in a little bit of a better position than he was in the last one.
Yeah, and I mean, the Katars have been so much more of an issue for Godly in this game versus game number 1. XJ throws him away, though. Needs to wait for a spawn.
He sees Godly in the red.
Hang on.
No sword, has those KO confirms. Doesn't hit the recovery, but in position to deny the weapon pickup.
Okay,
this could be
I
bad.
was waiting for a punish on weapon pickup, but now Godly has a shot here. It is the offstage. XJ with no weapon in hand. So, yeah, do you commit to the edge guard or do you try to go for the weapon? You went for the weapon and then just threw it away.
I do respect that he backed away there, unarmed against Scythe. Didn't want to get reversal. Knows how important it is to get this W as Godly has weapon control. Going to start denying weapons.
Oh,
Ground
no!
pound. XJ's in trouble.
He's in big trouble. The connection
Nice.
comes through, though. That is a dead... Oh, no way! That was such a necessary chase dodge. XJ was just gone. That was game 2 done and dusted.
Yeah, if he didn't get that unarmed recovery at the bottom, he was in trouble. But the sidelight side air and Godly steals out game number 2. XJ CoolJ just not able to finish off the stock.
Wow. I mean, okay, so there was something you had pointed out in that game, Duke. You said, you know, both players are going for this kind of macro level. They stack on top of each other and wait for the person to press an attack second. That kind of strategy should work better for the Qatar player more often than not, right? Because you get to get so much damage off of these long extended combo strings. Meanwhile, our damage for engagement, once again, is about the same between these two. It's been crazy to watch this back and forth, and Godly is up 2 games to 0 now.
Dude, look at how good the second stock of XJ CoolJ was. That graph, that section right there was so existent, lasted so long, but then Godly ended up closing this out. Now XJ CoolJ in a rough spot. I want to see his Katars come online a little more, and I think we could see XJ CoolJ run away with it.
Yeah, see, definitely not out of the woods quite yet. We saw a bit of an early error, if you want to even call it that, from XJ, just trying to get an early stock, which got reversaled. Then that last stock situation, just crazy patient from Godly to make the game happen. XJ can do this, at least get 1, but let's see it happen.
Got aggressive there. XJ CoolJ starting to go in towards Godly. Doesn't hit the side air, and Godly, good ground pound. Weapon toss up for coverage, and Godly with the gravity cancel downlight ground pound taps that one in. Little to no damage on Godly right now.
Yeah, easy peasy for Godly. And I think this is looking more and more the type of form that we expect to see from Godly, right? We were almost shocked to be like, why is Godly playing so safe in a lot of these positions? We know Godly to be this guy who just goes insane in certain offstage moments. He's playing it super patiently, and I think he's found a really comfortable pick now with this fade.
Yeah, I think he's started to find how he wants to play up against XJ CoolJ. Good patience there. Still manages to get the wall touch, goes dodge for dodge, but XJ CoolJ not able to find that recovery.
Okay, dodge and neutral just gets quickly picked up by Godly. And again, this is all extra credit at this point. XJ back online with the sword. We are just opting for a recovery to try to equalize, but slowly starting to fall a little bit farther behind.
Oh, not able to fast fall quite right to hit that down air. Godly, like you said, getting that extra credit, getting more damage here onto the second stock of XJ CoolJ.
Wow, yeah, and again, the patience has just been so impressive to watch. That recovery is enough to do it, but look at the damage on the top right. XJ already approaching, like, orange.
Yeah, he's going to need some big reads here if he wants to bring this one back from Godly, because otherwise Godly's pacing is just working so well.
Picks up immediately, aggresses towards the offstage. Godly now, pole position to get stock number 2. Doesn't get that attack coming through on the right side. Favorable weapon spawn means the orb comes back, so this is sidelight side air on the right side.
Not able to hit that neutral air, but again, playing that spacing game. XJ CoolJ comes in close, but you're seeing him just kind of run by. Like, he's trying to be a fly on the wall, or not on the wall, just like a fly, like just run by, be annoying, but Godly's fine right now.
Yeah, I mean, those small strings are what we need from XJ, right? We really need to see them extended a little bit further than what he's even getting. And at that point, it's like, you know, 4 or 5 hits, which is really good for Qatar. But let's see. Offstage once again. Tries to cut the angle off. XJ navigating that well.
Okay,
And it's sidelight stare. That's enough. Okay, last stock for XJ CoolJ. It might be a cool 3-0, though, for Godly. This has just been an incredible showing from Godly's fate.
Yeah, it's just been really oppressive. Like, it's not super scary, pushes you off stage and takes away a stock in orange, but it's just like, how do you get in on this and how do you put out the damage? Finally, a side sig will take out the stock of Godly. Another opportunity here for XJ CoolJ to get on the board, but he's got to be careful because Godly was able to steal out game number 2 from him.
Yeah, and in terms of overall pacing, a little bit better. XJ got that stock back only in yellow, where he was in close to orange at the end of the previous stock. All that to say, I mean, it just comes down to one opening at this point. Off stage, Godly maintaining the pressure. Weapon spawn right in the middle. You can at least establish the edge guard position. Wow, yeah, the scoops to just throw back off, and now you can get a little bit of a starve once the disarm comes through on your next couple of hits.
Dude, Godly's got XJ CoolJ, like, he's Scar, and that is Mufasa. Like, he just keeps him on the corner there, and it is just like, try to come up.
Brother, help me. Sare. Sare me. Godly, okay, again, now that's the disarm he wants, and there's the edge guard position. Weapon toss means that it has to be a dodge, so XJ, once again, navigating it well, but it is sidelight Sare, my beloved, closing out 8. An impressive 3-0 for Godly. I mean, again, I think I'm with you. I don't know if dominant is the right word. It was oppressive.
Yeah, it's just, he really just chokes it out of his opponents, and it's really tough to play against right now. I'm curious how it'll work out against some of his other competitors, but right now that's Godly with the swift 3-0 over XJ CoolJ. Godly, one of our staples, still holding strong as he makes his way into the top 8.
Yeah, I wonder if this Fate pick is here to stay. That's my big question, right? Like, I mean, with how cleanly and methodically he was willing to play neutral and willing to just take his time, not even go for super hard punishes a lot of the time, I kind of like it. I kind of like it, and it worked.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting, not if the Fate stays, but if he swaps, why? Because I think it's going to be something like he runs into a Priya that just like 3-stocks him or something like that. Like something that really just makes him go, okay, this is just not going to work with what I've got going on. But either way, that is Godly making his way into the top 8. We've got to find out who he's going to be playing up against, because I think our next match is AMGG versus Kinger. Am I right? Am I right? I'm so smart.
This is
I'm so good at looking at this thing that says bracket.
I'm really bad at looking at that, so I'm glad that you're here to be really good at looking at the bracket, because I don't know what I'm doing there. AMGG Kinger is, again, I'm not gonna be, you know, mincing words about it. This is not who we expected to see here.
This is interesting. It's, again, 2 kind of underdogs coming into here. AMGG coming in from the top side after beating out Moonir and beating out Delta. Kinger coming in here after beating out Little Mev and Rain. Both of them making their upsets. But weirdly enough, Kinger can't make an upset here. If he wins, it's just
impossible.
Like, okay, you're
just a win.
You're supposed to win. You're supposed to win.
Yeah.
Even though it's AMGG on the Priya, and people are going to be like, oh, come on, that's Priya. He gets like a 30 PR buff. Doesn't matter.
Wow, that's like extremely bad house edge for Kinger then.
Yeah.
You know? He's like, if I win, I feel nothing.
Yeah.
If I lose.
If I win, oh, now I have to go into Godly. Sick.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh. I'm excited for this set, right? I mean, again, we haven't seen, this is the first of Priya that we've seen on the broadcast today. AMGG with back-to-back very good upsets, right? Against, I think it was Acno, you said, right?
No,
and then
Moonir and Delta.
Moonir, and then Delta, who we got to see earlier today. Very high PR players for the European region. I'm excited to see this one. It looks like we're already getting ready to load into our first game.
Yeah, and of course, to remind people of the picks, AMGG has been playing that Priya, and then on the other side, Kinger was playing the Dusk earlier in his matchup against Rain the Dusk. I want to be so much of a hater, but I think this is one of those spots where it like could actually really work, because one of the things Kinger did a lot, neutral sig. Yep. One of the things that Priya players like to do a lot, be in the air.
That's
true.
So
this could actually work really well for Kinger, but we'll see if he can play it out against AMGG as we get ready to get into game number 1.
I want to look out for specifically that interaction you just said, right? Because we saw in the AMGG set versus Delta how frequently he liked to just crash on top of Delta with jump in dare. That neutral sig could be a really good answer from Kinger and could convert into just whole stocks as a result. So let's see how that plays out.
Well, right now, AMGG just utilizing that soft platform to delay as long as possible. 15 seconds with basically no interaction as AMGG wanted those, the chakrams.
All right.
My mind broke because they were just like staring at each
There's
other.
a new weapon? Okay, AMGG making this one happen. Tries to connect with the dare to at least extend it a little bit further, but Kinger gets out. And once again, like we had mentioned at the end of AMGG's previous set, starting to get a handle on when you should be burning dodges, efficiently managing your resources is the name of the game for both sides here.
Well, there you're seeing AMGG avoiding that neutral signature. Kinger starting to throw out a lot of them.
Ooh, okay. It's like the third one already.
There's
Fourth one.
0 for
Come
4.
on now, come on, come on. Get there.
0 for 5, my king. 0 for 6.
This is insane. Wait, but it was a bait all along.
It's a strat. It's called conditioning.
You fell for the classic blunder.
You thought I was a gold. Just kidding. I'm a diamond player hitting that recovery. Getting the first stock here over AMGG.
I mean, hey, if it works out, it was actually really good conditioning, I think, specifically at that spacing where AMG couldn't punish it. Kinger finds the anti-air he needs. AMGG now playing a little bit on the back foot, needing to find at least a couple hits to convert into probably recovery off the top.
Okay, this is the punish there. That's fine. Once again, AMGG utilizing those soft platforms. Again, the neutral signature, but he's not really getting punished for it.
This is crazy. We've broken the meta. We figured it out. Look, he can dash back.
What's stronger?
He has a window.
100 chakrams or 1 neutral sig? Actually, no, it's the opposite. 1
chakram
chakram
versus 100 neutral sigs. Oh my goodness. It's working so far, and I think part of it is by proxy of AMGG just spacing a little bit high when he tries to just dodge around the neutral sig. So if we play this a little bit more aggressively, AMGG probably finds a window to get a punish now.
Okay, weapon spawn, right side. Down air, but he
nothing.
dodges away there. Ground pound. Oh, he misses.
Yo.
Oh, go for it. Okay.
Oh, respect.
Yeah, he was sweat beating. He saw like, okay, I could either chase dodge up, try to get this wall touch, or go aggressive. Went for the aggressive option. Didn't quite work out, but you know what? That stock was already out the way.
Okay, desperately. Chase dodging over. Haven't seen much orb play yet from Kinger against AMGG. But the signatures remain the same.
Yeah, heavy button works on both weapons, and the side signature will be the one to connect here. AMGG with the float from those down airs. More neutral signatures, more neutral signatures.
Okay, this is the string. Chase dodges back towards the soft platform to at least just reset resources, get some jumps back. Once again, I think Kinger tried to challenge there.
You just let that happen.
Looks for the pogo. Yeah, he did. Okay, patrolling the weapon spawn as well. Recovery's not going to connect, but that was sweat beats. There it is off the top. Kinger with the lead. I mean, hey, we're going to have a absolutely bonkers signature stat at the end of this game. I think we're already approaching 20. So, you know, leave your predictions in chat what that percentage is going to be.
I wish there was a breakdown of like what the signatures were, because I feel like it's like at least a 90% lean spear neutral signature.
There's another one on the soft platform, doesn't quite connect. But I mean, here's the thing, right? We were joking about it. It doesn't really matter if it's not connecting, because AMGG hasn't found really an efficient punish for it yet.
Yeah, a lot of times it's just like, okay, it forces AMGG to float in the air a little bit longer, but it's on Kinger's terms instead of AMGG's. There's the N-Sig again. AMGG able to spot dodge this time. Another neutral sig. This time it'll hit.
Coming back. This is, yeah, I was going to say just really color by number if you're AMGG on how you want to get the stock at that position. But we go to last for both. At what point does Kinger run out of neutral signatures? I think it's never, but AMGG really making him work for it now. The dares are putting in a lot of work.
The Chakram game plan starting to come in.
Yeah, totally oppressive offstage, too, from AMGG. We switch sides here. Kinger gets out of it for just a moment. The recovery. Leaving it. Oh, no way! It just works! Play that back, DJ!
Oh, my goodness. Kinger able to finish it out. 24 signatures thrown out. 13% accuracy, but once again, it's all about the one that hits, and it's that final neutral signature to give Kinger game number 1.
Wow. Oh, that was sick. Oh my gosh.
You can't vertical dodge against Kinger. You have to put some horizontal in it because that neutral signature covers so much vertical space.
Yeah, and I wonder if, like, from a very diluted down game plan, if Kinger sees which direction AMGG is dodging, you can just dash or jump in the other way and just completely reset. So it has become relatively safe for Kinger, despite the fact that 87% of his signatures missed in the last game.
Well, here we are. Game number 2. Same map, same picks, probably same game plan, at least on the side of Kinger, but AMGG doing a better job of approaching from the side, going for these fast fall side airs on the Kinger instead of the straight vertical down air.
Really nice. Okay, can't extend it too much further, but yeah, AMGG, wonderful adjustments already on this first stock.
Whoop. All right, neutral light, not able to get a follow-up, but there's the down sig. AMGG looking a lot stronger here.
Yeah, the horizontal game plan from AMGG is already such a wonderful adjustment, right? Like, Kinger knows that if you're going to land on top trying to attempt for the dares with that chakram, I can go for this little neutral signature mini game and maybe see what pans out, but it usually results in a net 0 for both of us, at worst.
Well, now Kinger is going to need a lot more than a net 0 here, as he's starting to get lapped here by AMGG. Okay, using those soft platforms.
Ooh,
Kinger trying to space out. That's a burn dodge. AMGG gets in with that side air. Doesn't hit the second one, and Kinger with the turnaround is going to get that stock off of AMGG.
What's crazy is Kinger was just in complete no man's land over there. I don't know who he was trying to fight, what ghosts were over there that he was swinging on, but it works out for him to get the reversal at the very end. AMGG, though, with the answer right back, and it's a full stock lead, Duke.
Dude, he went down like a bullet from the sky, and Kinger was not ready for the speed of that ground pound. Ends up getting caught there in AMGG once again with the full stock advantage.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a combo showcase once again. Using that for the next Brawlhalla reveal trailer coming through. But off stage, AMGG letting the dare rock, not going to connect. Kinger, though, in a real awkward position, still somehow under pressure here, sweat beading, and he just cannot find a moment to breathe.
Dude, AMGG is just staying right against him. Hits him with that side air. Ends up sending him away, and here comes Kinger, not able to get his game plan going. Those neutral signatures have really been shut down, and here comes AMGG with the down air.
Ooh, tries to go off the backboard. Somehow still AMGG, better end of that exchange. Going off the left side, no. Tries to find the recovery. GC taunt into lose?
Player 2 wins.
What? The only salt there is the salt for yourself, because you have salted the earth you try to grow your plants on, as that is Kinger losing that stock for basically nothing, and that's going to be AMGG tying things up here 1-1.
That's taunt to get bodied.
Yeah.
It has to be. I think he had a shot to at least get one stock back, but hey, I mean, at the end of the day, if you feel like you needed a mental reset, then by all means, go for it. We got Demon Island, Small Fortress, and Mos Eisley open. Where do you think we're going here? It looks like it's Demon Island.
It is going to be Demon Island. Yeah, I guess that makes the most sense. Out of the three maps left, most people still not huge fans of Mos Eisley. Even though that the KO box has been tightened up on Mos Eisley, people still have that kind of initial gut reaction of like, oh, it takes forever to get a finisher there. So we're going over to Demon Island here for game number 3.
And this is what I like to call, for the people at home, true, factual, empirical data. Let's look at the difference between game number 1 and game number 2. Game 1, it was what, 24 or something signatures? Game 2, 5.
Yeah, that is math.
That's math.
5%, 20%. That's a 20% difference. Or he's like, he did 20% as many signatures.
Yeah, I mean, I think he needs space to be able to let these end signatures rock. Even if he's taking huge punishes like this, it's contributing to his game plan overall, and I think that's the comfort he might need.
Rough spot here as AMGG able to cover, gets that gravity cancel downlight into the ground pound. Damage, though, not too bad for Kinger. Not sure a downlight recovery will quite do it just yet.
Ooh, tries to cover super high from Kinger. This time, sweat beats come through and there's no punish. It's just a side air instead. Recovery's not going to connect. Now it's a little bit of an awkward position, right? AMGG wants to try to catch the landings.
Goes out unarmed, doesn't hit the side air. AMGG trying to cover the weapon pickup, but Kinger still sneaks it away. Still needs to find hits here onto AMGG. Needs to get that finisher. It's going to be the side air. Yep. All right, even things up. What weapons he's sticking with? Spear.
I think go back to the well, man. Like, keep going for neutral signatures. Force AMGG to play this weird mix-up.
I thought that was NSIG territory. AMGG he goes 2 jumps in the air. I'm like, all right, NSIG territory.
Like, yeah, let it rock. I don't care where you are. Okay. Yeah, and I mean, this is something that Kinger was quite good at in the previous set as well. It wasn't against Apriya, but the stacked positions with the nairs while Spear is equipped, right? Just crashing into your opponent, forcing these awkward layered up moments where you can just get a nair, take your neutral and move on, and then go back to your original game plan.
Reaching up there with those neutral sigs again. You're starting to see Kinger bring back some of that confidence, but AMGG snipping it away. The Chakram string's just a little too strong.
But we're going back towards the sword. Thrown away. Has to play it out for a little bit until the spawn comes through. That was a good neutral win from Kinger, but didn't connect the third hit, meaning AMG gets back on the Chakrams.
Okay. Kind of an empty jump into that falling side air from Kinger. Oh, goes for the ground pound, but it actually gets beaten out by the neutral light from AMGG, but I don't think AMGG was expecting that. Side air gonna win.
Crazy dodge.
Flash out. Oh, Kinger!
Oh my goodness. That is an insane turn of events for AMGG, right? I feel like pretty losing position at least, but gonna answer back right away, so maybe it's no harm, no foul. This is the tiebreaker game 3.
That's not what you want, though. You don't want to give your opponent too much, and Kinger gave him a full, well, not a full stock, but he gave him a stock at the very least. Now we're down to the final stocks here, game number 3. You're seeing Kinger really playing that spacing game. You're seeing him.
Hang on, this might be it. Okay, I mean, I was like, that's how nervous I am when I see that.
Chakram's in the air. That is a scary threat.
And we're going back into the air once more. Barely doesn't connect with the following hit. Kinger, an opportunity, tries to shark out the landing, gets the nair, but nothing more.
NSIG just off the mark from Kinger. Keeping him on the wall, throws on the ground pound. That is his recovery, but he did get the wall touch for the reset. Still taking a lot of damage here. Kinger's got to be careful. Side sig connects. Kinger's in trouble.
No way, he's not going to touch. He's not going to touch. That's AMGG taking game number 3. And AMGG is 1 game away from making a back-to-back-to-back upset for top 8.
I do want to give him credit. The adjustments have definitely come through. Kinger was doing so many neutral signatures, and AMGG was really struggling to figure out what to do against it. But in game 2, he made the adjustment. Kinger brought back those neutral sigs up to 12 this time here in game number 3, but it was not enough.
Yeah, what a crazy cover from AMGG to just let that... I mean, we've been seeing the signature from that Chakram get KOs off the side on the various games we've gotten out of AMGG so far for today, right? But to cover it and just specifically pull the trigger when you see Kinger go for that drift back towards the wall, trying to find a little bit of safety. Really, really clean stuff. And AMG gets rewarded with that game. Once again, it's 1 singular game away from another upset here for Team Priya.
1 more W here, and AMGG is going to be going into the top 8 against Godly. We'll see if he can make 1 more upset. Where's the weapon spawn? Both of them wanting their specific weapons. Kinger wants his spear. AMGG wants his Chakrams.
Kinger gets the desired outcome for at least just a brief moment to get some damage out. There's the first neutral signature of maybe many.
Okay, AMGG actually finding the timing there. Goes up and then comes back down with the down air.
See the little pullback though? As soon as AMGG tries to just like hover for a moment, you can just dash back, maybe fully reset. Or at least, once again, the timing just seems a little bit tight for AMGG.
Okay, recovery. Kinger getting some good damage here. Falling side air, not quite enough. Can he deny? This is the side air.
Okay, no ground pound this time. AMGG fighting back from the side. Ooh, bit of a roll reversal. I'm kind of surprised Kinger went for Sair there, but regardless, AMGG clawing back the damage threshold. This is just going to be D-Light into Sair, and that is first strike for Kinger. making it work.
Yeah, Kinger was definitely looking for that finishing blow, was struggling a little bit to find it. Ultimately, decides to go for the bread and butter, and AMGG just wasn't expecting him to go straight for the down air, or down line.
Okay, yeah, clued into that one now. It does not want to just default over to the wall and play the mix-up from there, go right over the top.
Ooh, this time, though, swings a little bit behind him.
What a drift back from Kinger, though.
Yeah.
Disarmed. It's pretty precarious spot, so AMGG not closing it out yet.
In the red, but Kinger still has the stock. Gets back, gets some damage.
Crazy reversal. Even those 2 singular hits from Kinger, I mean, I'm pretty happy if I got to navigate around the Priya in that way and at least get a couple hits on the way out.
Yep, got a little bit of there. Now he's back in. It's going to be the orb.
Okay, that's a good double recovery just for the get off me.
Ooh, delayed down light there. You have the true combo. Surprised you went for the delay. Falling side air, down 6, not going to hit.
Once again, Kinger in these really awkward spots where you see him sweat beating extremely high in the air. So AMG just has to kind of shark around at the ground, wait for the landing. Pretty rough position. There's another missed N-Sig. Pogo comes through.
Another one. Gonna miss that Pogo. AMGG gets Pogo'd again. Another one,
Okay.
and that time Kinger gonna get the stock. 1 stock left to force a game 5, and Kinger sticking to the game plan. Wants to keep the spear.
Man, this has just been a crazy back and forth set. You talk about the adjustments made from AMGG. Kinger has really gone back towards the jump in, find the nairs, and then when you are above me, I am conditioning you with these neutral signatures no matter what. Even if it means I take a dare and a little bit of a punish, who cares? But just like that, last stock situation, AMGG could just shut it down right now.
Yeah, definitely not enough of a lead here for Kinger to be comfortable. Gets that neutral air. Good avoidance of that side light there. Ooh, ooh. Okay, Kinger got away from it. That was a dodge, but AMGG running out of resources in the air.
Okay, high angle. Kinger really can't find an angle to punish that, though, so AMG lands pretty softly and safely. Wow, and look like just like that. I mean, Kinger's behind in damage now.
Yeah, AMGG just finding those extensions, just getting some really good damage. Falling side air, coverage from Kinger. Falling neutral air, keeping himself safe. Doesn't hit the neutral sig.
Okay, with punish off stage, we haven't seen a lot of side blast zone KOs unless it is that signature from AMGG. But he lets it rock, and once again, you miss 100% of the signatures you don't take, and Kinger has taken us to a game number 5.
Brings that signature count up to 16 this time, but AMGG actually trying to match him in the sig count, threw out 9 signatures in that one. I do want to call out Kinger not really using that side signature, which was ultimately the one that finished it, which in my head, that says, you know what, we can call that conditioning. And then B, AMGG has been using a lot of those down signatures to cover the corner like you were talking about, and Kinger's doing a really good job of just saying, okay, I'm going to go all the way over you instead of trying to come back safely towards this soft wall.
Yeah, I mean, the presenting one issue with the matchup and then saying I found at least a soft solution to it so far, and then that going back and forth and the RPS that goes along with it, it culminates in this game number 5, and this has been one of the more exciting sets we've seen from, again, players we did not expect to be here at this phase of bracket.
Yeah, I got to remind people at home, both of them had to make at least 2 upsets to make it into this position, and one of them could make one more as they go for the vertical, but not quite enough to finish off Kinger just yet.
The other crazy thing about this, too, is we've talked so much and sung the praises of how efficient Chakram is at finding KOs and long strings, specifically while airborne. Kinger has no fear just jumping straight into AMGG, saying, hey, I'll do some of the dirty work for you. I'm going to jump into you, and if you can catch me out of the sky, then you earned it, pal.
Yeah, I feel like one of the things that's part of Kinger's game plan against the Chakrams is to really utilize his aerial drift. Like, he'll come as close as he can and then drift away and then come back under with that spear recovery specifically. Good Pogo!
Pogo again!
And Kinger about to take down AMGG if he can keep this pace going.
Wow, yeah, and pace is a really, really apt word for this. Look at this. Healthy, for the most part, in yellow. Every single hit now matters so much if you are Kinger.
Back to the NSIG game. This is where it works so well, Miami Dome, where they played game number 1. You can see AMGG giving a lot of respect there. Second recovery, Kinger
This is
He's
sweat
sweating.
beats.
He's sweating.
Okay, gets the hit. And once again, Kinger willing to just spend so many resources. There's the offstage. AMGG finds the answer right back, relatively unharmed.
What a mix on that one. Down air, jump, ground pound into the side air, that time from AMGG.
The spear in particular for Kinger has been such a heavy lifter so far. We really have not seen much in the way of orb at all, only equipped for 9% of that last game. And it's for good reason, right? So much of the gameplay from a macro sense that we've talked about is just completely predicated around the spear chakra matchup.
Yeah, I mean it's basically like both of them are one weapon players in this matchup specifically.
Okay, no punish, no punish.
AMGG finding really good damage here. Already taking the lead back from Kinger.
Ooh, trying to drift through that soft platform to just get a landing hit while Kinger approaches back towards stage to get some real estate. Taking their respective soft platforms. AMGG strikes first. Can't find too much more after that. Will it be a recovery? No, of course it's a neutral signature to try to catch the landing. But once again, if it's conditioning and it works, then so be it.
Over to the orb. Like you said, haven't seen too much of it from Kinger. This time he's kind of stuck on it. No weapon spawns for him.
Yep.
There's a recovery. AMGG just needs another one. Weapon toss keeps Kinger alive.
Yeah, and this is where it gets dicey, right? For weapon and unarmed, the landing is just so much more awkward for Kinger versus the spear, where you have a little bit more utility. You can try to drift in, go for the Sares. You can go for maybe ground pounds, the weapon throws as well. But we're back to the old reliable. But is it too little too late with both players sitting in red damage?
AMGG, he's hunting. You can see him chasing down Kinger. Kinger, once again, utilizing that drift, throws out the end sig, gets
It's a
punished
signature,
for it.
potentially. Okay, tries to drift down instead. Flowchart is certainly there. I mean, 2. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me a third time. It might be stock 3, but it's not going to happen quite yet. There it is. Last stock, though, coming through for Kinger. AMGG regained the lead, but for how long?
Dude, it is a battle coming out between the two of them. 4 minutes left on the clock. Kinger, if he can even this stock count up.
Uh-oh. I mean, these spawns might not be going his way, though. This is Sidelight Sare with the orb at the very least, and he knows it. There's the gravity cancel, but AMGG, every single hit, every nickel and dime is converting into $1, and soon he's going to take that to the vending machine. But it is last stock, game 5 between these two for top 8.
He's got the weapon advantage. He's primed up a second spear just in case. Can he do this? Kinger versus AMGG. AMGG once again onto the chakrams, eats a neutral there. Both of them in the offstage.
They both sweat beat at the same time, too. I mean, both so willing to use all of their resources, anything, to get this final stock. Kinger off stage now. AMGG keeping the pressure on.
Good dodge through there from Kinger. Goes for the recovery. AMGG, recovery for recovery!
That's crazy! Oh my gosh! That could have just been it for AMGG. He could have won.
But it was not quite enough. They ran out of resources, couldn't get that final hit. AMGG, though, showing Kinger that is always going to be a threat.
And I mean, after that small little skirmish, Kinger may be a little bit fearful. The pogo comes through, waiting for the jump. Once again, he catches it. It's not enough.
These recoveries adding up. Nice recovery from Kinger. These N6 still not hitting.
But you know what they say. All it takes is one. All it takes is one. It just does not connect. The Sare comes through from Kinger. Off stage, another pogo could do it as well, but just whiffs it.
Gets away from him. AMGG looking for the weapon spawn. It's going to be on the right. Kinger can't cover.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Has to D-Light to just split up. The recovery covers his tail if you're Kinger. N-Sig not enough to do it.
2.5 minutes
If
left
it
on the
connects, it's
clock.
over. Oh, and it's disarmed, though. That's so huge.
There's the weapon spawn. It's another spear. He had it primed.
Oh, my gosh. This is crazy.
Who's going to get the hit? Both of them deep red. Kinger goes for the recovery. AMGG with the
It's
side
not
air.
enough. It's not enough. The aerials are just not doing it. Oh,
Fuse
AMGG
them.
way off stage.
Just fuse your
Kinger
chakrams.
also way off stage. What is happening? They're both so nervous now.
Recovery.
It's not enough.
One fused hit.
I mean,
Would
this
be
is the side
enough.
signature maybe from the
Recovery.
That's enough to do it. And AMGG somehow scrapes out a third upset. to make it into top 8.
Game 5.
That is insane.
He was scrapping. He held on. He knew that the recoveries would add up eventually to a W, and that's what happened. AMGG was able to hit Chakram recovery after Chakram recovery, and Kinger, he had the game plan. He had the strat. He was able to get that one so close, but it just was not quite enough. Didn't hit that end sig to finish off.
Wow, what a crazy set right at the end. I'm excited to just see the replay of that last off the top. You could only see it in the magnifying glass battle between these two. They both ran out of resources as well. Insane set. And once again, I remind the viewers at home, these are players that probably were not supposed to be here by seeding, but they made some really, really impressive upsets to get this far.
Well, definitely not the last we'll see of Kinger, as of course this is still the upper side of the bracket. It's a double elimination bracket, so that is going to be Kinger going down to the elimination side of things. There you're seeing the numbers. Went to 610 damage versus the 531 on the side of Kinger. But the thing that always stands out, Kinger, 18 signatures thrown out, but a 0% accuracy this time.
I feel like eventually we're going to run out of bar real estate if it keeps on going. I mean, if we saw a game 6, 7 after that, then who knows what Kinger could have possibly unleashed.
Is like the bar length proportionate to the signature count, or is it that the bar is like a 0 to 100 and we'll just make it really big and then we'll just put whatever number it is?
We've been told from the people at home that it's unlimited.
Okay.
From the people in the production booth.
Bet.
That we can have some really fun. They can do the funniest thing ever.
They could.
For the rest of the day.
They could do the
now.
funniest thing ever. But right now, AMGG doing the funniest thing ever by making another upset to go up against Godly. Imagine.
This is so crazy. Like, what is happening right now with this legend? Freya making big waves. And it's not from the player that we expected to make big waves with in Akno, who's, I believe, still sitting pretty in the elimination side of bracket. It is this complete, like, ethereal, unknown entity who has just made upset after upset after upset in AG. What is this? What is this? I can't believe it.
I don't know. I'm hoping somebody in the back, somebody in the EU region's like, yeah, AMGG, he's been a ranked monster since day one, and finally he's decided that he's going to compete or something like that. Give me some sort of information.
We need the lore.
Because I need to know more about this guy. But other than that, we've still got more people that have to get their way into the top 8. Bamea is going to be playing up against Friedsol for a qualifier to get into the top 8, and it's going to be Jakey versus Esgrape to find that other spot in the top 8. Meanwhile, lots of stuff happening on the elimination side. You can look at the bracket. It's on challenger mode. You're smart people, probably.
Maybe. But with that, we're going to go to a quick break, folks. I need a breather after that. I need to learn more about the legend that is AMGG. Maybe he's going to be going on the run. Press 1 in the chat if you think he's going to be going on the run. I'm sure going to be going over there right now to do it. But we'll be back after a quick break with more Brawlhalla action. Keep it locked right here.
Welcome back, gamers. It is me, Slow Motion. I am here with Flambeau. We just took a look at that General Grievous crossover. It is so handsome.
Oh, yeah.
So handsome. Such a awesome crossover, of course, that just hit just about a little over a week ago. But enough of that. I am Slow Motion. That is Flambeau. We got spring championships. We are in the EU region, and we have got lots of games to play.
Okay, so
well, not me, not us.
Has been waiting for you to get onto the microphone because for Walt and Duke, they're like, "Who is this AMGG fella?" And you have the insider scoop.
Well, I mean, he's. I've been seeing him climb the Bearded Brawl matchmaking leaderboard. He is second, right behind Bamea on the global. He has definitely been grinding, and he is definitely grinding in this bracket as well. We just saw that upset last set, him moving up in the top 8. So congratulations to him. And we have got some good ones coming up for us as well. I was taking a look at the bracket. I know we got Fry still in the bracket. We got Bamea still up here.
Okay.
And then we're going to get into some of these other, I think we're going to slide in down into elimination side or over into top 8. I'm not quite sure.
Winners quarters. We got 2 more top 8 qualifiers on that side. That'd be fun. Yeah. And then probably a little bit of a dip as we watch people make their climbs to the elimination side of stuff. But it is going to be Bamea and Friedsol coming up first. I mean, you were saying Bamea is number 1 on your Bearded Brawl ladder.
Yes, he is number 1 globally. We got a little over 200 players so far, so he is number 1 globally. So congratulations to him, and he is trying to make a run in spring champs as well, and going up against, I'm sure, a crowd favorite, Friedsol. I mean, he's always out here doing his thing, and it's nice to see him doing well in spring champs.
I feel like, especially people, at least on the EU side, always looking at how's Fry doing in bracket, how's Pavelski doing in bracket. I think Pavelski's already been knocked out today, but Fry still hangs on. So we're going to see what he's able to do here. I mean, the name of the game today has been, actually, we've gotten more variety than I think maybe I was expecting a little bit. We got some Priya last time, but we saw Rain earlier playing some Petra, definitely getting some Orb today, because we also saw that on Dusk earlier as well. And so going to be fun to see what they end up picking. I'm certainly excited. I mean, it's the first singles online championship that we had in a little bit. We got to see Max Mode. That was fun. But now people back on their home setups and computers, and Fry is going to be playing that Priya. So let's see what he can do with it.
Well, I mean, in Fry's defense, he has been on her since literally the second that she dropped. He has been a Priya enjoyer. It's worked out for him. He won the last Brawl League tournament, I believe. Okay. Was able to place first in that tournament after Priya was made legal, and we see him having a really good run here in spring championships as he's going straight to work on Bamea right in the first 15 seconds of the game.
All right, let's see what he's gonna be able to get here. I mean, we've seen so many people kind of try a couple of different strategies going into the chalk room, right? One of my personal favorites has been, selecting a character that has a really high force stat and pair them with like an axe or a hammer or something, and then you're able to really just kind of win on the damage per engagement route. On the other side of things, we have Bamea here using the Mordex, right? So, I haven't been convinced about gauntlets into chalk rooms yet, to be honest.
Nor Scythe, for that matter.
Yeah. But people keep trying it, and so I want to see what they see that I don't.
No, you guys, as we're just kind of, these guys are filling each other out in game number 1. We saw things that were successful against chakrams. We saw hammer, we saw spear, we saw axe. These things did find success. I believe it was Lores didn't drop a single set all weekend long against chakrams. He found the counter. We're going to see if Bamea is going to be able to have such luck here as Fry, though, still holding out in that fused stance. Looks like he's going to try and find that knockout. Nice. There it is, and the side light is going to get it done, sending Bamea out, and that's going to put him off his first stock. And Fry has done a really good job of staying out of the way of damage so far, as Bamea missing that read off that last recovery and trying to settle in to get this first stock off of Fry.
Yeah, Fry kind of messed up that weapon starve there, ended up letting Bamea get one for free here. But now back on the Priya, one thing I'm already liking from Fry that I don't get to see much from a lot of the Priya play that we see is that we saw use of the fused chakram, right? I mean, it was just that side light, but definitely much better at finding those knockouts than the fused version can be, especially if you want to get it in a damage range that feels a little bit more sensible. But here we go, off the stage, goes for that down air, and people love to go for that down air, right? Scoop them up, maybe get a follow-up with a side air afterward. Fry trying to end a career, but this one's going to hang on here.
He really was, especially Bamea being in such a, he's still so healthy on that stock. Yeah. Fry was definitely, I mean, granted, he was in red, he didn't really have a whole lot to lose, but he definitely was quite ambitious, dipping whipping down there unarmed trying to go after Bamea. But, you know, the exchange worked out. Bamea now chasing him down. He has Scythe. Fry is unarmed. Bamea needs to try and starve it out. There it is, and now he's able to go to work on Fry. And things are very, very close. Bamea's doing a very good job, even off of these weapons that we haven't really seen have much success against Chakram so far. He's definitely staying equal in keeping things close.
Yeah, now let's see. Okay, wow, Fry with the pickup on the D-Light and immediately goes into split and this somehow confirms to a juggle, and just like that, Fry able to just kind of ladder him off the top there with pretty relative ease. And now Bamea looking for that weapon spawn.
Yeah, absolutely. It was close. Bamea was doing a great job of keeping things together there. We saw Fry just completely melt that stock away, and he is juggling Bamea up in the air, looking for another one, just fishing. Trying to find those dares, pull Bamea up in the air so he can start working those nairs and recoveries. Bamea keeping his distance, catching a neutral air, but no follow-up off of it. Just another opportunity for Fry to dig those chakrams in. Couldn't get the last one. Sweat beads out. Bamea catches the landing.
Yeah, Bamea at this point a fair bit behind here. Needs to figure out a way to get through this stock and, you know, convert. And that's a beautiful start, but he's unable to get too much more than that two-piece. And just like that, Friedsol is answering back, trying to get that final blow. Will probably throw out either recovery or down in the near future here to go ahead and try to close this game out. Bamea needs to find something. Another slide charge Sig isn't going to work. A retaliation side air from Fry, a weapon throw too, and he's patient. He has that fuse chakram in hand, loves to go for that side light. That's the down Sig I was talking about. It doesn't connect. Recovery from Bamea actually does secure the stock off the top though, so there is potential for a reversal here, but you got to play perfect, and you effectively can't allow Fry to pick up a pair of chakrams.
Now, ever since Fry was able to get that good string and be able to get that stock advantage off of Bamea, he's not been able to get any of that deficit back. It has stayed exactly the same, even course for course. Fry though, the unarmed recovery, bringing chakrams back down to the ground. Bamea gonna get a quick attack, but not much after it. There we go. He's starting to get the ones in though. Hold on, staying out of the way. D-Light is going to whiff. Fry pulling the trigger on those chakrams, see if he can catch it. No, misses the Sair off of him and going right back up for another one.
All right, let's see. He's dashing in here.
So careful, bro.
He's like, I can't get tagged.
I can't get close. I can't do it. And there it is. Fry is going to get underneath him, scoop him up, send him out of here, and game number 1 going to Fry.
Yeah, the tough part about being in that juggle state against chakrams is that both the nair and the recovery are just so blindingly fast that like you're trying to dodge the recovery, but you're kind of just like betting on a 50-50 whether they nair or recovery or not, right? And so then like Bamea guesses wrong in that exchange, thinking that he was going to go for the recovery. Instead, Fry went for a nair, and then it was in recovery fast enough to just recover the fact that he spent his dodge trying to dodge it before. So, you know, really hard to get through. Bamea's going to go ahead and get a swap of Legend over to the Petra. I'm with it. We saw the Scythe do absolutely nothing.
I mean, this is a step in the right direction, I think. I think he's going to get a little more extension off of that orb. Being able to just get a little more space that he desperately needs against this weapon. Fry is going to go ahead and split those chakrams. See what we can get going here in game number 2. Hopefully Bamea can put up a good fight for us.
Ooh. Okay, let's see. Beautiful dodge timing from Bamea there. But you can see, right, he has to play extraordinarily patient here, right? I mean, right there, we watch him get around a whiffed aerial from Fry and then have to read what Fry's going to do after that. He couldn't actually punish the down air to go to the next step after that in order to get that punish. And even then, Bamea, I mean, has a bit of a lead here, but for how much longer? Fry, trying to get a weapon, picks up that chakram, needs to split it up.
I mean, for how much longer? I mean, Bamea's doing a pretty good job, and this is Petra. She has got a lot of power behind those attacks. Let's see if we're going to see a down Sig come off the side. Maybe. No, he waits back, whiffs the Sair. Fry right there to pick up the punish. Oh, even whiffing the dare, he's able to get down and get the full.
Right?
No.
It's insane, you know? But, I mean, Bamea, despite it, you know, still able to find that raw orb Sair. We were talking about that Petra force before, right? Gonna aid you in securing these knockouts as well. Oh, and he gets caught by the Ensign and it scoops.
Oh, I cannot believe it. That down Sig is such a niche signature anyway.
Down Sig.
No, you're good. It's such a niche signature anyway to be able to, you know, thread in there and just throwing it off the side and then just sliding it right into it. That was such a good use of that down signature from Fry.
And it's also like Chakram players are rarely on sword to begin with, right? And so, like, you're not even thinking about what signature kit is there. And Fry kind of here to remind you, right? I mean, you saw just how far on the stage Bamea was to get yoinked to the wall there. Immaculate use from Fry, and now tacking up all this extra damage. The damage count is roughly even, but we'll see for how much longer that remains the case.
I must say, I am liking this Petra a whole lot more than that Mordex. And that's one thing, Bamea, he is very comfortable on that Mordex. The fact that Fry has already pushed him off of it in game number 1. But as you said, the scythe did absolutely nothing. He wasn't going to get anything out of that Mordex. We're seeing Fry kind of get some aerials going here. If you're fighting Chakrams, you do not want to be going vertical. That is not where you want to be.
Okay, Bamea trying to get a setup here. Ooh, a disarming of Fry into the grab cancel. And Sig, a quick Shoryuken to go ahead and get the stock lead. But for how much longer can Bamea keep this up?
We're going to find out. We're going to find out. Fry is completely unarmed right now. Bamea is going to go ahead and get his juggle on, switch him back over to those gauntlets. Fry reaching with the unarmed Sayer, but now he has sword. Bamea is going to try.
Nice.
Okay. You can see he doesn't hesitate to get close against that sword. Bamea's getting right there in his face, trying to work those gauntlets and get a sort of string going here as Fry is taking the high route here. Throw it out the grab to cancel side Sig, and nothing to be found over there except maybe a quick escape.
Oh, what a dodge. No punish on the. I like it, right? He saw the gravity cancel from before, so he was like, if I go for the ground pound, I just gotta line it up. But you know, Fry a little bit more aware, throws up that that nair kind of preemptively. Oh.
Okay.
Oh,
it don't matter. Don't matter.
Oh, wait, no.
It's okay.
Okay. Yeah. The stocks favor Bamea here, you know. But
right. What a fun interaction, though. That was a good way to end that game. And there we go. The Petra, as we take that down. Can we see it one more time? That was so good. The Petra swap for Bamea, such a great switch. And I assume he's going to go ahead and probably stick with it for a game at number 3. Such a cool ending to that set. There we go. Yeah, obviously going to stick on the Petra. Going to stay on that same skin as well. Same for Fry as we move into game number 3, all tied up, and we're gonna get it done at Miami Dome.
Okay. Well, let's get it done. I mean, Miami Dome should still work out pretty decently, I think, for Fry here. I mean, you know, you got the nice little side platform layout. Obviously, you don't have the top one. We don't really need it. As long as you're able to kind of move in circles around the platforms and refresh those jumps as Chakrams, you're kind of happy to just kind of do that pattern.
Right, yeah. I mean, you're definitely chilling at that point. Bamea.
Look at the patience.
Okay, yeah. Fry, being able to get underneath them. Ooh. Okay. We're seeing him let those ground pounds rip here, the end of last game and the beginning of this one, and it's getting the best of Fry. The weapon throw comes up, Bamea. Oh,
had to pay respect. He's like, you got that.
Yeah, absolutely. He definitely got, he got worked. He got outworked off stage for sure. Bamea just playing better in that interaction. Fry not being able to get around those gauntlet ground pounds. Bamea swapping over to Orb. Fry unarmed again. Chakrams in hand now. Let's see what we can do.
Okay. But no, you're right. I mean, great start for Bamea here. I mean, the orb clearly proving to be a bit of a problem. Those gauntlets in the first stock. Look at this, right? Like, I mean, Fry's able to get these juggles here, but as long as he's not getting early knockouts off the top, Bamea really doesn't have to care too much. He has to make sure that, hey, I don't want to give him an early jump or get, like, recovery like here, right? Now you're going to lose your stock regardless of how much damage you've taken.
Yeah, even if you see Bamea, I mean, it's a good point. Even if you see Bamea being taken all the way up in the air like that, he's not losing a whole lot of damage.
Yeah.
There's not a whole lot of damage output from those attacks, especially not like those attacks off the gauntlets. Another recovery from Bamea, sending Fry down to his final stock. And we're looking at a possible 3 stock against these fried-ass Chakrams.
Yeah, no, I got to say, I mean, we... at this point, like, and he burned the gravity cancel there too, and that's Fry taking out Domination. Remix says it here, 3 stock onto the Chakrams.
107 damage out of Fry. And I'm sorry, I mean, Fry is arguably one of the best Chakram players in the game right now. He's been the one of the most proficient on it, been playing it, has probably the highest level on it. And we saw Bamea just absolutely pick him apart with the Petra in that game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, luckily for Bamea here, right? I mean, a lot of this came to just getting Fry off stage and then doing what gauntlets do best. And I mean, even in that last exchange, like Fry just didn't even have them in hand to really do much. You know, he's fighting it unarmed. And so really, I think if you're Fry here, you just kind of have to pick your battles a little bit better. And then also, you know, think a bit harder about your recovery. He went for some pretty decent recovery plays the last time, but kind of an area where he messed up is he didn't quite try to recover with his weapon throw. And we saw Bamea managed to maneuver around it and then ground pound it, even though he did have the weapon throw to cover himself. It's not like hiding behind it well enough. And so going into this 4th game here, we're going to need one more game for Bamea to go ahead and close the set out 3-1 and make that top 8 winner side qualifier. Friedsol, on the other hand, we got some work to do, brother.
Yeah, we got quite a bit of work to do, especially when Bamea has seemed to have found the answer, at least against Fry in the set. But Fry, though, getting some good aerial attacks, not going to be enough. I mean, Bamea just now in yellow, but Fry went down, reset his options, and went back up for another try at it. Bamea getting out of it, you know, relatively unscathed. Damage pretty much even now, with Fry having the slight advantage, continuing to work on it, though. Oh, no, Bamea's getting caught in those aerials, and it's not a good spot for him to be in with another one with the fused recovery.
It's so much harder.
I know, it's so much harder. Fry taking him up to the stratosphere, going to go ahead and confirm that first stock and going straight back for another one.
Yeah, just piecing him up, right?
Yeah. I think Fry took that last game a little personal, bro.
Listen, you had to. You kind of, I'm not going to lie, at certain points I was like, Fry, you're looking at me kind of easy. And I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. I just think, like, you know, I felt like he started getting a bit lazy about his approach to the game kind of halfway through that last game. So I'm glad he came back with a little bit more fervor this time around. Bamea, I mean, still struggling to get this first stock. And look at these fused chakrams absolutely piecing Bamea up, right?
Yeah. All right. We're going to slow things down just a little bit here. Fry reaching out with that side light. Bamea staying out of it. Going to come back with the good punish.
Nice.
And that dare right to the top of the dome. Going to send him down to the bottom. I think he bounced him off that center pillar too. But either way, it is going to be a stock. And we are looking pretty even, with Fry having a very slight advantage here as he immediately throws that sword away. Don't even want to look at it. Bamea go, nope, we're going to swap it over. We're going to weapon start from out. But Fry being able to sneak in there and get those chakrams back in hand, as we're just kind of in a stalemate in neutral here at the moment.
Okay, let's see. Nice little recovery coming out here. Fry. Ooh, good evasiveness, right? Using that dagger to kind of bounce and get around the attempted punish from Bamea. Bamea, you know, just trying to make up for the damage deficit right now, but that side stick from Fry almost spelling disaster.
Fry did a good job picking him up off the ground with that dare. Oh, Bamea trying to set him up with that nair into recovery. Fry saw it coming, was able to go ahead and slide out of the way. Fry's being a lot more accurate on these off these recoveries, being able to get Bamea up in the air pretty much at will at this point. Okay. Bamea needs to go ahead and expand off of that. The neutral light is going to get punished by Fry. He reached up, missed the Sair. Bamea going to find a way back on the stage. Fry going to go ahead and starve him out, getting rid of the sword. Kept him off the weapon spawn. Grab to cancel D-Light into recovery is going to go ahead and send a Bamea off the top. And Fry is holding on to that full stock advantage.
Okay, things are starting to look tough for Bamea here. We have a very likely candidate for a Game 5. He's not able to answer back. Has those gauntlets in hand, trying to kind of approach Fry a little bit. Managed to get one side air, and then now he's in the corner. How does he get back to center? Fry so patient, willing to just kind of sit in center of the stage, throw out that recovery. If he catches Bamea, it's fine. If he doesn't, he just backs off. It's kind of very reminiscent to, you know, how guitar players will throw out that recovery in an attempt to catch someone. If they don't, well, they're out of harm's way.
Fry will not let him land. Oh, no. Reach with the dare. Bamea going to go ahead and get the punish off of it. The Sair's going to send him out. Can he find it? No. Fry staying out of the way. Oh, he almost ran out of options to be able to get back on stage, though. Sweat beads out with Bamea threading those nairs in. Weapon throw down. Fry keeps being able to pick it back up. Oh, no. Bamea needs a stock right now.
Yeah, he's trying to get a setup for maybe like a recovery if we can kind of get Fry in the right spot, or a sidelight Sair even, but getting chopped up yet again. Tries to go for the recovery and the perfectly timed down air from Friedsol to go ahead and stuff that out. And now Bamea kind of ending up in harm's way, finally getting that side air to bring things to an even stock count. But what is he going to stick with these gauntlets? He's going to try to take Fry off stage and get him early.
Yeah, I mean, from time Bamea had Fry in knockout range, Fry was able to take him from like light orange to red, and that makes this last stock much more difficult for Bamea. Of course, he's trying to finish out the set right now, but this would not be the end. Fry is able to tie this up, and it will force a game at number 5. But Bamea, of course, trying to go ahead and not let that happen. Ooh. Kind of staring a Fry down right now, but Fry is going to get the fuse recovery, going to go ahead and get the stock off of Bamea, tying everything up. A 2-2 as we are starting off our block Flambeau with a game number 5.
Yeah, you can already see, I mean, the kind of the patience that's being forced out of Bamea here, as, you know, a lot of his game plan, I think, revolves around trying to starve Fry any chance he gets, right? I mean, that's just,
you have to,
you know, the top player thing in general, but like especially against a newer weapon that's like a lot more difficult for people to deal with. You're like, well, the easiest way to have to stop myself from dealing with it is to literally not allow my opponent to use it. But on a stage like Miami Dome, where you have those side platforms, it becomes a lot harder to stop someone who's running away, just waiting for the weapon spawn to show up. And so, wasn't successful that time around, but on Game 5, we're on the Fortress of Lions, which means we only have that one platform. But even with that said, I mean, it's just starting off with Friedsol yet again, cutting up Bamea with these nairs and recoveries.
I mean, and it really does become such an advantage for Fry, because if he takes Bamea all the way up into the sky, Fry's able to run back down to that platform, reset his options, and then just run right back up to Bamea and have a whole another set of options, be able to put more work on, put Bamea in a very bad spot. Fry's been doing a fantastic job using the soft platforms in every map that we've been to be able to push that aerial advantage that he has against his Petra.
Yeah, we'll see what Bamea can do about it. I mean, at this point, you know, actually has done a decent job of swinging back at Fry to kind of make up for some of the damage he took earlier. That side air is going to push Fry more into the corner, but it's just, it feels so risky to try and kind of, you know, dive in there and throw out something, because you just know you're going to get whiff punished. But it's not even the whiff punish you're scared of, it's the positioning that it puts you in. You're going to get chopped up and sent to the top again. You're like, do I want that? I don't really know. Bamea, though, that weapon throw was not the best, but you know, still one hit away effectively from getting Fry. Fry also in a similar boat, though, because they're throwing out that D-Light. He does it in the wrong direction, but
Fry playing that sword, I think it's because he has Chakrams primed, and he knows that stock was going to be ending very soon anyway. So he should be able to come in on Chakrams here once his weapon spawn comes in. But Bamea is going to go ahead and starve him out very smartly indeed. Ooh, nice unarmed Sair from Fry, getting the spacing he needs, and of course there is that Chakram going to go ahead and hit the Sair fused, and that is going to be enough to send Bamea off his first stock. We are all tied up in game number 5.
Okay, let's see. How does Bamea try to deal with this? Seeing Fry yet again,
that's not the
him
way.
up. Yeah.
But still, I mean, it looks like, you know, so much damage is being applied, but yellow.
Yeah, you know, right? And it's like Petra, you know, you land 3-4 hits, it's about the same amount of damage here, as we can see. Just looking at the damage across both characters right now, right? Like, Bamea definitely didn't have nearly as extensive punishes as Fry did, but, you know, was able to keep things relatively even here. Has to grab a weapon, goes for the orb. And now we're going to see what Fry, I mean, it's right, like, they can both occupy a similar spot pretty well, right? I mean, that orb nair is so good in the same way for the reason that the Chakram nair is, but it also comes with the kind of added benefit of being a little bit more disjointed.
Yeah, absolutely. Bamea dancing around.
Nice.
Oh, we love orb recovery. Catching at kind of a weird angle there. But I'm going to go ahead and shut down whatever Fry was trying to accomplish there in the air. Going to go ahead and punish the down sig. Another Sair to Fry. Bamea going to go ahead and swap out the weapon. Not swap out the weapon, but recycle it.
Okay, good end light punish from Bamea there as well. Now Fry in the danger zone, gets disarmed as well, and just goes out with an aggressive side air, calling out Fry, saying, I know you're not going to dodge this because I haven't been going for these aggressive edge guards all set. And now's the time to go for it, right? Bamea one stock away from winning this entire set. Fry needs to kind of bring this down to a last stock situation. Misses his punish right there with that side air as well. Could have maybe been a gravity cancel D-Light, but now he's still looking. Hail Mary gets punished. Bamea's loving this. Playing with the lead is so much easier. Fry has to approach him.
Yeah, absolutely. Bamea looking for all that extra credit, all that bonus damage. Oh, the side sig from Fry, though, is going to go ahead and catch Bamea off guard. They're going to go ahead and send him out, take that stock off, and we are tied up. Bamea has a slight advantage, unarmed at the moment. Fry is going to go ahead and peel him off the stage and say no on that weapon. Bamea, we haven't seen a whole lot of these gauntlets, I don't feel like. I think he's going to be looking for that orb as soon as he has the opportunity.
Ooh,
oh, wait a second. Oh, I personally forgot about this offstage game, though. Bamea has been putting on with these gauntlets. Fry, Sair. Okay, caught him with the sideline.
Oh. Yeah, Bamea getting opened up here. Swaps over to the orb.
Ooh.
Trying to take his time.
Things slowing way down.
And he's just looking for his punishes, right? If he can get Fry to let it rip on a recovery, he can sometimes sneak in there with a nair and kind of hit him for it, but only sometimes.
Only sometimes. Okay. Fry holding on to that soft platform. Bamea backing up. He's being so careful. He's trying to find the perfect opportunity to put in these punishes. Nair, we're out the bottom side of that soft platforms. Oh no, Fry's getting recovery in. The side six gonna fly. It takes Bamea out of here, and Fry is able to climb back, get the game, and send Bamea down to elimination side. Fry is going to top 8 winners.
Yeah,
side.
I mean, Fry kind of won that final game based off of I guess you can call it like a tempo read, where there's kind of like an exchange that happens in Brawlhalla where you kind of get used to the natural pattern and rhythm and flow of you dodging something and your opponent retaliating, and then you dodging that and trying to retaliate, and you guys just kind of like miss punishing each other back and forth for a while. But in this situation, Fry just kind of knew that Bamea was going to swing back, so he just starts charging the side sig, but he's not dashing into him, right? And so like that just gets him the game and the set, right? Like that, you know, people can have their opinions about chakrams, but their opinions aside, like that play is that's just Brawlhalla. You can do that with any weapon.
No, that was a fun set. Taking it all the way down, game number 5. That was a lot of fun to watch. I really thought Bamea had it figured out.
He was close.
I mean, we saw that. We saw that 3 stock, and I thought it was just the beginning of the end. But Fry adapted back, brought it back. The Priya worked out for him, and a Fry is going to be moving into top 8. I know we got some people in chat that are happy about that.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, hard for Bamea, but still has the elimination side of bracket.
For sure, for sure.
And, you know, it's tougher because, you know, watching these people kind of try to contend with Chakram, and they all have like their different game plans that they're using to approach to deal with it. One of the hardest ones to execute well is to just say, the Chakram player has to attack first every single time. I'm not going first. They got to do it, and then trying to punch them forward. But by the time you got down to the final stock in that game 5, that's kind of what Bamea's game plan was. And so then it means like, all right, if you're going to do that, you're not allowed to mess up. And we saw what happened when you mess up even one time. You lose. You know, it's tough. But I respect the hustle. We'll come back strong on the elimination side of things. And then, of course, for Fry, I mean, now we have I wanted to see, especially as we were talking about, like Lores, for example, at max mode, able to deal with Chakram convincingly, right? Like, was able to just be that guy that said, hey, this Chakram player, done. This one, done. This one, done. And it's like, then you got to ask the question, is you just skill gapping them that hard? Like, what has he figured out that other people haven't? Even Moonir, for example, at max mode, was playing Taros and Thor, right? And also seemed to have a pretty good hit rate with that as well.
I was just going to say, I mean, just, you know, building on what you said, you know, you start getting into those weapons that have that range, you know, being able to, the hammers, the axes, the spears, I mean, even the lance, you know, being able to just have that spacing, be able to have that range to be able to punish chakrams off of a whiff. You got to exploit that. You got to be able to build on that. And we're seeing players that are starting to take the hint and starting to make those adjustments.
Yes. And now we have Jakey and Esgrape going at it, right? So this is going to be quite a bit of a different flavor of a match. I mean, Jakey been on that Tesco for a long time now. One of the best to ever do it. So much fun to watch Jakey play. And then Esgrape, you know, it's always interesting to kind of see what legend he's rocking with. I think most people, you know, became familiar with him because of the Orion. But people aren't really playing Rocket Lance like that right now, right? But Wu Shang, a character that has only received a nerfs probably for the past, like, year and some change. Still being the one that Esgrape's going to pick here because no matter how much you nerf the Shang, bro, he's always good.
It really does not matter. Like, Wu Shang is just a Wu Shang. And this should actually be a really good fight here. Gauntlets versus Gauntlets. Jakey and Esgrape. This is just I'd have to have the PRs right in front of me, but I feel like this is a very close PR set here.
Oh, nice read. Mess up there from Esgrape, but I think he might have done a dash through or like a chase dodge sidelight there, and if he did, he wouldn't actually have the gravity cancel to go for the second D-light maybe, but either way, you know, gonna be trying to get this one to go. But Esgrape gets caught by the neutral light. I mean, it's fast, like blindingly fast, man. Like, I don't blame you for getting hit by it. That's going to be Jakey pushing up with a little bit of an advantage, but we'll see if Esgrape can answer back.
I mean, once again, on the Wushang, so we might see the pogo come into effect right here. No weapon thrower going to go ahead and keep him safe as he comes back up on stage, but Jakey with the D-Light going to go ahead and follow up off of it. Oh, missed that one, though. Esgrape going to get the pogo, finish it up with the D-Light. Gravity cancel D-Light into recovery. Going to go ahead and send Jake all the way over off the side.
Okay, what's he got going on here? Kicks him in the face, says, you know, I'm going to go grab myself a pair of battle boots, and now he's right back into the thick of it. Beautiful recovery coming out as well. These juggles are looking strong. Esgrape going to go ahead and try to come down now. Wakes up with a gravity cancel D-Light and does like a delayed falling side air. Oh, but he goes and bets it all on a slide charge down sig. And Jakey was like, bro, what are you doing? Just kind of ground pounded him for it. You know, did make him look a little silly, but I respect the read. Sometimes you get them, sometimes you don't.
Absolutely. Jake going to give him the space to come back up on stage. Misses the nair. Esgrape going to back all the way up, looking for a good opportunity. Both these players playing very, very carefully in neutral here. Esgrape going to go ahead and try to extend that one, missing off the signature. Jake on gauntlets, holding down center stage. Esgrape refusing to approach. There we go, caught the D-Light.
Okay.
Tried to catch another one, but couldn't get the recovery coming off the bottom of that soft platform either. Weapon throw to the face, kept Jakey off the weapon spawn, but now he has those boots. See what kind of pressure he can put off stage. Swapped positions with Esgrape. Weapon throw. Oh, that nair caught. Funny position too. Gonna go ahead and send Jake back down. There's another pogo. He's almost got him into knockout range.
Okay, let's see here. Biding his time. Esgrape being extremely patient. Esgrape now kind of stuck in the corner. Jakey has kind of stolen the spot here. Tries to go for an N-Sig, tries to work around it. Should have a dodge in time. Yeah, Jakey's fine for now. The side air like drops and then picks back up, actually.
I know, that was funny interaction. Let Jake get back up on stage, though, as he's trying to extend this damage. There we go. The Sayer is going to go ahead and send Jake onto his final stock, but he got some pretty good extra credit on that one.
Yeah, definitely nothing to be upset about. Beautiful start going into this next one as well. Esgrape kind of like bring things back. Jakey swinging. Ooh, the down sig from the top ropes. Not going to be enough to knock out, but great damage there. Now Jakey can start fishing for that knockout here. Side sig will definitely be more than enough.
Yeah, he's got plenty of health to do it with, too. Jakey's in a very nice position in this opening game. Esgrape with the pogo. Jakey just needs to be very careful. There we go. There we go. That's going to go ahead and take care of game number 1 for him. 535 damage coming out off that Tesca. A pretty close game, though. Only about 40 damage separating the two players as we go ahead and get ready. They're already striking as we take a look at these replays. Miami Dome, Small Fortress, and Western Air. We're going to go to Small Fortress Alliance. Still going to have that soft platform and continue things on from there.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like Esgrape was just like behind on a beat. You know what I mean? Like,
it's been a lot of tempo so far in these first 2 sets. Just kind of not going with the tempo.
Just really like able to keep up, keep the punishes similar. You know, they're doing roughly the same amount of damage to each other per exchange. But when it comes to getting that final knockout hit, Jakey's been able to kind of just edge him out there just a little bit. There's been some moments where, you know, even where he got that down tick before that didn't knock out. Oh, wait, hold on. Had to pause for a second there. Esgrape looked like he was going to go for a crazy reversal, but instead leaves it at 1 hit. Beautiful catch again. Oh, he is getting Jakey here, just being too patient on his way in. Esgrape just keeps reading that he's not going to go towards center and hits him for it.
Great job of not going for the overzealous attack out there, going back, keeping things patient, and getting that extra damage instead, keeping things safe. Jake, though, going to catch the signature. That is going to go ahead and confirm. And Jake, it looks like he's going to stay on these boots as Esgrape is looking for that weapon spawn. He has it, spear in hand, and we are right back in neutral. Esgrape with the side light into Nair. The Nair is going to go ahead and whiff. That side light's going to whiff as well as Jakey gets up underneath them. That recovery going to take him up in the sky as Esgrape claps right back. Misses the signature weapon throw out. Couldn't get it. Esgrape recovers himself back on stage.
Okay, let's see. Ground pound, just YOLOs it, lets it rip, and that's gonna be enough. Sometimes you gotta represent that option, man, especially when like someone's recovering that low toward like the slant like that. I mean, you saw Esgrape was able to get kind of like a stage spike because of it, and so good stuff, but also it still makes me a little bit nervous, though, because you got to compare the way that both of these guys got their first stocks.
Yeah.
Jakey just walked up with the boots and just signed them, you know, and he made it look so easy to find. He just let it rip. Esgrape, on the other hand, kind of doing like a bit of like a YOLO ground pound, say, I need this edge guard to end now. It's, you know, maybe YOLO makes it sound like I'm taking a bit of the credit away because it was just a good situation to go for it in. But I'm just talking about the ease of finding the KOs here.
Right.
But in that time, they've been kind of scrapping it up. They're, once again, roughly even. That's how it's been the entire time. But then Jakey, historically so far, has been able to find that knockouts easier from this position.
Yeah. As we see that knockout battle going right here, is both these players, both at knockout range, both completely tied up. They're both fishing. Jakey, not enough momentum off that recovery.
Sheesh.
That surely ought to do it, and it does. Jakey going to go ahead and be the one to take that advantage, and we're going to see that extra credit. What can he build up off of this to extend that advantage against Esgrape? So far, we got a nair.
Yeah, you know, Esgrape has like, I mean, this is, oh wow, beautiful. I love the pitch from Esgrape there, because I was like, this is what I was talking about, where Jakey seems to have such an easier time finding the knockouts, right? Goes for one D-light recovery, oh, that one doesn't connect. Continues to chase him, goes for the gravity cancel side light, goes to the recovery anyway, manages to get him off the top. And I think Esgrape is getting caught in these situations where he just thinks Jakey's not going to keep going. Esgrape, yet again, not able to get that double D-light there. He just keeps like, he's not getting the gravity cancel or something, and then he just keeps pogoing the stage by accident. Unless there's a setup there that I don't know about where like you're able to use the pogo to stall you or something.
Jake's cooking. It looked like might be able to extend it off stage a little bit, but we're going back into center stage. Reaching up with the nair. Gonna go ahead and he throws the boots, looking for these gauntlets to finish out this last stock. Oh, he got caught. That's gonna hurt. That's gonna knock out. Went for the ground pound. Got the right angle off of it. That went ahead and knocked out, and that was a great option from Esgrape there. And he's gonna go ahead and tie everything up.
Yeah, no, I love that.
No, that was the Sayer would have knocked out too, though.
I don't know that it would have, to be honest. I don't know that it would have. He also caught a jump here, which, you know.
Hold on.
I don't think it KOs from there.
I don't think it does either. I don't think the Sayer knocks out.
I don't think the Sayer's enough, yeah.
I think that was just 1,000 IQ.
Optimal, yeah.
Knowing that. Kudos to him.
Got to call him out on it, you know what I mean? Because like it's not like it's like a combo, you know? Like you could probably fastball out of that one, maybe, but he jumped, and so he got caught by the ground pound. But hey, you mashed down, like you can get under and around it probably.
Works for me, and works for Esgrape as well. As like I said, we were all tied up going into game number 3. We're gonna keep the same exact map. I don't know. I knew we were gonna be in for a good set. It's been so close.
Gets caught here. Ooh, nice D-light into the nair there from Jakey, putting Esgrape off stage. Pummels him as well. Goes for that down sig, but steers it off stage, so he's unable to get punished. And ooh, almost got Esgrape there. He has been getting him in situations like that in the previous games, though. So I'm glad that Esgrape's finally kind of waking up to, oh wait, he likes to kind of go for this like second layer of aggression after he does something that he believes works. But it doesn't matter. Goes for, you know, that was a classic Sandstorm, right? Where you get that gravity cancel unarmed side light to go ahead and secure the knockout. And now Esgrape trailing behind by a pretty large chunk here. He needs to come back in a big way, but he can't even get a weapon.
Yeah, Jakey is having a heck of a first stock.
Yeah.
He came out absolutely swinging off this Tesca. Esgrape's going to try and equalize this just a little bit, but man, he has got some work to do. Jake winning the neutral game again here and extending off of it. See if he can find the landing. No, Esgrape's going to get the neutral light. But Jakey, the D-light into Sayer. What else does he have?
He's hunting Jakey, extremely patient here. The pogo's going to hit from Esgrape as he backs up. That second swing on the side light didn't connect. Oh, but he's going to be able to get Jakey here. I think just one pogo and should be okay. He goes for the ground pound instead, and he gets around. Woof, that was scary for Esgrape, though. Honestly, almost threw that one away.
Yeah, that was very scary. The pressure from the ground pound, even not hitting, almost worked. Esgrape, you saw the sweat beads coming out, but he did have just enough to get back to stage. He's going to swap it over to a fresh spear.
Oh,
no.
Nice. Quick little snag from Jakey there to get those boosts. Now Esgrape's the one who's unarmed. Goes for an N-sig read, but that one's not going to connect. Throws a down sig as well. That one's going to miss. Jakey having a much harder time landing these signatures on Esgrape, which is a testament to the way that Esgrape has kind of adjusted his defense as it's gone further and further on in the set.
Okay. Oh, no. See how Esgrape's just going to be allowed to come back up a stage. He catches the nair off the soft platform. The Sarah is going to connect. We're going to swap back over to Spear, and we are in the same position again. Look how close the health is Flambeau. These guys are absolutely scrapping in this set.
Oh, that's enough. Yeah, whiff punish is going to give Jakey the stock there. Spear, kind of one of those weapons in the game, especially that sidelight. One of the few that's like pretty easy to punish. You know, there's some other moves in here that like can be difficult to punish, but that Spear sidelight is not one of them. You just have so much time to get on over there and kind of pick whatever you'd like.
Exactly. Good time to weigh your options. Jakey missing that read again. Esgrape staying just out of the way of it. Get a good little punish off of it. Ooh, we're going to see the pogo come out. Can he get it? Oh, Jake did a great job. Ooh, but still, he was hiding underneath the angle of that stage, looking, just trying to find the opportunity to get up. Esgrape did a great job of being patient and methodical over there and find the perfect opportunity. Go ahead and get that pogo and the stock. And we're all tied up here in the final game. Oh.
Game. You know, I mean, Esgrape tried, but he was stuck between a rock and a hard place. The weapon throw had to get around that, and you know, he's sitting there basically, I think, on like one jump in a recovery that entire time as he's trying to get back, and he knows he's gonna get D-like ground pounded, so he's trying to like finagle his way, but realistically, as long as Jakey just plays that position proper, Esgrape should not be getting back, and that's exactly what happened.
We have time to take a look at this for this next game starts. Yeah. Just absolutely served him over there on the right side. That was very, very clean. And we're going to see a swap over to Mirage to try and keep the set alive.
So you're going to have you know,
and a map change.
A decent chunk of potency with that Mirage Force and those signatures as well. And you're going to have that Scythe too, which, you know, I'm not too familiar with the Esgrape Scythe. I do think Esgrape has an Artemis, though, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. We're seeing it play out again. Jake, though, you see the patience, though, not trying to go in, you know, not freaking out that it wasn't working out to be able to get that first early stock. Jake taking a patient, finding his way to come back up on stage. But Esgrape is going to lay down this edge guard, coming back with the dare the other way. Oh, Jake's trying to swap over. He wants those gauntlets, but Esgrape's doing a great job picking him right out of the air. Jake literally cannot land against his scythe. Okay, you were worrying about Esgrape's scythe. I think he's okay.
Yeah,
I think he might have played this weapon before.
He looks pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, and he's ready to throw out that down tick and get rid of this stock.
See it happen though. You know he's gonna swap over to Spear to try and find this knockout.
And hey, with Mirage, you can down sig on either weapon. You know, just get this dude right on top of you and let it rip. But Jakey just swinging and continuing to do so. Anti-airs with a recovery. That's just going to be an end light for the punish there. You know, one of the quickest things Esgrape had from that situation with no weapon. And then gets an end light into the Sayer to go ahead and secure that first stock. Esgrape with a very slight lead here, but I don't think he'll be able to hold on to this for very long. Jakey just has to get basically one recovery onto him.
Yeah, and he got the boots.
Side air,
Yeah, that'll be enough. Go ahead and take Esgrape off the side of the stage. We're completely tied up on the second stock. This, of course, is Esgrape needs to win this game to be able to extend the set. Ooh, he's looking really good on the side Flambeau.
Yeah, no, he's reacting real well. You know, throwing out these end lights as anti-airs and trying to immediately go into these conversions. He's gone for a couple of reads that haven't all quite worked out, but when they do, you know, he's able to at least collect a decent... Oh, oof, he's taking up the trash here. Nice turnaround from Esgrape, the Scythe Classic. And he's just going to go right back to stage, maybe threaten side sig here, and then actually respond with a down sig once we see Jakey get on stage. Well played, man. Esgrape looking good.
Yeah, I think this is the biggest lead, the largest lead we've seen from Esgrape this entire set. He's looking very nice on this Mirage. He missed the dare. Jake, that was a great punish off that whiff and been able to go ahead and confirm the stock with it. That it took a very bad situation that he was in and turned it into getting him right back in the game. That was beautiful for Jake there and maybe a little stroke of luck.
Yeah, you know, for Esgrape, just wanted to continue a punish that he had there, knowing Jakey didn't have a dodge, but, you know, I guess a little bit of maybe the Mirage speed stat, not dragging the hitbox of that downer to the right spot. And now Jakey's turning things around here with an edge guard. Nice little retaliation and the weapon pickup as well from Esgrape to not only avoid near certain death, but also get some damage in the process. And now they're really scrapping here. One more hit for Esgrape. Doesn't even need it. The ground pound's enough. And that's Esgrape with the Mirage swap working out with ease and putting on kind of a clinic there on a Jakey, man.
Yeah, it was looking pretty good. He had some great interactions animations there. Almost had him by 100 damage by the time it was all said and done. We are getting blessed with another Game 5 set here in the EU region. Esgrape and Jakey, as we take a look at, oh, that down sig was just perfectly placed, and then Jake all the way up into that top right corner. We're going to see how he finished it off right here. Esgrape didn't even know to go down, need to go back down, knocked him out with aura, and we are going to step back in here. Game number 5, Small World's End.
Okay, Jakey trying to play patient here. Esgrape, you know, after just securing a victory on this stage, must be feeling pretty good about the ability to do it again.
All right.
And look at the way he's able to command the ground as well. Having the lack of platforms making it so much easier to kind of catch these landings with the spear. Beautiful D-Light Sayer there, guarantee. And Jakey has to get back down, and Pogo is to be guaranteed, throws the weapon, and the D-Light ground pound should tap that one in. And that's going to be Esgrape going up in game number 5.
The Mirage pick is definitely working out. I wonder if he, you know, he's a little disappointed he didn't start off the set with just the Mirage, because it seems to be working numbers against this Tesca. Missing with the Nair. Jakey,
wow.
Great punish. Try to throw that weapon up there to get just a little more extension. Gonna get back on stage, gauntlets in hand, reaching in with the side light, nothing found except a side. Oh, nice reversal. Gonna go ahead and finish up with the recovery, and that is gonna go ahead and send Esgrape off that stock. Still has a slight advantage against Jakey though.
All right, let's see, Jakey trying to figure things out here. Gets caught by the classic setup, that side light into the N-Sig on that Scythe from Esgrape is going to secure the second KO. Another N-Sig from Esgrape. Now he's inside Jakey's head. Jakey not having a good time trying to fast fall out of these N-Lights, and Esgrape just pressing the N-Line button again. And so now Jakey's going to have to think even harder about what to do after he gets hit and put into disadvantage. Now it's like he's opting to run away from Esgrape, and Esgrape's caught on.
Yeah, Esgrape's in his head right now, looking absolutely perfect on the Scythe, especially on the ground in this neutral game.
Oh, the download's complete.
Yeah, 100% complete. You are correct. On
GG.
Oh, that was nasty.
GG. You know, listen, when somebody got your number, they got your number, man. That's it. You know, if somebody got the Scantron with all the answers, bro, it's too late, man. It's test day.
It's test day.
It's test day, you know.
That was brutal. Yeah, Esgrape definitely got the download. About halfway through that game, it was like, okay, yep. A great job from Esgrape. Well, I don't want to take anything away from Jakey as well. That was a hard-fought set for both these players. Of course, going the distance yet again. Game number 5 in this spring championship bracket for EU. And this was just good old-fashioned Brawlhalla. Mirage and Tesca back and forth. Great neutral game. Great adaptations for both these players, just going back and forth. And that was a lot of fun. But Esgrape going to be moving on, and that puts Jakey down the elimination side.
Yeah. I mean, you know, it's a rough one for Jakey, I think. Honestly surprised that, you know, Game 5 we went back to Small World's End just based off of how that concluded in Game 4. I thought for sure that would be taken, you know, removed from the pool, so to speak, and maybe we'd see a stage with some platforms for the final game. But either way, I mean, Esgrape locked in. You know, you can't take that away from him. He came in, he said, you know what, I know exactly how I'm going to bring this back. I'm going to pick Mirage. I'm going to play some nice grounded spear and use this down sig when necessary. But also, we can't talk enough about that Scythe. Yeah. Because that Scythe, you got it, Esgrape. I want to see more of that Scythe, man.
Yeah, especially that last half of the game, like, it was just, he was connecting at will. Jakey could not get a hit in no matter what, especially in neutral. There was just nothing he could do. It was just Esgrape completely taking control of the match, of the set, of everything, and that is going to move him forward into top 8. Congratulations to Esgrape. We, though, with all this action, we have plenty more coming, but we're going to take a small little break. Flambeau and myself will be right back. Do not go anywhere.
And we are back with more of the Spring Championship EU edition. This time, taking a bit of a dip probably to the elimination side to see, who's going to make it into the top 8 from that angle. But, of course, I am Flambo, joined by Slow Motion. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. The Spring Champs has been so much fun so far. Southeast Asia and Middle East were a good time. It was really fun brackets, and then we were stepping into EU, and it has been nothing but Game 5s for you and I.
Yeah.
I know we had a couple Game 5s in the first block. It's been a very, very competitive bracket so far.
Yeah, no, I think you summarized it pretty well. People are fighting tooth and nail, to get those spots that are remaining left in this bracket. Granted, we've had some questions about Chakram and can anyone beat it, and we still have, some potent Chakram players in the bracket as well. We also had some favorites that got sent down to the elimination side, and so we're going to be able to see probably some of those coming up. I think I see Godly in the lobby.
You indeed do. This is going to be a good one indeed. We got AMGG going up against a Godly. All right, this is going to be our elimination side here. Godly versus AMGG. We've seen AMGG with some good upsets so far this bracket.
Yeah, this should be good. It looks like we're going right into winner semis, so we're hopping right to the winner side of top 8, right? Winner of this gets guaranteed top 3. Neither have lost yet today. But AMG, oh my gosh, dude. Yeah. It's like, oh man, that was looking pretty rough. But I think Downsig, all right, Godly, trying to swing back. But even with that, things are still looking pretty good for Godly, all things considered. You got chopped up there, but individually, these singular hits from the Chakram do not do whole loads of damage, right? It's kind of more so the fact that you get caught in a juggle situation, and then by the time you get out of it, you've been hit 15 times, and it adds up to something decent.
It's like that old saying, I will adjust it for Brawlhalla, but knock out by 1,000 cuts. Like it really is. It takes 1,000 light attacks from those Chakrams to be able to get a stock, but it is so proficient about getting them in and extending those strings that it really does just start to add up on you.
But we can already see, AMGG already made 2 pretty good upsets today. Getting kind of stifled a bit by Godly on this Wushang, who, was missed at the Royale. I actually think that he missed check-in on Start GG for the qualifier for that tournament, I think.
Yeah.
And so we haven't gotten to see Godly play in a minute, but I'm happy to see Zevi back. He's looking pretty good. The Shang is looking good. And AMGG, despite being able to make so many upsets today, is struggling with, a player who has been considered the best in EU for long stretches of time,
Oh, yeah, for sure. Especially since he came back on the scene a few years ago. It has definitely been the Godly show for the most part over in the EU region. And you're right, we have not had a chance to really take a look at Godly so far this year because of how the Winter Champs, unfortunately, turned out for him.
No way. That move never loses.
Never loses. Apparently, staying off of Chakrams is its kryptonite.
Insane.
He literally jumped right into
it, dude. Maybe Wushang has been there, bro. Maybe they were right.
No. But no, great contestant, can't say words, from AMGG there.
Okay, let's see. What's the answer here from Godly? Still pretty comfortably in the lead, and you're Wushang, right? You can just go ahead and let those 6 fly. You're going to eat 4 hits for it, though. 5, actually, and 6. Yeah, he's still chopping, yeah. So now you're kind of rethinking about whether or not 7. All right, YOLO ground pound. Get him out of here. Still not enough. Doesn't have a weapon to guard with. Another Spear is here. Another ground pound will probably knock out, but AMGG's pretty much brought this back, right? Got that downlight into downlight. True combo. What's the answer here? Beautiful dodge on the weapon throw from AMGG. Godly struggling to get the final blow, and that's all AMGG needs to bring things back. The side air, almost enough. Godly gonna recover high, and then tries to even shrink his hurt box by going for the ground pound. Does not matter. Gets caught by the Chakram, and now Godly playing with the deficit. Can't find this final hit. Maybe an N-Light on Gauntless will do it.
It's a great usage of both the stances off of Chakram, sitting him out there with the fuse there. bringing him back, sending him back out there, sending him back there with the split Sair, finish
There's
up with the
commitment
weapon
from AMGG. He's not going to move forward, dude. He has not thrown out an attack for like the past 20 seconds. And Godly says, you know what? Screw it. A weapon throw, pump fake it, and then get my knockout that way. But just the sheer willing of commitment from AMGG to not press forward when he has a lead. You know, Godly's understanding now. He's like, okay, I see you now. He's downloading.
Godly will be, looks like he is getting it figured out just a little bit. Things are completely even here in game number 1, which isn't a great sign if you're AMGG, because it being so close here in game number 1, I do worry about what game number 2 is going to look like for him, even on these chakrams, because you are going up against one of the, the disputed best in the region. Oh, but AMG is doing a great job in the air right now, keeping Godly out of range. Godly needs to switch over to that spear. There we go. He recognized it as soon as he saw that weapon spawn come in. Swap it over,
nice
but the
catch.
neutral sig is going to go ahead and catch him. Godly getting picked up by that dare again. Backing up, getting some space, trying to come in. Oh, man.
Nice try. Oh, Godly kind of get pieced up here. He's going to survive. Tried to go for what I consider a pretty strong read. Just didn't work out here. Needs to find a way down. Probably has to run a weapon throw. There it is. Combos into the nair. Doesn't try to overcommit by going for a recovery there. Understands that AMGG is probably expecting that and plays a little bit more patiently. And now you can see the tempo of the match is really starting to pick up here as Godly's not trying to have things slow down too much to a crawl there because it's going to be so hard to play from behind. In that situation, gets caught, tagged by the recovery, has to get down, picks up the gauntlets. One good sig and he knows it, but it doesn't connect. The weapon throw eats the corner, and Godly kind of sitting duck there, gets caught by the chakram recovery on the way back. AMGG is going to win game 1.
Man, I really want to see the weapon damage split because I don't feel like we saw very much spear from Godly in that game, and I feel like that is definitely the better matchup, spear against into those chakrams. And we've seen with the gauntlets, seem to be very reliant on him. And we see at the end right there, missing that signature recovery is going to go ahead and send him up and out of here. And a game number 1 going to AMGG. I'm interested to see what stage we end up on. And Godly, here we go. He's going to switch over to the Taros.
Okay.
Now we got an axe. Now we got a hammer. This should be, and we got 9 attack.
Yeah, we spec into attack for sure here, right? Because we did, there's a certain point where like, you know, for the people that have been dealing with Chakram this long, I mean, of course, you know, there's some changes to it are coming soon, right? But like,
it's a very long
list. It's a long list of changes, right? You hit a certain point where like, I think fatigue sets in. Just trying to defend against the weapon and all the threat that it poses at any given moment. And so because of that fatigue, you kind of hit a point where you're like, I want the amount of interactions I have with this weapon to just be minimal, you know? And so you go pick a high strength character like Taros, you're like, all right, bro, if we're doing this, I'm hitting you 3 times max. Like, I'm not trying to do this, you know? And I get it. I've been there. I've seen the light. But will that be enough?
Minimal interaction. That is definitely that's the game plan.
If you coming near me, bro, I'm trying to hit you for 35 damage minimum.
Minimum. All right, but it looks like AMG is not even going to come back down to the ground as he gets picked up with that D-Light, the Godly hammer in hand. This is one of the weapons we have seen have quite a bit of luck against Chakrams. Stomp Sair. There it is. Going to send him down. Can he get the follow-up with the weapon throw? Oh,
that's my goal.
All right, that's looking like Godly right there, finishing up with that unarmed attack. First stock coming off of AMGG, and a Godly right there reading the drop again, but whiffing on the D-Light.
Okay, AMGG with the unarmed recovery, waiting for that weapon spawn. Needs a pair of chakrams. Gonna push Godly to the side here. Godly, I mean, really just need, like, these individual hits are gonna matter so much, right? So you really want to try to get, you know, at least one more nair in before you end up losing the stock. That side arrow, that's good damage, and he gets the scoop here. And now if you lose the stock, you're happy. You've done enough. You get one more stomp Sair, now you got the spell in the orange. And look at that, the weapon thrown to the end light. Things are starting to look bad here. AMGG gets caught by the reversal from the hammer recovery, and that's it. Just like that, Godly sears into the lead.
No, the fact that Godly went that low and stayed that committed, that ground pound, even after it clearly had missed, that was 100% bait to get AMGG to come down there, was able to go ahead. It worked. The plan worked beautifully, and Godly has a demanding lead here in game number 2 against AMGG.
And I love Godly. I mean, really leaning into the weapon throws here, going for weapon throw, instant pickup and light on both weapons that he has, because, you know, at the worst, right, you know, if he throws it at that diagonal, yeah, it just says, you know what, go next. I get it. I get it. It's time. It's time to go next.
My man really just gave up. Okay. That's one way for a game to end, as I assume we're going to get reset here, and we're going to go to Miami Dome. So you got those soft platforms maybe sitting a little higher than some of the other maps. Yeah, he really did just said okay.
Yeah, sometimes it looks like honestly his keyboard made a discode.
I mean, you know what? You might be right. You actually might be right.
He just stopped moving. But going into the next game here, I mean, if you're godly, you got to take those.
Oh yeah,
just hop right into the next one. Because there's definitely no doubt in my mind that Chakrams and Priya as a legend can make that comeback. But I mean, right now, AMGG kind of with the bad start, right? Gets the sword instead of the Chakrams to start. So kind of takes quite a beating from Godly in the time that it takes him to get his first pair of Chakrams. But with that said, I mean, Godly looking for that stomp there. You know, we're in that territory now.
Godly is starting to figure out the distancing, figuring out where he needs to be to stay out of the danger zone from Chakrams, because just like that, one dare turns into 13 hits, bro. Like,
he really just, is able to piece you up. You got to be so careful with your dodges as well. Godly gets a sidelight here, and now, I mean, has this Priya in the red. AMGG trying to get down and around Godly. Has this platform here and is using it to great avail. Throwing out those Chakrams, hitting the down air onto the stage. Ground pound, and manages to get another with another. What did he double ground pound him there? Like what?
Definitely with the one ground pound coming off the side. I think that actually was enough. There might have been a weapon throw that came after that.
I see.
It was a very, very quick interaction. Godly, though, fishing down here on the stage of Miami Domes. Ooh, going up with the recovery. Taking himself up in the air against AMGG. Little risky.
Recovery, nice. Gonna dodge around here.
Yeah, back to hammer. Absolutely, I agree with it.
He's trying to kind of tank these, right? Get one side air, forces the dodge there, and he's not going to be able to get down there and hit AMGG one more time. But an end light in the corner is definitely precarious, and that's exactly what he's going to find. And just like that, we're going to have ourselves a even stock count game.
Absolutely.
All right, now let's see what's the answer going to be here as AMGG tries to get this weapon. Doesn't actually pick it up there. That must have been an accidental misplay. Definitely wanted to pick up that weapon, but here's another spawn. AMGG picks up a pair of Chakrams and needs to split them now.
Yeah, he was looking for the space to be able to get that split for sure, and then retreats all the way to the left side of the map, trying to find that dare. He gets it, but no follow-up that time. Godly searching on the ground. We can see the D-Light come out. No, bids his time. Go ahead and extend that range. Ooh, Godly's being very careful right now. Okay. Gonna throw it. Wants that hammer for sure. Oh, whiffing on the nair. What can he find? Dares, go ahead and dodges through the recovery. The reversal.
Getting chopped up here. Godly looking for a big hit. Try to mitigate some of this damage, equalize it a little bit more. Gets caught. Oh, he falls out of that one. Good opening for Godly. Kind of capitalizes off the drop, and now, once again, trying to fish for those final blows. AMGG just looking for a weapon spawn, doing it great unarmed right now. Godly's going to be the one who's unarmed into the sword of AMGG, who just needs a D-Light or even just a Sayer in the corner here to go ahead and close this one out. The Sayer, and there it is, the weapon throw to secure the knockout. AMGG with a bit of a lead.
Man, after what we saw last game, I'm very surprised. I don't want to say I'm surprised, but man, AMGG making the adjustments. He really is adapting to be able to stay in this set. Godly going to go ahead and scoop him up, send him out. Things pretty close here on the final stock. Everything tied up. Who is going to have that advantage going into game number 4? We are going to find out.
Okay, Godly taking his time here. AMGG waiting for that Chakram spawn. There it is, splits it up immediately. And now we clock him right back into work. Let me get these recoveries and lights. And there's no way for Godly to get knocked out up there, right? I mean, because he burned both of his exhausted recoveries. But Godly, just trying to get the hits in, right? You don't even care about a huge conversion. If you're able to get a straight air, you're like, oh, that D-Light, great damage, right? So you're just like, all right, if I kind of get a little bit of chip damage here, a little bit of chip damage there, I can swap over to the hammer like I am right now, and then, if I get a couple stomps, we can bring this back. AMGG has to be careful as well when he's doing these juggles, because a down air from Godly that high up will just knock out.
Yeah, it absolutely will. Godly's having a hard time finding some offense here, though.
It's all right, he's Terrace.
Yeah, he is Terrace, but he's also in red. That scoop is going to go ahead and send him up. The nair disarms, but AMGG back on the sword. He immediately throws it away. He desperately is looking for a weapon spawn. Godly couldn't keep him off of it. Chakra's back in hand. Oh no, Flambeau. Godly
No
let it all
way.
rip. No.
What the heck? Are you serious? Dog, what did I just watch? He's goated?
He literally just let it completely
That's
rip,
insane.
bro.
Because what happened here was he tried to go for a chase dodge right there where he got for that side tick. He got the stomp on the platform, and he
There's
just
no way.
hey. Sometimes you want the game
He's
over,
the
bro.
goat. He's the absolute goat.
I can't believe this.
But when everything is on the line, it's that close in a game. That is how you choose to go ahead and try and clutch it out. Great job from Godly. Wow, what a game number 3.
Yeah,
Like, you guys should see Flamo's face right now. He is just flabbergasted on this desk right now.
I'm just like, you know what, bro? You got that. Like, if you're AMGG, you just got to say you got that, bro. It's just like, why are you doing that, you know? But it's plays like that get you to, I guess, the winner's semifinals, you know? And so never question the kid.
That was crazy.
It's all part of the plan.
That was wild. I cannot believe that worked out so perfectly for him. But okay, we're going to settle into game number 4 as Godly is trying to go to work here. Yeah, the gravity cancel D-Light into Grandpa. No.
Wait, this could be bad for Godly. Gets caught.
It's real bad for Godly. He was not able to reset his options.
Oh.
Gravity canceled Silite.
He's confused. And he's going to go high here because you know what? If he goes high, he might be able to keep his stock. So that's what he goes for. He says instead of going low and then maybe just taking all the damage, I'm going to just eat whatever damage is coming my way to make sure I get onto that stage. And I think that's the right option from Godly here as the stock count got real close there. Got that stomp when he was coming up from the corner, and that one can be a little weird sometimes, you know, landing up that side air. But all things considered, tight battle. That's the punish in the side air and the stock. Yeah. You know, AMGG definitely not as comfortable on that sword. I think we all knew that, but that was kind of a more obvious example.
Yeah, definitely not as comfortable on it at all. Ooh, Godly get taken up with the unarmed recovery. Ooh.
Nice.
Okay, AMGG able to get that split, though. It's fishing for the dares. Godly's going to go ahead and punish that one. Very nicely done. Godly is figuring out his timing on those punishes, too, knowing where his window of opportunity really is. Can he find another one? Misses on the D-Light. AMG gets a dare, but no follow-up after that.
And Godly being able to have a pretty successful time doing these diagonal dodges out of hits and then getting away from the vertical dodges, vertical chase from the chakrams and getting under it and getting a punish afterwards. So AMGG is going to have to look out for that. But, you know, despite that stock count is even here, AMGG was able to get that recovery in that last stock to go ahead and, you know, bring the stock count to even, but has a lot of damage to make up for here. Godly just kind of looking for a stomp, and a stomp is what he found.
Yeah. Gotta go ahead and, looks like he's going to go ahead and juggle the weapons, keep AMGG off of it. Going to swap over, and yeah, he is going to end up on that hammer. And he's figured it out. Stomp. Okay, we're seeing these guys just be very patient. We're seeing the spacing here. Lots of whiffing going on. Godly, though, going to go ahead and start it off with a Sair, but nothing after that. Another one.
Okay, wow, good chops here. Godly. Nice stomp, side air. Crest go for a second stomp. The scoops. Gonna go ahead and turn things around. The weapon throw to kind of force it low. AMGG with a perfectly timed dodge to grab the wall here. And Godly now unarmed, trying to get around these chakrams. Gonna go ahead and pick up, looks like an axe and a side air, almost enough to end the game outright.
About to end the set right there. One more Sair could get it done, even off of this hammer. What's he gonna find? What's he gonna find? AMG dancing around here in neutral, trying to stay out of the way. A little more damage being attacked on.
Yep.
But Godly going to go ahead and wrap it up right there.
There we go. Godly guaranteed a spot in the winners finals now. So that means, hey, he's pretty happy. You're going to be guaranteed top 3. Able to do it over AMGG, who's been the Chakram player making upsets today and kind of chopping through the competition. Godly had a little bit of an issue in that game 1.
Yeah.
Game 2 kind of ended with a AMGG. Oh man, that was such crazy. Every time I see it, I'm just like, bro, like there's no way, right? Like it's like you can't make this up, bro. Like you just, that's actually what it was. So I mean, hey, gotta give it up. Congratulations to Godly. Haven't seen you in a minute,
right?
But good to see that you're still in tip-top shape. You know, MSI. Now around the corner, realistically, right? So like, you know, you got to get your practice in while you can because, It's soon. It doesn't feel like it, but it's soon.
It really is. Like, we got a little over a month.
Right? Yeah, a little bit.
Whew.
A little bit.
It's moving quick. The season is just
Felt like the
chugging
year just
along.
started, you know?
Right.
And I'm like, oh, man, we almost halfway through it.
Swear. Oh, man. As you see right there on the screen, Godly moves on to Winners Finals, and we need to find out who is going to be meeting him there.
Yeah, right. That is the ultimate question. Going to hop over to the other side of Winners Semifinals to figure out who that's going to be. It's going to be Esgrape and Friedsol, who we saw Fry earlier on that Priya as well, right? And then Esgrape was rocking the Mirage by the end of that set, right? And it's interesting. Clearly, Godly has proven he can deal with Chakrams, or at least AMGG's Chakrams. We don't know about Friesol's Chakrams. Friesol's last set went to game 5, last hit. So I'm like, all right, well, will Esgrape be able to kind of put Fry to rest here too? Or is he going to be able to kind of tear through him and it's going to be Godly versus Chakrams for Winners Finals? Only time will tell.
Only time will tell. The story continues to unfold as we make our way through this bracket. And just like Flambo let us know, it is going to be Esgrape versus Friedsol. And we're going to be getting into that in just a second.
Yeah, no, and I'm thinking about it too, just because we saw Esgrape earlier kind of used that Scythe really well. Granted, he wasn't going up against Chakrams there because all the Scythe versus Chakrams we've kind of seen today has not like looked the prettiest, but perhaps there's some secret sauce to be done there. But it looks like the players are in the lobby and they are striking their stages. Let's go to Demon Island. Come on, you won't. You won't.
We're going to Small World.
I say, no, come on. You want to go to Demon Island? I know you do.
Actually, we've seen so much of all three of these maps so far today. These have been pretty popular picks so far. And it looks like Fry is really weighing his options. I think he really does want to have that soft platform.
I mean, we're probably going to Fortress Alliance, but I'm just like, wouldn't it be so cool if we didn't? If we just went to one of those other it's the great sword player. There it goes. Anyway, Fortress Alliance, here we go. We're going to have Esgrape on the Mordex. Okay.
To start out, I imagine.
Well, we'll see. We'll see how that works out. I guess people do like the gauntlets in the.
I know. I mean, the spear just does so much better in my opinion. But we are gonna find out. Esgrape has got a plan. He knows what he's doing. He's obviously thought it through, and we're gonna see how this plays out against the Chakrams from Fry.
And Fry is a player that is no stranger to being willing to make the game go nice and slow. You know? No stranger to that. I always say, you and me, we casted XJ CoolJ versus Friedsol at like whatever BCX that was. And
I remember.
The paint on the wall was drying. You know, I loved it, but also, I'm just saying he can bring down the pace like that. So we'll see if he tries to do that against Esgrape if he finds himself back against the wall. I think one of the trickiest things about Friedsol as a player is that not only is he good at switching up the tempo, he also just picks really funky options is the best way that I could call it. That if you're not ready for it, will just catch you by surprise, and he uses those tactics to go ahead and secure himself often in the set victory, right? So, you know, he's playing kind of normal, maybe does a weird thing every now and then you get to game 5 and suddenly it's like, what was that option? Well, too late, you've lost.
Yeah, you haven't had time to figure it out. Doesn't show his whole hand until the end of the set, pulls out all the stops, and we see him getting some good pieces up here in the sky against Esgrape, but the option's running out. Esgrape taking the low route. Can he finally lay back up? Fry did not contest it as Esgrape literally landed on the ground right in front of him.
Yeah, and at this point, I mean, Fry fishing for 1 or 2 more recoveries. Esgrape responding with a nice little, we'll call it a tech chase there, reacting to that dodge from Fry with recovery on the gauntlets. And now we get to see the Scythe a little bit. Friedsol also throwing away that sword. He's going to camp the platform to the Chakram spawn, which they do on the right side. And now Esgrape here. Going to go ahead and see if he can get an opener with this Scythe. I mean, Fry waiting in the corner, probably going to come down with a falling side air. Oh, goes for the side sig, and, you know, hold on, he's trying to cook. All right, he wasn't cooking, really.
No.
He tried to cook. He kind of put too much oil on the pot.
a little bit. Boiled over just a little bit on him, but, we're still pretty even here. Fry has those split chakrams. Esgrape going to be on. Oh, no, he burned the dodge. Oh, no. Fry taking full advantage of seat, using that soft platform, coming down, resetting the options, and taking him right back in the air. That was 47 hits unanswered by Fry, unanswered by Esgrape there, and continuing to just put the aerial assault on him. Esgrape finally slowing things down a little bit. We see sweat beats coming out, but Fry with another recovery.
Yeah, Esgrape at this point has kind of been watching a cutscene for a moment here. You know, definitely trying to press start and click skip, but he's just having a tough time, dude. I mean, sometimes like some games like really do just lock you into the cutscene where like you're pressing start, but then you realize it's like, oh, this is like you got to hold down square to skip kind of thing, and not just like a press start and skip. And so he got caught in the cutscene, and you know now he's on to his next stock, and now the cutscene is over. So we'll see how he's able to respond this time around.
That was a beautiful picture you painted there, Flavio.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, just like the stained glass of the Fortress of Lions. You know, I really it's artistry at its
and it went
finest.
full circle. Oh my goodness! What a philosopher and poet that Flambeau is here at the desk.
They used to call me Edgar Allan back in the day.
It's a privilege. Thank you, sir. All right, back into this game. Esgrape and Frydaz. Game number 1. Fry having that a little bit of advantage here is continuing to pile it up.
Oh, he's getting chopped up. Yep, minced.
Minced.
What a
minced Esgrape.
Yeah, I'm telling you, dude, the tiniest little bits of Esgrape you've ever seen, man. Oh, Esgrape trying to close it here. Ground pound. No, you going for a recovery. Why, brother? That one was guaranteed, I promise. Well, he's trying to fight back.
Nice
there we go. The
though.
cider is going to work. Friedsol, you know, coming down to his final stock here. I want to see some close games of Brawlhalla. You know, Esgrape definitely trying to bring things back. And that's going to be a nice start. Gets the recovery on the Fry. Fry recovers high, waiting. There's a spawn. Esgrape going to starve him. But I was telling you, like, Fry will slow things down. It all depends on, like, starving him doesn't matter if you're not hitting him in between the weapon spawns. But luckily, Esgrape gets more time because Friedsol had a sword queued up. But here we go. Now the Chakrams are here. And he got him to yellow. You know, it's better than nothing. But I know Esgrape wanted more out of that starve. And so now it's like, all right, well, you're going to camp the corner. You can try to reverse nair him. No, he goes in and punishes Friedsol for, I think, trying to end Sig. It looked like he got caught in the startup of there. But, I mean, hold on. Esgrape is slowly bringing this back. Fry may be biding his time a little bit too much here.
Yeah, although very close to knockout range, especially if Fry can go ahead and fuse these back together and get a nice Sair. Or a nice side light, or even a Sair will probably have the momentum to get it done off the fuse. But, oh, no, we're just going to rip a side Sig in the completely wrong direction. Esgrape, though, not much of a punish off of it.
Yeah, Esgrape just kind of trying to weave around here. Look at this movement. He's going to get caught. It's not going to be enough. One more recovery from Fry, and that will be the game effectively.
Well, maybe.
Oh,
that's where he hits it from. Okay,
yeah, he got caught on the platform there, and that's going to spell his doom. Friedsol taking game 1, and you can tell Esgrape's just like trying to figure this out, bro. He's like, what am I going to do? Do you think he swaps over to the Mirage?
You got to. But I think he's probably tired after that game number 1. I mean, that, like you said, Fry was able to drag that out for absolutely forever. And Mirage, though, we are going to see it come in, and I think he's going to have a lot more success off of that spear than he's going to have off those gauntlets.
Yeah, really what I think it comes down to at the end of the day is that I feel like a lot of players' patience gets tested when going up against this weapon, and you just have to play a character where at any point you can just full send it, bro. You just
full send it.
just full send it, bro. If you play Mirage, you just press that SIG button. When he comes light orange, you might just get the stock. All right.
I mean, it really does come down to a stamina issue, at least for me. Like, I do really well that first stock and a half, and then I just start to get lazy.
Yeah.
Pardon me. It is very hard to just keep that mindset that entire game against this weapon. It wears you out very, very quickly.
Oh. We'll see, you know, if the Mirage makes a difference here. I mean, Friedsol coming in with those Chakrams, trying to push Esgrape to the corner. Esgrape swinging back here, tries to go for the side light. That's not going to connect, but, I mean, the damage count is fairly even across the board.
Yeah, Esgrape's starting to find his momentum here. But Fry, there we go, 3-piece missing. Okay, coming back with the fall down. Sair back down the stage, going to send Esgrape back out, but he misses off the D-Sig, and Esgrape did a good job of being able to punish that. Very hard signature to punish.
Yeah, no, for sure. You know, just definitely weaved around it and put his hitboxes in the right spot. And now Esgrape, you know, still going toe-to-toe, but Fry kind of with the easier KO setups, right? He lets a Hail Mary Sig go every now and again, but that should be the stock. I don't think he touched it to get that platform. He did, and that makes it a little bit easier, really a lot bit easier for Fry to get back here. And Esgrape now just fishing for that final blow. Down Sig. Oh, I can't believe that down light caught. It was so late, you know? It was so late, and he was so high. I was like, you know, but he fell down into it just in the nick of time. But still, I mean, Fry, you know, he's throwing out D-lights now. They both just want these first stocks gone. He burned dodge here. It should be a side air. No, he tries to go for a grab to cancel side light. All Esgrape had to do there was just do a falling side air. He would have gotten Fry, and that would have been the stock. Instead, he's the one losing the stock first.
Fry definitely going to try and get that extra credit here, especially how close things were in game number 1. Okay, recovery. Oh, no. Okay, but he's a sweat beads. Esgrape could not get the reversal up there. That would have been a very, very nice punish.
Yeah, this is tough. Playing from behind against this weapon is just, it's draining, right?
Yeah.
And you see Esgrape struggling to get this final blow. Neither of these weapons particularly have the most bang for their buck when it comes to just like their raw kit. Like sure, a spear side air will work here, but he ends up getting the stock with unarmed, right? Like that's absolute worst case scenario you want when you pick Mirage into this matchup, right? You want to be getting those stocks earlier. You want to be getting, you know, those quick hits into hopefully an exploding stock later on. But if you're going all the way to the deep, deep red, you know, it's like you don't want to be getting your opponents at barbecue, dude. It's one thing if you're playing Taros, right?
Yeah.
Because it's just like, all right, eventually the same moves will just knock out. But with Spear and Scythe, it takes so much longer.
Oh, Fry whiffing completely with that Sayer, and the quick punish coming in from Esgrape. Super close game here as we come down to the bottom of their second stocks. Fry, nice patience, finding that second recovery. Side Sig gonna let it loose, but not able to get a punish off that either from Esgrape. That is unfortunate. Fry fishing in the air, Esgrape getting underneath, did not pull the trigger off that recovery. Ooh, send him out with that side light, whip and throw out.
Okay.
Bro, what an option.
Just like that. I mean, Esgrape falling by the wayside here. Friedsol once again making it look pretty strenuous is kind of the best word I have for it. Esgrape, you know, isn't getting these answers. The Scythe isn't really doing him any favors. He hasn't been able to get any like quick cheesy KOs with it. You know, he's been able to get, you know, a punish here and there, but like, is that worth it? There we go. Sometimes you gotta be able to send it, bro. That's what I'm talking about. You know, just, you know, go full caveman. Just press the button. Full Nash. Full Nash. All right, let's see. Comes down with the Nair. And it's working out here. Friedsol, you know, letting Esgrape bring the damage back to even, actually even at a slight deficit now.
Ooh.
Scoops him up with the down air. And they are gaming.
They absolutely are. This is definitely a nail biter of a game here. This is only game 2 of the set, Flambeau, and we're already seeing this much stress from both these players. You know, the respect that they're showing each other, the spacing, the tempo being raised and lowered. It's just very, very interesting dynamic to see unfold between as a sidelight that is going to go ahead and pull Esgrape back in, missing on the Nair, coming back down the stage. He expected Fry to come up underneath him.
Oh, wow. If Esgrape charged that a little bit longer, that might have worked. But, you know, he's looking for those final blows now. He understands that down sig is a very strong win con for him. Can also let that side sig rip again if he feels like it. Even go for an end sig read if he really wants to. But he needs to get back down. And he throws the spear away. I don't think he intended to do that. I think he wanted to, like, throw it into the floor and pick it up and dash or something. But now has no weapon. Gets caught by the recovery. And he has no dodge. Should be back now. He used it to get down. Wanted to dodge from Fry. Fry doesn't bite. But a falling side air from Esgrape is going to be clutch enough to get Fry. I have to give it up to Fry there, though, for being brave enough not to press the dodge button after getting hit by that side light.
Yeah, that's true.
Lord knows I would have. You know, but if he goes for immediate D-light after, you know, but Fry's not worried. He read him.
Forget pushing. I've been mashing it, bro.
Yeah,
give me my dodge. Give me my dodge.
I mean, at this point, you can just hold the button down now. Remember, that went through. That hit live.
I have not used it one time.
I say. old habits die hard, though.
Yeah, for sure. You dodge a certain way for 6 years, you know, I mean, it's kind of hard to change the way you dodge.
Let's see, Esgrape. But for the weapon throw, it's not going to work. The Nair, not going to hit as well.
Oh, yeah, he definitely wants that spear. And to keep Fry off a weapon all at the same time. If he could extend this and get an early Gimp stock against Fry right here, but no, Fry's going to get the chakram in hand. But the Sayer is going to send Fry off his mark. Is Esgrape settling down here on the stage at neutral. And, ooh, another recovery going to go ahead and pick off Fry. And we're seeing a very good start from Esgrape here as he seems to be figured out the rhythm.
Ooh, okay, I like this. Wow, man, the hitbox on that recovery really doing the Lord's work there for Friedsol.
That's crazy.
Trying to, you know, bait something here, does a reverse N-sig to see if maybe he can bait Friedsol to come onto the stage. Friedsol just so content with taking his time, refreshing his options on that platform like we've seen him do so many times before. You can see Esgrape trying to get the turnaround there with a gravity cancel down sig, just not the right timing, and now we're back in this juggle state position that we've seen so often throughout the day already because of kind of just where the chakrams put you naturally.
Ooh.
Okay.
The Sayer going to bounce Fry off the stage again. And Esgrape going to go ahead and carve out a very early lead here. He is in knockout range, but Fry with the sword in hand, and Esgrape being able to have the advantage in the air so far, getting good extra credit off the stock. Punish on Fry again. Oh. Fry cannot find anything with that sword.
Yeah, this advantage stage from Esgrape has been immaculate for the past sequence here. The D-like ground pound's not enough, but you should be able to tap it in, and does a down sig instead, which actually gives Fry the chance to touch the stage. Had he gone for a gravity cancel D-like ground pound, that would have been the stock, but it's fine because he goes and picks up a spear and gets a D-like recovery. And now, just like that, Friedsol is looking pretty rough, brother.
Yeah, the beatdown is coming against Fry this game for sure. He's going to have a hard time coming back from this. I don't think it's going to be a 3-stock main stretch of the imagination, but Fry is definitely way down as Esgrape is still getting bonus damage off that first stock as Fry is now in yellow looking to get into orange. Esgrape with the spear in the hand.
Wow.
Finally, Fry getting that first stock off there and something going in his direction.
Yeah, a little too late though. At this point, you know, you got half a stock left, and you know there's 5 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. You know, anything is possible. Chakrams are a pretty strong weapon, so don't want to count them out just yet. But Esgrape, I mean, just the way he's been getting these punishes has been so explosive, you know. I mean, sure, Fry gets a little N-sig there, but he's not able to convert that into a stock, right? And so as long as, if you're Esgrape here, you just have to make sure you don't get too comfortable with your lead, right? Because if you're thinking, oh, you know, I got so much of a lead, I can't lose now, against a weapon like Chakrams, you will very quickly be taught how you can lose now.
That is such a good point, actually. You cannot get comfortable in this situation. It is still Fry, it is still Priya, but that recovery gets it done every day of the week. 534 damage against 306. Fry got dog walked that game, bro.
Yeah, no, that one was tough. I mean, especially like there was just one sequence, I think, on that second stock where Esgrape was just hunting down Friedsol with that scythe. Got like 4 hits in a row, ran at him, looked him in the face, backed up, started beating on him again. I was like, dang, like, all right, like this punish game right now is looking pretty brutal. And you know, Fry tried to bring it back, but you can probably even see it there on the graph there, right, where it's like, oh, there's a
that first stock from Fry was really clean. You know, I mean, he had that advantage, and then it just started to fall apart. All right, after that, man, great performance from Esgrape. Good usage of both of his weapons. I like that breakdown. 189 on the scythe. I think it was 221 on the spear. Great usage of the entirety of Mirage's kit. Yeah, and it worked out for him really well.
And now, just like this, Fry gets the bad roll on the first weapon, but does manage to find a pair of chakrams. So now we're playing kind of the same game all over again. Esgrape needs one more to go into the winners finals to be fighting Godly. On the other side of things here, though, I mean, Friedsol wants that exact same opportunity, but he has to win 2 games in a row here. These chakrams have proven to be difficult for people to deal with. We were talking about before that the last game Fry was in went to game 5, went to a kind of a last hit, last stock scenario. Esgrape might just be enough of a cut above where, I mean, look at that 2 on the mark signatures back to back, right? Like, sometimes you just be able to full send it, but
just kind of full send it,
you just got full send it, bro. I'm telling you. You got to assert dominance. All right, here we go.
And so far, so good. He does have that lead that we saw in the last game. Fry getting a little more success in the air, though, here off these chakrams. Oh, the pogo. That's a bad spot. Nice dodge from Fry, but he burned it, bro. That's going to go ahead and finish off Grab to cancel D-Light into ground pound from Esgrape, and he is now 2 stocks away from sending Fry down the elimination side.
Yeah, and I think the toughest part about this, too, is, like, I'm watching Fry try to deal with this, and it doesn't look like he's trying anything new. You know, it looks like what he was doing before isn't working. Esgrape has adapted to it. And now, I guess his answer is he played sword for like 2 seconds, and he's going to chop over to the chakrams.
Right.
And kind of like, look at him, right? You've got the side sig there. Esgrape's going to go ahead, get back onto stage, wait for the weapon to spawn, you know, push Fry to the corner, and then go ahead, grab that scythe. And he's doing such a good job of punishing chakram, but it isn't something that we see often. He does have the fused version in hand right now, though, so you know Fry's looking to try to get the stock soon.
And there it is.
There, right? The fused recovery really does hit that hard.
Getting the he doesn't have to sit there and hit those. When you're on split, you have to hit them over and over and over again.
Probably like 4 or 5 of them.
Right.
Like the difference is night and day.
That fused recovery is much slower, but it does put out a whole lot more force. As we see Esgrape, though, completely fresh on that second stock. Gonna send Fry maybe down to his final right here if he can find a good edge guard. Ooh, that was nice, getting himself plenty of position. There was nothing Fry could do to come back up on stage with some damage going in Esgrape's direction. Oh no.
Nice turnaround from Esgrape there, saying like, I can get hit by literally all of this, dude. If it's not recovery, especially if it's not fused recovery, right? Like, it's like, all right, I'm good. I just need to not give you my dodge for free.
Exactly.
And just swing the spear around, and then you can get a turnaround stock just like that. So now Esgrape 1 stock away from going to the winners finals here.
Ooh, against a godly at that. Okay, being very patient here. He knows what's at stake. Does not want Fry to get underneath it, because now those recoveries, when you start getting up in the air, are getting in a position where they could start to get him into knockout range. Sayre's going to send Esgrape off stage. The dare, another dare into Sayre. Final stock. This is still doable for Fry to be able to push this to a game number 5. Can he get it done here?
Yeah, these chakrams definitely can make it happen, especially with the patience he has here. It's going to be a lot of damage, but it's not going to lead to the stock, right? That's what we were talking about before. You need a very specific setup and to hit with recovery as your final move to get that knockout off the top. Chase Star's Nair is a little bit too hard to get a knockout with, but Mirage does have low defense, so he's going to want to be careful. I mean, so much damage has already been racked up on a Friedsol, but he's equalized it more or less at this point.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting into position, but difference is Fry is almost a knockout range, and Esgrape is not. Especially going up against these chakrams, takes so much more these light attack hits to be able to get it done. Esgrape being very patient and missing on the Sayre, though, and Fry is going to go ahead and get the punish off of it. Esgrape finds his feet back on stage, and what can he do? Whiffing on the sidelight. Fry's right there to punish it with the dare. Swapping back over to Scythe. Is this going to work out for him? I don't know. It makes me a little nervous, Flambeau.
I think the down sig should be coming soon here. If you're Esgrape, you have the ability to just full send it if you make the choice here. Gets a retaliatory down air, tries to go for the ground pound off the corner. It's not going to work. Fry can swap to the fuse version here if he wants to get the knockout with the outright recovery, but he's staying. Brings it in, goes for a read, and oh, that's almost enough. The split. Esgrape just needs 1 hit, gets caught again by the recovery, and the low defense from Mirage lets Friedsol climb his way back into this one and force the game 5. I think ultimately I'm looking at, you know, this last stock scenario in game 4, and I'm like, Esgrape never pressed a button that would knock out Friedsol. Yeah. You know, you can't. You had started with a pretty healthy amount of health there, and I was like, you know, maybe we'll see a sig. You know, at least 1 or 2. I mean, you got that down sig. That's so good. At least throw it around. Make sure that, like, Fry's, you know, looking for it, because that's the easy way to win the set. And then, you know, if he gets hit by it, cool. If he doesn't, at least now it's another thing he has to keep on his mental stack as you start to fish for other knockout options. But
it's almost like he got so worried in the end of that game of finding the knockout, he forgot to find the knockout. He was so worried about not getting hit and be like, okay, I can do it right here. Got to stay out of the way of this, do that. Like you said, he forgot to push the button.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, he ran out of time before he could get anything done. I did not like the swap there at the end. He had the spear. He's been able to find so much success off of it. And then he throws it away for the scythe, trying to fish out the knockout against chakrams. And it did not work out in his favor at all. And we're seeing it again. But he's just going to starve out Fry completely and absolutely.
Oh, I like the attempt there, trying to read a jump to get it with the ground pound. But yeah, no, I have to agree with you. I mean, there's a difference between playing to win and playing not to lose. And we saw Esgrape play not to lose in Game 4 as opposed to play to win. Kind of came back to bite him at the end of it. But this time around, he can't make the same mistake. Look at that patience. Just times the spot dodge perfectly and throws at that down sig that we were just talking about. So potent of the KO option and a get off me tool.
Yeah, and then we see it again, that dare. Good off me tool. Not being able to get up underneath for that recovery. Okay, Esgrape. We're seeing him giving the distance, giving the spacing. Ooh, got in the way of that that split Sair.
Whoa, that was weird.
That was a great read from Fry, being able to be in the right place at the right time.
Wow.
Ooh, he primed it. He got it primed, though, so he's going to come back in. He's going to be able to drop in on those chakrams and go straight back to work and try and get the stock off of Esgrape. So far, not being able to find that knockout option as Esgrape is being allowed to get ever the slightest extra credit. Oh, you know I start getting excited when I stop losing the ability to talk.
Yeah, it's like things are really heating up.
Right.
As Esgrape once again with the lead here, but for how much longer here? Nice little conversion from Fry. Tries to convert into the recovery, but it's not going to find the mark. You can see nice little biting of the time there with that weapon throw to try to get onto the stage. But Fry, even more patient, is going to go ahead and prime up yet another chakram so that when he does ultimately get disarmed or lose his stock, he has another one to work with.
Oh my goodness. The absolute chakram ladder sending Esgrape up all the way to the top of Miami Dome there. Esgrape, though, scythe in hand. See if he's going to be able to get done with it completely even. Ooh, he threw that signature out there, giving Fry just a big, huge bullseye to be able to roll up underneath, put some damage on. But we see Esgrape getting a good extension off that side string there, and another dare, but did it again. Put himself in the perfect position for Fry to be able to hit that Sair on him and send him almost out of here.
And just like that, I mean, we watched Esgrape start with a pretty healthy lead, and this time he gets caught, right? We see hits him with the recovery, chases him to the side, says, I have another one in there, and that's enough to give Friedsol the lead here. Esgrape had such a lead in this Game 5, but he doesn't know how to find the openings. Fry's not making it easy, and these platforms are doing Esgrape no favors. He tries to go for a weapon throw to the down sig, that's not going to work, right? And I mean, all things considered, I said you have to be able to just send it, and he does do that with that ground pound, but that's only after trying a couple of other things that did not work, right? He went for a read with the scythe earlier to that side sig. If it connected, that would have been the stock. Then he tries to go for the weapon throw to the gravity cancel down sig. Doesn't work, but he's trying to get the stock. So now you can see that, you know, he has that bite in him. Is it a little too late now?
I mean, we talked about the advantage of Small Fortress was giving Fry because of that one-soft platform, but now he has two that are even in a better position for him because they're higher up on the stage. Being able to reset those options is he is now in a very, very good position against Esgrape. It is so hard to come back against chakrams, especially in a high-stress situation like this where Fry is looking like absolute poetry in motion on these chakrams right now, and that is going to get it done, taking them all the way to the stratosphere, to the knockout zone, and Fry is going to be moving forward to take on a Godly in the winners finals.
Yeah, that was tough. Because if you're Esgrape here, right, the moment you start at a deficit, it's just not the same. If you're the chakram player, if you hit someone once, if you hit them with a side light, you get a guaranteed follow-up, right? Whether you go for the end light to pop them up or you go for the down light to send them off stage, you get something guaranteed. But even if you don't have something guaranteed off the straight hit you get, you can just go for something that has so little end lag that you're not going to get punched for it. Oh, I'm going to guess he's going to drift to the left or the right, and I'm going to nair there. And if he's there, cool. If he's not there, I'll just recovery after to chase him. Meanwhile, if you're Esgrape, it's like you land an end light with scythe. It's like, all right, bro. Well, now you gotta you work so hard to get that end light, and now you got to go for a read or the nastiest reaction of your life, right? And so it means that when you're trading over time, if Esgrape stops getting reads, now we're in a last stock scenario where he's finding a hit, and it's just one hit because he doesn't know how to continue the offense there to get more hits. Meanwhile, Fry's like, oh, I get 4, oh, I get 5, oh, I get 6, and so then it just suddenly becomes this gap that feels so immense to come back from. And I mean, shout outs to Esgrape. almost able to do it, but he'll have to sleep on it a little bit.
It was unfortunate, especially there was a couple instances in that game 5 where we're doing the gravity cancel side sigs up in the air or the slide charge side sigs and giving Fry, just like I said, just a huge runway of opportunity to be able to punish it however he wants to punish it. And he was able to get so much damage off of those interactions, especially in the game number 5. But man, what a block for us. What a set. Like I said, we got Godly and Fry sitting in a winner's side of finals. That is going to be one heck of a game. Production is telling me to shut up and go to break. So that's exactly what we're going to do. We'll see you guys for your top 4 in just a few minutes.
Welcome back. We're here in Europe in the elimination side of top 8, and I'm not on camera. Now I'm on camera. I'm Taza, PJ, the Puffs, joining me here today to bring you guys into the top 4 section of things. We've been watching very diligently as Europe shows us who's prepared for Chakram or prepared to play Chakram. Friedsol has just gone through 3 grueling best-of-5 sets where he went to game 5 every single set. Started off the winner's side, top 32 actually with a tough set against Saphir too, and he's all the way on in that winner's final against Godly. Very impressive run.
Yeah, exactly. He's literally one set. If he can upset Godly, he's in the Royale. Friedsol in the Royale on the
Oh, that's wow. Wait, Friedsol qualifying for a Royale instead of just being at one?
Yeah, he would qualify for
that.
It
Would
with
be
that winner's
awesome.
finals match. Exactly.
Wow. Okay. Well, we're not there yet. We're on the elimination side, and so we've got a previous Royale qualifier down here. Also playing the Chakram. It's Akno, going to be going up against Shadra. And then Bamea versus Marker. Excited for both these matchups. I've got clear favorites on both sides. I think Bamea and Akno are favored to win here.
Yeah, for sure.
And especially after how well Akno did at the last Royale, too. I imagine he'd be doing pretty well. But what do you think?
So this is interesting because Bamea, of course, won the previous Winter Championship. He got first place, PR number 3 in EU, playing Mordex. But Marker got 4th at a Winter Championship in the Middle East bracket. So it's interesting, Marker kind of jumping to a different region and finding some relatively strong success here. Guaranteed 7th place, looking to push forward. But I think Bamea definitely has the favorite to win this one. This is a tough matchup for sure.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit about weapons that we think would be doing well in the Chakram meta, right? And Orb was one of the ones that came on the list, as well as Axe and Hammer. And Marker has got, like, what is it, like over 20 sets reported on Fate?
Yeah, exactly.
So we've got ourselves a little bit of a classic matchup here, right? This is like what we would have expecting Godly versus Friedsol to look like 6 months ago.
Yeah, exactly.
but we've got it with Marker versus Bamea here, starting off on Fortress of Lion.
So far, Bamea looking really strong in the Sword Mirror, or not Sword Mirror, sorry, Scythe Mirror. The side light comes in, now the weapon toss as well, and Marker goes back to the wall. And all things considered, a tough spot to be in. Your one conversion into a KO move to get KO'd here.
Yeah, gets hit by the neutral light, sent flying off to the right side. Bamea could... I don't know if Bamea's a down sig heavy Mordex, but that's always been like the edge guard that I'm expecting to happen. But no, nice job actually going down, knowing that the recovery would knock him off the top. Covers the entire wall, and takes the lead 3-2.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some relief from Bamea to get a reprieve from the Chakram and playing a more familiar matchup, and one that Bamea is very comfortable in. This Scythe Mirror has been all Bamea so far, and Marker really can't find much here. Gets it down there, flips off stage. Bamea in a bad spot now. Enlight into recovery. Bamea having to recover high. Sweat beads come out. Marker respecting it. Holds center stage. Holds that weapon spawn as well. Doesn't swap, but nice damage there. Trying to fight back into this game.
I also mentally said Marky Moo in my head too. No, what is going on right here? What is this? Marker now getting... Oh, hold on.
Okay, Marker off stage now and looking to find this KO onto Bamea. Bamea gets back to the stage unarmed and he fights back. He's saying, I don't even need a weapon to fight this orb. The orb can't scrap with that unarmed, and Bamea goes crazy. Nair GC sidelight recovery to take that one, and Bamea continues to extend this lead 3 stock to 1.
Yeah, sorry about that, everyone. My play-by-play interrupted by Toast running into the middle of the stage, but I can now see that Bamea is going into the middle of the stage himself. Sight down air, neutral light comes through. Yeah, this is... That's a good. I like that follow up. That's that side light into neutral signature. Don't charge it for the 3 blasts. It's still strong enough to knock out the top, even though it's the weaker variant.
Yeah.
But so far, this is looking really, really strong for Bamea. Stronger than I was expecting. So we'll have to see how. Let's see if Marker can make this comeback.
I like the Orb pick here. I'm an Orb player myself, and I love to see what they're able to do versus the Gauntlets, but some of the difficulty sometimes for Orb is dealing with these very scrappy and bursty weapons, and the Gauntlets proving to be such, especially on the hands of Bamea now. And like comes out, Marker gets sent into the corner and just scrambling to find a hit, but when everyone knows what you want on Orb, it's hard to get that one thing, that side light, that opener there with the end light. But
yeah, I feel like Orb kind of finds itself in a position that old blasters used to, which is that you're like, okay, are you going to downlight or are you going to gravity cancel downlight? Yep. And then Orb kind of does a similar thing where it's looking for that side light either on the ground or in the air. Gets pummeled away. The Orb now not even in its hands. Marker gets that new Scythe. Could go in for a dash up down here, but I don't think he wants to go off stage at all at this state in the game. And that downer will put him off the left side of the stage. Bamea doesn't have the gauntlets that time to go for a recovery, but Cider sends him on the other side, can kick him away. Good recoveries coming out from Marker. And that neutral light recovery could bring it down to 1 stock to 1.
Can you find it here? You just need to find the landing. Doesn't find it with the end light, though. The side light does send Bamea off stage. We go deep. We get the recovery into the one. Bamea can't make it back.
Okay, I like what I'm seeing from Marker, especially because this is in game 1. The game started off so in favor of Bamea, but now it's too soon for me to tell whether this was like Bamea being like, the game's already won. I'm not going to put that much energy into it. And the next thing you know, it's 1 stock to 1. He goes like, okay, I guess I have to hit him with something.
Yeah.
But I'd like to take the side that it was Marker getting used to how Bamea was playing over the duration of game 1. And that game 2 will look a lot different.
Yeah, I feel like that's some kind of the intricacy of Gauntlets is that, like, early on in the set, Gauntlet is good because you don't know what to expect, and then later on it gets better as well, but in the middle it kind of gets rough, and that's kind of where Marker is able to deal with some of the Gauntlet.
Are you talking
especially
like about follow-ups off side light?
Things like that, yeah. Where early on you're like, okay, I'm asleep at the wheel. Middle, you're like, okay, I'm not going to fall for it.
I guess I'll spot dodge, and then they like wait, and they jump and they nair you. And
yeah, and
like,
that's like the game 5. You're like, oh.
Okay. We are now on a stage where stocks can fly very soon. Fate prefers it with that higher force on orb, right? Allows the weapon to knock out at what some would consider like a normal timing. But meanwhile, Gauntlets can definitely just take you off the top of the stage in orange. So let's see what Bamea's got. Nairs him down to the center of the stage, neutralizes him, disarms him already. He's taking that much damage, but that unarmed nair will send him flying to the right. Okay, Marker. Let's see what he can do with the scythe.
Looking for it here, and Bamea going off stage waiting. I like that, waiting for the second beat, expecting Marker to go for a hit and gets a whiff punish there. Or I guess Marker didn't even hit a button, but Bamea gets the recovery, flips the situation. Now Bamea in a great spot with that side air to catch Marker trying to recover back to the stage, and Bamea takes that stock. Again, a lead for Bamea.
Yeah, Bamea doing pretty well here in game number 2. Marker waiting for a weapon. Bamea, will he deny it? It looks like he won't. Wanted to fight over it instead. Got a solid 2 hits, but Silent Cider comes through. Ser catching him here at the edge of the stage would probably be enough to knock out, but Bamea, that had to have been like max range neutral air right over the ledge there, basically grabbing him from underneath the stage. Doesn't get anything else off of it, but still, so far so good for Bamea. Anything after this is extra credit. Ooh, and that's not a good start.
Oh, wow, what a dodge. Realizing that Marker was going to look for reversal. Marker somehow makes it back with that recovery, but Bamea continues to fight off stage, realizing you could have flipped that situation, but doesn't find it there. Marker gets the side-like side air, and as you were saying, high force orb. At that damage, you're expecting to see most orb legends KO there, but it definitely helps to be high damage on Fate.
I'm just impressed Marker scrapped with Bamea that long on the left side of the stage.
Yeah, that was
if that orb recovery didn't hit, he was in danger of falling.
Yeah.
So great that he was able to get that connection there, and now he's taking a lead. So much confidence coming out from Marker here. Double recovery, though. We'll even that up real quick. What are we going to do here over this weapon? Are we just going to stay Gauntlets versus Orb? It looks like it. Ooh.
Nice avoidance on that down air. Very crucial. Now Marker gets center stage, and Bamea has to land back down into the end light. We swap back into another orb, and Marker now seem to have control. Bamea fights back with that end light, and now Marker off stage on the wall. Gets back somehow. Bamea gets an end light once again, and Marker has been struggling to hold the center stage for any meaningful time because Bamea is scouring for it. The down air waits out some movement options, gets the recovery, takes another stock. Bamea seizes the lead once again.
All right, close enough, I think, for Marker to be able to bring this back. Ooh. Nice job. Sidelight side air. Could go down for a down air. He's low on jumps, but the dodge up actually responds pretty nicely to Marker covering for a landing. He ended up sidelighting towards the edge of the stage, and now some more damage is coming in from the Gauntlets. 2 end lights in a row. Oh, waiting out anything. Bamea with some confidence there. Just being like, okay, what are you going to do? Are you going to dodge down? And that's, I think, the wrong direction with the special move. Like, that's not recovery. Ends up going down, and now it's even 1-1.
I mean, if somehow Marker dodges down into that, that's the greatest read ever, but unfortunately not there. Now Bamea kind of forfeits the stock there, but nonetheless continues to pick up on where he left off with the scythe, goes for the N-sig there, doesn't find it, but continues the pressure, and now we're weapon-starving Marker, and Bamea having such a big lead. Marker has to fight back, get some space with that unarmed sidelight, picks up a scythe now. Hopefully some range advantage will help you get back in this game as Marker, nice sidelight on that whiff side air.
Yeah, a lot of times Marker's gone for this dash jump down air right afterwards. Yeah, sidelight
so early.
Air, sidelight recovery, that's going to take him down. And that's like the flip side of like what just makes Gauntlet so good all the time. We talked about this a little bit in game 1 where it's like, okay, I'm going to look at what my opponent is doing off of sidelight. And then you have to look at to see if whether your opponent is going to mix up their follow-ups off of sidelight.
Yeah, exactly.
and things get so much more difficult there. When that gravity cancel sidelight recovery comes through and your dodge is gone, I mean, they're just going to let the recovery rip. And that's going to take you out super early on World's End. And so now we're up 2-0, Bamea versus Marker. I think Marker did a lot better in that last game. Surprised? Not too surprised we're going back to World's End. I think he just wants to try and get as early a knockouts as possible. I think we've seen that on stages that with bigger blast zones it benefits Bamea.
Ooh,
And so far,
nice.
Marker's starting off really strong. It's the first like lead that he's had in the set so far at the beginning of the game. Let's see if he holds on to it.
I like these end lights a lot and goes deep for a nair there. So aggressive. Bamea tries to flip it. Doesn't get the nair there. Blue sweat beads. Marker gets the better of it with the side air. Bamea has to make it back. Does fight back with the side air. It got real tricky off stage.
Yeah, I could have swore I was expecting one of those nairs from Bamea to hit.
Exactly.
But Marker's movement's pretty good actually off stage. Like he puts himself in these situations where I'm like over here tensing up, terrified for his stock because he's got a lead, but he comes back and he makes it look so comfortable. So I just gotta trust Marker in those offstage scenarios more often because Bamea cannot land a move on him when he goes off stage like that. And now he's close to taking the lead here in Game 3.
The gauntlets have been so important for Bamea's success, but this orb can be said, the same can be said about Marker's orb. The sidelight side air finds it there. Both of these players heavily leaned into gauntlets and orb in the previous game, so I think that's definitely what we expect to see here as Marker holds onto the orb. Bamea picks up a scythe though, looking to find this KO relatively soon here. You don't want Fate to get so much extra credit.
Yeah, Bamea is so disciplined as well on Mordex. I haven't heard a single werewolf grunt, right?
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
there's no signature coming up from there. Okay, I guess I had to say something about it for him to go like, wait a second. Neutral signature will play that sound effect. But it's been mostly off of the light attack kits of his weapons that he's been having so much success with.
Ooh.
With, you know, I mean, recovery is like... I'm realizing now that I think about it, I always call it like a heavy attack, but yeah, like it's in that middle ground between a signature and a light attack, because it's going to knock out. It's so strong. Bamea even things up 2-2 here. And 2 neutralized into a nair. Cider comes right afterwards. Marker has to jump out of the way, but Bamea completely dominating the stage here on second stock.
Yeah, this is the scythe mirror that led to Bamea having such a big lead in game number 1, but Marker does to flip it. Bamea gets it down there. Marker has to avoid the ground pound, can make it back, and the dodge up doesn't reach the wall, and Bamea, with some mental trickery, somehow gets the edge guard there. Doesn't hit the last hit necessary, but Marker kind of getting juked out there and not able to make it back.
Hindsight tells me maybe it would have been better to get hit by the ground pounds, get the jump back, and go for like a counter hit.
Yeah, exactly.
Because by dodging it, you lost the stock. I mean, it was a tough situation. Bamea played that beautifully. Got his jumps with the down air, forced Marker to be off the right side of the stage, and then the timing of the ground pound forced Marker's hand. But still not so far behind that he can't bring it back. That cider just barely not knocking out. Another one definitely will.
Oh.
Gets the cider on the edge of the stage. Tough to do to be able to get that aim correctly, right? Because like, it looked nice because it connected, but if you miss that orb cider, you fall.
You fall really far down.
You only get to hold your position because you succeeded.
Yeah, exactly. Or if you mess up, you get stuck on the wall somehow, and Scythe flips you with an air off stage, and it's really, really bad.
Yeah,
and
if you
Bamea,
like drift back.
this Scythe is looking very, very good. I was talking about how heavily the gauntlets were played in the last game, but Bamea holds on to the Scythe. Marker actually inviting the Scythe mirror here. We'll see if he can has some tricks up his sleeve off stage. You need to make something big happen. The sidelight is a good start. Another sidelight. He chases chase dodge downwards. If he went for Nair instead, it could have been really good. Another sidelight there, reading these dodges. Bamea is scrambling to find the stage.
Okay, he's got him off stage. That was a great dodge read. Gets the sidelight, disarms Bamea. Bamea is it's very risky.
What are we doing? Why are we ground pounding?
That ground pound was crazy. Okay, Gauntlet's picked up. Let's see if Bamea puts the first down to the game out. No, just stares him right away. Marker going to look for the recovery here.
End light recovery. Can't find it. Bamea gets an end light instead.
Okay, end light not going to knock out just yet. Bamea looking for recovery possibly. I imagine just dash jump recovery on the ground. I mean, one more end light could knock out too. He's not going to switch the scythe. Goes for the same knockout he started the game with in the Nair. Will catch Marker jumping off the edge. Marker probably surprised, I guess, that he dodged the first recovery there, but Bamea really clutching up at the end. It was looking so good for Marker on the scythe. And you mentioned it, right? You were surprised that he invited the Scythe Ditto. We were watching Bamea win the Scythe Ditto the entire set. And then he surprised us both by bringing Bamea to the edge, disarming him, and then at the very end, he couldn't close it.
That was, I mean, I feel like there were a lot of situations where both players were in really bad spots. Exactly there, the Nair into the down air avoids it, avoids the ground pound as well. Jump cider, so he loses the jump there instead. A lot of these situations where Bamea just, I mean, sometimes it's like a coin flip situation where Bamea just gets the better of the coin flip, but it seemed there that Bamea was in control with that cider. He takes the game. He takes the set 3-0.
Well played by Bamea. Impressive showing by Marker. Showed that he could scrap with Bamea, although I do feel like even from the beginning, the tone of that set was like 3-1 at best. Bamea is very, very good. I got to look back up at the bracket when it comes like, for him to be in the elimination side this early is what I'm trying to say is a surprise to me.
Yeah, Friedsol won
with
game
that
5.
loss to Friedsol in game 5. Otherwise, the outcome that that I would have predicted for an event like this would have been Godly versus Bamea winners finals, right? So the Friedsol upsets are a really big deal. That being said, I think Marker did very, very well for what the seeds would have expected.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's going to be a 3-0 for Bamea, so he's going to move on to fight against
AMG.
AMGG, that's right. Another player who has been playing Chakram. However, the Chakram came after his sort of gradual rise in community events. Bamea also similarly started, but we'll talk more about that when we get there. We have to get to the other side of the elimination bracket. We've got a classic player here from EU, Acno, going up against Shadra. Excited for this one.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a good one regardless of who Acno plays. So obviously we saw Acno play Priya, and if I'm not mistaken, Acno took a game off of or took a set off of Vim Tangilo in the round robin, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right. Yeah,
in the Priya.
yeah. Acno was a surprise to many on the Priya, I think, because it's weird. Acno usually qualifies for these royales, kind of goes I qualified, and then shows up and wins a set and then goes home.
Yeah.
But at the Winter Royale, he actually did very, very well with the character. Although he's not opening up with that against Shadra here. This is all right. Blasters is the new meta. So, PJ, why is Blasters suddenly viable?
Suddenly viable is interesting because it got buffed and you have a lot more conversions now. So obviously Sidelight is a really big deal.
Yeah.
You get Sidelight Side Air, and that is a really great poke tool. And Acno kind of showing off the strength of not only being able to cover the ground, but also jumps and dashes a lot more consistently with the poking Sidelight into Side Air. And we get a lot of down airs and downlights weaved in between. And overall, Diana is in a great spot. We see Balloon Boy in North America play a lot of Diana. But Acno's I'm friendship with Priya is over. I'm back on Diana.
Which is a surprise. I mean, Acno has played Blasters before. The thing that makes the most sense to me is the bow with so much Kaya experience.
Yeah.
Right? But yeah, I think that while Chakram has been what everyone has been talking about, Blasters getting another combo starter in neutral is so fascinating to me that we even saw it starting to be picked up kind of as a counter pick, like you said, for Balloon Boy at the Royale, right? And so maybe Acno is bringing this out in preparation. Nice job with that D-Light Cider. That if he can get through Shadra with it, maybe this is what he wants to fight Chakram with. So we'll have to see. But focusing on the match right here now, 2-2. Shadra on the Donatello. So we've got, that's an epic crossover from Mirage. We've got Scythe, we've got Spear. And some signatures that are very good at covering grounded. Oh no.
That sends straight downwards. You have to weapon toss to avoid it. Trying to line up the down air there. The side air sends into the stage. Acno had an opportunity to steal
I thought a ground pound was going to happen there.
Yeah,
I was like,
too. Yeah.
That's like the most disgusting spike angle you could get off of bow neutral sig.
Nice avoidance. And that's what I'm talking about, covering landings or overshoots or undershoots with Sidelight. Dashback Sidelight being a conversion tool into side air now is a really big deal for Blasters. And nice baiting the weapon pickup there with the ground pound. Acno's unarmed and a GC breakdance takes it.
Wow, and great spacing there too. I think that covered even if he tried to snap to the stage with dash. I think it still would have hit his head. So he would have had to get on stage and then dash dodge. Ooh, down sig. That's a Diana classic.
Have to be so careful when you're trying to push into the corner against Diana. Diana can flip it, similarly to what Teros can do, for example.
Yeah, there's some signatures in the game where I'm like, at this point, it's 2025. Are we still getting hit by that? And,
Yes,
and the answer is yes.
Yeah.
You can get cheesed still. that does happen. And especially if it's not frequent enough, right? Like if you don't open up the game holding the side of the stage, dash dancing, and then spot dodging until they run to your down sig. It'll catch you off guard once or twice a set. So let's see if Acno can continue with some success there. He's opening up with a lot of dash forward down lights. The reward is very high, obviously, if you get dash jump recovery like he just does there. Not going to knock out quite yet on Demon Island, but great damage regardless.
Shadra punished that so proficiently there, and that end sig doesn't connect, or I think that might be down sig. I forget the way the sigs look in this signature kit, but nonetheless, Acno avoiding that signature once again, gets the unarmed end light there. Or sorry, Nair, and now with the Blasters online, looking for downlight or sidelight into side air. You whiff the side downlight, you get hit with the side air.
You tried another down heavy. I appreciate it. I respect that. I guess he looked at that situation and he was just like, okay, he recognized that in terms of tempo, he was behind 150 damage.
Yeah.
And he wanted to get that early stock there with the down heavy instead of risk going for the weapon and playing for the 50-50 with how much damage he was behind. And then goes in for the slide charge down heavy. And Acno reacts perfectly to that, spot dodges it, and gets out of the way. Tried to catch him off guard, didn't work out, but I like the idea. We're going back to Demon Island for game 2.
Yeah, we see no legend swaps as well, so this is kind of like what we're ride or dying for sure here. See a weapon pickup here. Now Shadra having to land versus the Blaster is not a very comfortable place to be, especially on the unarmed, having no disjointed hitboxes to get yourself back down. But as soon as you pick up the scythe, you get the offense going, and you get a lot of damage there. You make the damage even, but Acno lands back down with a D-Light side air for some damage, and we're in a pretty scrappy game number 2 start here.
It's interesting because watching Acno play Blasters, I'm just kind of like, this is just Blasters before the sidelight. Like we saw sidelight come out like once, but he's still mostly playing neutral with downlight as his opener, which has its pros and cons. High damage, great combos. If you miss it, you're a sitting duck for 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
But he's been doing great with it, and now that he's over with the bow, he's going to down sig again. Yeah. So you're at the side of the stage, and it's crazy is that Shadra went in for the punish on that down sig and just messed up and ended up losing the stock anyways. But at least he didn't get hit by the spike.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, because like the way that shot, I think he tried to punish with unarmed haymaker. That sent you at the angle the signature would have sent you at anyway. So it just was perfect for Acno to capitalize on that edge guard. And now Shadra down a stock, looks to fight back with the scythe. We see the weapon toss away. Acno gets back and drifts backwards on the recovery to get some extra damage.
Doing?
Yeah.
what are these are some crazy unarmed. That's you're sidelighting forward into blasters. Okay, so he might be a little tilted. Okay, finally picks up a spear. That was some behavior for sure. Goes in for that downlight there. Acno does get sidered. Okay, Shadra does take the stock, but a little interesting.
Yeah, we see a big weapon starve there, and Shadra picks up the spear once again. So looking to compete with that grounded state. The sidelight, downlight into side air for some damage onto Acno. Acno didn't give the dodge, didn't want to take the extended string there. It could lead to a lot of damage. Unarmed sidelight ushers Shadra off stage once again, but it spawns near Shadra, the new weapon, and Acno still unarmed.
Okay, we've stabilized. I like the play that I'm seeing from Shadra before. Yeah. I was very questionable on the unarmed before. D-Light dash up recovery will take out the stock, but Shadra was able to get a good amount of damage. Now, Acno starving. What's he priming? Looks like it's the blasters, so he's going to be staying on these for a while.
Shadra looks to fight back with the unarmed here, but a similar start to the game in this last stock and getting juggled by the blasters, but fights back with the side sig. And another one! Why not let it rip twice? You haven't proved you can avoid it yet. The recovery doesn't hit as Acno gets back, tries to fight back unarmed, but doesn't get anything.
Like the RPS there, the sidelight and the sidelight, Shadra was able to punish, goes over the spear. Side sig has been doing better for him when it comes to actually connecting with the neutral signature. Is still there to have the spears come out of the ground, but man, that was so much damage from Acno. Spot dodge is trying to get a reaction against the Sair, no recovery. Goes for a down air, expecting a dodge down, and sidelight and a recovery. Yeah. Trying to go for a read there. Not as like, it's not true in the same way that D-Light recovery is, but it's very good, very quick, so it's a small dodge window that you have to be able to get out of there. Went for the down stick again, gets the recovery instead.
I love the attempt.
I think even down stick from center stage would, Shadra is very curiously running unarmed into Acno's Diana in the corner.
Yeah.
He keeps doing it, and I go, it's worked out for you maybe once.
Yeah.
We're gonna see that in the replay here, I think.
It's not even like he's overshooting with a move and like using some sort of disjoint. Like if you're doing that with like scythe side air, it's like okay, that's reasonable. But
yeah, like what are you dash jumping in there for?
Yeah.
There's no weapon on the screen. Acno's got bow in the corner. He's basically like he's laid the bear trap on the ground.
Yeah. And you watched him do it. Like
he's making eye contact with you as he opens it up and sets it and goes like, "Are you gonna step in it?" And then he's like, "Heck yeah!" Just flies full force.
That's my bear trap, actually.
and then screams out in pain. It's like, "How did this happen?"
Again.
Well, now we've gone over to default Mirage here, but it's same character, same kit, same stance. Neutral and recovery. The thing that's the biggest change here is that we're on a snowy landscape of the World's End.
Yeah.
So down sig will knock out a yellow. Diana's specifically.
Exactly. And we get a nice edge guard there with the pogos on the spear, so that time Shadra is able to have a stock lead now, and Acno, we'll see how he's able to rebuttal, because we haven't seen Acno play with a disadvantage here. And fighting off stage like this is very tricky, and somehow they both make it back. Why are we down airing again? Shadra gets another down air the nair.
Bring it back to the stage. Yeah. Okay. That's the kind of game that we're playing right now. I see Acno. All right, sidelight Sair though. And now, down air would be pretty huge, but faces the wrong way. Dare does not have the force to dribble off the stage into a Sair true combo. It's a weird range where that ends up working out. Weapon throw catches the jump. That's going to be It's the wrong way. Whoa, this is hard to commentate, PJ.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
Oh,
like,
no.
oh,
He
again,
did
it works
it
a bear
again.
trap, dude. This time you put a branch on it, but still, it's a bear trap.
Yeah,
you know it's a bear trap.
yeah. It wasn't exactly like that. That was a little bit of an outplay
Sprinkle some
on
grass on
Acno,
it, yeah.
but on Acno's part, but still. It's funny. It's like I just feel like, when in doubt, oh, wow, that's still connected.
Fully connected. No, the multi-hits didn't drop either, and we get a recovery, and there Acno tries to fight back with a bow down air. This is a strange game of Brawlhalla, but so far,
Very
strange
heavily
is
in
good for
Shadra's
Shadra.
favor.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. If we get down to the really nitty-gritty weird match, this is where Shadra starts to win for sure.
The early stocks are definitely going to his favor. Gets a bunch of damage from, takes a bunch of damage from Acno and unarmed. Yeah, no, the bow down stick's not as good at white, but you know what? Actually, it's still pretty good. The weapon throw coming through there, managing just to barely connect, and Acno gets the ground
What
pound
a
on the
ground
side.
pounded KO.
That
He's
was
gone.
That was an awesome punish.
Yeah.
I've never seen Mirage sidestick punish quite like that. He like weaved around it and then caught him at the end of the animation.
At like 70 damage or something, like before 100 damage easily.
Acno
Ridiculous.
is cheesing him. That is a lot. Down
Okay.
sigs and ground pounds. Okay, let's see if Shadra can close this one out here.
You forfeit the ground to Acno. Acno walks into the corner again.
Oh no! Every time he goes to the corner, I'm like, oh, he's
Oh!
that's huge.
Wait, how did
Sarah, the
Acno get
down
a
air,
side air
gets the
there? He's
recovery, waits for the dive kick, switches over. Okay, so Prime's blasters. Not again! He's just, dude, you're on arm, Shadra. You don't have to do it. Okay, he manages to make it back.
Oh, no. Okay, we got some blasters now from Acno. Hasn't found a lot of success in this game, though.
The kicker here is that blasters have the same move. they have the same move. He's in the corner. He's going to down sig. I cannot believe that I just. That's.
I didn't know where you were going with it. The thing is, but it happened.
Yeah, no, he acted a little bit faster than my slow buildup could do, because I'm just looking at this and being like, no, guys, like, you think you saved yourself, but actually he still has the same move. It's worse. But it's not bad in that scenario. So, all right. Acno down sigs and ground pounds his way to victory 3-0 over Shadra, showing that he can stand in the corner and press the down move.
It worked, and like if you're on, like I keep saying, if you're on Spear or even like Scythe, maybe you're able to get a lot off of punishing the signature. But when you're unarmed, it's like it's just not worth. Like the EV of that is just really bad.
And great recognition from Acno too, to be like, okay, if Shadra is going to relentlessly weapon throw, dash jump, unarmed Sare me in the corner, I will dodge the weapon throw and down sig his approach. This is what he did every single time.
Yep.
Bow, it throws the hitbox in front of you. Blaster's even better because it like shoots in front of you and you don't have to worry. It's a disjoint, so you don't have to worry about it clashing. Yeah, well played by Acno. Just a little bit more patience there from Shadra. I mean, Shadra even had more damage done that game. I mean, in those situations, if you just like throw your weapon and then you watch, see if it's connecting or not, and then wait for a new weapon spawn to come in, I think you have a lot more success. I don't really have anything else to say than that. I mean, probably review that replay.
Yeah.
like that was sometimes it's hard to find the one thing you need to work on in a game.
Yeah.
But that's the one. Well played by Acno. I don't know how confident I am in that strategy working against the likes of Esgrape.
Yeah.
But we'll see if he stays on the Diana.
Yeah, we for sure will. So with that being said, we had Acno moving forward to play Esgrape, and on the other side we have Bamea fighting some Chakrams once again. But before we get into those matches, I believe we're going to be going to a short break, and we'll be back with more Spring Championship 1v1 action. See you soon. Welcome back, everybody, to Spring Championship 1v1s. We are in the Europe bracket, and we are here now to get you what the top 4 will look like. We got the elimination side matches between AMGG and Bamea and Esgrape and Acno. I'm PJ, joined by Taza. Taza, how you doing?
How do you think? I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. But how do you think Bamea versus AMGG is going to look? I don't know.
I don't know either.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it plays out.
From what I've seen, Mordex into Priya has not been great for the Mordex players, if I have to say. I think Scythe has some stuff, but I don't really love gauntlets into Chakram, so we'll see. But I think I feel like half of me is like, I really want Bamea to win, but then the other half of me is like, I'm here for the chaos. Let's go AMGG.
That's right. Yeah. And it's really cool when we've got that community tournament fiend coming through into an official and beating everybody and being like, oh, this was due. Bamea was in this position once upon a time.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's a little bittersweet because it's kind of like, oh, a fraud on the Chakram, which is like, even to this day, I don't feel like Chakram's as crazy as people say.
Yeah, it doesn't carry that much. Yeah.
I think that there's just been a huge reluctance to smack it with Taros.
Yeah.
But I digress. We'll have to see how this matchup plays out here because Bamea did go down to Friedsol, a very different flavor of Chakram player than what we're going to be seeing here from AMGG.
Yeah.
So let's get into it. This elimination quarterfinal, like you said, this is getting in the top 4, which is one step closer to that Royale spot here for Springs. So we're opening up, and we've got the Fate going up against the Priya. So we talked about this a little bit before, during, and now, which was that we like Fate more than Mordex because you get Orb. We've been finding that Orb is a little nice into Chakra.
Yeah, so an interesting thing is that in the winner side, Bamea picked Priya. So you think of Mordex, Gauntlets, and Scythe. So we throw away the Scythe, we pick up an Orb. It didn't work out, obviously, losing Game 5. So now we throw away the Gauntlets and say, I'm going to pick up an Orb, see how Fate works out. So Bamea having the character repertoire to pick the Orb into the Chakrams, but so far making it work on the Scythe. Now picks up an Orb, looking for that KO on Small World's End.
I think my favorite theorized counterpick to this day is Dusk. But the signature gets a little weird, and having an Orb and Spear player is like also pretty uncommon.
Yeah.
And the big thing that you get from Fate here is that you just get such high force. Sidelight side air here doesn't knock out. I thought it would, but the next one certainly will. And Bamea with the lead going into game number 1.
Yeah, the switch Chakrams now with the side air, and Bamea trying to hover center stage, but the recovery goes high, and oh, there's the down signature. You have to be careful about that down sig. It's relatively quick, and it puts a hitbox right in front of Chakram, something that Split Chakram can sometimes struggle to do, especially lethally. You don't really have any way to KO like that. That down sig's a great way to wake you up, and we get a big string off the top. Obviously not the most amount of damage, but if it keeps going, it looks real bad for Bamea. GC Enlight and AMGG getting so much damage
And
there.
this is also like the Chakram problem that I encounter with other people, which is that they keep trying to challenge Chakram on the way down.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you can go around it. Stop dodging down into it. It's got multi-hit moves that are meant to be a blender to catch your dodge down, to catch your dive kick.
Yeah.
That down air will spike AMGG. Let's see. Does dodge underneath the first side air, but the silent side air from the second attempt will connect. Bamea evens it up. But look at how much damage he took. And he took all that damage off the fresh stock trying to get down to the ground.
Yeah, exactly, and you take more than 100 damage. So that's the thing where, like, Chakram will usher you really high up, but it'll do less than maybe 80 damage, for example, do like 50, 60 damage. But the thing is, when people, like you see, try to contest it on the way down,
and then you get comboed by the same thing again.
It's like nair and recovery, and you keep doing that enough times, another recovery.
Do it again. Yeah,
exactly.
fall into that recovery, Bamea. Let's see what happens the third time. Oh, down air does not hit.
Okay,
trying to catch with those down airs. Won't spike while it's split, but we'll drag them up to get the side air follow up afterwards, which is what a lot of Chakram players are looking for. Even though I actually like fused down air more at high damage situations because it will just knock out.
Yeah, exactly.
If you're going for the move, why add the execution? But still, 2-1 lead here. Let's see if Bamea can get down.
Yeah, and I think a fused Chakram having a sidelight as well, it's like a really far poking. It's like if Orb sidelight KO'd, essentially, especially when people have no resources and they have to like drift back to the stage. Situations like that is where split actually, or a fused actually finds a lot of success in. Seeing with the way that Chakrams will be changed soon, we might see a lot more of that. We see Bamea off stage, or forcing AMGG off stage now, getting the down air. Once again, AMGG has to recover back, but a laggy of recovery there with that, and the side air punishes from Bamea. Now we're even stocks.
Yeah, good patience coming up from Bamea on that entire edge guard, one hit at a time, and then falling down for that side air. Now onto the Scythe. Let's see if we can catch a jump here. AMGG is looking for a lot of these they're like dash jump down airs. Trying, if the grounded hitbox comes again, he jumps and down airs again. But that recovery, not going to catch a jump just yet. Okay, that could be huge. Bamea circles around. Oh, he fuses. Oh, I had to have been a mistake. Immediately gravity cancel D-Lights. It's like, no, stay split. Goes in for that side air right afterwards. Bamea keeping things close, but AMGG could take game 1 here.
Nice avoidance so far from AMGG, not getting reversal after whiffing the recovery. As I say that, the recovery comes out from Bamea. Sidelight sends off stage, and AMGG takes a moment to reset, gets some reprieve on the wall. Bamea, another recovery. That's like the 4th recovery this stock, and now AMGG with the damage deficit there. You can't really punish that down air with the end light, but there we do find it, and Bamea gets the end light recovery, punishing the down air in the corner, and Bamea takes game 1.
All right. Well played from Bamea.
Looks good.
I wonder, like, if you take away the juggle states that happened in the middle of this game.
Yeah.
That looked really, really good for Bamea, which is what happened towards the end, right? Like, Bamea didn't take damage on this last stock because he never went in the sky again. His ground game really paid off. And I was starting to think maybe if we went to a stage with more platforms like this one,
there you go.
It's interesting, right? Yes, Chakram likes being in the air. Yes, Chakram likes to start its combos with down air. Down air can't go through platforms because of the grounded hitbox. So you're perfectly safe underneath them. Actually, why I like the triplat stages a little bit more. And triplats also give you more places to land against Chakram, whereas Chakram typically doesn't want you to be grounded.
Yeah, exactly.
So I like to see more of these platform stages, although I think in this case, this was AMGG to stop banning it out.
Oh, is it you? Okay, we do live that.
Yeah, but he could get it again.
No.
Chase dodges all the way up, and Bamea is still struggling to land even with these platforms. That's the counterpoint to my argument, which is that platforms mean you get closer to the blast zone, which also is good for Chakram. So we'll have to see if that matters. But like you said, how much damage do you take from those combos, PJ? Look at how much damage Bamea has. He was twice kissing the blast zone at the top there, and yet he still has a lead.
Exactly. A big lead at that, and now with the Orb online, you need a sidelight side air to close out this stock.
Ooh,
or
Ensig.
Yeah,
okay.
GC Ensig. You end up on the soft platform as well. The sword recovery almost enough to KO. Exhausted. The nairs come out as well. Bamea fighting back with that down air and then the GC side light, but that time it's too much.
It's not even a Chakram problem. Sword doesn't do that to everybody.
Yeah, exactly.
like Bamea's actually holding down out of hit stun and just landing into 2 recoveries in an air right afterwards. He doesn't care. He just wants to hold down.
Yeah, and that's something that, you know, especially when you're on orb there, it's like, I don't really know if I agree with, like, swinging with down air. Like, very, very rarely are you going to actually hit a sword player, like, diagonally down and forward of you. So
there's very few weapons that can do that.
Yeah, exactly.
You
It's
got
like, why would
axe
they
and
ever
spear?
be there? Yeah.
That's like it.
Yeah.
Not too many weapons can battle their way down. Sword's got good range, but the orb is not there on that list. Cider will finally knock out. Was looking for that Cider for 2 minutes, basically. But didn't take too much damage. Most of the hits coming out from AMGG was on the split chakram. Now we're over on the sword, and we might see more sword from him. No, okay, that's fine. I've liked what I've been seeing from AM's sword when it hits, but he just goes right back to the chakram.
Nice avoidance, and AMG just hold on to the soft platform. Tries to go for a dash off into the down air, trying to scoop up Bamea, holding that center station. So we see Bamea like finding a lot of safety underneath the platform and then trying to swing up with an air. That time a recovery catches AMGG. AMGG having to drop below the platform and recovery to scoop up and start juggles above the platforms, but hasn't been working out so much. Bamea gets punished there, though.
Darren air. The punish did come while AMGG was sweating, though. But once again, Bamea just floating around off the top of the stage, taking a good amount of damage so far. Does avoid that end light, and that slide charge side seg not going to connect. Recovery gets punished by his recovery, but Chakram split recovery is so weak that it does the damage to take out the weapon. Excellent combo there. I'd say it's newer. Newer relative to, I only saw like one player doing it at max mode, and that was Sandstorm, which is that if you do side light, drags them back, and then you do down light, which fuses your Chakram. The fuse, unlike the split, is actually a knockout move. It sends them flying.
Yeah, because you fuse into the KOing side. It's
and a true combo.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
So well played coming out from AMGG.
Yeah, so you don't even need fuse side light anymore because you can just confirm into the fuse. But okay, MGG. I mean, you can't be on the wall there when the down airs come out. Bamea gets juggled so much. Bamea trying to fight back with a side light there, gets the side light into the end light, goes for a read the recovery as well as Bamea tries to swing off stage, and AMGG is picking apart the fate right now. This stage counter pick has been working out so far for AMGG.
Yeah, and I'm beginning to realize, Bamea, don't go to a stage with platforms because it just takes you longer to get down. Because you go to the platform first, then you pretend like that's the stage.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, this is not working out the way that I thought. AMGG very comfortable here, gets that recovery. At this stage of the game, I'd almost be like, just play Fuse the rest of the game. If that was like a pickup recovery on Fuse Chakram, which would have knocked out. And you've got so much damage, you don't need these combos on Split, but
Yeah.
it's a little bit faster. Here we go. Nope, splits it. He's like, I want to do 3 more recoveries.
It's so interesting. But we'll see it here. Potentially another side light into down light. Bamea, I mean, slowing it down as well, realizing, like, I kind of need to wait for AMGG to make a move here. And
he will. He's going to
wait.
recovery like by 50 times. Okay, Dare recovery will do it.
Super dark red damage.
And for clarification, it's not like exactly a 1-to-1 trade-off between Split and Fused. Split recovery, in exchange for its less distance and less knockout power, does come out 4 frames sooner than if you were to fuse it.
Yep.
Fuse recovery also, depending on how you steer it, does drop. And that's not very fun for a lot of people, which is why I think most people just say, forget about Fused. We'll just stay on Split. We'll get the recovery at the top of the stage. But still, I'd like to see some more of those adaptations. But it doesn't really come into play here in Game 2. Bamea is going to bring us to Fortress of Lions to game number 3.
I like the pick here. Obviously, it's not always with a platform, so you're not always having to deal with Chakrams having a platform to extend ladders. But all things considered, we'll see how this one plays out. Obviously, the game number 1 with no soft platforms worked out. Game 2 with 2 didn't work out. Maybe 1, we'll see who really comes out on top in these stage picks.
Yeah, Scythe being picked up now. Dare recovery will put Bamea towards the top of the stage. That's scary.
Yeah, really, really scary there. It kind of looks similar to what the down air looks like. So you get hit with the ground pound, and you're like, wait a minute, I got sent downwards.
Recovery gets punished by a Sair, or rather it gets traded. No down air follow-up right afterwards, but that will just send Bamea up towards the sky. Yeah, honestly, just keep the juggle stick going on, AM. I think that it's been working great. Dare recovery. And honestly, as much as he was trying to chase for more damage there, that's also surprising because Sword Delight recovery would
just KOs, and it's exactly what you're doing, where you're conditioning people to land in weird spots because you know they're just struggling to get back down. GC downlight recovery just KOs on Sword recovery there on the split.
Sometimes I'm watching AM play, and he has a little bit of time on Fused where he like hit a Fused Sair, and then I felt like that Gravity Cancel Delight was almost like a wait a second, I'm not split, and then he's like, wait, this could have comboed, and he didn't, because it could have. Delight combos. It's a combo starter.
Yeah.
If you split, but despite all the shenanigans there, he's still solidly in the lead here. Bamea looking like he's struggling a little bit to get started.
Yeah, this is tough, and I mean, realistically, how do you deal with the Chakram that's jumping away from you this much? You do whiff punish that recovery, and we use the down airs as a way to continue momentum and stall in the air a little bit. GC and Sig, a way to not only move yourself forward, but also flip the situation. Now Bamea gets hit with 3 down airs into the nair, into the side air for some nice damage. Bamea now bleeding out. You need to stop the bleeding.
Okay, AMGG has discovered that, yes, your momentum does slow down when you dare, and now he's having a lot of fun with it. That triple dare in an air Sair was crazy coming out from AM, and Bamea now he managed to even things up. Okay,
look at the damage.
That's great damage. Yeah, and Scythe, unlike Split Chakram, that damage adds up after a lot more hits. I mean, three nairs in a row.
Yeah, I could do that too, man. I'll juggle you as well, the same way, but with a weapon that actually does big damage, and now Bamea has a damage lead here.
I wonder how punishable Fate Ensig would be on Scythe, for how much AMGG is in this space where like a slightly charged Ensig would cover all of that. I just wonder how bad it would be. I guess you just jump over and down air him.
I think so, but I think if Bamea utilizes like the side hitboxes of the no charge signature, you can't really punish it on Chakrams.
I'm curious. It couldn't just be that on miss that's then like so bad that you just get hit anyways. But AMG gets that side sig. Bamea tries to get back to the stage. Falling Sair there, enough to knock out as well.
Yeah.
The nice thing about split Chakram Sair is that, unlike Orb Sair, you can continue steering it forward or backwards as the move flies out. So he kind of drags Bamea forward with him to bring him closer to the blast zone before the knockout comes through. Now he's 1 stock away from bringing this to match point.
Nice snare into recovery again. The damage is slowly building up, and I mean, like, it's obviously like a lot of hits, but now the damage starts to rack up as you get juggled the second time the same way. Now you're approaching that 100 damage mark where you're not exactly like worried about getting KO'd versus split chakram, but it's starting to get annoying for sure. The recovery comes in from Bamea now, looking to get a punish, but he's been swinging too late.
Ensig? I don't know how he got up there. That was crazy.
You know, Orb Ensig is not bad at punishing down air as well on chakrams. You have,
but I imagine it catches you before the move comes out, right?
I think you can probably find a way to do it. I believe in Bamea here.
Ensig does get punished. Sarah will do it. I don't even think split chakram recovery knocks out just yet.
Nope.
So hopefully for AMGG's sake, his sword's ready to go. Let's see if Bamea can make this comeback.
Holding the weapon star if you're
that's
saying.
huge. He's low and jumps.
Oh, there's the down air. One more hit. GC Light the wrong way. Maybe should have went for a down air instead, but AMGG taps in the game with the D-Light into ground pound unarmed.
Dare.
So close.
Nair. I think I would have liked Nair better there than it's like, what does gravity cancel Light do? I guess it gets
recovery
you jump,
into the wall.
Nair, but it looked like that positioning was a little too close. It might have put him over the stage.
We'll see it here. Side light. Down air.
Dare, here I'm thinking Nair.
Weapon toss GC down light.
Yeah, it's a tough situation, right? Like you're trying to be in that clutch, and he doesn't manage to do it. It's over double the damage, around double the damage from AMGG. Going into game number 3, match point now, and Bamea is done with the orb experiment. Only 67 damage came out from the orb, equal to his unarmed.
Yeah.
We were talking about how we like the weapon in the matchup, but if Bamea can't make it work, you might as well go to what's practiced. The Mordex is going to come out here for game 4.
Yeah, like I think that one of the biggest counterplays that you have as an orb player is you can jump Nair and whiff punish down air because it's a little bit horizontal, very vertical. But we weren't seeing that from Bamea. Bamea wasn't going for it.
None of it.
Don't do it. Don't pick this. Don't pick that weapon if you're not going to go for things like that. If you just don't have ready, it's just not worth playing it.
And we were seeing him basically only use the weapon for signatures that were getting punished anyways.
Exactly.
So let's see how the Gauntlets play here against AMGG's style of Chakram as he spot dodges the ground pound, and I think that's the stock. Touches the stage and the ground pound comes out right afterwards. I think AM was also a little surprised that he got the wall touch in the way that he did because of how he didn't react to that ground pound. So solid start from Bamea here. Not even thinking about that lightsaber. It's just there for show.
So interesting because I would definitely want to at least try to use the sword a little bit versus this.
I love it. The idea that I have behind how players play Chakram is it feels like they're loading their weapon. They like pick it up and they're like, I have to downlight to use it. Like, if I don't downlight, it's not a weapon. Like AMGG literally slid off the stage. He gave up center stage control in favor of transforming to split Chakram, and look how much damage he's taken here. Bamea looking so much better on the Mordex. It's not even close.
If splitting Chakram inflicted 50 damage on you, Chakram players would still do it.
They would still do it.
They would still do it every
time. You're not even wrong, and that's well, if it was once a game. Because I think after a while, they probably just would have picked the weapon. But this is how it feels. Another ground pound comes through. The dare into Sarah. I don't even think it's enough. That weapon throw will get it. Nice.
AMGG so smart. Gets the down air there, realizing no way I can confirm. I have to chase dodge, and goes for the side air, realizing Bamea wants to dodge as well. I love the edge guard there from AMGG, and he gets back in this game slightly. Of course, the damage looks really good for Bamea's favor, but we'll see.
Flying around the Chakram recoveries, trying to get Bamea in that juggle state. That's where all the damage comes in from AMGG.
Nice avoidance there on that signature.
Didn't like that nair right afterwards, though. Doesn't get a punish. On the side of the stage, this didn't work out for you last time.
Okay, yeah, Bamea
Why isn't it going to work out for you now? Like, when I see him doing that slow slide on, like, the side of the stage, I'm like, Bamea has got to be in your head with that, right? That's, okay, gets the downer right afterwards, spikes him straight down. It's not worked out for AMGG ever when he holds the side of the stage.
It really feels like AMGG gets into like two very distinct modes of like down air or side light, and doesn't really like swap between the two modes as proficiently as someone like Vim Tangilo. It's kind of so. I'm not trying to say like AMGG is very linear as a player.
He's waiting for there's the split. I think you know what? You might not be trying to say it, but I'll try to say it. Yeah. I think it is a little linear. At least how it's showing off in this Mordex.
It's like he's in down air mode right now. Like he wants nothing but down air. He's like, I'm not gonna. And then now we see side six. You see what I'm saying? Like. He just wants to play in the air, and that's all he wants to do. And Bamea is like kind of beginning to pick up on that and read it and punish it accordingly, using the ground.
And I'm glad, because I think that if you take away the juggles, I don't know what AMGG has against Bamea in
Yeah.
this matchup. And I think he's starting to realize that too. We'll see if it stays in game number 5. That's a great knockout there, ending game number 4.
Yeah.
200 damage difference. And there was... Yeah, there was a lot of difficulties here on this right side of the stage. Bamea just completely destroyed him. Another edge guard comes out. I think that was from AMGG getting a reversal, right? But it was a 3 stocks to 2 situation. And then we get the finisher there with the side sig.
Yeah, the other side was AMGG touching the wall, not realizing it, and then Bamea going for like a very delayed ground pound, and actually works out. But
yeah.
I mean, so far, like, we gotta at least try the sword. I feel like the sword.
No, we're not.
You don't think so?
No, I mean, I agree with you,
Yeah.
but we're not.
We're
like
not.
when I see him pick up the weapon, it feels like it's like a hot potato. Like it's like literally burning his hands.
Yeah.
He just wants to throw it at the enemy, and he'll do it. He does not. He
didn't
actually
even throw it at the enemy.
No,
Like,
he just he wants to get it off the screen. And I think this is such a detriment
to the play style. Like,
to the
you
play
need,
style, yeah.
like, you're literally developing conditioning to start picking up a sword and then GC downlight. Like, the conditioning is literally perfect, but you just don't go for it.
Well, we'll see if it applies, because we are on the stage here where Bamea has there's like a magnet installed on his scythe that brings him to the side plats so that AMGG can juggle him.
Yeah.
And so I'm a little worried about this stage.
Ooh, he goes for ground pound there on the immediate option in AMGG. I mean,
these are the highest side plats in Brawlhalla.
Yeah.
Is on Miami Dome. And so while my platform theory I think holds for triplats because they're so low to the ground where you can like do a grounded punish, things get a lot tougher here. And this is AMGG's comfort zone as well. And now I'm a little scared because I'm like, okay, Bamea had such a great game plan with the lead. I don't know what he does with the full stock deficit. He might just get destroyed.
And AMGG swapped from just only going for down airs, and instead now we're playing towards the ground. End light, side lights, and then starting it, we see landing side airs as well. So this is where the adaptation comes in from AMGG. Says, I got multiple modes, but I still got those down airs to keep you in check. And now he's playing the grounded state. He's like, you know what? I'm willing to get these normals, these light attacks on the ground out and get combos started through that way.
And now what do you do when a Chakram player with the lead is 2 jump heights away from you all the time? I guess you lose.
We'll see if Bamea can make something happen on the gauntlets, but right now it looks like dire straits and just, curtain slowly closing in on Bamea. We'll see if he can make something happen here towards the wall, but there we get the sidelight into the fuse, but it doesn't KO.
Yeah, I think the verdict here is very clear for me. This is probably Chakram's best stage.
Yeah.
I think it gets rid of the issue that I saw, right? Like, if say you're on Mishima Dojo and you're Chakram down airing on the side plats, most characters have a move that hits up far enough that they can punish that without getting hit. That is not the case here, unless you're playing like what? I don't know.
Cannon Nair.
No, there's very few signatures that reach. Koji, I guess.
Yeah, Koji.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, you're not sniping people sitting on these side plats. It's so brutal. Bamea on the verge of getting 3 stocks. The Nair comes through. What happened to the Bamea game plan that we saw before? Finally, Enza comes through. They'll get 1 punish on the aerial playstyle here. Let's see if he can get another one.
PR number 3, the previous winner of Winter Championship EU 1v1s, is looking to fight and make this Game 5 comeback story versus the AMGG Priya here. We get a recovery there. Bamea now getting scooped up as he can't find safety underneath those platforms anymore versus the split chakrams. An air comes out, a side air, a nair, a side air. That's some big damage for Bamea. And now AMGG, the one getting sweat beaded off the top, but doesn't get a big punish. And now Bamea, I mean, look at the respect. He dashed the entire full screen away back into the corner. Now AMGG realizing Bamea doesn't have many options on where to go.
He just keeps landing on top
out.
of him. He just keeps going. He's just gravitating towards him. The blades.
All right, here we go.
Clipping him every single time. Gets the recovery. Okay.
Nice.
Go dodge.
Oh, down there.
The down.
And the ground pound comes out. Bamea now with very few resources. Down air into ground or to another down air. Doesn't connect.
Gravity cancel side.
That's such a big deal.
Yeah, huge recovery move. Ends up hitting with it as well. Bamea not prepared for it. And another side sig will come through. Not going to knock out just yet, but AMGG very close. Goes in for that down air into down air side air. That's going to be a knockout, and that's going to be a 2-stock. Game 5 goes over to AMGG, a considerable upset in my mind. I think a lot of lessons learned as well from how the matchup plays out. Bamea handedly was winning every game that wasn't Miami Dome. He got 2-stock both times on Miami Dome, and the reasons I now see are clear. I think you can just evaluate it based off of how many jumps it takes you to get to a side plant. Miami Dome is one of the few stages where it takes 2.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you're using 2 jumps to jump into a Chakram down air
and
then be dragged up even higher without your jumps, it's so bad. And then we see MGG with an excellent edge guard there, dare and a dare and a side air. Very convincing victory at the very end. And that's going to be AMGG going up into top 4 here in the Spring Championship.
Continues to collect names. AMGG beat Moonier to make it here, as well as some really strong players. And the only person that AMGG has lost to is Godly in the bracket. So AMGG like continuing the run, and it's like we're here, and it's like somebody that's seeded 97th. We're not really expecting AMGG to go on this run. And in any other situation, we're like, okay, 97th, you know, maybe this is where the run ends. But I'm thinking like AMGG all the way. Like he can do it.
And so for clarification there too, right? The seeds are based around power rankings and official events and stuff, and it's not like everything's like handpicked from every recent event.
Yeah.
So it's not okay. 97 seed being in 4th place is actually crazy.
Incredible. Yeah,
that's really crazy.
Really, like in anything else in the world, it's like whoa.
I just want to like thanks to Slow-Mo calling out like the bearded brawl stats and stuff, where he's kind of like, hey, this guy has been on the rise.
Yeah,
lately.
He's on the leaderboard,
so he's not totally
out
of anywhere, but still, what a really crazy showing, because you're the 97 seed in officials because you have not placed that well in officials before.
Yeah.
That's just the way it goes. So that seed will never be that low again. He'd have to be inactive for 2 years at this point, because he is now top 4, possibly even further, depending on how he does against the winner of this next match. So coming up, PJ, we've got Esgrape versus Acno.
Esgrape versus Acno, and we saw Acno previously, obviously played the Priya at the Royale, but now playing
the
Diana
a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, so we'll see. And versus Esgrape, a EU mainstay, PR number 12, but getting 7th at Winter Championship, somebody that is very, very strong in EU, consistent on Spear Legends, for example. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I feel like we were talking about Spear being pretty good in the Chakram in general. I don't know what Acno is going to be playing in this matchup. It could be the Diana. I don't think. Man, sometimes you watch a player play their pocket pick legend and it wins, and you go, I don't want to ever see that again. And that's how I kind of felt watching Acno's Diana. But we'll see. It'll be fun regardless. Well, let's see what. We were already into the map select here. So we'll be seeing what we pick in just a little bit.
I want to give a bit of context about. Oh, and actually, no, we'll do this another time. But nonetheless,
I mean,
I think we have a little bit of time.
Oh no, actually,
we're in the next set. Yeah, anyway. But I was going to go on about AMGG grinding, but nonetheless, we're into Esgrape versus Acno. I'm interested to see how the Spear does in Esgrape, because I think Spear is a weapon that we were all like, okay, this has some usage.
I think it looks great.
Versus Chakram specifically.
I think Spear recovery is wide enough to where you can clip people at the edges with it, especially if they're in the air. Nair is great for landing. Pogo does a fantastic job of being able to get down when you're in those juggle states. And Acno is opening up with the Priya here against Esgrape, so the Diana was specifically for his last opponent. And just like every other Priya, we see them pick up the sword and they throw it away like it's a dud. And goes right over to the Chakram, gets a quick hit in before splitting it. And Esgrape now on the Spear, goes for Silite. Wonder if that was supposed to be jump ground pound. I don't know. That was interesting.
We see it here. Esgrape is kind of like, okay, so we go over to Miami Dome. So you're obviously just talking about how this stage is really good. Yeah,
from what I'm seeing, it makes a lot of sense why it's great too.
Yeah.
I think these platforms are one of the few platforms that are really, really good for Priya. So let's see if it continues that way. Sidelight gets punished by down air. Acno's got Esgrape towards the top of the stage. I don't know what the down stick was for.
I don't know. Maybe if Esgrape. I don't even know if Esgrape could even possibly be down there. Might have been a misinput from Acno, but nonetheless, a GC side stick doesn't find a KO, but Esgrape in a bad spot now, having to avoid. We see a fuse from Acno here.
Oh, I like this.
Okay,
and then he splits. So the fuse was a hitbox, as well as switching to moves that will just knock out on their own.
Yeah.
So I wonder if that's what Acno was thinking, or if it was just a complete flub. We'll have to see if he does it again.
Nair recovery. Yeah, there we go. So Acno developing all that damage. Didn't go for a recovery previously, and there we see it only using the recovery when it starts to KO. But now the juggle states continues, and that 4 recoveries. Goes for a Nair there. Doesn't find the Nair, but nice little bit of damage. And like into the down air, into the Nair, into the recovery. Once again, Esgrape taking so much damage of extra credit, getting hit by these combo starters. Sidelight Nair, or sorry, Sidelight Endlight goes for the down air. Esgrape dodging upwards to avoid it that time, but man, that's a lot of damage.
Ooh, dodge is out of the way and then cancels the dodge into a downlight for distance. D-Light ground pound will knock out Acno, but there was a lot of close calls there to Esgrape's stock towards the top of the stage.
I mean, Acno's a proficient sword player as well, but we just see an immediate swap away.
It's just so funny. Like there's not even any like strategizing about like how do I use this weapon throw in neutral. It is like actually like a panic throw.
Yeah, get
it's
out
like
of my hands
It's like
right
touching
now.
a hot stove.
Yeah.
And I just think that's so funny.
I know, because that weapon was like recently last year in the good graces of the meta. Like everyone was picking sword. There's like a million Asuris, but now it's like Priya's like, nah, it's just chakrams. Like I'm not trying to do that.
Hey, it's what they've been playing. It's what they've been practicing. They want to show it off. They want
Damage
to show what
is
it
so
can do.
great right now on Esgrape.
He's very damaged. And yet, I still wonder if recovery would knock out.
Okay, there you go. You get your answer.
Yeah.
When it's that high up, it KOs really,
But
really,
it's just
really, really
it's just interesting because I'm like, huh, from the ground, would it? We'll have to see.
Yeah. Now we see Esgrape, I mean, with the gauntlets online, we haven't seen anybody put up like a reasonable body of work on gauntlets to prove to me that it works versus chakrams. And it
Yeah.
looks like Esgrape is also realizing that and picks up a spear.
Yeah, spear comes through. Although we haven't seen anything from the spear, mostly because I blame the stage. I'm hoping people recognize that this is like, I look at this and I go, wow, Chakram just loves this place.
Yeah.
You have these high platforms that like both give you the jump height away from the ground and also give you a place to reset your own jumps so that you could do 50 more recoveries. In the middle of your combo, right? Like Acto's going to hit this. He's going to touch the platform, which he just does, and he goes in to reset his jumps. Now Esgrape does get the reversal, double unarmed recovery, and the gravity cancel side sig, but still doesn't get the stock. Acto goes in for the dive kick himself, and probably is going to switch over to the chakram. Splits it. Oh, he stays fused. Had to have been a mistake. He probably just he hit that down there and he went, "What am I doing?"
He's like, wrong, man. I would have won the game if it was split.
Because if it was split, he would have got a combo.
Yeah,
because
it
it
would
was
have
fused.
been like
he just got there.
Yeah.
That's funny. He lost the stock because of that.
Why do I listen to anybody? I'm just gonna throw the sword away too.
Throw it,
oh wait, he flips it with a
He's
down air.
using it.
No way! Weapon toss sword. GC down like ground pound. He makes it work. The first time the sword is used in offensive manner, and it works out for Acno. Acno proving he's just different on the Priya. He used sword.
Although really, like, it actually was an unarmed combo.
It was.
So
but
it's like that could have been
move.
any weapon. He could have picked up. Yeah, he could have picked up.
I need the replay. I need to be vindicated. He hit a sword move to send that
Did he?
point. Yes, he did.
Oh,
Look.
was it down air? Okay, you're right. This was a sword combo. Okay.
I mean, Axe would have done the same thing.
And so if we look at the stats that game, I imagine that's like, what, 20 damage on the sword? I'm very curious. I don't think we've got time to look at it.
20 damage dealt on the
Was it
sword.
20 damage?
20 damage.
Yeah, okay, good. Okay, so I know.
Todd is on it. 20 damage exactly.
So that was the only move that hit the entire game, but that does count. That's
great.
funny.
It's perfect. I mean, hey, you know, when you're right, you're right, and Taz is right.
Yeah. Well, also, I wasn't right because I said it wasn't a sword combo.
That's true. That's true.
But it is funny that was literally the only damage that came from that weapon the entire game.
Nice start there. Goes for a double nair there to try to get an extension, reading a dodge in place. Esgrape dodging downwards to punish.
Second side sig. Acno, little.
Yeah, this is
little loose on the trigger there.
That's how I play Priya, bro. You gotta like. I'm just tired of this. Let me just side sig. I mean, it works for a lot of situations, but it's probably the most punishable thing that Split Chakram can do. Is a side signature.
Down sig's definitely my favorite sig when it comes to the Chakram kit, especially because when it's hit stacked, all of Chakram's split moves have this like mechanic to where depending on what part of the swing you get hit by is the direction. So if you hit a falling nair on Chakram, you'll actually get a spike. Which can combo into other things too. We haven't seen situations like that because it's used for juggles or whatever, but the end of the move actually is swinging downwards. So it bounces people off the stage and can combo. And Chakram downsig, when it splits, if you're stacked, you hit with the backswing, it sends them backwards.
Yeah.
We haven't seen that yet. It's mostly just been used to hit people in front of them. But there's a lot of really cool nuances to Chakram that we just don't get to see because it's so good at hitting
Put the split down air in the bag, Taza. All right, we know, but that's not what we're doing. Everyone is like, I'm locked in on side light, end light, down air. It happens there. Nair is a recovery.
Like when you're fused and you throw the chakram and it comes back, it sends in the direction that it's flying.
Yeah.
How cool is that? Not useful. It's
not
just,
useful at all. And everyone's like, I'm
it
splitting the
doesn't matter.
chakrams, okay?
maybe one day in doubles.
Like we burn dodged the split chakram there. Like I don't know about that one, but Esgrape, he gets a KO thankfully there, punishing the no dodge on Acno, which obviously you would have liked to take that stock earlier on as the damage is so great for Acno's lead here.
Splits it. If that was Dare, it would have just,
if it was fused, it's a KO.
Splits it, and he goes like, you know what? Oh my God, I gotta stop. I gotta stop going on about it because he still gets the knockout,
yeah,
right?
Exactly.
Like, and that's like part of what makes Chakram so strong is that I can argue all these optimal things, but you're still you're still getting your knockout within a 50 damage range.
Absolutely.
Recovery's so reliable there. The juggle state starts there. Esgrape jumps and dodges out of the way for his life.
And using this platform very well there. And that's a double recovery, and it finally KOs off the top. It happened. Using the soft platform to continue the ladder, and the ladder KOs sub 100 damage. Akno steals the game away. I need a replay for that one, please, because I've gotten shades to previous platform fighters with that one. I will say I've gotten flashbacks now. That's scary. When that happens, that's a big deal.
Well. Once he splits it on the way to.
Yeah, I mean, and then you lose the stock. It literally is like not,
lost the
like
stock.
We should not be doing that. So yeah, so nair, recovery, jump recovery, recovery.
Oh.
Nice and simple. Don't be on the soft platforms there. It gets really, really sketchy when you're near that one. That one's tough.
It is funny how similar to Bayonetta that is.
Yeah, no, like straight
like
up.
I'm looking at this one like, wow.
Yeah.
Thank goodness that's not going to stick around.
No, it's not. Yeah. No, like I see
I'm
that.
going to look at that and I'm just remembering like, oh, it's a completely different game, guys. Don't worry about it.
I've seen that one before,
but
and
like,
that's not great.
like PJ and I, we like a lot of platform fighters. Yeah. This combo's familiar.
Yeah. I've read these texts before. I've played these games before. Yeah, I mean that just kind of shows the strength of the stages with the soft platforms, and kind of having to just forfeit that space and say, you know what, I don't want to be there, because that will happen.
Esgrape has joined the dark side. We've gone like, you know what, if you can't beat him,
join him.
It's Priya locked in for the Priya Ditto here on Western Air Temple, which I actually like a little bit better than Miami Dome. The platforms rise and fall. It gives you some weak points and strong points in the stage as the match goes on. Well, let's see what Esgrape's Chakram looks like. I'm curious to see what his don't know if it's a day one Chakram, but it's definitely a day one official tournament's Chakram.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think I've seen Esgrape play it, and I didn't even get to see the level. I wasn't really paying attention to that, but Akno showing, I'm the Priya on the block in EU right now. You got to respect me. Side air comes out, Esgrape getting ushered off stage.
Typically speaking, in the Priya Dittos that I watch, the person who's prepared the character does way better. I know you can say that about anything, but this isn't like a win more button. But
no,
you know what? If Esgrape does take his first game of the set with this, I'll be impressed. Let's see how this is going.
The better
so far,
player does win this mirror, which is weird to say because you would think that's how it always is, but it's a lot to explain now. We won't get into it. Esgrape gets a big start there, side light into end light. Recovery for some nice damage. Akno getting the nair now, and the juggle continues. Esgrape trying to flip the juggles with the down airs, and a side stick comes out, and Akno saying, that's my move.
I wonder if that was like a knowledge gap. I think Esgrape thought if he pivot slide charged the side sig, he'd keep sliding to the right, but it actually just halted his momentum and made him slide to the left, and then he ended up losing the stock. I think he's actually learning what six do. Hey, D-Light side air comes through. That's going to be a stock.
He takes it for most sword damage on Priya in top 8.
That's right. That is exactly right.
And he did it with the classic. I mean, side light, down light, side air. That's like every sword player knows how to do that. And you just lean into what you know, and sometimes it works out.
So now we got Chakram versus Chakram.
Okay, landing
side air. He stare end lights onto the stage. Gets that true combo. Anything after the end light, though, ends up being a read, and Akno's juggling up towards the top of the stage.
Oh, I thought he was. If he gets the nair there, I think you might get KO'd. Like, you cannot give the Chakram player a nair starting off the platform with your jump refresh.
And here's Esgrape trying to get that spacing to get the dare to go through the platform, but he's mostly been daring the platform, and then Akno gets a bunch of damage afterwards. Esgrape taking the lower plat here. Against Akno.
Oh, okay, I kind of like that.
Gravity cancel side light nair recovery. All true because that dodge was gone. Side sig not punished, and that's going to be it. That's the stock. Esgrape, one stock left in this elimination bracket run. Could get 5th. If he's not able to bring this back right here, right now, goes over to the sword and learns what Nsig does.
Yeah, a little bit premature, I feel like, especially because Akno is kind of impossible to get to that spot to get hit by that signature.
Ooh.
Another side air or side stick comes in, and Akno punishes with a down air. We see a scoop with the recovery back on the wall, side light into end light, jumps over the GC. What's it called?
The gravity cancel downlight.
Yeah, GC downlight.
It was kind of cool because I actually really liked Esgrape's idea.
Yeah.
Chakram's one of the few weapons where I'm like, actually, as a wake up, that sounds like a great call out on a not true combo to do gravity cancel downlight, but the jump ended up going right over it. But still, Esgrape evens it up 1-1.
Let me split him back as the weapon storm comes in.
Fused them. What?
We keep the fuse, and the backward hitbox of the fuse hitbox actually works out. We see a weapon toss, and then a pick up into some split chakrams now. What's crazy, if it was split there, he gets a lot more.
Yeah,
Funny enough,
I know.
Yeah.
he fused them specifically to throw his lead. I was like...
The juggle is so great because you get a recovery, you land back on the soft platform.
Hey, you
you're
just
like,
recover 3 more times.
The world's my oyster. I get so much here, and then instead, nothing.
Ooh, waits in the corner. Gets hit by that down air. Acno does approach.
Oh, the ground pound into the double down airs.
He's getting the dares. He's got the damage. Yeah, it's not as much to get the lead just yet.
What are we doing? We go side sig off stage. We get punished with a down air. Now Acno has the center stage once again. Esgrape gets it back.
He's
Acno, what are we
fused?
doing? We're off stage. Another ground pound GC side sig.
You gotta be kidding me.
GC down
Is that it? He's got a downer back to the stage.
Oh,
He
GC
gravity cancels
side
side
sig
six to the stage. The side six not online though because his dodge is still down. Okay, Acno surviving just barely. The side light disarms him and he gets hit by the huge recovery. Esgrape can get the falling Sarah Dare. Dare knocks out. I can't believe that it's Esgrape of all players that finally hits a Chakram Dare fused on stream. It's the first one I've ever seen in my life.
And it KO'd.
And he knocks out. He gets a game with it.
You're telling me Esgrape took a stock with Sword and then took a stock with Fused
Chakram?
The
Unheard
future
of.
is now
He's
Priya
a
mains.
low-tier hero.
This is a low-tier hero in the making. That left side interaction was the most privileged Brawlhalla edge guarding I've ever seen, but it works out.
Look, that was fused sidelight into fused recovery into fused down air.
And look at the drift. Like, you end up still back on the stage, so like you get your jump back too, so that you're able to kind of fight back. And 77 damage on the sword. Hey, is the sword diff? Is what I'm seeing.
I've got bad news, PJ. I don't know if the better player wins. I don't know.
Well, the player that used both of their tools.
Yes, that is a great point. Technically speaking, I like how Esgrape played more.
Yeah, we see more of the kit of Priya. Not only do we see the other weapon that Priya has, but we also see the other form of the weapon that Priya has.
Do you think Acno waits for Esgrape to lock in Priya and then switches to Diana?
That'd be crazy. Esgrape's Priya is level 22, so I think
that's not. I think you need to be level 25 to unlock the black color scheme.
Yes.
So it's not that much play time.
I'm like closing in on Esgrape's Priya level.
Okay.
Myself.
Okay. So you know about how much. That's like it's like a weekend playing ranked twos with your friends.
Yeah, exactly.
That's about how much time's in there.
I'm not sure that's a fun ranked weekend playing double Priya.
Double Priya.
Or Priya Wushong or something. Nonetheless.
Depends on what you enjoy.
Who your friends are. Yeah, if you have cool friends.
It's like, we'll have to see. We're on World 10 now. Platform's taken away here. Priya Ditto continues. Esgrape showing so far undefeated on Priya in the European top 8.
No hitter run incoming with the Priya, maybe. I mean, he'll have to do it if he wants to force himself into top 4.
Or play Lance. I think Lance does great against Chakram, but it's just so gone in the singles meta.
Yeah. Okay, nice open up there. Landing sider into the end light. Gets a bit of a juggle. And Nair into the recovery. And Esgrape all of a sudden is like, I'm beginning to feel the power here. I can do it too.
Balls with down air. Yeah, we're seeing a little more of the bread and butter play style with the Chakram here from Esgrape. Acno.
Oh, the side
sig. Yeah, Esgrape is fearless when it comes to using some of the more special moves of Priya's kit, whether it be like the signatures or even the ground pound, down air, and the gravity cancel down sig. That's a cool call out.
Is that a true confirm?
No, it's not. So. It's not true. But it's like a 2 or 3 frame dodge window.
Yeah.
And I think Chakram's still unfamiliar enough for a lot of players to where like there are some Priya players that will just check everybody with down sig right afterwards. And it works out. Down air gets to the stock. Okay, Esgrape looking fantastic.
Yeah, Esgrape makes it happen there with the edge guard. It's a classic sword. It's very simple. You get the side air into the wall, you get the down air as well, and now Esgrape, did he just throw away Chakrams to pick up sword? It looks like he does.
He did, yeah. Interesting. I wonder if it's because he wants to side sig.
We'll see. You also have like the edge guard opportunities on sword are very great. Of course, we've seen a lot of it. Nice side air.
It is very.
Wait a minute. Yeah, I called it. Oh, he went for the GCN sig. If that hit, that would have been so sick.
This is just bizarre.
Oh, the ground pound
again. He is destroying him with sword right now. And Acno also staying on sword.
Nice.
For the knockout. So does get it, but that was a lot of damage coming out from Esgrape so far. I think the mental damage has been done. Esgrape's Priya is just outplaying Acno. It's that thing where you main a character, but you're like, I hate the Ditto.
Yeah.
And people say that when they don't practice the Ditto.
Yeah.
That might be the case here for Acno, but...
That looked real scary. The Nair, every time you get hit with a Nair when you're off the screen, it's like, oh boy. Here we go. Nair gets the punish on the whiff Nair with his Nair. Esgrape now.
What was that ground pound? This ends up hitting the stage. Gravity cancel end light. Not going to lead anything else. Went for a down air.
Nice. So I love the sword swap here. Into the side air, into the weapon toss. That's enough to KO Esgrape. He's making a case for it right now.
Scary. This is scary, PJ.
Wait a minute. He knows the combos. He gets
And
it
down sig, yeah,
sig.
that's not real, but also it's real enough. Like if players are just like
Wait, he knows.
waiting for something to come afterwards, like nothing's really true off of Enlight. The only part of that combo that's true is Silent Enlight. So Esgrape's just making a bunch of callouts.
Okay.
And that time
Wait,
he
he's
doesn't
cooking. Wait a
do the
minute.
call out that time. Although I would have liked to see the Enlight after the side light, but I guess he wanted a huge dodge read. I don't really know what he's looking for.
Okay. Avoids the recovery, gets the Nair on the whiff punish on the split recovery from Acno. Doesn't punish the N6, doesn't realize or maybe forgot the N6 sends Priya to where it ends.
Ooh, gets the recovery.
Big extension. And now, on a last stock, Acno has an opportunity to bring this game back. We're going to cycle back into the split chakrams. I think Esgrape is looking at a sword pickup here. Oh, no, we get more chakrams.
And he's holding on to it split. Puts up that side light, gets punished by side light and light. Dodges out of that follow-up, though. Esgrape goes for a down sig read on a dodge away. Ground pound, crazy.
Wait, it's so bad the recovery sends downwards. But somehow Esgrape fights back with an air in the recovery. Acno doesn't swing and doesn't.
Yeah,
like,
Acno not
sense
ready to
it.
capitalize
Yeah,
on it
exactly.
sending downwards. I was surprised by it as well.
He's expecting dodge, but Acno's no longer dodging, so Esgrape has to go for the true confirm into the Enlight, I think.
I think Esgrape's looking for Enlight down sig. I think he's like thinking I have to. This is like an Esgrape thing, where like he wants to end the stock a little bit sooner than you'd expect with a signature. Side six here on the table. No, goes for side light.
Oh.
Recovery is actually good enough here to maybe knock out if he gets it high enough. Down air hits, down air and 2, down sig. Okay,
Yeah.
excellent. Well done. Esgrape has had that playstyle ever since his debut, right? Starting with the Orion. I feel like once you're an Orion main, you're kind of always an Orion main.
Yeah.
So you just like to use a lot of signatures as callouts. And he does them in really great places, right? Priya, a character of many strings. And because of that, that down sig is a great call out for people that are not playing tight enough to dodge out of the way of them. And that dare down sig will do the job.
So what I just saw from the bans is Esgrape previously losing not on Priya versus Priya on Miami Dome. Now he's like inviting it. He's like, I am winning in the Priya mirror. I will go to the good Priya stage because I'm the better Priya.
Oh, no. In fact, he probably looked at this and he went, I meant to ban this stage,
Yeah, I meant to ban it, not pick it. That's right.
And so that's a possibility there. So we'll have to see. We've been brought to Game 5 in Priya Dittos. And I like Esgrape's Priya more.
Yeah.
From what I'm watching, it does more of what I think Chakram's supposed to do.
Yeah,
I think
agree.
Esgrape's he's playing the weapon more in line of what I imagined it's supposed to be played like, and he's getting success with it against somebody who's only playing with a portion of the kit.
Yeah.
And while Acno has seen a lot of success in that so far, it's not doing well here against Esgrape on this Chakram. So we're actually going to be going to another platform stage. But a tri-plat this time around.
Yeah,
So we'll have to see if that changes things.
I'm excited to see how this one plays out on Terminus, small Terminus. Esgrape, it's been cool to see him kind of utilize everything, and I love the implementation of down sig to find your KO options instead of just going for what everyone's doing, which is down air, nair, recovery, and not getting a KO and just kind of resetting and hoping you win the juggle eventually. Esgrape's like, I'm just going to take the stock off of down air with the GC down sig, and most people aren't hitting buttons because they're scared to like get their dodge read and then lose a stock for it. And Esgrape's hitting hard now, gets the side light into the GC down sig.
I mean, at this point, you might as well down sig after every string. Acno's not been dodging any of them.
Yeah, because, I mean, you're just so used to getting hit by 3 moves. Now I'm going to go for the random thing that if you don't dodge through, you take more damage. I mean, the damage is so different.
Yeah, and Split Chakram does not send very far away at all, ever, really, except for, like, when you get higher damage with recovery and side air. So you've got plenty of opportunities for those dodge and reads and dodge in places to get punished by down sig. Nair recovery sends Acno towards the top. He does manage to land, but he's taking a lot of damage. That Chakram sent out of his hands with the fused Chakram, and then Dare Sair. One more sider could knock out. Gets a gravity cancel end sig. Very, very adept placing there because it hits in front of you, but it sends opposite of the direction. So it's a great way to catch somebody trying to cross you up, recovering back to the stage. Excellent usage from Esgrape there on the end sig.
The only thing I've seen from Esgrape that's shown kind of some inexperience on the Chakrams is whenever Esgrape gets a landing side air instead of go for end light, we start seeing side lights come out. Like, those are like slight optimization things. But in all, I mean, the grand scheme of it, he's winning right now versus Acno.
Yeah, the true combo there is landing Sair into end light.
End light, and then you get like a juggle or maybe
the
you get
side
some
light's
sort of
just greedy or like you said, lacking the experience. But everything else is working really good.
Wow, it beats dodge.
He
Is that
reaction
active?
spot dodged it. It just lasted too long.
Interesting. You have to dodge away there.
Yeah, that's good to know. So another end sig kind of stolen the idea from Esgrape, really. Akno's first time landing that move and getting the knockout evens it up 2-2 here in Game 5. Both players posturing on either side of the stage, waiting for the first one to make the move, and Esgrape's the first one to go in.
I mean, it feels like, I don't know, I'm getting like that nervousness where I'm like, wait a minute, Akno's kind of fighting back there, another side light, or landing side air into side light instead of end light. It's big when your opponent's holding in the corner and the only thing you're getting is landing side airs. Not knowing that you can get an end light confirmed is a pretty big deal in terms of like leaving damage on the table.
Goes in for that landing there. Akno has been holding the corner of the stage solidly throughout this game.
Ground pound to the platform. I don't like that. Akno now getting a recovery, doesn't go off, go for more with a double recovery. Nice avoidance, realizing the narrow, try to whip punish the down air. Esgrape still in this game, but Akno slowly fighting his way back. Okay, nice dodge.
He's jumping around the down sigs now. He's not dodging down. Esgrape's done him enough to where he's just like going behind. It's a good way to deal with the down six there, because you could see how easy it is to get out when you don't, dodge down into the move.
Can't punish with side light there. That's just, it literally just does not work.
Oh, Esgrape heavily damaged. Akno goes for the weapon starve. He might actually hold the sword this time. He might go for delay recovery. It's like close enough. No, okay. I like that better than what we've been seeing, because he did it to starve the weapon. Chakram split recovery, still going to knock out. It is now tournament stock here for Esgrape. And he loses the weapon, gets hit by Nair recovery, does pick up the sword, but I don't think he's got enough damage for D-Light recovery to knock out yet. That means he's got to win neutral a few
side
times.
air, it's smart, but it's not enough to KO. You need another side air or GC end light, and Akno has nothing. Can you make it back? No, you cannot. Tries to use a down air to stall, and we're down to last stock Game 5. You were supposed to destroy the Priya, not join them, and this time the Esgrape now has an opportunity to reverse sweep Akno on his own legend.
Yeah, that would be pretty incredible. Although, when you say could he make it back, I didn't realize, but like Priya could do gravity cancel side sig, and then stall with down airs, and then side sig again. I'm like, oh my god, he could have made it back. Well, you gotta throw your weapon at that. Ooh, get caught in the middle of the start frames of a side sig. Side light into end light and a dare. Akno getting a lot of damage here. Barely damaged himself. The Nair clipping there, spiking him into the platform. Esgrape dodges all the way back, gets a side. Okay, there's the Sarah.
He learned the
Sarah,
adaptation.
end light into neutral signature.
Wait a minute, he's learned. He did know about it. He was just going for something more.
Yeah. So that's excellent. Gets the true combo. Falls to the side air though, but that's gonna be end light. Doesn't get the down air right afterwards. Oh, that side light's gonna make him sitting duck on that side plat. And now he's nearing. He's not so damaged yet that it looks bad. Double
nice
dare. Doesn't get the side light on the landing.
He's fishing so hard for side light. Yeah, there we go. Gets the end light as well. Goes for the end sig. That time Akno jumps into it, but is able to avoid it, just barely not drifting enough. And now Esgrape gets another downer. Big overshoot. It sends downward. Going for the side air as well. Trying to scoop. Akno gets the reversal.
Whoa,
GC
that was a cool call out.
GC side light, such a great attempt.
Yeah, Akno ends up just barely avoiding it, but he did dodge in the direction of the attack, so Esgrape had the read.
I feel some sort of crazy burst option from Esgrape, but Akno, I think, is so ready for it.
If Esgrape side six, he loses the game.
Exactly.
And I'm so scared because he's like at a position where like you close the distance that way, okay? But he falls. He wasn't ready for that to hit.
If he jump nairs there, it's so much damage. You can even up the damage there. Avoiding the overshoot nair, but whiffs it down there off stage. Akno doesn't punish the recovery. Comes out.
Gets the
GC
side light recovery.
Into the nair recovery. Doesn't connect though.
He doesn't go for the recovery afterwards. Only gets the nair.
Oh, another nair. Doesn't convert into anything though. Not anticipating hitting that either. And the downer hits the grounded state, so it actually sends Esgrape up once again. Akno is switching. No punish side light into the recovery. It doesn't KO though. Akno has center stage once again. He's looking so poised in the Priya mirror. Can Esgrape get the hit? The siders come out. The side light gets punished. Nair no conversion. Akno still back to center.
What is that side light? Doesn't get punished.
Recovery, punish, disarm on Akno.
Yeah, but another recovery.
Recovery, it's enough. Esgrape, reverse 3-0, picking the Priya, taking it from Akno, saying, I can do it better. Level 22 on Esgrape's Priya, and he does it.
Only thing sweeter than knocking out Akno there for fourth is probably getting level 25 and unlocking the Black Colors game. Right? He's that much closer.
He got a whole level from this tournament set. I mean, what a statement from Esgrape. You know, I was gonna say this is the savior and the hero of not Chakram in the elimination side semifinals, but he joins them. And then joins them and beats Akno in superior fashion. That was a reverse 3-0 on Priya. Even with a damage deficit, he definitely had the clutch in that last game. Yeah. If you look at the stocks over time, Akno took 2 of Esgrape's stock in the same duration of his second one. Yeah. And that half the game was played on that last stock. We were talking about how, like, in the previous games, Esgrape was using a lot of sword, and we're like, we love that for him. But like, Esgrape fully leaned into the Priya player, like split chakrams only, and it was funny. It was funny as the set went on.
there was less weapon throws, less fused, and less sword. And then we were like, oh, wait.
He turned to the dark side.
He's Sarah and lighting up, and we've conformed. We are now a split Chakram player. Congrats to Esgrape.
Are we going to see more in top 4, do you think? Or Perea?
I think it depends on, like, if he fights Chakram or not. I know he's got a lot of characters.
Yeah, he's playing AMGG, and that's another
he might just do it.
Potential preview.
I don't know if he'll beat AMGG in the Chakram Ditto after AMGG took out Bamea, but anything's possible there. I think out of all of the Chakram players that I've watched, Esgrape had the coolest ideas, especially with like all the down sigs after the follow-ups, the neutral sig to get the reversal on the edge guard.
Yeah.
There was a lot of really awesome stuff that came out from Esgrape on Priya that game, and that was like Priya specific stuff. That's not like any character with a Chakram could do this. He was utilizing the signatures in her kit to mix up the strings that Chakram had. And that was very exciting to see. And he gets the win over Acno with it. Three wins in a row. That's not easy.
No, it's not.
So, very well played.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that being said, we have our top 4 all slated up here. We have AMGG and Esgrape in elimination side semifinals. And on the winners final side, we have Godly versus Friedsol. But that's going to do it for us. We're going to pass it over to Duke and Walt for the rest of Spring Championship EU. We're in top 4. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after the break.
welcome back to the Spring Championship for the European region. We got singles, we got top 4, and 3 out of our top 4 are Priyas, and I really appreciate that from Esgrape because he said no matter what, we're getting a Priya in that bottom side top 4.
Esgrape did the funniest thing imaginable.
He did. He really did. It was amazing. And thank God there are balance patch notes out there for people to look at and understand that things change.
But hey, look, a Godly walks into a bracket and sees a lot of Chakram. So, I mean, here's the question, right? Our first set of this top 4 will be Godly versus Friedsol. What does he got to do?
The same thing he did earlier, because he beat AMGG, who was kind of like the big person who people were like, okay, this guy, he's the Chakram guy right now, because he's been getting all these upsets, and Godly ended up getting the W over him. So it means that Godly kind of has an answer here, and so the question is, like, is that an answer that's universal, or was it just kind of player matchup?
Yeah, I mean, we did comment earlier today, the patient kind of like almost off-brand style that we were seeing from Godly. Duke, there's a scary possibility here. What if Godly joins the ranks of the Priyas?
You know, the Priya virus is very real, and you do have to be very careful about how you interact with it. But I think, you know, Godly, I think he's ready. I think he's prepared, and I think he's going into this one, as it is going to be the Taros on Godly's side, going up against Friesol's Priya.
Looking forward to it. Our first match of top 4, and the winner of this, of course, will be sitting pretty in Grand Finals. We talked about this a little bit in the Godly AMGG set, right? I think just like at a very basic level, Axe does pretty well into Chakram. So it looks, right? You have a lot of good sharking angles. The 45s are quite solid. You can play grounded. It worked out for Godly in the earlier set to keep him in the winner side of this bracket. Let's see if it works out here.
Yeah, I'm a firm believer in Axe and specifically Spear as well as 2 really good weapons. So I'm kind of sad not enough Europeans are playing the Bryn right now, but you know what? Still love to see the Taros. He's going to throw out the side signature. That high strength is really helping him out in this matchup. Over to the hammer, looking for the KO, and just try to find the stomp.
And of course, that moving platform could be very problematic for Godly should he randomly find himself getting caught up there without any dodges or jumps. So be on the lookout. If Fry gets a first hit there and lands on the soft platform, could be trouble, but offstage situation happens first.
Okay, Godly swinging for the side air. Gonna throw out the neutral signature, but Fry staying low.
Ooh, nice weight, though, from Fry. Okay, doesn't quite get it there on the 4th hit. Keeping this one going. Signature pushes him off stage, though, so Godly playing it patient.
Ooh, didn't see the opportunity there, and Fry's going to dash up, down Signature, sends Godly flying. Godly had so much damage. Can he convert this to a KO before Fry does?
I'm kind of surprised he went down, right? Because, like, again, we're talking about bigger picture. Godly is, like, weirdly patient in this bracket today, right? Like, not overextending, not going for super crazy reversal situations. Sending it offside there, I mean, it could be a warning for what could happen later on in the set. Looking for the stomp, which would convert into the Sair. Not going to get too much more after that, though, and Godly looking for one more opening.
Yeah, I really feel like Godly's struggling on this hammer. I almost want to see him just 100% the Axe. And kind of just take a page out of Kindness book and just be like, all right, enough neutralites. Eventually, this is going to KO.
Ooh, okay.
Unarmed.
Enough to do it. I mean, why not use any item in the first place if you could just do it unarmed? But Godly gets the first strike. How long is he going to hang on to this lead is the big question. Fry could answer right back with an unarmed string of his own.
Okay, he's sticking with the hammer, though, as Fry ends up picking up a pair of Chakrams. First tick of damage from Godly onto the second stock. No punish.
Once again. Yeah, I mean, but how does Godly play the low damage here for offstage? I think you just concede it, and it looks like that happened. That didn't disarm. Fry just looking for the unarmed recovery to get the stock. A little impatient, but I mean, at this point, really any move will do it. So even with the sword, we will see recovery coming up soon.
Okay, gonna throw away the sword. Fry might want to just do what Godly did. Unarmed downlight recovery. Still a KO tool.
What? I don't know. If it works, it works. Hey, man, evened up. I mean, Fry really didn't take too much damage there, as awkward as that situation might have been. Still has the Chakram in hand regardless of that weird situation, too.
I did not realize Godly had that much damage. That unarmed neutral air was going to finish off the stock there. Like, that blew my mind a little bit, but here on second stocks, like you said, Fry didn't take too much damage there. Despite the fact that it just kind of looked awkward, he's been okay at avoiding the damage of Godly.
Yeah, on the other side as well, the offstage dares that Friedsol been going for haven't quite been working out. It is forcing Godly into some awkward drifts towards the wall, so I want to see if Fry catches on to that later on. Here comes the ladder. Not going to get too much more, though. Oh, read the dodge correctly, but just didn't pull the trigger.
Yeah, unfortunate for Godly there. He actually got away from that down air, went for a neutral air, and it was Fry who ended up beating him out because I think it was a fastball recovery that just was a little bit better. Oh, that
covers both.
It's a big old circle.
And it disarmed Godly as well. That was a pretty brutal position to get put into, especially with the spawn now covers. Fry still getting the weapon star for just a little bit longer.
Back to the hammer again.
Yeah, I'm definitely curious at the end of this game how much of an impact the hammer has had, right? Because I think we really haven't seen much in the way of Stomp converting into anything on this hammer. I think you want to just play anti-air axe mode if you're Godly here.
Yeah, I am also interested in the stats because I feel like he's had the hammer for a long time but just not gotten a lot of damage. That time he picks up the axe, got a hit, but immediately Fry able to pick up that recovery for the KO, and he's going to prime a second set of chakrams.
Yeah, and then this is kind of, I would say, the weaker of the two weapons Godly has had, at least just by the looks of this first game.
Ooh, that stuff to recovery, that was really nice for Godly.
Does make it work. Is going to stall for just a little bit longer, and looks like he's defaulting back to the axe.
I mean, that's what helped him get that first stock damage built up. Going to keep the axe, going to deny the weapons. Fry utilizing that soft platform and just stay out of the range of Godly.
Okay, off stage. Yeah, now we're seeing a bit more of this patience from Godly. That was the first real misstep, especially when the sweat beads came through not landing on the soft platform. So Fry more or less equalizes the damage between these two.
Another, just that falling recovery coming out from Fry, and now Godly back onto the hammer. Doesn't really have Fry in that damage position where you can start fishing for a neutral air or a side air to KO.
Yeah, so this is a little bit dicey in these mid-damage ranges. What exactly does Godly do with hammer in hand? He hasn't really had much of an opportunity to weapon throw and maybe swap back to the axe. He might not even get a chance, period, right? We're seeing another recovery potentially from Friedsol. We'll just close out the stock eventually. There's one.
Doesn't put him off screen. This one could, though.
He waited.
Oh, Godly narrowly got away from Fry there. I think he had just enough drift that Fry was like, okay, I can't hit him with the recovery in this spot.
Yeah, but you see those weights are totally online from Friedsol, and that's got to be really scary for Godly now approaching, or passing red, actually, in terms of damage.
Okay. He does manage to pick up the weapon spawn. He's got the axe, still needs more damage, but the recovery from Fry is going to do it. Fry going to take game number 1, 705 damage
oh my
put
goodness.
out on the side of Fry. We talked about that neutral air KOing. That's pretty much every attack from Fry had to build up a lot of damage to get those KOs.
Yeah, neutral air, even from the unarmed, as we just saw in that clip, which was crazy. We wanted to talk about the stats a little bit here, and I do think they paint a pretty good picture, right? You're looking at the same thing as me. 55% of that first game, the hammer was equipped, but it dealt a third of the damage of the axe in that first game, which was only equipped for 30% of the game. I don't know. I mean, again, at a very bird's eye view, I think the axe is the key, at least in terms of how Godly's game planning against Chakrams.
Well, he doesn't like it at all, so he is switching it up, going to go over to the Nyx. That is one thing that's really useful for Godly is he does have a really large character pool.
Yeah.
Do also want to call out, he threw out 6 signatures, missed all of them, and production is very proud of the fact that Godly's back. I don't know why they really wanted us to say that.
But we do go to the Blasters. We talked about it earlier in the day as well. Got a little bit of love recently. Is it enough to compete with the demon that is Priya, excuse me? Hard to say, but...
Well, she is a little bit of a pariah if you, if you ask chat. But yeah, Blasters sidelight, likely looking for sidelight in the side air. That's one of the things that like Blasters kind of acquired recently. But maybe he wants to lean into this scythe and go for some offstage. Didn't go for the reverse nair there. Ooh, went through the weapon toss. Yeah, now he's going to try to starve. Goes off stage with the down air, but Fry just running right past him.
Yeah, it's just been like really interesting tempo swings for me so far. That recovery is not enough to do it. Very, very close to getting first strike, but Friedsol having to use this weird weapon I've never seen before.
Yeah, crazy. I didn't think she had 2 weapons. But Fry obviously figuring out he's got to use one of them. Ground pound not going to connect. Godly
nice.
going to fall down, hit that side air. Juggle weapons here. What's he going to stick with? Likely the Scythe. I think he's a little bit more comfortable with it.
Yeah, and I was going to say it's almost odd, right? Because we talk about how, like, slow and methodical Godly's taking some of the onstage, and then he'll just rip it off stage to try to go for something crazy. It's these weird tempo swings that's maybe throwing Friedsol a bit off balance right now, and that's resulting in Godly having a bit of a gentle lead.
Yeah, that's one thing that was kind of bothering me about the way he was playing Teros, is he was getting a lot of these axe down airs and then just walking away, resetting neutral. And I think part of that is like he's often looking for the opponent to make one mistake and then he can go in for a big punish just like that. There you see in the weapon toss up, pick up neutral air for extra damage, more neutral airs. Godly really starting to put the blast into Friedsol.
Yeah, even seeing like 2-3 nairs connecting into each other in some of the earlier blaster sets as well. It's been working out. Again, unarmed is enough to get the KO, but Friedsol a little bit more hurt this go around.
Okay, picks up the Scythe. How's he gonna do the edge guard? Godly usually likes to kind of hover around the corner and go in with that side light, down light, but throws out the neutral sig as Fry went high.
Ooh, okay, offstage. Oh, what a dip down! Crazy from Godly. Again, these reversal situations have just been so on point.
He's holding on. Gonna have to look for the recovery soon.
And once again, yeah, the spacing around specifically Chakram Dare has been really the bread and butter for anyone finding success in this bracket, which, you know, again, all things considered, has only been Godly when we look at the top 4 now.
Yeah, he's the only one who's kind of still holding on against the onslaught of Chakrams. Good patience there from Godly, not diving towards that
where's Bro
signature.
going?
I think it's a bait, but I don't know how good of a bait it is.
Took a couple hits on the way out. Godly is significantly healthier on this stock when he took Fry's second, so he does have a bit of range to be able to build up some more damage, perhaps even just make it a 2-stock outright.
I mean, he's definitely getting that damage. Nice. Ooh. The dash jump over, gravity cancel, downlight. Gets that side air as the follow-up as well. He's getting really good damage built up onto Friedsol. Ooh. A little bit of a misinput there.
And that's just enough to do it. I mean, Godly, like you said, deep pockets, extremely, extremely deep roster. Able to do it with the Blasters pick.
Yeah, really clean on that one. Had some really solid Blasters play. Like, most of that was Blasters play. 54% of the time had the Blasters in hand, put out 400 damage, more than he put out on either weapon when he was on the Teros.
So here's the next part now. Does he stick with the same pick? And it looks like he's going to for game number 3. I mean, it worked really well, right? A pretty, like, medium damage 2-stock, especially with the Blasters putting in as much heavy lifting as they have. I don't blame him at all for sticking with it.
Well, we are here on the Miami Dome. I know there was some murmurs in the back that Miami Dome might be like the best map for the Chakrams, or it's like the map that the Chakrams have been doing really, really well on. We'll see if this ends up helping out Friedsol or if Godly has an answer on this map.
Yeah, and I think just as partially an explanation for that too, the side platforms being static as well. As soon as the Chakram player can land on one of those side platforms, if they get any burn dodge or anything, it's usually pretty bad for the other players. So we'll see if that comes to fruition here. There's the landing on the side platform, but Godly sneaks out.
Yeah, being able to reset your jumps that high in the air, definitely a really solid tool. You're seeing Fry utilizing those soft platforms again. So far, damage relatively even, double Nair. Got the third one, but can't find the spot for the recovery.
And I mean, the Nair does seem like such a clean answer to the way that all of the Priyas are looking to crash down with down air, right? Like, it just answers vertically. So good stuff from Godly so far, keeping this relatively competitive. There's a whiff punish, but there's no weapon in hand, meaning it's not going to result in the stock yet.
Yeah, I couldn't do too much in that position, so he just went for something to knock him away, get the weapon spawn. Ooh, dash in, down heavy. Godly gonna disco on Friedsol. Juggles weapons.
That's been like 4 or 5 KOs unarmed in this set already, which is pretty crazy. But hey, if it works, it works. Godly, once again, maintaining this lead, but it looked like it might have been another unarmed KO to answer right back. Friedsol not able to close the book on it, though, and Godly gets a lot of damage now.
A little bit of a greedy ground pound there, but Fry actually gonna challenge it. Goes in unarmed.
This
Godly.
is really bad for Fry. This is
Yeah.
like extremely bad for Friedsol, but Godly didn't want to pick up the weapon. Gets put in a pretty awkward position. Maybe doesn't want to pick one up and immediately get KO'd, but actually opts for the blasters instead. Gets the stock with the signature? Are you kidding me? What a swing!
What a call out there from Godly. Just main stage throws it out. Fry might be a little mental boomed as he's already slide charging an emote off the side of the stage. And Godly gonna show him how to get the scythe combos, and that's gonna be a KO. 3 stock for Godly.
I mean, I agree with what was just written on the screen there. That was pure domination from Godly. That second stock in particular, the call out, I think, yeah, like you said, nail in the coffin for that game. And now Godly is just looking so in control of this set.
I do like that this is a little bit more of an aggressive play coming out from Godly. Like, you're not really seeing him do those one taps back away. Instead, it's been a little bit more gas pedaling coming out from Godly. Was able to put out 50 damage per engagement, and there you're seeing his stock lasted all of them, and Fry's last stock did not. That's
It's a
that's a little baby stock.
It's a
That's
short
a baby
one.
carrot.
It's
right
short,
there.
yeah.
That's the carrot that like was kind of ugly, so they trimmed it down. And they're like, we'll sell this as a baby carrot.
And you throw it in the bottom of the bag.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Godly set point here to sit pretty in grand finals. I'm interested in seeing if the gas pedal remains pressed down at this point, right? Because I think, once again, that is the play style we know and love from Godly. It also suggests to me that he's like, look, I've seen all your tricks at this point in this bracket, Chakram players. I don't care anymore. I'm just going to do my own thing.
I'ma just do me.
That's right.
And Godly's doing it, well, was doing it well, but suddenly Fry's Chakrams start to find some hits in here. Gets in with the recovery, nice down air. That's another big tool that Blasters has in this matchup, is being able to kind of challenge against those recoveries and beat him out sometimes.
But he is on scythe. Let's see. Can't quite get the scoop out for the active input to get too much more. Fry lands on side platform, but again, nothing is there. So Fry, strong counter pick for sure for Priya, but it's just not working out so far.
Fry going to the other side of the stage so he can safely disengage his Chakrams. Wanted to split those up because it's faster. Good spot dodge there from Godly.
Okay. Godly utilizing those soft platforms to his own advantage, find a safe place to land. Now the question is, how do you get back to ground level and at least just try to get some advantage state? You land down with the dare. Nothing more after that, though. Recovery, no.
That's tough. Godly was trying to go for the weapon swap there, but Friedsol actually comes in as Godly was throwing the weapons. Fortunately, Godly's still sitting on this stock. Sidelight, nothing!
Waited.
It's going to be the patience from Friedsol that leads to a KO.
And we need to see a lot more of that from Friedsol to stay into this set, right? Like, the weights are there, but you just have to be able to find the efficient trigger pull to be able to get those stocks. All that said, though, I mean, like you mentioned, Duke, the answers from specifically Godly's blasters have been really potent in stopping some of these Chakram shenanigans.
But it looks like he wants this scythe to finish off this stock here. Gets him with the neutral air, not going to quite lead to a KO. Goes real low for that recovery, but still doesn't find the hit.
Ooh. Trying to cross a little bit. Yeah, Godly, liberal use of the heavy button for just a second.
Imagine.
Imagine.
Scythe Nair at the top of the map.
Yeah.
Okay. Sidelight still not going to do it. It's the weapon toss for Godly to knock that one in, tie up these stocks. He had the blasters, but he looks like he doesn't want them at all. You saw that throwaway.
Yeah. Which is surprising, right? Again, like, so many of the individual tools feel like they at least have like a 50-50 or can shut down what Friedsol wants to go for. Let's see it again. Maybe a couple triple nair strings. Nothing. Tries to go for a side air, but...
Oh. Fry's got jumps here. Godly able to come back down safely. You saw that gravity cancel downlight at the top of the map from Godly. He wanted to turn that one around.
Ooh, okay. Slides off the side platform. Once again, not going to connect with really anything. Godly touches down. Here's the big question, right? Godly needs to find one slip up before he gets swung on by Fry. There it is. Let's see.
Ooh. Okay, Fry just going to hit him with the down air and nothing else. Once again, Fry kind of just playing with Godly's emotions, just getting him open, and then finally finds the KO with that recovery.
Mm-hmm. How does Godly come back from this? It starts with picking up the blasters once again. But, I mean, this is a pretty big deficit to play off of. If Friedsol finds one opening, we might be going to a game number 5. Okay.
Good hits here with the Nair. Side air, weapon toss. Godly, how do you get this to a KO? Ground pound, not enough yet. And
he touched.
Able to get the wall touch.
I wonder if Godly just didn't want to even try to play that mix-up, right? It looks so ambiguous, knowing that you have so many weapons in the back. Even just a simple ground pound from Godly is enough to do it. We go to last stock here. Godly could make it to Grand Finals in just 4 games.
We'll see if he can do it here. He's got the scythe in hand. He was able to even this one up. Friedsol. He needs to split him, but Godly gets in while he's doing it.
Potential right here for Godly to shut it down just like that. He's almost equalized the damage. Doesn't want to pull the trigger quite yet, but now we're off stage. This is where he could shine.
Down there, not going to hit for him. Godly. How's he going to play this corner guard? Okay. Covers the soft platform with that recovery. Getting a little aggressive here.
Yeah, but Friesol's kind of pressing buttons, right? And they're not really connecting to anything. So as long as that keeps happening, Godly's finding these small pockets of time to get whiff punishes.
Ooh, didn't see the drift there. Couldn't get that recovery. Friedsol goes off stage. Again, the recovery's coming out from Godly.
Ooh, expecting super low angle.
Oh, narrowly touches there. He was sweating as he was coming back.
Ooh, waiting for a jump as well. Is this slipping away from Godly? He does still have a slight lead in terms of damage, but we've seen Chakram do some disgusting things off the top. This might just be another one of them to make it game 5. Friedsol finds the first hit. There's the dare, not much more after it.
A good dodge down there from Godly. Got away from it. Recovery will connect. Weapon toss will connect.
Hang on. Does he go for it? Yep. GCD light, not going to connect.
Okay. Dodges down to avoid. Side sig, not going to hit.
Back on blasters once again. Is this just Sair to push off? Yeah, there's the first.
It also disarms him. This is really good for Godly. Fry, though, he's got that comfort weapon. The classic sword just needs a recovery.
Ooh, okay.
Throws him away. Stay fused, my man.
Stay fused! Even, yeah, I mean, the split might not be enough to get the KO with this ceiling here. This is anybody's game. Godly, if he finds a Sair, could push off. There's the recovery, though, to force the game 5. Friedsol, by the skin of his teeth, finds that victory.
Yeah, Godly just a little off the mark. Went in with that side light, and Fry was above it. Came down air, easy recovery. Friedsol able to force that game 5 between the two of them. And now I'm curious, what is Godly going to do? Weirdly enough, it feels like he really wants Scythe in this matchup. It's doing okay. He was able to put out 301 damage in that last game, but still, I feel like his blasters are so much better.
Yeah, I think, like, again, on paper, the blasters seem to have a lot of really formidable tools to handling what Chakram at this moment in time is very good at, right? Like playing the up and down really well. It can counter that. Again, I think I'm with you. I think he probably wants to keep Scythe. It looks like we're staying on same Legends, going into our final game. The biggest thing was, you had pointed out earlier, Godly was like super mega aggressive in game 3, and I feel like that almost went away in game 4.
Definitely slowed down. We really started pumping the brakes there and being a lot more selective. Now we're here. Game number 5. Going to change up the maps. No more Miami Dome. It's going to be the Fortress Alliance.
Okay, and this one decides it all for who gets to hang out in Grand Finals while our competitors duke it out in the elimination bracket to try to challenge.
This is also a qualifier to get to the Royale. The winner of this guarantees a top 2 finish, which means a Royale spot.
A lot on the line. First stock could matter a lot here as well, so might see some more of that pensive play coming out of Godly to just try to make sure he can secure the first strike, maintain the lead, but once again, anything could happen here.
Once again, they both stack up, and Godly's like not sure how he wants to swing towards Fry. Meanwhile, Fry's just looking for the opportunity to hit that down air. Uh-oh, this could be bad.
Goodness. Yeah, and I think like when the matchup is specifically Chakram Scythe, like that makes a lot more sense now, right? Like Godly doesn't want to swing first unless he has a really, really solid lock-in on where Friedsol is going to be positioned.
Oh, no way!
Imagine. That would be like the 7th KO this set now with crazy like random conversion off of unarmed.
Didn't quite work out for Godly, though. You saw him try to do it. Gravity cancel down light recovery. Just didn't have enough force behind it.
Yeah, so I think now with blasters, once again, we talk like macro, you can be a little bit more comfortable playing a little fast and loose, right? Like you can try to go into these positions where Chakram players are typically quite comfortable and play challenging and play a little bit more aggro, but we're not seeing it from Godly just yet.
Again, he hits that side air, throws it away, over to the side. Looking for the neutral signature, knows he wants to finish this stock off, but Friedsol with the stage control.
Ooh.
Gravity cancel, side sig will cover the weapon spawn, and Godly's going to take the first stock.
What a good choice from Godly there as well, knowing Friedsol was going to come in, probably just assumed, hey, there's really not much you can do to punish me in that position. Godly makes the most of it.
You know, really intelligent from Godly. Also covered a lot of different things there, so really well done, but we'll see if he can get some extra credit here as Friedsol, unarmed, could easily get the stock.
Ooh, just wants to run away, though. Represent the Chakrams once more, but what's going to be the cost of that weapon pickup? Godly gets a handful of hits, puts Friedsol in yellow, and keeps it competitive.
And that right there is the power of Fuse, though, man. That was a fused Nair just on wake up, and it was enough to KO Godly.
Ooh, uh-oh. Resetting on the soft platform. Friedsol still relatively in advantage. Lands again. This is scary. Yeah, every single time that platform is relatively in the right spot, I get a little bit scared for Godly.
Yeah, you can tell Friedsol is definitely playing around that soft platform. Okay, good neutral air. Catches Friedsol dashing off the soft platform. Good movement from Godly. Gets below. Gravity cancel downlight into the recovery. Godly one stock away from guaranteeing himself in the grand finals.
Once again, like crazy choice, right? Like with Friedsol specifically landing on the soft platform, you expect, like, you can liberally use Nair to just cover what's above you. And to go for something like that, specifically calling out Friedsol, trying to go underneath, insane stuff. Godly, one stock away from making it into grand finals, but Friedsol gets the answer right back. Oh! He tried to recovery in the bubble to get the KO back on Friedsol. That would have been crazy.
He's like, if I fastball just right, neither of us know who's below. I'm just going to throw out the recovery. Didn't quite work out.
I mean, sometimes the hubris of the Chakram can get to you in those situations. But just like that, it is a last stock game 5 to decide who makes it to grands.
Friedsol with the comfort weapon. Godly with the blasters. Might not be what he wants right now, but it's what he's got. Side lights thrown out. You can see Fry really trying to give space to Godly.
Ooh, with punish once again. Okay, chase dodge to the left. There's nothing there for Godly, but he can at least maintain a little bit of stage control. Double Nair. Make it 3. And again, you can just kind of juggle the Priya for a little while, because as long as you're playing from underneath and sharking like that, it's a lot of opportunity for the Blaster Nairs to just tack on a little bit more damage.
Oh man, Fry's getting more hits though. The jump side air, not
Has
quite
to dodge.
enough.
Okay, sights online. So, I mean, this is a dodge read. This could be a whole slew, a whole entourage of things for Godly to close this one out. You got to wonder if maybe he wants to switch to blasters to try to find the finisher, though.
Man, these down airs from Fry really threatening that corner. Godly, he wants this finisher. You see the weapon spawn. We'll see if he goes for the swap. This is opportunity as he charges up the side. Toss! Fry can't get the touch. It's going to be Godly going to our grand finals.
Wow. Okay, I saw in the corner of my eye Friedsol sweat beat at the very last second, and I was like, why is Godly just ignoring the weapon that is right in front of him? It's so crazy, but what a victory here. Godly, the only non-Priya player in our top 4, advancing into grand finals and saying he can do it without the brand new weapon.
Yeah, it does feel like he was starting to figure out some things that work really well for him. One thing that I really liked that he was doing is when people were, obviously there's one person, not people. When he was playing against Friedsol and Friedsol whiffed the Chakram down air, he would do a dash jump turnaround side air, which is just at like the right height to punish those down airs, which is like the big thing people are struggling with right now. Is like, they're like, how do I punish this down air? And it looks like Godly's found one of his answers.
Yeah, I think also the liberal use of Nairs was very good at just challenging space, right? Because it's like, again, the Priya player can just kind of dare on top of you, but you can just Nair first and at least just cover that area, right? So Crazy
We're
stuff.
getting some stats from production. Overall, in that best of 5, that game 5 set, Fry was only able to put out 159 damage. Was that right? 69. Sorry.
169 damage.
I took 10 away from him, just, sympathy. But 169 damage put out from Friedsol sword.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people at home are surprised to see that the sword is even an item.
Yeah, he got to triple digits, man.
That's good.
Who's hating?
That's good.
You're
but
outside
hey,
the club, you know what I mean? Like, hate from inside at least.
Look, speaking of the club, it is a club of Priya players that only exist now in the elimination bracket. So for our first elimination match, AMGG, the unsung hero of Priya, facing off against Esgrape, who, as we had opened our block with, did the funniest thing imaginable.
Yeah. He made the conversion. He has become one of them, and he's become a Priya player, which, like, weirdly enough, I like because he also did it in the mirror match, and he's looked really good in the mirror match.
Yeah.
And out of all of our Priyas that we've seen today, I don't really feel like we've seen too many do the mirror match. So right now, I'm like, okay, Esgrape might actually be the guy to beat because his next 2 matches are going to be Priyas.
I think the other thing that was interesting, and we were kind of laughing about it when we were watching the Esgrape Acno set, is we were like, what an unorthodox choice of using Fuse Chakram or using the sword or all of these things that, come standard with the kit, with the legend. But Esgrape was using it to an effect that was actually very useful for him, right? Like, we didn't see Fuse Chakram really at all in this bracket. But if it works out, it works out. And now we're going to see a pair of what I imagine Chakram-only players going for in our elimination side set for 4th place.
We are seeing a little bit of a divergence in strategies here, as AMGG is actually on the speed stance, while Esgrape is on the strength stance. So Esgrape wants to put a little bit more damage in. Meanwhile, AMGG wanting to utilize those drifts. Those down air drifts are one of the big, strong tools that Chakram's got.
We are starting out on Terminus, which is where the Esgrape Acno set ended. Triplat's a little bit awkward, but once again, I mean, I think because they're static, it makes your routes a little bit easier to plan out when you want to try to reset your jumps. So let's see what happens here for both of these split Chakram players.
One thing that's nice for both of them is that there's no map advantage.
Right.
Whatever map you go on, it's good for both of y'all for the same reasons.
So getting the action going, AMGG trying to just get a down air as the get off me tool. I think as soon as you see one sweat bead, you can expect that the dare is coming to at least cover the tracks towards the landing. So the question is going to be for the other player, how do you bait that out in time to get a punish before they touch down and reset?
Good spot dodge there from AMGG. Thought Esgrape was going to try to punish there. Recovery actually gets stuffed, but AMGG is still below. Hits a second recovery, and AMGG going to get the first stock.
And it looked like to me, was Esgrape going for a dare there to try to challenge?
Yeah.
I think that's what was happening, right? So just fell into that punish from AMGG. Might be another one on the horizon with the sweat beads on. Already Esgrape approaching orange damage.
Really good plays from AMGG. Spot dodges through the signature there from Esgrape. Esgrape corner guarding, misses the end sig.
Okay, rare weapon sighting from Esgrape, but you got to do whatever it takes to try to beat the dominant menace that has been AMGG. This could be just D-Light recovery, but no, throws it away. No time to split either.
I mean, AMGG is incredibly damaged. Seeing that fused nair going in for the recovery, not going to hit. Goes for the down air, wouldn't have KO'd from that spot, but AMGG does get disarmed. Dude, that nair's launching.
Yeah, and I mean, I think honestly, given the situation, the context that we have on the screen, this is off stage. Hang on one second. Esgrape.
What in the world?
That was, yeah, almost a KO. That one certainly will be.
Okay, Esgrape gonna at least even things up a little bit, but man, he took a lot of damage.
Yeah, and I was going to say, like, I kind of respect that Esgrape just stuck to Fuse Chakram for that, right? Because you get a little bit more power to just find individual hits that can confirm your KO. All that being said, AMGG dominant on this first game.
Gonna juggle weapons, prime another set of Chakrams. Esgrape, how does he get past AMGG to get to weapon? He's gonna take 4 damage on respawn, or 4 hits of damage on respawn, not 4. Chakrams do at least 5.
Okay, tries to get the GC into sidelight. Not gonna get too much more though than that. Esgrape really just trying to flail around anything that he can get here. There's the first opener, but doesn't convert into the signature where AMG's does connect.
Dude, it's recovery game.
Yep.
AMGG, he had the positioning there. He's going to throw out the side signature. Honestly, AMGG could just throw out recoveries, and it should work out for him in time. Uh-oh.
Off stage.
Clash out. Still touches.
Wow.
Down air. Tries to go for the stage spike with that recovery.
And no one wants to go back towards the stage. Esgrape denying the touchdown here. Sweatbeats came back online. Oh, tried to dare Sair. Wasn't enough to find the conversion. Esgrape, I mean, so smart all the way through, but AMGG gets another chance, and most importantly, has another stock to play with, even though Esgrape was doing a lot of great work on the left side.
Okay, that side air, that weapon toss. Finally, Esgrape able to get the stock. Needs to eat a burrito. Got a recharge here as we get into the final stocks, and he's got to be careful, man. AMGG, he's one hit away from taking game number 1.
Yeah, and the sword is online, so this is easy recovery. Esgrape, one opportunity. Did he touch down, though? It's exhausted.
Ooh. Okay, resets off the soft platform. AMGG currently unarmed. This is Esgrape's opportunity. Going to deny the weapon.
Yeah, but I mean, I was going to say, you have to move so carefully in that position. It is a razor's edge of an error from Esgrape that just gets picked up by an unarmed punish, and AMGG is going to take the first game of this set.
You know, the phrase razor's edge has always felt awkward to me, specifically because, like, just if you fall off the razor, you're fine. The thing you don't want to be
is to fall on.
Is fall on the razor.
That's right. Yeah, I'm with you on that. I'm sorry.
No, you're not the one who made the phrase. I'm not saying it to be like, oh, Waltz, how could you? It's
Would you say that are the chakrams a razor's edge?
I don't know. I had this thought, which is like a terrible thought to have right now, but like, is it when they unfuse, is that 2 chakrams or is it 2 halves?
Like the lasagna question.
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
answer that in chat, guys. I think it's one. I think it's still one chakram.
It's all still the same chakram.
But we still have been saying chakrams plural.
Yeah.
But regardless, there's 2 chakrams on the screen.
Yeah. Or are there 4?
There's plural chakram.
Okay. Yes, there's multiple chakrams on the screen right now. As again, we've got the Priya mirror match here in game number 2. I was talking up Esgrape saying he had the better advantage in the Priya mirror match, but I guess I was wrong. Wait, could be proved right if Esgrape can get this KO.
Yeah, I'm wondering if part of this, and we'll see later in the set, is like maybe stage comfort as well.
Ooh, easy punish. AMGG. Gravity cancel. Ensig takes out Esgrape. Sultan.
All right.
You know, he does need a little bit more friction on the stage. He's got to grip up a little better.
You know what? This is the other thing, too. And we realize, so I feel like Esgrape is fueled purely off of rage at this moment, right? Like, had to switch into the mirror match to beat Acno and make it to this point. It needs to get a little bit more angry.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel like he's channeling his inner ranked demon right now. Like, this is what I run into the rank ladder is like, oh, got a KO, let me emote.
Every time, yeah. So let's see. I mean, maybe that break, calmed his nerves a little bit. Are we seeing a taunt? Okay, yep. There it is. Okay, Esgrape might be back, folks.
He's charging up, man. Still playing from behind, though. AMGG does have that damage advantage. Both of them, again, back onto these chakrams.
Okay, there's a whiff punish. Landing. Ooh, if that dare connected, I mean, that was gangbusters for Esgrape, but it still goes no matter what.
Okay, I like that gravity cancel downlight to interrupt and set himself up with the split chakrams.
Ooh, good follow, that disarm. Next recovery, if was in position for the soft platform, would have confirmed to the KO. But Esgrape, I mean, I think all it took was that one emote to really lock in.
Well, he needs to emote again, because
yeah, you have to maintain.
You have to maintain. Yeah. He's running out of NOS in the tank. Easy punish.
Whip punish.
Yep. There's the burn dodge, so Esgrape comes down, downlight into the recovery. Could have gone for the side air, could have done stuff. What's
he
up?
Didn't emote.
Oh, yeah, actually, what the heck? Is he okay?
Well, okay, congratulations to AMGG for taking game 2.
A little bit of a misplay from Esgrape.
We'll have to see what happens here. But, I mean, Esgrape looks like he only needed the one emote to really fully charge up.
What if his emotes are like stances, and so like he does an emote, and he's like, okay, this is now, I'm in Esgrape aggressive form.
And emoting again would just revert that?
Yeah, we'll like change it to like, I'm Esgrape defensive.
I think only time will tell on this, right? Like, if Esgrape loses this stock, I think he instantly emotes.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then that just resets it.
There's the recovery. That is going to be the KO. AMGG tying things up here. No emo.
No,
all right.
no emote.
That's
okay.
great. He's feeling something. I don't know what, but he's definitely feeling emotions.
Okay, there was that small window once again to have to actually use the D-Light to split those chakrams, so AMGG got a small punish. Esgrape still kind of in the driver's seat, but that gravity cancel could have told an entirely different story.
Yeah, Esgrape lucky there that AMGG did not have the movement. You saw the sweat beads immediately after that gravity cancel neutral light.
Oh my, using the second jump to just hop right over the side light from AMGG. Great awareness from Esgrape, but once again, I mean, the question is, you need to find something that will net you the KO now.
How do you do it? How do you get the KO? Esgrape jumps to avoid the gravity cancel neutral light, resets off the soft platform, but AMGG's blow ground pound sends AMG back to the stage.
Covers it, not enough.
Good avoidance, AMGG.
Waited again, but that's a disarm. That is a huge swing in AMGG's favor, but D-Light recovery, my beloved. Oh! Could it be? It's not. Bro, I told you AMGG was winning.
Down signature. Again, the coverage, that circle all around Priya, and that backswing is what takes out Esgrape here. AMGG currently up 2-0.
It's the emotes.
It is.
He did better when he was emoting. Data.
Chat, put your emotes in chat if you're here for Esgrape. You got to power him up. If we all collectively emote, maybe we can do it. There you're seeing little bits of damage difference, but you can see kind of the same game plan across the board. What it comes down to for me is honestly the signature accuracy. AMGG threw out 8 signatures, hit 38% of them. Meanwhile, Esgrape threw out 4, hit 0% of them.
Yeah, I mean, look, even the damage per engagement was very, very close, 37 to 38. Actually, Esgrape favored, and I think that was because of the first couple of stocks here. This is crazy.
He's swapping away. He's like, you know what? If it worked for Godly, maybe it'll work for me, as he swaps over to which knight is this? It's not Plague Knight. Ghost Knight? Assassin Knight? Ninja Knight? I don't know.
Oh yeah, I thought it was Plague
Spectre
Knight.
Knight.
Oh, you're right. You're right. So this is crazy because if it's, you know, we were joking, if you can't beat the Priyas, join them, but now it's if you can't beat the Priyas, join Godly. And maybe that'll work.
Well, we'll see, but right now, not looking too hot for Esgrape. Does avoid the signature. Is he going to go off stage? There's the burn signature. Esgrape sees the opportunity. Goes for the grabbing cancel down light, but doesn't get the hit. Would have been big. Still, he's finding some hits here on the AMGG.
Yeah, so here's the big thing. Let's see if Esgrape approaches neutral interactions the same way that Godly did, right? We saw the Nair being an incredibly potent tool, Sair on blasters being great as well. You can even play like really risky recovery game plans off the top when AMGG tries to go for these crazy chakram strings, but that's going to be first strike going over the Priya once more.
A little unfortunate there for Esgrape, drifted too far to the right and actually let AMG fall out of that blaster's end sig. Now he's over to the side. Has some tools here to get the KO.
Yeah, okay. That dare was a really, really necessary hit, right? Because it looked like Esgrape was in a terrible spot on that left side until AMGG ran out of resources.
Honestly, in my head, that's like the older sibling just like taking the hits from the younger sibling and then going like, okay, here, let me show you.
Now we play.
Yeah.
Let's see if Esgrape is here to play, though. Again, haven't seen too much in the way of incredible movement until just now. Esgrape trying to go for another dare.
Okay, good dodge. AMGG trying to go high here. Utilizing those down airs to stay afloat.
Wow, AMGG just, again, liberal use of the dare to really cover the descent back towards the stage.
Ooh, N-Sig not going to connect there. You're seeing Esgrape. He wants to go for the anti-airs. The recovery not going to hit.
Wow, okay, crazy challenge. That one connects, and that one gets the stock as well. Esgrape could be potentially on his way to getting one on the board over AMGG, staying alive in this bracket as well.
He's got to stay locked in. This is not the time to be going, you know what, Godly might be onto something.
Absolutely no emotes in sight just yet as well. Esgrape dodges through, tries to connect with the jump, and Sig as well to get the jump.
This is the down air. AMGG opportunity. Recovery not going to quite do it.
Yeah, and this is weird, like, timing challenges as well, because Esgrape was going for a dare there to try to connect. Wow. I mean, hey, if it connects, sure.
Could have been the coolest play ever. Instead, it was AMGG getting the KO.
Ooh, okay, chase dodging
this could be bad.
It might be real bad. Look at that already.
Esgrape thanking his lucky stars. Nyx with enough defense to get him back to the stage. Took a decent amount of damage here. He needs to get this W, otherwise he is done for the day.
And if I'm AMGG, I looked at Esgrape and said, hey, look, I provided the same impetus in this combo string, and Esgrape jumped out of it twice in a row. Keep that one in mind for the next time you get it.
Oh, ground pound gonna whiff. Here's the recovery. Esgrape gets below it, over to the blasters here. Side light, side air. That's an easy punish,
and there's the jump again.
Not enough, though.
Esgrape's got to catch on to his own patterns at this point if he wants a chance at staying in this elimination bracket. Jumps out once more. Anyone's game here, though.
Fake out weapon toss. Nice down air. Doesn't get the side air. AMGG.
One more recovery. One more recovery
is
is not enough. It's not enough.
Fuse up, my boy, or use the sword. Side air. Still not enough.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, watch out for the sword. It was just slowly descending down. AMGG firmly in the driver's seat, and it is just a tap in for AMGG to say GG's to Esgrape's tournament run.
So much damage put out by AMGG to close out that final stock. Esgrape was looking all right on the Nyx, just wasn't able to close it out.
I mean, look, I think Godly in this single game from Esgrape tells us one thing, like the concept is definitely there for sure, right? Godly's in grand finals. So.
There is something to this Nyx.
But perhaps just a little too late for Esgrape, and that will mean Esgrape's exit at 4th place. That was incredible coverage from AMGG, right? And then at this point, it's just cover the jump as soon as you see it. AMGG going on an absolutely bonkers run, you know? And I was talking with Slow-Mo before we came out here, and I guess AMGG is currently ranked 2 on Slow-Mo's Bearded Brawls brackets, but there is literally no data on this player when we try to pull up their name on our own database. So this has got to be, I mean, one of the most insane runs that we've seen from a Brawlhalla tournament in a while, to have just a pretty much unranked player go on to podium.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where the community knows better, and it's, I guess, because AMGG hasn't really placed as far as official tournaments go, and when he did place, when he was familiar, he was a different name, so that's also part of it. Is the stats have his old name of Pirchi, but still AMGG has leveled up since he has made the rebrand.
Yeah, I mean, what a crazy showing right now. Guaranteed podium, but the podium isn't what everyone's playing for, like you said, Duke. I mean, you do want that coveted top 2 spot.
He wants to get into the top 2. He wants to get that better chunk of change, but also wants to be one of the representatives for the European region because, hey, we haven't seen him do it yet.
But with that, guys, we're going to go to a quick break. There is a lot more Brawlhalla action to be had. Our top 3 will be back in just a moment. Keep it locked right here. We'll be back soon.
You can't deny it, you know I'm the man. Count up an M, run up the bands. Did it before, I could do it again. Style and profiling, I'm setting the trends. Late to the party, but it never ends. I'm making back every dollar I spend. Keeping it real, I can never pretend. Soon as I say go up all the rodeo. Call me an angel, look up at my halo. I put some heat on the beat, I'm Fredo. Everyone know what I bring to the table. You know that I'm in this for life. The rumors, they stick to my side. I'm about to be ready tonight. Don't mean to be killing the vibe, but I got no time to waste. This will be my break, yeah. Got me feeling good. You can see it on my face, yeah. Mackins out of place, yeah. Picking up the pace, yeah. Pedal to the metal, I'm the winner of the race, yeah.
Chasing that bag until I'm at the top. You know I'm never gonna stop. I got the keys and I got them on lock. Last lights, you know I rock.
This is a vibe that you never could block. They can't get mad cause I'm walking the walk. They liking my style, they love how I talk. When I do a song, they wait for the drop. Might get some diamonds to put on my wrist. I take the credit, I don't ever miss. I'm problematic, you never could diss. I make a hit that you never could skip. I got the drive, I'm up in the sky. You look at the clouds, you see that I'm flying. Only doing, you know I ain't trying. Keeping the mileage, catching the vibe. And got no time to waste, yeah. This will be my break, yeah. Got me feeling good, you can see it on my face, yeah. Mackins out of place, yeah. Picking up the pace, yeah. Pedal to the metal, I'm the winner of the race, yeah. Got no time to waste, yeah. This will be my break, yeah. Got me feeling good, you can see it on my face, yeah. Mackins out of place, yeah. Picking up the pace, yeah. Pedal to the metal, I'm the winner of the race, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Spring Singles Championship for Brawlhalla Europe bracket. I'm Walt, this is Duke, and two Priya players and a Godly walk into a bracket. Godly's in winner's side grands. The two Priya players have to fight each other to make it there.
They've got to figure out who goes up against Godly and who gets to challenge his anti-Priya. It is interesting. One thing I was thinking about before, as we get into this next one, is that no matter what, we've got a new representative for the European region.
Yeah.
Friedsol or AMGG is going to be that second person. The question is just which one of the two is going to be the one representing EU for the Royale.
Yeah, that's always a really encouraging thing for me to see. You know, it shows that the game isn't like getting stale. Like, you know, there's always new things coming, especially when these competitors can take this brand new legend and bring it to these heights. I'm really impressed by it so far.
Yeah,
but like you said,
Get it?
Well, all right.
Get it?
Only one of them can advance.
Yeah.
Only one of them can advance.
Maybe someone should send him some lows. Improvement.
All right, let's go to our first game in just a second.
I appreciate that they were really like, okay, we're going to let this happen. We're not going to
Just
finish
ride
banning
it
out
out.
maps until
Oh my
this
gosh.
awkwardness gets to exist. AMGG, Friedsol, both of them on the Prius.
Hey,
No
I
one's
just want
trying
to
to
say,
do anything
dude,
different.
you started it. That's all.
And you know what? I'll
I'll
finish it too.
Oh, no.
That one went further than I thought. My bad.
He knocked Mordex off the table. You'll see it when we come back, but it's game
You
number
won't see
one
him.
for Elimination Finals, Friedsol versus AMGG.
AM first one to pick up the weapons, waking up early, going to get that worm, but Friedsol here picks up his own set of chakrams.
Is it 2? Is it 4? We really haven't decided since the break, so we'll leave it. But there is exhausted from both members right here. And of course, that's kind of like the emergency exit that you need to make if you're Friedsol. You have to jump out. You have to spend some number of resources if it's gotten to that point. But it's on AMGG who's the one aggressing to read that and find the KO option incredibly early if you can, but still in the driver's seat nonetheless.
Yeah, you can see Friedsol recognizes, you know what, we're both playing chalk rooms. If there's a mistake from AMGG, I do have the resources here to turn these around. That's why he's throwing out so many down airs to try to challenge AMGG, who's coming up with those recoveries. Signature charged up by AMGG. Didn't quite work out for him.
Yeah, we'll see if those situations can get flipped on their head in just a moment. AMGG looking really in control, though, for this first stock.
The dodge.
Signature did not connect. The dare doesn't either from the side of Friedsol, but nothing really, nothing much more than just a dare. Okay, traded swings from both sides. AMGG with the dare, Friedsol with the side light. But neither player really connects. Okay, coming off the platform just to try to make some initiation happen. But I mean, if Friedsol is getting whiff punish like this, look at the damage. Eventually you're going to run out of resources, and it happened right there for first strike.
Yep, all you got to do is hit enough side airs, and your opponent's going to run out of resources. Friedsol going to fall there. Wasn't able to put up that much damage on the AMGG. Where's the weapon spawn? Likely going to be on the right side. There it is. Picks it up. Doesn't have time to unfuse, so instead, he's going in.
Yeah, and I think with every passing dare that AMGG can get now on this stock, I'm super scared for Friedesol's prospects in this game one.
They do add up. Friedsol hits another recovery, not quite enough to KO. Again, the recoveries, still not enough to KO. There's the neutral signature from Friedsol.
Yeah, but it's not enough to get the KO or even disarm for that matter. So AMG, another recovery, gets at least another hit. Once again, not disarm. That could have been a flip situation.
Yeah, you heard those stars come out. That was actually Friedesol's recovery getting stuffed by AMGG. There it is again, AMGG turning these situations around. AMGG with more of a lead as he goes in with the gravity cancel N-Sig to cover the soft platform. Friedesol down to his final stock.
What a crazy opening from AMGG, right? Like already in red, but on the first stock, looking so clean in this first game. Friedesol, work cut out for them. Already off stage, looking like to go for that bait like we saw in the earlier set versus Godly, but AMGG says, you know what, I think I'll just take a ton of hits before I lose my first stock of the game.
Really good damage built up by AMGG. I mean, he's in prime spot to run away with game number one. It's going to take a lot for Friedesol to take this one back. Ooh, okay. Weapon toss. Where's the ground pound?
This is ground pound, easy peasy, and that looks like it could be game one. Ooh. Did not touch the wall. Friedsol missed it, but definitely had his work cut out for him regardless. A dominant two stock in white, I think, right? It was completely fresh from AMGG.
AMGG looking solid already. He's showing why he's kind of the big representative of the Priyas as far as the European region can go.
Rare moment of the sword, getting essentially two stocks in that game as well. AMGG really making some strides so far. Oh, we got a replay. It went so far.
It did.
It really doesn't tell the full picture.
Out, the TV, but it's all right. It lived. Everything is fine. There you're seeing the damage difference. Man, only 184 damage put out by Friedsol. He struggled a little bit in that game.
Yeah, I mean, and the first stock can really paint a pretty gruesome picture, honestly, right? We saw AMGG immediately off one string take Friedsol to yellow, and then off like a second, third string get the first stock, right? So it's just such a scary momentum-based matchup if your reads are on point like that.
And you're seeing AMGG really finding these hits, gets in there, gets that nair, goes for the exhausted recovery, does not quite connect.
Yeah, and so I'm trying right now from this game, I'm trying to figure out, because it's hard to get a lot of good data if you're in Friedesol's position when you just kind of lose your stocks really efficiently like that, to figure out, hey, what exactly went wrong? Friedesol was sweat beating there as well, so this is pretty awkward.
Yeah, he still has yet to touch down. Will touch for a moment, but that side signature actually catches Friedsol jumping.
This could just be dare. This could be a lot of things. Yeah, sink down with the side air. Connects it with the GC. No.
And you see Friedsol actually tried to turn that around, went for the ground pound, didn't hit it. And now he is disarmed by AMGG, has the sword in hand. Down sig not going to hit. Friedsol going to go for the edge guard, but he doesn't get a second dare.
Yeah, even going for the slide charge off to just try to cover so much horizontal space as he was sinking it. AMGG playing the offstage. Single dare could convert into Sair as well, but not able to get too much more. AMGG firmly in the lead, though, in terms of damage.
Friedsol really trying to get AMGG to come in. Falling side air, AMGG gonna get that first stock. Similar shade to what happened in game number 1.
Yeah, and plenty of time to get a small little weapon starve as well as the D-Light to split up those chakrams once again. AMGG, this is the worst possible position you could be in! Oh my gosh, we finally got it, and this is what you said, you're just one good dodge read away, and Friedsol says, you know what, I throw my hands up in the air, put the Brawlhalla in the bag, we're going to game number 3.
He's like, you deserve that, little bro, you got the clip, and you also get a 3 stock. This one is all yours. It might honestly be time for the Friedsol swap. He's been playing pretty much only Priya since release, but it might be time because right now AMGG is looking real good.
Dude, this is crazy because the replays end after this.
And it's,
like, it's just over.
We only had 2 replays.
We only had 2 stocks worth of replays. We're striking stages right now. I see Miami Dome, Mishima Dojo, and Small Terminus open. So, I mean, the Brawlhalla player in me is like, this is weird. And yeah, okay, we're going to Miami Dome. Like, why are the triplats open right now?
You know, sometimes it's because nobody wants to be on the triplat, so it's a free ban. It's basically like, hey, let's go to Miami Dome. And the other guy's like, yeah, you're right, let's go to Miami.
All right, let's go.
Let's go. And here we are, Miami Dome, for game number 3. AMGG hot off a 3 stock, hot off a KO off the top. Friedsol, again, has to bring out something serious.
Yeah, I mean, you're going for some gambles to try to get those stocks off the top, but we see how lethal the Chakram split off the top KOs can be if you're AMGG, if those reads are on point, and most importantly, if you have the momentum. Friedsol trying to answer one back right now, only able to put AMGG into yellow.
Did get some hits there. You saw AMGG try to go for that reversal with that jump down air. Friedsol poking over the edge. You can see neither of them really wanting to break that middle line.
Okay, AMGG's turn, only gets a couple hits. But again, I mean, we've talked about it time and time again over the course of this broadcast, folks. The Miami Dome pick has been quite strong for all of the Priya players, being able to reset your jumps like that. You get first strike, and it is another off-the-top celebration for AMGG as he's 2 stocks away from marching into grand finals.
Yeah, once again, starting off those soft platforms gives them plenty of utility to get real high up in there. And Friedsol, this is his potential. I mean, this is his potential tournament game, so he's got to play this one out.
Oh my gosh, even challenging the gravity cancel as well. I do think Friedsol is kind of panicking in some of these positions now. We saw an unarmed ground pound just as a attempt to get AMGG off of him for a moment. Can Friedsol make something happen here? Read it correctly. It was enough to disarm, but it's not enough to take the stock.
Didn't catch him with that ground pound. You saw him trying to delay. Didn't find the hit, though. Goes in for the side sig. AMGG, easy punish. Again, ground pounds. Friedsol getting a little over eager here. He's doing a lot of wake-ups.
Off stage, okay.
Nice.
Mixing up a bit with the fusing and splitting, but we were going back to Old Reliable once again. Friedsol gets one on the board, but AMGG really made him work for it.
That was a nice little mind game there from Friedsol because he was like, I'm going to go in with the split. Most people think I'm going to go in with the down air, but ends up changing it up in the ground pound. It was really a thing to get that one. Trying to go off the top, similar to what AMGG was able to do, but couldn't convert it to a KO.
Okay, can Friedsol get comfortable, and can he get comfortable quick, right? Because it's a tough, tough mountain to climb. Ooh, that recovery would have been enough. That could have flipped as well.
You saw him trying to get that neutral air. He did get that recovery.
Ooh, wow. Okay, and I was going to say, a line in the sand was drawn where that weapon had spawned, right? Neither player really wanted to go much. Is that the conceding flag? It's hard to say. Friedsol emoting as soon as he lands back towards the stage. AMGG already off to the races, though, with another good string.
Yeah, unfortunate for Friedsol, that flag is not white. You have not surrendered, but the neutral signature again from AMGG. He's really running away with it. Another neutral signature. AMGG's got plenty of movement. How does Fry finish it? Doesn't have to. The weapon toss is unnecessary as AMGG could not get the touch.
The neutral signature was an incredibly bold challenge to that sunken dare, right, from AMGG. It worked out really phenomenally for Friedsol, but the question is if you need to, or the problem with that is if you need to make risks like that, you're not going to run out of chances sooner or later.
Yeah, unfortunately for Fry, you can't really go back to that well. Instead, you're hoping for that well to somehow come to you. AMGG disarms Friedsol. Tournament stock here for Friedsol. The recoveries. Goes for the turnaround, but he doesn't get the hit. It's AMGG to win it out 3-0 over Friedsol, and AMGG is going to the Spring Royale.
Wow. Okay, so like you said, we were getting a new representative for the Royale regardless. But it's AMGG representing this Priya, making some crazy waves, going to be facing off against Godly in Grand Finals. I mean, hey, great showing from Friedsol to make it to a podium, to a third-place finish. But AMGG is making some waves now.
Yeah. He's been making upsets all day, potential to make one more, as he did lose to Godly earlier today, but here you're seeing some replays of that set that just happened. AMGG, man, I feel like he just completely had that one.
I have so much respect for that last clip, by the way, of the unarmed trying to reversal at the top of the screen. Like, hey, if it works out, at least you get a game. If not, you tried. You could say you tried at the very least. But it is a 3-0 for AMGG. And again, I mean, look at these charts, dude.
I don't think I've ever seen someone with zeros in everything else.
I mean, hey, commitment to the bit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
He's like, yeah, chakrams. I don't have other weapon. I don't have unarmed. It's just chakrams.
Is it going to be enough, though, for this Grand Finals we have coming up, right? Because it seems like Godly has started to develop the technology required to take down the Chakram players. And it's with the Blaster Scythe.
Is it, though? Because he also started off his set against Friedsol with the Taros. I believe he played the Taros earlier. So, again, that was my question going into that set is, like, does the tech he have apply to all Priyas, or is it specifically, like, this matchup against this Priya?
Yeah, I mean, who's to say, right? Like, we opened our first match of top 4 saying, I think Axe is pretty good. I think Spear is pretty good, just by the fact that they can play a bit more grounded. They can control the space a little bit more and shark out all those dares that the pre-mains love to go for. They only want one thing, and it's disgusting, and it's dare.
Yeah.
But the Blasters were putting in a lot of work, out there.
The Blasters did look really good, but it looks like Taros is going to be the initial pick here for Godly. We'll see how well it works out, as he also left Small World's End on the board, which has, in my opinion, been one of the scariest maps to leave for a Priya because of how much easier it is to get that verticality, to get that recovery off the top.
Yeah, we really haven't seen, at least in the blocks that you and I have done so far, I don't think we saw Small World's End at all in any of our matches. So let's get underway with Grand Finals, folks. This is AMGG challenging Godly. We mentioned he has a pretty deep roster, so we might not be seeing the Taros for long, but that's what we're starting with on game number 1.
We'll see if he can dethrone the king, as Godly has run EU for a while, but AMGG has been all about the upsets today. First one to pick up a weapon, also got the second one. He's got his comfort, he's got the chakrams. Godly, though, not able to get the weapon pick up, as AMGG starting to run wild, but runs out of tools. Resets with a ground touch. Godly!
Chase dodge up, okay. I mean, Godly had not found any momentum whatsoever. Like 2 solid strings from AMGG were already approaching orange.
Okay, weapon toss to keep the pressure going. Nice side light, goes for a second nair there.
And this is where the Taros can really thrive in this type of matchup, right? Godly, we mentioned the patient play that we're seeing. There's those 45-degree angles and the gravity cancel swinging it for the first strike. I mean, that's why you pick it.
Yes.
That is why you pick Taros.
You go in with those down lights, and then you have that down signature, such a strong KO tool, and AMGG was not ready for it. Didn't even try to challenge with the down air.
But all that being said, AMGG could answer right back. The chase dodge spends almost all the resources here, so Godly just gets one single aerial on the way out.
All right, Godly, though, getting some good hits in. Gets that down light, goes for the neutral air, but AMGG able to dodge, but still Godly doing a really good job playing that sharking game.
Yeah, and this is exactly what Godly wants. AMGG is kind of playing into the strategy. That should be stock close to it. Next recovery split will go, or you could attempt to fuse and do something else.
Impossible. I think it's actually illegal.
It could be. Ooh, you never know. Okay, here's the thing that was a little bit concerning, though, in the Godly set versus the last Priya that we got, was the hammer was kind of a non-factor.
Yeah.
I feel like we almost wanted to see Godly over-index towards the axe.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like the hammer was a little bit of a struggle in his earlier matchup against Friedsol, but you know what? Already looking a little bit better. He was able to hit that neutral signature. Godly, back to the axe though. How is he going to try to finish this one off? Is it going to be a Sig? Is it going to be a Sair? Or is he going to just add up the damage?
Okay. Yeah, and once again, I think it's option 3, at least for right now. Godly, totally acceptable to take just the hits that he can get. Anything will do. Look at this. I mean, deep red from AMGG. You're looking down at Teros. It's frightening, to say the least.
I'm pretty sure the last time I saw a sidelight hit somebody that high was like in training mode when I just set the bot to have 800 damage on him.
Yeah, our TVs didn't have color back then when we were able to see it. I'm getting war flashbacks seeing that one happen, but there's a stock off the top finally. Godly, I mean, firmly in position to take this first stock, and the game plan is looking extremely sound.
Yeah, looking solid. Not out of the woods just yet. He still has to get through this final stock of AMGG, and we've seen AMGG get some reversals here, but here come the Chakrams. Misses the read with that gravity cancel side sig.
Yeah, and in a lot of these spots now, when you're coming up against a legend like Teros in the hands of Godly, AMGG's putting himself in situations where he's sweat beating very high up, right? So it's just a matter of reading the drift correctly one time, and Godly gets 1, 2, 3 hits, maybe even a whole stock.
Yeah, you're seeing AMGG starting to get a little nervous here. He's throwing out a lot less safe options. Goes in for the double dare. Godly able to avoid it. Good spot dodge through Godly's attack.
Ooh, dodges through the weapon toss as well and picks up the KO off the top. That's probably best case scenario you could have had if you're AMGG.
Yeah, couple it with the fact that Godly did just pick up an axe and now he's going to be stuck on this hammer. And AMGG might be able to get some damage here, but might not matter as a stomp side air.
Ooh.
That didn't hit.
Okay, AMGG gets a turn. This is unarmed from Godly, so you just have to swing to get off me, and yeah, there is the axe. The old reliable, I mean, it had worked in years past, and it is surely going to keep working now. That's game 1, going over to Godly.
And that right there is one of the reasons why Teros is a special pick in this matchup. It's because you don't have to go blow for blow. Teros tends to win out when you go blow for blow because he's coming in here with a whole lot of strength, so he's hitting really hard with these big old weapons.
Godly 2 games away from being our EU champion. It's just Priya everywhere, a sea of this new legend. And Godly says, I defy all of it.
Yeah. Well, you know what they say, the cream of the crop rises to the top. And then that right now is Godly, who has risen above all of these Priyas here in the top 4. Godly, though, with the hammer. We'll see if he can do anything, because right now, AMGG finally getting the first hit, or getting hit for the first time, excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, I will say this followed almost the exact same pattern as game 1. AMGG went off to a red-hot start with a couple of really amazing strings, but as soon as Godly picked up the axe, it's like, let's bring this gameplay screeching to a halt and make AMGG really have to think hard about what approach options he has.
Okay, Nair, as AMGG was sweating towards that soft platform. Another Nair. AMGG is in a little bit of trouble here. The stomp not going to connect.
Yeah, right idea, though, to just patrol that weapon spawn with the stomp. AMGG cooking a little bit too hard here. That could have been GCD light ground pound unarmed. I think that's what Godly was posturing for.
Easy punish. Going to be the neutral light. Not quite enough to KO, though.
Okay, off stage, no weapon in sight, so Godly wants to instead go for that. Maybe just go for Stomp Sair now.
Both of them just sliding right past each other. The side air will get that first KO. Godly did take a decent tick of damage here, though, and that's why AMGG was sticking on that sword so long. It's because he was like, I know, it's sword. I just got to get a recovery. Just got to get a side air.
Yeah, and I mean, in true, honest fashion, that might be the answer that AMGG needs to at least kind of create some parity between the two of them again, right? Like, he's playing a lot from behind, picking up stocks after Godly has just slowed the pace down a decent amount. The sword will just find you those simple options to get KOs, but wait a minute.
AMGG actually ended that string with the gravity cancel sidelight there, was trying to get a little bit of a reset for a chase dodge. I think Nair, because I think he was out of tools to go for a recovery, but still good pressure, good damage coming out from AMGG.
Ooh, Godly looking to break the ankles a little bit, crossing up with the dash jump behind.
You would know.
Don't do that. That one hurt.
Yeah, I saw the brace.
Godly trying to get a little bit more momentum under his belt. Just the Sair will at least force the offstage and a disarm to boot.
Ooh, not able to get that recovery though. AMGG goes in, dash in, and downlight to split. Godly knows, one good swing. AMGG though, with so much movement, Godly not gonna swing on it yet.
Such a scary pick is Taros, right? Yeah, and once again, the divider has been set at the middle of the stage, right? Godly says if you come anywhere near this weapon spawn, you're taking a stomp. Okay.
Yo, AMGG,
Ooh.
weapon toss will hit. AMGG stealing out the lead over Godly.
Yeah, I mean, I would say Godly could answer this back with just like GCD sig like we saw in the first game. It could be just about anything, especially with the axe in hand. But AMGG, first real meaningful lead of the set and extending it that much further with another string to bring towards orange. Okay.
Yep, I like the decision there from AMGG. Chase dodges towards the stage, knows he has to go for a reset, was running out of tools. Hammer in hand, went for the scoop.
Oh,
up.
that's
AMGG's
really
getting a
bad
lot of
for
damage.
Godly. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Godly was going for a stomp there. I mean, why? Look at where AMG was, so far above. Gets the reversal hit that he's looking for, but the damage that he has taken as a result could be the end of game number 2.
Back to the axe. Sword in hand for AMGG. Godly's taking so much damage. AMGG could finish this off with a weapon toss, and he will.
He does.
He's going to get himself on the board. 1-1.
Crazy showing from AMGG. And I mean, I think, again, at a high level, the split chakrams, like we're not seeing a shortage in lack of KO power, right? Especially if you get a really solid read off of a dodge or a drift pattern. It's very easy to get early damage, even to yellow and beyond, in the first like interaction of the game. The problem is from Godly's side, what are you stomping, bro? Like, he's above you.
Yeah, I really feel like there was that spot on the second stocks where Godly had AMGG in the red and he just had a hammer in hand and he's like, what do I do? Like,
Right.
what attack do I throw out? Because none of them would hit or lead to a KO if they would hit. Now he's making the swap over to the Nyx. The other option he had, he played it earlier in his matchup against Friedsol. Let's see if he does just as well with it here.
Yeah, and I mean, I would go as far to say the Scythe and Blasters, he almost looks more comfortable with 2 weapons versus it's a little bit of an awkward slanted matchup with the Hammer versus Chakram. So I like the swap from Godly, and I, like you said, it worked out versus Friedsol, so it might work out here as well.
All right, striking around a little bit. AMGG approaching from the air.
Oh, okay.
Nice. Good swap
nice
there.
Two-piece.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think we had said that we kind of feel Blasters are probably the preferred weapon, at least for early damages, because you can challenge so much space where Chakrams have just seemingly thrived so far.
Yeah, especially like in neutral, I think Godly's a little bit more comfortable with the Blasters here. You see the side airs. He's even going high. Another side air. AMGG will be able to get to the wall.
Oh, waiting for a jump. Godly, though, still in good position. AMGG with the reversal hit. Dare doesn't connect. Godly touches the wall, and there's no punish to be had, so AMGG safely back towards stage, but for how long?
Good dodge there from AMGG as Godly hit the soft side light into the jump side air. Blaster's side air might do it. Blaster's recovery definitely will, but the question is if he can get the hit for it.
I think Sayers, yeah, just enough at this point, too. Okay, not from that position. Oh, he waited, and there it is. First strike going over towards the Nyx.
Yeah, can't fault Godly for that last part. He hit the side light and was really hoping AMGG was going to dodge wrong so he could come in, maybe hit a recovery, hit a side air. Instead, just waited out, and then he went in. Jumps into the neutral sig there.
Okay, awkward position. Can Godly flip it? Doesn't want to yet. And again, recovery from the ground. If the Chakrams are split, it doesn't KO, like in red. So Godly can kind of afford to take a few more of these hits, knowing if he gets a favorable trade at the outset of it. Off stage. Still not enough.
Yeah, weirdly enough, like, split chakrams become almost less of a threat because it can't string into itself.
Exactly.
So it's just like resetting neutral and you're not getting KO'd. So it's like, okay, I guess that's fine.
Could be a bit of the arthritis of the weapon. Harder to get those KOs unless you just get single hits towards those high damage thresholds. But finally, AMGG does get the stock. Godly a little bit ahead. No Sarah in sight, though, quite yet. There's the scoop up from AMGG, but Godly answers
Nice.
back with a pair of Sares off stage. Is this just going to be Dare? It could be ground pound, could be anything. Jockeying for position, waiting for the jump up from AMGG
Nice.
was absolutely perfect.
No, but he's still got plenty of movement here. Godly not able to get the hit in the offstage. AMGG goes for the gravity cancel neutral light.
Ooh, and now Godly sweat beating as well. AMGG capitalizing on the panic option. Ooh, AMGG's starting to claw back some damage at least. That's going to be a whiff punish, but disarm means it's not going to KO again.
Trying to hit the side air. AMGG with a good dodge. Double down air.
Okay,
Triple
pause.
down air. Where's this air? AMGG once again going for the vertical. Godly with the recovery. Going to get the KO, but he's taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, AMGG has really brought this back. I mean, good weapon spawn position for AMGG could mean it's just an even bout. That was a little bit unlucky, honestly, for AMGG that Godly was able to pick that one up. Now back on the sword for AMGG. Could be just Sair, and that's got to do it.
Yeah, not enough there. Godly, little too obvious there with that recovery straight over the platform. AMGG not taking the bait and trying to challenge. Instead, just waits it out and hits that side air. Now it's final stocks here in game number 3.
Yeah, and I mean, just like that, AMGG has actually taken a lead. Okay. Slight lead now in terms of damage. Swing and a miss from AMGG. Godly going to work off the right side. Gets the swing.
The chase dodge up, hits the side air, swaps over to the blasters, getting
he's
good
going
damage.
way
He's in
off.
position, but AMGG not going to dodge.
And this is so much more trademark Godly. Look at how far off the stage he's going to try to commit for the stock.
Man,
AMGG hanging on.
He's so good at just like putting his presence out there and just threatening. AMGG not panic dodging too much. Oh, you can see Godly wanting to get underneath him for the recovery.
Yeah, and we really haven't seen Godly present that reversal option at all yet. There's Sair. High angle, nowhere in sight though. AMG easily makes it back towards the stage.
There's a weapon spawn. AMGG dodges away from it. Coverage from the weapon toss.
Ooh, okay. Sword scary, even at this threshold, right? D-Light recovery is very close, if not just outright in that position. Where are you going? Where are you going?
Committed so hard with the blaster's recovery. Thought he was going to catch AMGG with those initial kicks. But AMGG got past it, got the turnaround, and that is AMGG currently up 2-1, 1 game away from a reset and another best of 5.
Wow, we thought that Godly was coming in here showing why he is still the best to ever do it in Europe. AMGG is challenging with this new legend on the board, and now Godly is playing on the back foot. Needs to win 2 in a row to close out this tournament. Otherwise, yeah, like you said, another best of 5 set between these two.
And it's unfortunate on Godly's side because I feel like he can't afford mistakes, really. Like that last moment there, it was a relatively minor mistake, but it led to him getting KO'd. Like, if you really want to distill it, it's like, okay, bro, press the recovery button wrong. Like, it's just unfortunate because AMGG capitalizes so hard off of it.
100%. Yeah, and I mean, there's so many ways we could dilute a situation like that down, right? Like a little bit less damage, and it's such a non-factor that would even have been a mistake. But hey, that's the way that the situation ended up, and AMGG capitalized, like you said, to make set point here for the reset over EU's finest.
Ooh, he wasn't on stage, so it was a Nair instead of the end light. I think he wanted the end light. Right now, AMGG just wanting to find more hits onto Godly, and he is succeeding so far. He's just throwing out dare after dare after dare.
Okay, tries to cover the back with a weapon toss. There's the implementation of the Nair once again, specifically when playing underneath. If recovery won't get the KO, I do think it's a pretty solid option to at least just push away, force the reset. But signature number 1 from AMGG will get first strike. Dude, this could be a reset.
It's definitely looking like it, especially because AMGG is probably in his best position he's been in against Godly this entire set. Okay. Gravity cancel side light, gets that weapon toss after the recovery. Down light, ground pound, AMGG is gone. Evens it up just like that.
Yeah, and I mean, strings like that are the reason why, you know, we were kind of wondering in the Friedsol set with Godly, oh, he's using the scythe a lot more often, right? That's the reason that we get to see it. So, Godly a little bit more comfortable on this weapon, opting for this now instead.
I kind of like that option. He saw the dodge come out from AMGG, and he was like, this should cover a lot of things that you're going to do. Just didn't quite cover that drift away from AMGG. Goes off stage. Ooh, but he dodges back towards the stage, and AMGG ends up getting that wall touch.
Ooh, yeah, trying to scoop in. Godly, first to act. Once again, just positioning around this weapon spawn where if he gets lucky, gets a disarm, yeah, free starve.
How does he get the stock, though? Downlight, not going to hit. Side air, not going to hit. AMGG throws out the signature. Just going to be a down air from Godly.
Such an important game here, too. Not only for the fact that it just keeps Godly in the first set, but for the fact that he needs to regain some momentum here. I think he just got a huge punch to the gut from AMGG stealing that game away.
Unfortunate for Godly there. He weapon tossed to the left, likely trying to steal it away, but okay, Godly.
Hang on.
Full decision.
Off stage. Yeah, but that dare, it's like a drag up as well, so it kind of allowed Godly to make it back towards the stage. AMGG wanting all the smoke, though, getting so much more damage here. This could be another stock. Barely misses.
Godly just finds a hit in. Here's the down air. Stays low. Doesn't get the recovery, though.
Okay, high recovery. Gets the Sarah as well. At least to just push away, allow Godly one more chance here before he probably just loses stock to recovery.
Okay. Oh! Surprised that recovery
yeah.
actually beat out.
Ooh, throws it away. Fuse Chakram, not enough. Splits it again, but this split recovery will do it. Even, yeah, like the side lights were very close. And there it is, last stock for both players.
Little bit of a damage advantage. Godly, though, needs to find that weapon spawn. There it is on the left side, and AMGG not going to cover it. Instead, goes to the right side. Side light, side air. Godly's got to be careful here. He does have some health to play with, so he can throw out a wild recovery, but can't afford too much there.
Ooh, okay. Sarah was great positioning now for Godly, but just like that, AMGG fast tracks it towards center stage. Hang on, hang on.
Doesn't get the nair, though. Resets back onto the stage. Godly thanking his lucky stars. He got away from that one.
Yeah, and every single attack that doesn't result in a KO, and let's go to game 5 for Godly, I'm sweating a little bit, I'm breathing a little bit heavier because we saw what AMGG could do in the previous set as well. What's the difference versus someone like Godly? There's the Sarah off the left side. Next one is close to just getting the stock outright, especially at this position.
AMGG gonna wait, but it's a down air, and Godly takes it to game number 5. He wants to deny the reset, but AMGG wants it.
Wow, I mean, what a crazy set this has been. AMGG stealing away that game 3. Godly hanging on in this game 4 to make it all come down to this potentially. This is crazy.
Yeah, this is going to be that decider game now. Are we getting a reset, or are we going to be crowning Godly the spring champion of 2025's European singles? We're going to find out here as we get into the next one. It's been pretty close. The damage difference, about 30, 514 versus the 486.
And we are seeing the strong Miami Dome counterpick as well. Last two picks were exactly the same, 4 stages, so maybe the change of scenery could help AMGG to force the reset.
It's definitely helping right now. Getting in with those side airs. You're seeing a little bit of a change up on how AMGG is playing. It's working to his favor as he gets in with the sig, gets in with a recovery. AMGG going aggressive off stage, and it's going to get that first stop.
Taking a page out of Godly's book for sure. Yeah, spending so much movement to go all the way out there, secure the stock. AMGG, a statement opening saying, you know what, I think you're going to have to work if you don't want me to reset you. All right. Dodging over towards the weapon. Godly now taking his time a little bit after, once again, kind of just getting dynamically punched in that first stock. A full stock behind, and AMG looking to extend the lead that much further.
Godly being a little bit more patient here. Knows that he's a full stock behind.
And once again, those are the positions where if you're Godly, you really have to capitalize more. At least just make sure you're getting edge guard position or a couple more hits out of it, right? Because AMGG so willing to sweat beat himself in these positions if it means he can get someone to yellow, get like 50, 60 damage off of it, or just take a stock outright.
Yeah, more than willing to use every resource in the kit. Godly over to the blasters. Side air from this position could do it. Down air's not.
Okay, weapon throw barely didn't connect on the side of Godly. Once again, looking for the end sig to just try to call out a jump or drift in from AMGG. Oh, the weapon toss covering the back.
Wow.
AMGG is just fishing for a D-Light unarmed. Didn't get any of them. I think that was like 2 or 3 straight, but the recovery with the blasters will be enough to equalize the stock. Look at that damage, though, Duke.
I know, Godly. He's about to lose this second stock. He needs to get as much damage as he can, but the side air puts him off screen. Another side air could do it for AMGG. Nice. Fights back onto the stage.
Ooh, wanted to cross up. Great dodge from Godly. I mean, that recovery probably was enough to get the KO.
He's doing a little bit too many sidelines for me because there's been multiple times where AMGG is just inside of that satellite empty space.
See, maybe some adjustments are in order. AMGG waiting for it. Every single drift pattern analyzed all the way down to the frame. AMGG finds the opening. And again, it's a very comfortable lead so far to potentially reset this bracket.
Yeah, really good spot here for AMGG to get that reset, get another best of 5. Godly, he's going to try to deny as best as he can, but right now, here's the juggles. AMGG with the reset off the soft platform again.
Yeah, AMGG's now playing at like a bit of an awkward spacing for Godly's Scythe, where he really can't get any of these initiators going. Godly needs to make some magic happen if he wants to end it here. Otherwise, it could be a long 5-game set to determine our winner.
Okay, swaps weapons.
Is it Dare? Is it anything? Okay, Sair to cover the high recovery. Now do we go Dare? Of course.
Goes for the weapon toss just in case. Goes for grab against the side light, but AMGG able to get back up with the help of a neutral air.
And AMGG still had movement there. I don't think he was sweat beating, but Godly just barely misses out on securing it with the GCD light. Has to work for another stock here. Gets the stock off the top, but took a few more hits because of that miss on the right side.
It is a little bit closer than it was at the start of the second stock of AMGG, but Godly, once again, still playing from behind, has taken a decent amount of damage. This would definitely be quite the upset if Godly's able to bring this one back, because AMGG was almost able to put this one away.
Oh, wow. Look at the baits from Godly, though, saying, come up here, recovery me, right? I'm going to just go for a dare to challenge you on the way up. Hasn't really shaken Godly's game plan so far, so it seems. But again, anything can change after one first hit from this Priya.
That's the dare. Wanted to stuff it. AMGG.
Okay, really nothing there for the offstage. Godly already in red now. We saw these recoveries from Priya with the split chakrams have not been enough to get the KO, even in red, on a lot of these stages. So
the near doesn't hit.
Godly gets a chance.
Whoa.
Godly gets a chance.
Away, the ground pound.
This is it, GCD line.
AMGG, he's got movement. He's got the touch. Godly not able to close it out. The weapon toss from AMGG keeps him alive, but Godly's still going in.
Dude, it's a reset. AMGG steals that one away, and we are going into another best-of-5 set. Godly's going for these crazy plays to try to close it out in style, and it didn't work out.
He really tried to change up that pacing and catch AMGG sleeping, but AMGG, not asleep at the wheel, was able to get that turnaround side air, had enough damage put out on Godly, and he's able to get that reset for a new best of 5.
Wow, I think we're about to see this interaction here off the right side too. Okay, just the end of it, so the reversal hit, but that last sequence on the edge guard, GCD like ground pound, free in a lot of those situations. AMGG, the wherewithal to know that you have to put a hitbox out there to challenge it, make sure he can get back, and just like that, reversals his way in to a 3-2 victory over Godly to reset the bracket.
Gave himself a lot of safety there with that up toss, ended up denying Godly there, and now we're seeing Godly make a swap here. This is the reset, the final set for the European region, and Godly's starting it off with a Fate for game number 1.
All right. We had said before, deep roster for sure. We're going back over to Small Fortress. I don't know. I mean, now we're just bringing the orb back.
Dude, all I'm saying is, like, play the Raza. Play the Raza.
Sure.
Axe looks good in the matchup. Your blasters look good in the matchup. Play the Raza.
Hey, I mean, you never know. Like we said, Godly's got a lot of legends. We saw 5 games go almost his way. But why not make another switch up here when you have a lot more runway in a fresh set? This one decides it all, folks. It is set 2 of Grand Finals for the Spring Singles Championship.
All he needs is 3 games to go his way, and either one of these guys could be the champion here for the European region for the Spring Championship. Godly going over to the Fate. He's swapping out the blasters for an orb, but really it's all about high-strength Scythe.
Yeah, I mean, we were singing the praises of blasters into Chakram for a while, but it really felt like the blasters were not doing too much towards the end of that set. So I don't mind the swap at all, right? Like, you trade out blasters that were pretty ineffective at dealing with stocks for AMGG for an orb that can easily get stocks with that exact sequence we just saw.
Throws out the Ensig. It comes out quick, but did not catch AMGG. Nice dash jump side air. AMGG again put into the open air, but Godly not going to over-aggress. Sidelight side air catches them coming up.
Yeah, I mean, I think just again from a raw gameplay perspective, I like this change a lot actually from Godly. So now gets to wait it out patiently. Weapon toss, has to re-grab the weapon though, so still keeping this one going. Traded, gravity cancels, and AMGG gets the better end of that exchange to even it right back up.
Yeah, his gravity cancel down light, beating out Godly's gravity cancel neutral light, and it also was able to split the chakrams there for AMGG, so we got the KO.
Doubly efficient for AMGG. Godly still maintaining the gentle lead. But the orb being online, I mean, it's not exactly what I think he wants for early damage. You want to just kind of save this for the end of your stocks where you can just easily get sidelight Sair. Godly's going to have to play it out regardless. That was an attempted anti-air that didn't quite connect. AMGG has just been oppressive on all of this advantage.
Yeah, I'm really curious how Godly's nairs on the orb are going to work out against AMGG, because that's one of the things that he's like trying to do to challenge that down air. So far, haven't seen too much of it connecting, but right now, AMGG with that damage advantage with the weapons that he wants. He's going to be looking for those recoveries, looking for those SIGs.
Okay, Godly in a weird spot, but makes his way back towards center stage. The dares from AMGG are just threatening so much space, though, from Godly. It makes it really hard for him to try to commit back towards stage.
Okay, throws it away, goes for the Ensig. AMGG gets below, gets the recovery.
Okay. Oh,
he still got the hit, man.
Yeah, he still got the hit. I mean, it's a moral victory, that's all.
Deep red, AMGG. Now he's playing out a little bit of sword gameplay. That signature actually going to drop as that wall got in the way of the interaction.
Yeah, Godly just needs one hit of anything at this point. Not that one, but find the stock before it gets too precarious. Wow, even with the sword, AMGG doing a great job at just maintaining.
Okay.
Even with that conversion, a lot of damage on the way out, and Godly, same position as some of the previous games we've had in set 1, has to play a little bit on the back foot for damage. Hold on. Hold on. Okay.
Situation changing a little bit. AMGG picking up his set of chakrams. Godly going to throw away the orb. Wants the scythe for this matchup.
Do we see that patient gameplay out of Godly now, with the fear that he could just get scooped up by one of these signatures and lose outright? Off stage, Godly sends it way off, gets the GC breakdance, and there's no movement left. Godly just took that one away.
Oh, that was a nail biter. Right there, I thought for sure AMGG was going to go for a gravity cancel Ensig, and Godly was in that position. But Godly just picking correctly, gravity cancel down heavy, actually beat out whatever option AMGG was trying to throw out there, and ends up getting him that game.
I really like that too, because I think that was actually the first time he presented that in this entire 2 sets so far between.
See, he was going for the gravity cancel Ensig, it's just he was a little too slow.
Yeah.
Bad gamer.
Hey, Godly took it. And I was about to say, if Godly lost that first game, you know, from my perspective, I was like, look, the Fate actually, I think, on paper is a pretty good change for him because, again, you're swapping out the blasters for a weapon that's perhaps a little bit more efficient in finding those later damage KOs. if Godly lost that game, I was wondering, you know, does he just start flipping around the character select screen, finding something that might work against AMGG? But we don't have to ask that question quite yet because he was able to steal away that first game.
Well, in the first set of Grand Finals, Godly also took the first game. We'll see if AMGG can make a repeat of history, as that down air from Godly, not going to be too much of a threat onto AMGG.
Okay, that was Sair trying to connect through, but AMGG challenges it out. Once again, I mean, the coverage that you get from the Chakram dares, that one converted into Sair as well, was just absolutely massive. Godly somehow makes it out, though, picks up the orb. Took a lot of damage on the right side, though.
Touches back onto the stage. Godly's taking, like you said, a lot of damage. Side light into the pickup, or sorry, into the down light. That's that fuse up. And that's actually going to get the KO there for AMGG.
Okay, let's see what Godly can do here. Once again, strong counterpick stage for Priya, so it seems. And yeah, we're seeing exactly why, right? The resets in movement that AMGG is able to get landing on those soft platforms have just been completely massive. Godly looking to find something, already approaching orange damage, though. This is just one string away from getting to red, probably.
I mean, right now he wants AMGG to get into the red. He needs to get this damage out. Neutral Sig not going to do it. Here's an easy punish. Recovery does disarm AMGG. Can Godly put this one in? No! Ooh. Goes for the same option of the last game. Gravity cancel down heavy.
But now with the orb in hand, can bounce off the backboard at least, just make this an awkward recovery angle for AMGG. There's the end light as well for just the get off me option, but Godly disarms himself once again. Does not matter, though, when he's able to pick up the stock off the right side. Is he going to opt for the orb? No, he's going to go back towards Scythe.
He's hurting.
Definitely hurting.
He's definitely hurting.
Okay, Godly first opening. Still denying AMGG a weapon.
Okay, just a weapon toss. AMGG, you know he wants the Chakrams. Godly gonna try to deny the weapon.
Finally gets what he's looking for, though.
Split.
Chakrams, but I mean, look at the cost of this. The reversal hit. Okay, still
Stage
has
spike,
movement.
he can't touch.
This is it. That's it. Godly.
What an offstage play from Godly. He's actually going to put himself into the lead off of that stage spike, and AMGG just did not have enough movement there, but...
And once again, I mean, these were positions like at the end of the first game that could have been absolutely disastrous for Godly, but just happened to work out for him pretty well. I would say actually very well, just based on stock count. We will see the recovery getting that stock off the top, so AMGG makes it a close game. But I think AMGG was like pretty comfortable for a majority of this game.
Yeah, for sure. Everything except for that little offstage engagement. AMGG seemed to be really comfortable, really happy with how things were going, but here we are. Game number 2, AMGG is behind in the game count.
Okay, and there's the end light. Is just basically, you cannot jump towards me. Working out pretty efficiently so far. Wow, look at this weight, right? AMGG knows, like, come up here, let me get my reset on the soft platform, and we're going to game 3.
He knows his win con, wants to get to it, but Godly, once again, going for the offstage engagement.
Ooh.
Weapon toss, not going to hit AMGG.
Hang on.
Gets the height. He's got the soft platform. Godly goes to the outside. Ground pound hits stairs, Sair. Godly running out of movement.
Sweat beating.
He's high enough, though, but the gravity cancel ends. Sig. Godly gets another
more shot.
Down
Oh my
air,
gosh.
Sair. Godly. Down air, Sair.
Wow.
Godly can't get back from that one. AMGG puts himself on the board 1-1.
I mean, I think everyone was predicting stock off the top, right? Like easy peasy, especially by the way AMGG was posturing on that soft platform. But to have it just be an absolute masterclass in edge guarding, wonderful stuff from AMGG to even it right back up. Now I get to ask the question, does Godly panic off of the fate, or does he commit to it?
I think he switches. That's just a gut call too.
Yeah.
I don't have a stat for it. I think he switches. I think he goes
am
to
with you.
Wushan. I'm gonna say it.
I feel like Godly's the type of player where when he loses, he goes, all right, let's try something else. I just think he's that kind of guy.
He might be. I mean, is that really what happened in the first set? So he played Taros, won, played Taros, lost, switched to Nyx, lost, switched to Nyx, won, and then lost.
Look, it's a lot of time for us to just kind of wait and be patient and figure out what's going to happen here.
Play the Raza. Godly, if you're listening, play the Raza.
The little hypnotizing coming through.
The little like circle.
Yeah. Can we do that? Can we get that effect right now?
Yeah, do y'all just
That's
have
all
that in your pocket?
You probably have that.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
apparently we're not allowed to mid-set coach or whatever they're saying.
is it really coaching if I'm just saying things out loud and like he hears it? Like, come on.
I didn't know we weren't allowed to have feelings around here.
Imagine I'm
Ryan.
at a LAN and I'm in the audience and I'm like, man, I think Barraza would be a really cool pick. And Godly's like, oh yeah, I heard that.
Yo,
that's not my fault.
cosign.
That's not
Let's
my,
go.
That's not my fault. All right.
I don't think it's your fault either, Duke. I stand with you on this one.
Yeah.
We have to stick
stand
together. We're a united
yes,
front on this.
Absolutely.
For sure.
It's our month. But right now, Godly is making the swap over to Teros for game number 2, hoping that the return to the form is going to be the thing that works best against the Priya.
Yeah, this one is a little bit odd for me, right? Because, again, we were talking about from the Nyx to the Fate, getting rid of the blasters in exchange for the orb. You're swapping out both of your weapons now, and I still kind of think the hammer was not a great option for Godly, or at least it just wasn't as good as his axe.
Yeah, I say this very often as somebody who's a Teros defender, is that like if you want high strength axe, Zol is in a way a better option. He comes in with higher strength and it's got the same axe, especially if you're not playing that hammer. Cannon, I mean, is equally not played, so it's fine.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see if it works out for Godly. AMGG could be on his way to a first place finish. Starts with this game 3 though.
Okay, hits the recovery, doesn't get that pickup dare. Instead, AMGG gonna get a lot of damage off that whiff. Nice side air, disarms, goes for the ground pound. He's low, and AMGG
Super
doesn't
low.
challenge.
Wait.
Scoop?
Okay, scoops up. I was going to say AMGG kind of put themselves in a pretty awkward position as well. There's Stomp Stare for the first strike. The hammer did it.
He did.
The hammer did it.
He actually did damage with the hammer. Unheard of.
And now we'll get to see the game plan reenacted for Godly if he swaps back to the axe, but we will see the hammer back online for the early parts of this stop.
Chakrams for AMGG. You can see Godly. I'm starting to understand maybe he wants hammer nair the way that he had blasters nair, like he challenged from below. Maybe.
I'm seeing it more. I think part of it is probably because we just straight up weren't exposed to Godly using the hammer that often in some of the other Teros matches.
Ooh. Odd option there. AMGG was on the other side of him. Maybe a little bit of a misinput. Stop.
Okay.
Scoop up.
Once again, okay, waiting for landing. Yeah, but this is where it was a little bit awkward in set 1, right? Godly was going for stomps in positions where AMGG would never, ever, ever be touching the ground, right?
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I don't know if I love hammer in that matchup is because stomp doesn't hit in the air. If you go for gravity cancel stop, maybe, but like for the most part, AMGG's staying in the air with this Priya.
Answers the stock right back. I mean, this could just be Stomp Sair away from making it last stock. Oh, I'm surprised just not Sair in that position, but either way, Godly, decent spot to cover on the stage. Goes for the Stomp that time, and AMGG gets a couple hits in exchange.
Good jumping from AMGG and the spot dodge to get through the side air. Scoop, or Stomp side air, excuse me. And that's going to be Godly getting the stock. Is he going to stick with the hammer? No.
Okay, we are seeing the axe a little bit more now. We didn't see the axe really at all in this game until AMGG now is on this last stock. But let's go back to the original game plan, right? 45-degree angles, anti-airs, and just switch to the hammer. Ignore everything I'm saying.
Yo! Double stomp. Love to see it. Gets that recovery. Keeps him on the off stage.
Okay.
Goes for the recovery. AMGG challenging him in the open air, but Godly gets above him. Didn't hit the recovery, and AMGG ends up back on the stage with the chakrams.
That was, and AMGG stole that weapon away on the right side as well. Godly, I think, was just expecting to get the axe that time. Didn't quite get there and took a ton of damage on that stock. Now posturing for a little bit more. Godly still has the lead, but I mean, again, this is just about anything off the right blast zone, off the top. Even an off the bottom KO could be possible, but Godly's not giving him a lot.
Okay. That's going to send him flying, but okay, gravity cancel sidelight, and that'll do it. Godly takes game number 3, currently up 2-1, and that was, I think, the most handedly he was able to beat out AMGG.
Yeah, it's kind of weird in that it didn't really look like Godly was doing anything crazily spectacular, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it was just very bread and butter hammer play. And for how much, you know, I was almost like a hammer hater going into that set, it really worked out well for him, I think, for some of the points that you brought up at the start of that game as well.
Yeah, I mean, he had like maybe that one little like swaggy moment where he did like sidelight stomp, stomp, recovery. But other than that, like you said, it's kind of just been like, all right, I'm just going to hit you really hard.
And it might be enough. Hitting you really hard, as it turns out, could win you an entire tournament, as Godly is one game away, once again, from taking the Spring Singles Championship.
Ooh, lands down there, ends up going for the downlight, expecting AMGG to jump.
And we're back on Miami Dome, of course. AMGG's comfort pick when playing from behind. Can he make the Game 5 happen, though? I don't know. Godly's taking this one slow now. Again, even from across legend changes, hang on a second, AMGG, wonderful sequence. But even across the legend swaps that we've been seeing from Godly, it also introduces a change in pace that we're getting. So when the Taros is online, Godly is like, dude, I'll take as long as this needs. Like, you can just come to me, I'll figure it out. What a good stock from Godly to answer another first strike. And Godly is on his way to just closing this one out in 4.
One of the very few weapons that can reversal from that position, and Godly utilizing it with that hammer down air.
And once again, we're back into this position where Godly says, feet are glued to the floor, bro. I'll be here. Oh, just whenever you want to come contact me, bang my line and I'll be around. But AMGG not getting there.
All right, AMGG, can you get this stock? Falling side air. Fake out with the fuse into the split. Oh, goes for the fuse down light. There's the fuse down air, and that will be the KO. AMGG starting to look for a little bit more KO efficiency. He's realizing that he's struggling a little bit, and if he wants, just go for those fused hits. That'll be just like one good big one.
Yeah, I think efficiency is really important there as well, dude, right? Because we saw, I'm sure AMGG is probably a little bit scared after getting reversaled in that situation where, you know, 99 times out of 100, you're like, wait, I was supposed to get the stock here. What happened?
All right, good damage, though. Ooh, okay. A little bit of a fake out, ends up getting that jump side air recovery.
Real
and
nice.
Godly in a really good position to close this out and be crowned the spring champion.
He's been in this position before, though, and even AMGG had to play on the back foot for a few games, but was able to pull out some victories here. Could it be?
Ooh.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. It's just over. Godly, with authority, almost poetically ends it with an early off-the-top KO and says, you can put that Priya right back from where you found it. Godly will be the Spring Singles champion for the Europe bracket.
Godly is the champion, showing why he is the dominant force in the European region. And not only did he do it in dominant fashion, he also took out AMG in the spots where AMG wants to be, in the spots where he's like, I take other people out here. But Godly's like, guess what? When we're in the sky, I can also fly high. Gets him with the KOs. Man, Godly's looking good.
Wow, that was, again, I say, like such a poetic ending, right?
Sure.
Like a weird, crazy way to close that one out. And Godly just shows up once again and says, you know what? I'm the best in Europe for a reason. He took down the entourage of Priya players that were presented to him in this bracket today, faced it down, and not once said, I need to join them. The virus did not infect Godly.
He made sure that he had all of his antibodies ready to go. He came in with the ultimate antibody of Taros, and he was able to close it out. And there you see it in that last game. It was all about the axe. Was able to put out 311 damage versus the 86 of the hammer. Godly is so stinking good. Huge congratulations to him for being our spring champion here for the European region.
Wow, I mean, it is such a crazy sequence of events, right? To have, you know, obviously we said Godly, best player in Europe, shows up time and time again, proves that he can still hang even after so many years of competing. But now, like, we were talking about the introduction of, you know, when these waves come in and new legends or new weapons are introduced to the game, they can really shake up the meta, and it showed in that bracket. 3 out of 4 of our top 4 competitors were playing the Priya, we're on the Chakram, and we're doing almost nothing else but just using that brand new weapon and really just showcasing how strong it could be. And Godly just says, you know what, I'm different, bro. Like, I'm just different.
He's just better. Better player wins, and in this case, Godly was the better player. So I keep saying it, but like for real, he's so stinking good.
He's so stinking good for sure. Good. But there is another important piece of information to have here, which we talked about earlier. Godly and AMGG will be attending the Spring Royale. As you had pointed out earlier, Duke, that does mean we have a new European representative going to a Royale for the first time ever, I think.
Maybe.
Could be.
Oh. This is AMGG's first, not first gold because he didn't get it, but first silver, first top 3, first top 8. Amazing performance here from AMGG. Got to give him his props. Was able to beat out many other Priyas on his path. Ultimately, huge congratulations to Godly, AMGG, and Friedsol, our top 3 here for the European region for the Spring Championship. But we're not done yet. We still have South America to come after this upcoming short little break. You don't want to miss it. We'll be back in probably like 15 minutes, so set a timer. Peace. Neither am I.
Oh,
we got him. Nobody here.
It was a gotcha all along.
Insider, not quite enough. Weapon toss, not quite enough. Kinger sweat beating, but it turns around.
Yeah. That Nair comes preemptively.
Oh. Okay.
Oh,
it don't matter. Don't matter.
No.
It's okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Desperately is looking for a weapon spawn. Godly couldn't keep him off of it. Chakra's back in hand. Oh no, Flambeau. Godly
No way. What? Listen to anybody. I'm just gonna throw the sword away too. Oh wait, he flips it with the down
using
air.
it. No way. Weapon toss sword. Jeez.
One up and immediately get KO'd, but actually opts for the blasters instead. Gets the stock!
Weapon spawn. We'll see if he goes for the swap. This is opportunity as he charges up the side.
What?
Fry can't finish it too.
Oh, no!
That one went further than I thought. My bad.
To split up those chakras once again. AMGG, this is the worst possible position you could be in! Oh, Godly. We've mentioned the patient play that we're seeing. There's those 45-degree angles and the gravity.
He's got movement. He's got the touch. Godly not able to close it out. The weapon toss from AMGG keeps him alive, but Godly's still going in.
Dude, it's a reset. But was able to pull out some victories here. Could it be? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It's just over. Godly with authority, almost poetically ends it with an early off-the-top KO and says, you can...
I'ma keep it real with you. 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 it real with you. I'ma keep 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 it real with you.
Wild electric running through my mind. Daylight slipping away, yeah. Feel ready to release that sound. Embrace this beautiful day. And I never knew I could feel like this. I'm alive with vibes so positive. So I smile easily. So I smile easily. Smile. So I smile. And I never knew I could feel like this. I'm alive with vibes so positive. So I smile easily. So I smile easily. Smile. Smile. So I smile. 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 So I smile. Smile. And I never knew I could feel like this. And I never knew I could feel like this. And I never knew I could feel like this. I'm alive with vibes so positive. And I never knew I could feel like this. And I never knew I could feel like this. And I never knew I could feel like this. I'm alive with vibes so positive. Smile. So I smile. And I never knew I could feel like this. I'm alive with vibes so positive. So I smile easily. So I smile easily. Smile. Smile. So I smile. Smile.
Who said it? Who we gotta knock off? Cause you mixing with me is like keys in a sock drawer. I'm on target like 30 from half court. Your 15 minutes of fame for more than a half short.
Going off stage, moving down, eating that end light, coming back on, but that's a side tick on the wrong opponent, but it does not matter.
Hide away! Are you kidding me?
hide away!
Hide away!
Flex what I got till I break the mold. Weight on my shoulders, don't ever fold. We can't break even, no, I bet it all on me. I'm at the top and that's where I'ma sit.
Still in the orange. There's the GC side sing. It's instantly punished from Hughes, and he is your two-time Brawlhalla 1v1 world champion.
And welcome back to the Spring Championship. This time we're hopping into South America. I'm Flambeau. I'm here with Slow Mo to go ahead and bring y'all through all the action as we try to figure out if South America can also deal with their Priya problem.
That trailer was heat, bro.
That was so good.
The
It's one of my
trailer was
favorites
heat.
ever.
We got what do we got? We got Wes and Vim Tangilo both in top 8, and they are of course both playing the Priya.
Yes.
So it's going to be kind of like the same situation we just saw in EU. We're going to have those 2 Priya players just kind of sharking the bracket. And I'm interested to see how South America deals with this issue compared to how EU did. EU, it was a marathon. We'll just call it out. That was a long bracket. We made it. We got it done though. Godly, you guys saw Godly taking the dub on that one, and we're gonna start right back in. It looks like we said, we got Hughes and Wes starting us off, and it looks like Hughes is going to try the Fayette to start things going.
And so I remember at max mode not that long ago, you know, I was able to talk to Hughes a little bit about it, you know, say Great Sword, JU in particular, you know, both the Great Sword and regular Sword getting nerfed, kind of hit him a little bit too hard, said I'm going to be playing Fate from now on, which is who we used to play back in the day, so we got, you know, a very potent Fate. Then on the other side of things, you know, you already mentioned Wes on that Priya, but, you know, shades back to max mode. I think pretty undisputedly right now. I mean, you know, we did just see a game 9 set happen in EU, but Vim Tangilo is the best Priya player in the world right now, results-wise, right? We'll see what things are like a little bit after, you know, some changes coming up, but I don't think that part's going to change, right? But Wes and South America in general just have these extremely potent Priya players, but also South America seems to have made the most adaptations to the legend and the weapon itself.
Yeah, you know, we talk about Lores during max mode. He didn't lose a single set to Chakrams. He found a solution to it pretty quickly.
Lost to it today, though. But
yeah, that he did. That he did.
And losing the Vim, though, who we already established, I mean, the winner of max mode, right? So it's like, all right, so you lost to the best of the best at that point. Like, what are we really evaluating as far as, you know, if it's the player or the legend, et cetera, et cetera. But here we go. We're loading up into game 1 of winners semifinals, where we're going to have the 2-time BCX world champion Hughes go up against Wes on this newly beloved Priya.
Okay, Hughes is already throwing out all the tactics. We saw a very aggressive weapon starve to start out the very first game of the set. Hughes, it looks like he's going to be trying to rely on the scythe at the beginning of the game to try and get something going here against Wes. And Wes already branching off that recovery, sending Hughes all the way up into the air. But getting his composure, and we were talking about it over in the other room. It makes me very, very nervous whoever's playing Chakrams, especially when they're soft platforms on the map.
Yes.
So good at resetting those options for the Chakram player on those aerial onslaughts. So that's another thing we're going to have to look and see if Hughes is going to be able to counteract that as well.
Yeah, this one hopefully shouldn't be too bad, just because Western Air Temple, of course, does have that kind of high ceiling. So those, you know, kind of scary scenarios we've become so accustomed to viewing when you're spectating Chakrams should be less likely to happen here. But with that said, I mean, Wes has a pretty decent damage lead here. Hughes is trying to kind of mitigate some of the blows, but is being extremely patient and kind of slowly but surely, surgically trying to take apart Wes. And now the damage deficit has been all but made up for, and he can start fishing for some knockouts. Gets a falling side air right here, disarms Wes in the process, and has the orb here. Can go for that Ensig if he wants to, maybe off the sidelight setup.
Yeah, let's see what he's going to set up here. Definitely, especially with the Fayette, the Fayette strength stat, Wes well into knockout range here. Okay, sidelight Sayer, that's going to be enough. Send him out to the side, and Hughes is the first to strike, taking a stock number 1. See how long it takes Wes to counter back.
Okay, there's the weapon spawn. A weapon is going to go ahead and get snagged there by Wes. Of course, the Chakram in hand has it fused. Gravity cancels and goes for the fused side light, not something you see every day. And then it hits with the fused side air, right? So we've been watching a lot of Priya today, right? But in EU, very seldom usage of the fused kit. There was maybe a couple KOs taken with a fused down air, but otherwise people not really using it much. I think there was also one KO gotten with the fused to side light as well, but Wes giving it a little bit of representation there, but now that he's, you know, saying it's time to rack up damage, we're going to go right back to the split version and start chopping it up with those nairs and down airs.
We did see Fry a little bit switch over to that fused version when you get close to the knockout range. He'd be fishing for like a side light. But no, definitely been favoring the split version. Okay. reach up with the nair. And that's maybe something when we look at those damage stats in the weapon split, you know, maybe on Chakran games, taking them all the way up to the top, but maybe, you know, we could get a split between fuse damage and split damage in a future time. That being said, though, everything is super, super. Even Wes, we've all done it 1,000 times. I've done it. You've done it. I'm pretty sure I did it yesterday back at the hotel playing Brawlhalla last night. It's fine. It happens. It's just unfortunate when it happens in a tournament in this situation.
Yeah, you just got to remember to refresh those resources, man. I mean, you chase dodge in one direction, you're like, crap, I need to go the other way, and sometimes you can just end up kind of stuck or like a fish out of water, especially if you don't recognize within time. But with that said, I mean, Yu's definitely kind of happy about that. The stock count is even, the damage roughly even enough. And Wes chopping back in with these nairs and these recoveries. Recovery lingering for so long. Going to go ahead and make it hard for Yu to get out the way of that one. But, I mean, these individual hits aren't too threatening on their own, but it's kind of when it becomes these longer strings where you start to feel a bit of the oppression from the chakrams here. But Yu's hasn't really thrown out an attack with this orb yet. He's trying to make sure that he's lining up his hitboxes.
No punish.
2 whiffs so far. 3 now from Yu's. 4. Unable to find a hit. 5. There we go. Finally, after 6 different attacks. You know, just one there. But
yeah, but, you know, it's one more that he had, a little bit more damage. Wes did a really good job, though, being able to sneak down off stage to stay out of the way of that punish. Oh, Yu's taking it very high in the air. Very risky behavior here. Okay, caught him with the neutral light. Big whiff on the nair. What is he looking for? He needs to get this damage back. We are 4 minutes and 30 seconds into game number 1. Wes hits him with the side light. Not much of a follow-up underneath it, though. Wes being brought into equal damage here. Yu's is doing a good job for the most part, staying out of those nasty strings, whiffing on the neutral sig. That's rough.
Yeah, that was a huge punish opportunity. You're going to have to keep fishing here. But I don't think that would have KO'd on this stage just because of how high the ceiling is. We probably need at least one more. And so now if Yu's able to get an end sig, it'll definitely be enough. Sidelight Zero push to the corner, but once again, the large blast zone's going to mean he has to get an edge guard afterward and just throws out a recovery, reacting to that dodge up and saying, all right, I'll wait, and boom. Lets the trigger rock and secures game number 1. Yu's saying, yeah, you know, I can deal with the Priya. It'll take a bit of time, right? And we've seen that a lot today. Just the counters, right? I feel like Orb has been probably one of the most popular besides either Taros, right? You know, either you get like a character that hits hard with a hammer or you pick someone with an orb, maybe a spear. We've been seeing some Dusk for that as well. But at least in EU, that's what kind of the formula was. Looks like in South America, that might hold true as well.
Yeah, the orb has definitely been a pretty good
counter. A lot of Scythe, too.
Yeah, a lot of Scythe. Man, he made Yu's work for that one. That was a long game number 1. A little over 5 minutes in length. And we are going to settle into game number 2 here. Wes first to get the weapon drop, going straight to the chakrams. Oh no, super early sweat beats out. Yu's going to go down and get the orb, and now a 3-piece, 4-piece, 5-piece off the recovery. Taking the damage lead here, and continuing to put the aerial pressure on Wes, but now swapping it back over the chakrams, and we see a 2-piece coming out from Wes. Very aggressive from Yu's here in game number 1. Oh gosh, oh no.
You can see Wes with the aggressive chase dodge is looking to get those little extra bits of damage. But once again, if it's not a recovery, whether it's the regular or exhausted, Yu's does not have to be too afraid of losing the stock. Throws out an orb recovery of his own here, saying, I'm the original spinning around the world kind of recovery that we have in this game. Y'all are kind of biting my style here. Lots of shades of similarities between these two weapons, but you know, Chakram a little bit more on the like guitar-like side.
I think, for sure.
Orb is a little bit more bludgeoning, but with that said, Yu is going to be the first one to get a stock here. And going to try to extend this lead a little bit further. Doing a great job of weapon starving Wes, and he's juggling those weapons. Says, you know what, fine, I'll let it despawn, but not without snagging this other one from me. He's keeping the scythe in hand as well. He's trying to be sneaky with it. Where's the next spawn going to be? In the middle, and Wes is able to get the nair and the weapon pickup as a result.
Oh, Yu's pulling out all the tricks, trying to get every slight advantage that he possibly can in this matchup. Wes, though, great job in the air. Oh, whiffing on the side sig. Yu's getting the small D-light punish on it. Oh no, that's good. No, not enough off that split recovery. Looking for another one. Yu's trying to get the very high punish, but couldn't grab it. Good extension off that soft platform, though, as Wes catches the West catches a landing with the Nair, sends Use up in the air with the recover. What can he get off stage? Nothing but the swap on positioning here and a swap to split.
Yeah, honestly, you can see the ceiling of this stage being like so helpful for Use here, right? He probably would have lost his stock 2, maybe even 3 times over. That Sayer finally is going to be enough. But definitely, you know, a stage I'm surprised that, like, we're going here as often as we are, right? We're just not getting those knockouts off the top. We're getting extremely close. But West also not opting to use the fused Chakram recovery at all. And so kind of missing out on some opportunities where he would be able to get the stock a little bit earlier. But with that said, I mean, Use looking really good on this Fate right now. Hasn't really let the signatures rock on the Scythe kit, but maybe now it's about time.
Yeah, we haven't really seen it at all, have we? Okay. Sayer's going to go ahead and connect. Kind of edge guard that we have. Weapon throw to the face. West going to jump back over. We see the movement exchanges in the air. Both these guys are looking for the best positioning possible. Use throwing down the dare. Can't find it. West in his face with a dare of his own. Another one in. Ooh, reaching down again. Oh, he let the ground pound rip. He might be in trouble against Use. Oh, no punish off of that. Nothing.
It's the NSIG afterwards,
Okay,
so you know what? It's all worth, yeah. You know, I was thinking maybe he's going to be able to get a downer off the wall there, but couldn't quite line up the hitbox. Wes's recovery a little bit trickier than I think we both anticipated there, and he was able to get back, but not for much longer as Use was able to go ahead and turn things around extremely quickly here. And now he's just trying to get a little bit of extra damage. Chakram can feel so suffocating when you're in a final stock situation with it that you want to get as much damage as you possibly can here. And you know Use wanted that punch with the Endlight. If he was able to get it, he was going to be able to convert that to a Nair Sayer probably, and get close to the 70-some-odd damage. But now gets caught by the recovery here. It's not enough. The split Chakrams yet again, not having enough punch to him.
And he will not swap over to that fused.
You won't.
He won't do it.
He'll just say, I'll find my next snare, and then I'll press recovery again, and that's what we're looking for. There's the recovery. Still not enough. You know?
I cannot believe it. Look how dark red it uses. I mean, I know this has a high ceiling, but that is crazy work. Okay, finally a signature coming out, but it's not going to be anything, and West is going to go ahead and tie these stocks up. But Use still has the damage advantage, has the game advantage in this set, and is going to look and try and go up 2-0, going into game number 2, or game number 3, pardon me. Okay, dares out. Reach up with the Nair, a lot of whiffs happening here. West going to catch the landing. Use coming back up with the recovery, and Nair's going to whiff. Oh, man.
Chopping him up just like that. He's chilling though. He has to spend everything to get all that damage. So Use gets down with the stock, and that's all he really cares about here. He can take the damage. Gets the side light, D-light, and then now we're in a situation. He just has to be careful because West does have recovery right now. You know, threatening him up here, goes for a down air, and then tries to go for the recovery later. But once again, we've seen just how long Use can survive on Western Air Temple. So yet again, not too worried about losing his stock off the top here.
It's crazy, even on Fate, still having a lot of longevity in those stocks. Oh.
Can threaten NSIG soon here, but he's going to need to get at least 1 or 2 more hits. You can see West is trying to close this game out. He's going to be looking for some recoveries, but even now, I don't think a split recovery will stop. But that side light Sayer is going to be more than enough, right? Use kind of slowly working his way. And you can see, like, as we've been saying, we've been watching a lot of Chakram today, and all of these matches are going pretty long, right?
Yeah.
Like, we're generally hitting, like, the 2 to 3 minutes left in the game mark by the end of a lot of these. And in part, like here, right, we're in the final 3 minutes of the game. In part, 1 is the stage. You're not going to be able to get a lot of KOs off the top there. But 2 is because these Chakram players refuse to use the fused Chakram. And so I'm seeing barbecue health bars the most I've ever seen in any tournament ever, I think, that I've casted, just because of how long people are surviving because the Chakram players just refuse to use the thing that hits harder.
Very, very dark red stocks for sure. And we have it. I mean, like we talked about earlier, you know, we saw, you know, Fry make the conscious decision to switch to Fuse a couple times to be able to work those knockout situations, but it's just not something we're seeing the Chakram players use. But unfortunately, it doesn't really seem that that's really holding them back very much.
Yes, that is true, right? Like, they're still able to get extraordinarily far, and especially if you're playing the weapon in its current state where it's so easy to kind of get your stray hits and win out in the neutral game, you're like, I don't mind if I have to do this interaction a couple more extra times to get the knockout because it's so much easier to find those wins out in neutral. But against a player like Use, who's going to definitely make beautiful read, but doesn't really lead to much, right? Like,
good damage,
but it actually just puts Use back on the stage, which you needed to be on anyway. So
Okay, see if Hughes is going to be able to continue this momentum.
Nice try.
I mean, he has got 2 games on his side, but man, he has struggled and clawed his way for both of these games.
Okay, let's see.
Oh, the movement.
Yeah, Wes having to use the sword here. Rare footage if you're on sword.
Rare footage. There it is. Nice.
Not much of it. Make sure you torrent it while you have the chance. You know?
Oh, no.
But here we go. I mean, Wes right back onto the split chakrams. Got used on the side. Waiting for the weapon spawn. There it is. Has the scythe. Gonna go ahead and send Wes off the stage. Can't get too much more though. He didn't have a dodge. I'm sure there was a way for Hughes to convert into kind of more meaningful damage there, but ultimately he still has a stock lead. But for how much longer, that recovery is almost enough, and Wes is gonna chase super aggressively and make the stock count even.
Yeah, I mean, he had the opportunity. I mean, he went ahead and pushed a button, caught Hughes slipping up there at the top, and it was enough to go ahead and knock out. It's just unfortunate. We've been talking about it, at least you and I have, all day long, especially about this map. Those soft platforms being at that height on Miami Dome. This is such an advantage for Wes here. Maybe he's going to be able to convert this into a win, take us into a game number 4.
Let's see. I'm not quite convinced yet. Hughes with a slight damage lead here. Doing his best to try to hold center stage. Going to swap position with Wes, and Wes gets those juggles again, but only a couple hits. So that's nothing too scary for Hughes to deal with here, as he's looking to go ahead and get a nice comfy 3-0 victory. And a nice retaliation side air brings him one step closer to that victory here, as he's forcing Wes to approach him, and Wes is kind of struggling.
He is struggling.
Catch.
Oh, big whiff, but he got in perfect position to be able to get that follow-up, a sidelight Sayer, weapon throw out. Oh, he missed the bounce off the orb, but he had to prime back up. He's good to go. Oh, he's starving him out. Wes Hughes wants it so bad. Sidelight Sayer. He has full control over Miami Dome right now.
All right, Wes, what's your answer going to be? There's the spawn. He grabs the chakrams immediately, splits them up, and he gets punished for it. You know, he gets punished for it, which, you know, is rare. You know, it's a very fast move.
Yes.
But Hughes able to just go ahead, back up, and hit him for it, and now, you know, has him in the yellow already. Even if Hughes loses this stock, he's definitely done about, if not a little bit more than a half stock worth of damage. And so he'd be sitting in a very comfortable position heading into the final stock of potentially this set here.
Yeah, very good extra credit going into his last stock for sure. See if he's going to be able to tack a little bit more onto it. Ooh, smart move, not going up there underneath Wes, not pulling that recovery, getting caught with the dare and pulled out of position. Okay, Hughes is sharking on the bottom of the stage now, waiting for Rest to come down, trying to catch that landing. Wes decides to go off stage. No, not aggressing. Weapon throw to the face, gets a split as soon as he catches him. Even though Hughes being that red, you know, a fused recovery, a fused Sayer, a fused sidelight could get the job done. But the split recovery is going to do it as well. Is he going to be able to convert this stock, though?
Yeah, because at this point, I mean, we've seen that, like, you know, probably like 2 different neutral interactions is all Wes really needs to go ahead and bring the damage back to even. But he has to get like 5 hit strings, you know.
Right,
and so
right
there he gets a 2-piece. You can see Hughes doesn't take a whole lot of damage, but, you know, while it's not the most difficult, I mean, this should be game right here, right?
That's
he
it.
recovers.
Wait, he brought him back.
Thought he was going to go for a ground pound there because he was going to have to dodge in to touch the wall at some point, but instead, you know, he says, oh, let's play a little bit longer. We'll see if he regrets it. And the answer is no. Hughes is going to 3-0 Wes with his fate. Sidelight Sayer is going to be the name of the game, and he's going to be moving on to the winners finals to fight either Vim Tangilo or Taif. So this should be pretty good. That's probably the next set we have coming up. But
that is going to be the next set we have coming up as we take a look at these replays, though. Hughes getting it done on Fate. I don't know. It feels kind of good. Feels a little.
No, it feels great.
It feels great.
And Wes is one of my favorite players to ever do it. But I think what I like about this, in comparison to how we've seen some of the other players struggle against Priya today, this was a 3-0 and a handshake.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I mean, Godly was able to hold it down in EU, but that's not without going to a reset game 9 set, right? Where every game kind of felt a little bit close. You had to swap between like 4 or 5 different legends today. I don't know, you know, to like try to go ahead and make that one work.
He went through the whole roster.
I can skill diff it. in a convincing way, because we all know Wes is an amazing player, right?
Absolutely.
And so, like, the fact that you was able to 3-0 him like that really just is a testament to just how well he's able to play around the weapon.
And once again, we take a look at the damage split, and a 0 damage on that. It is literally just a placeholder at this point. 0 damage off the sword. Man. But it wasn't, I mean, it doesn't even matter because it wasn't enough. It didn't get the job done. Use a shut it down. We are going to be moving into Taif and Vim Tangilo. I love saying his name. It just rolls off the tongue, bro. It's beautiful.
It sounds like Vim Tangilo. I'm like,
Tangilo.
I'm with you,
Yes.
But this one's going to be interesting too, right? Because this, we were saying before, best Priya on the planet right now, we believe, unless there's like a hidden gem somewhere that just doesn't compete. This is the best known Priya
this guy
out
just
there
chilling,
right now.
bro.
You know, I mean, listen,
Just chilling.
That's me.
That's it.
Yeah, no, that's me.
All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1, brawl. Small worlds in. Vim Tangilo versus Taif, and Vim okay. All right, there we go with the split. But it wasn't on frame 1.
That's true.
It wasn't on frame 1.
And so this is something I'm excited for, because while watching EU kind of in the back with some of the other commentators, I was like, why is no one playing Cassidy, bro? We're watching people swap to Nyx to get these blasters, right? We even seen some Diana to get these blasters. We've seen people swap to Taros because how much the hammer hits, right? But what I do know that is a pain for everyone is this down air that we keep seeing, that the Chocolate players keep doing onto the stage to kind of keep them bounced up at that 45-degree angle. Who has a perfect sig for dealing with that 45-degree angle?
I think Cassidy does.
Right? So it's like, I'm glad that we're seeing Cassidy represented here, because she's definitely one of the strongest legends in the game right now, especially 9 Dex Cassidy. She has like 4-hit true combos on hammer. But right now, we're not seeing any of that, because Vim, the best to ever do it with this character, is making Taif look foolish. So, come on, Taif, lock in. Lock in, Taif.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that side sig on her hammer is the most powerful signature in the game.
Listen. Oh, wait. DI recovery. Cool, let's go. And
There
Taif's
we
back
go.
in it.
Okay.
Taif's back in it.
But he took a lot of damage on that stock. He let Vim Tangilo get a couple shots in there that maybe he didn't want to. Oh. Okay, Vim fighting with the...
confused.
I know. Oh, no, no, man. We get excited. Okay.
Oh, look, he drops out.
Oh, no.
Yes, sir.
The side sig may have got it done, but...
Gets caught.
Yeah, Vim Tangilo with a double recovery. Gonna go ahead and get the stock. Taif on his final one at game number 1, and we're only 2 minutes in, and Vim Tangilo is cruising.
Yeah, no, that's a great way to put it here. I mean, Vim definitely showing why he's one of the best, if not the best to ever do it with this legend, chopping through these stocks of Taif almost with a turnaround. That Cassidy strength just isn't enough there to get the KO off the top, but I mean, still good damage nonetheless, and these blasters are kind of answering back here almost in a big way, but it might be a little too late. Vim is just trying to tack on a little bit to extra damage. Taif kind of camping the side here, but I don't know if it's going to work.
No, he's going to swap over to hammer. Ooh, neutral sig in the wrong direction. Caught it that
Press
time,
that button
though.
more.
That's big damage. Big damage every time he can go. There it is. There we go.
You see that down there? Press that button.
Look, Flambeau has been telling you guys all day long, and finally we're seeing it. You're a.
Did you see how high up that last one hit too? Like, boing.
I did. There it is.
They said, let me true combo into it. I said, go ahead.
When are you gonna start your coaching service, bro?
When I'm not 2200. when I'm better than that, maybe. I only have theories, man. I
got theories. They work out every now and then, though.
Every now and then. Yeah, look at Taif go.
Look at him go. Look, he's looking for that stomp, neutral sig again. Oh, no, stomp's there.
He basically brought this back now.
Oh, yeah. But he is very deep. That's not going to knock out, though. They are split. That one will, though. Small World's in a little shorter map than what we've been seeing the players play on today. Knocking out a little earlier. And game number 1 going to Vim Tangilo, although it started out really, really rough for Taif, and he did a really good job bringing back. And we're taking a look at the map selection, and Small World's End is so gone. It's not. It was quick. We're gonna go.
Terminus.
What?
Okay. Oh man.
What?
All right. Well, let's see. You know, I don't know if I love Terminus for Taif, but he is rocking that Cassidy, which means he also does have the affordance in that hammer down air as a reversal tool. So he could be getting some stocks in like white. You know, if he plays it right, you know, he might be able to hold on. He could finesse.
Not in white, bro.
I mean, listen, if Vim Tangilo's trying to chase him all the way up there in white, then he could get KO'd in white.
Yeah,
that's,
you're right.
that's the way it goes.
You're right.
But look at the ooh, yeah, hit him with that 3-piece. Said, you know what, I can slay the clown.
Okay, seeing Vim Tangilo. See, I'm very interested to see how Vim decides to use these soft platforms.
Oh, movement diff right now, though. I gotta say, Vim Tangilo is smoothing on.
I love the music on this map so much.
Me too. Look at that, you know, Type trying to slow things down here. Vim, you know, throwing out less moves down, but you're gonna get punished in a big way. Oh, he goes for the falling nair. If he had gone for a falling side air in the other direction, might have been a juicy punish. But there's that N6 that don't jump.
Don't jump, exactly. And if
press it again, yeah. Let him know.
Vim called him out on that one, though.
And that's fine, you know, because, like, that doesn't mean he's going to stop representing it. Yeah, you're a Cassidy player. You press that button, bro. It don't matter. I mean, you get sauced up like that. Like, I don't know what to tell you, though. Like, you got hit by the weapon throw into the uppercut. Like, kind of tough. But I promise you, he was cooking right before them. But Vim Tangilo is just that good. Like, you have to give it up. Like, he puts on a lot of pressure, and then you have a hard time responding. But hits him with the yeehaw, brings things right back. That's what I'm talking about.
Get it done for sure.
Oh, come on, he's got bullseye on the hammer.
Weapon throw up, unarmed, and just continuing to put the pressure. Okay, split it on frame one, but Type right there in his face with the hammer. Type's finding some good success on the hammer this game. Ooh,
nice.
Grab pound. Wait, he has, he did have some options. I thought that might have had a little bit of force, but Vim was still in yellow. Had a little bit yeah, baby, use those soft platforms.
He was almost cooking there. Could have gone for an N6 there, probably true, or even a recovery. But it looked like he was even surprised that he got it. Hold on, Type really trying to answer back here. Stomps here. Keep it simple. You saw that? Oh, didn't line up the weapon throw. We saw the early dodge from Vim Tangilo. If Type was a little bit more patient on lining up that weapon throw, that should have been the stock, I think. But
Vim was skipping over that D-light. That one's going to hit the recovery's going to go ahead and finish it off. And Type has the first lead for the first time in this set.
I'm so happy South America picked Cassidy, bro. I've been waiting for this on God's. But we'll see if it works, though. You know, he still hasn't even gotten a game. Vim Tangilo's coming back here, has an air recovery. Boom, boom, you're gone. The stock dissipated, just like that.
But it's still doable. He still has the advantage. He's gonna fight it in arm. Let's go. Okay, weapon drop, weapon drop fell. Type has those blasters, whiffing on the dare again. But Vim's wrapping him up.
One jump. Oh, but he's chilling. Okay, cool. Just let him fall right back down. I thought Vim was gonna be a little bit more hot pursuit, but hey, Type, he's saying I just gotta land a couple of side lights, some side airs.
He needs that hammer back, is what he
nair
needs.
Punish. Ooh, tries to go for two. That's kind of greedy, bro. You know what weapon that is? All right, hold on.
He needs that hammer back for sure. For that.
You had the down light, brother.
Okay, there it is. Immediately swapping over to it. What is Vim gonna do? Oh, it caught him.
End light hit is insane.
Yeah, that is. It caught really high, bro.
I'll give it up.
Okay, missing on the nair, but Vim are right underneath him with the whiff of his own. We're coming back down to neutral. Caught him in the neutral stick, and that's enough. Type gets game number 2.
On its own, everybody needs to be playing Cassidy. I mean, things are going to change in like a couple of days, but even then, like, Cassidy, like, yeah, I think that's even a better situation for Cassidy because Cassidy, I mean, I don't know. I'm assuming she's not getting touched very much. Hammer's probably going to still be extremely strong. Everybody's loving blasters right now.
I'm pretty sure the patch cutting is just only.
It's just chakram, right? I think it's just chakram. So, listen, you see that character?
Did you see that?
Imagine.
No, the neutral stick is working. I mean, you have pointed it out time and time again today about how that angle, that it covers.
It's just hard for so many weapons to touch, you know?
Right. Why are people not using this kit? And we're seeing Typh do a great job against, you know, what we've been saying, the best Priya player to be playing the weapon right now.
Yeah, I mean, even at the start of this game, Vim Tangilo has been piecing up Typh, right? I mean, you know, shout out to Typh, got one game, but that's all you got right now. Vim Tangilo, though, making this game 3 look like this Cassidy is a non-issue. Racking up so many hit after hit after hit. Type really hasn't had a chance to play in the neutral game at all here, right? You know what I'm saying? I'll throw out these N6, but he comes down with a falling Sayer, you guessed wrong. You know, like, you gotta try to be some degree of reactionary with him, because if you're going for hard reads all the time, it's going to be a really tough time for you. But there we go, a little bit of a punish here. Type, though, is so far behind that kind of nickeling and diming every single hit we get here.
I mean, a hammer after those recent buffs, it is, I mean, you do able to get some really good damage off those hammer light attacks. And, okay.
The ground pound.
Typh was able to bring a little bit of that back before he lost his stock, though. It was late in the stock before he was able to get anything going with that hammer. I mean, it's such a grounded weapon, and Vim was not letting his feet touch the ground. There was nothing he could do off of it, nothing he could get started. Typh running now, the unarmed dare, gonna come over. We got blasters back in hand, missing on the Sair, and Vim is right there to punish it.
Oh,
brutally punish it.
Yeah, Typh not having a good time on this stage. Goes for a D-Light recovery. It's not enough juice on it. Has to find another D-Light. And finding a D-Light is just so scary against a weapon like Chalkman, where if you mess up, but it doesn't matter. He finds it. You know, you just got to, hey, what is it? Don't miss. You know, you don't miss.
Don't miss.
Hey, it goes a long way. You know, pick your shots appropriately. But still has a lot of damage to make up for here. That N6 is going to bring him that much closer, bring the game closer to even.
It's a good start. Whiffing on that one, though, just a little too far away. I think he expected Vim to kind of drift over just a little bit. Reaching with the Nair. Vim saw it coming. Great punish. Sending Typh back over the air. Another recovery. Typh cannot land. Finally, puts his feet back on the stage, but a down sig is going to send him right back to the right and out of here. Vim Tangilo with the, about a half a stock lead.
Yeah, no, I mean, rough stuff for Typh. You know, definitely was starting to bring some of that damage back, but look at the way Vim Tangilo's even starting this next stock here, right? You have a chance while Vem's unarmed to maybe get something back, and nope, just too hard. You said, I said don't miss. Well, that's the exact opposite that we saw Typh do there. Just couldn't seem to land a blow with those blasters. The movement from Vim Tangilo was just a little bit too tricky, and now he's back into mincing him up yet again. He's like in the food processor, bro. He can't stop getting just shredded down, and I don't know if Typh can bring this back. I think this is going to be a game 3 going to Vim Tangilo at this point. Look at this.
Yeah, he is, you know, you've used the word many, many times that, you know, Chalkums are suffocating.
Yes.
And Typh is being suffocated right here on Small World's End. That smaller ceiling gives Vim a great opportunity to work those aerials. And we see finally a fused dare going to go ahead and hit Typh right on the top of the head, knock that top hat right off of Cassidy's dome. And up 2 games, or up a game.
Yeah,
2-1.
It's tough because, like, man, I think the blueprint is good though. You know, like I feel like Typh using this character, I think Cassidy can do it. You know, but even if we're talking about just like all-time, like head-to-head between these two / just even achievements, like Vim Tangilo has more consistently placed higher than Typh by a considerable amount, right? So it's like, all right, you have the combination of going up against a player who, oh my God, Typh started off.
Okay, there we go. That's a good lead. See what he can do to expand it.
Yeah, you can do it. It's just, you know, you're fighting 2 things now. You're fighting the player and the character. But can he do it? I mean, starting off with that side air, we're on Mose Eisley now, so you know you're going to be surviving for a long while, but you know, you're Cassidy, so you can just hit harder than Vim Tangilo's going to be able to do on this Priya. But Vim, he's just going to, you know, stick to the game plan. I'll carry you up, rack up this damage, juggle you a little bit, and then once it's time, I'll find my KO, surely.
Typh whiffing on back-to-back neutral sigs. Ooh, clash on that Nair. Typh's going to send him over. Almost went down unarmed. It made Vim think about it just a little bit. Nothing on the soft platform. Throwing the signature out. Vim is going to easily stay out of the way of it. Okay, the Sair's going to send him. Weapon throw goes out as well. Swap over the hammer, ground pound, and Typh has a pretty good lead here.
All right. Trying to starve Vim. Vim has a sword here, which, I mean, great for Typh here. Doesn't want to deal with those chakrams, so probably going to try to keep Vim on this for as long as he can. Vim going to get rid of the sword whenever he finds a moment, probably. We'll see. He's jumping around here. He's playing it out with the sword. I'm wondering if he's regretting it. A 4-hit string coming out here from Typh, and a retaliatory down air as well. And at this point, Vim has been lapped. Throws out that down sig, and it is going to be enough to secure the stock, though. And honestly, good timing, because it was starting to get towards the territory where the kind of lead that Typh was building seemed a bit insurmountable, but now Vim easing up a little bit. This is getting close.
It is, but Typh is putting on good damage. I mean, he's, with that hammer in hand especially, getting great damage off those light attacks. He's relying on the neutral sig just a little bit too much, and Vim has got it figured out, pretty much staying out of the way of it. Okay, what we're gonna do? Oh, he went. That was ambitious.
I thought we were gonna see a rare slide off Cassidy down sig moment, but does not happen.
Nice
punches his way down. We see an end sig. Yes, we do. Yes, sir. Keep it simple, right? I mean, you see how blindingly fast that move is. Dashing up and throwing it out. Like, Vim's not gonna react to that, bro. It's too quick. It's too quick.
Okay, Vim on Chakrams. Go ahead and get
Ooh, in his
split
face.
and punish for it. Oh, there's that side sig we were talking about.
Jeez, wow, just look at that one interaction, and look, Vem's already in the orange. That's the power of high dex Cassidy. And this is funny, too, because, I mean, geez, like, 2 exchanges, really, for Typh, I think.
It really was all that brought it back was those 2 interactions. Vim, though, with the side sig, are going to take him all the way over. Can he find a way back to stage? He does with the scoop. Sends Vim all the way up. Vim is going to go ahead and dodge his way through the nair, come up and finish it up with a gravity cancel D-light in. Actually, no, it wasn't. It's gravity cancel D-light into
Oh, recovery?
Yeah.
There you go. But just like that, I mean, you're coming down to the final moments here. Vem can make this comeback happen. Typh is getting a little impatient. You see him go for the unarmed down sig, but now has a hammer in hand, can start threatening that end sig, and goes for it there. Vem understands it, but Typh, he just has a 50-50 here. You side sig or you end sig. Just guess right one time, game's over. You can also just play the patient game, wait for a whiff, go for a stomp to the Sayer. Really just anything at this point. The end light in the corner, not quite enough. Just the one move with not enough juice on it, but I'm sure another one in the corner will be more than enough. Maybe not even in the corner, going for down airs now, saying, I just need to hit you one more time.
With anything.
But if he gets too antsy, Typh will let it slip away here. You can see Vem trying to pick it up, but there's a down air out of hit stun. Typh understands the assignment and forces the game number 5.
So this is kind of an interesting thing. You know, we came in to top 8, and we had a pre in each game. And we are looking at a situation where it could be both of the Priya players being sent down to elimination side of this top 8 before we even really get going here.
Yeah, no, which, hey, I'm here for it. You know, I'm here for it. I love Vim Tangilo, but I also think there's something to be said about the solutions that people are able to create for developing problems. Because, you know, I kind of had a conversation about this with Taza a little bit earlier, where it's like, I mean, oh my gosh, to start off this game, right? There are just situations where people don't really want to learn the counterplay to something that's new. And obviously, if it's strong or overtuned, it's strong or overtuned, sure. But at the end of the day, you're still going to have to learn, like, it's going to be a weapon that's strong in particular scenarios, and you're going to have to learn those, right, and figure out what your counterplay is. And I think, you know, South America doing a great job of kind of showing what their solutions have been to this.
I mean, I get it. New things are scary. Change is scary. I get it.
Yeah, no, you don't, you know, you've been going to the same place for lunch for the past 5 years. When the sandwich shop disappears, I also would be kind of like, well, where do I go for lunch now?
Right.
You know, but then you open up the Uber Eats app or something, and you figure it out. You go to the supermarket, you make dinner.
Ooh,
right?
Nice down sick from Vim Tangilo. Weapon throw out on the, he wants it unarmed, and he got it. All right, Vim, first to strike, going to go ahead and get the first stock against Typh here. Unarmed recovery from Typh is not going to be enough to get the job done. The Sayer is going to land, and Vim could not get much of a follow-up after that. Typh, though, going to get punished on the gravity cancel D-Light, taking it all the way up to the top, but not going to be enough for the knockout.
And you can see Typh really wants to stock here, wants a hammer. I think he wants to start threatening those N-Sigs. And going to have a chance here, maybe a side sig even. But, you know, good dodge timings are, I thought, going to be enough to save Vim Tangilo, but it looks like Typh is able to strike back. Has a pretty hefty damage deficit here, but we've already seen some of the conversions that Typh can get, especially in the white onto Vim Tangilo, that end up being kind of true high-dex conversions. So we'll see if maybe we'll get one of those here. But Typh, I mean, straight hit. Oh, misses that N-Sig, and that was an opportunity to get a huge punish on a grounded attack from Vem. So going to have to go ahead back to fishing to see when that opening is going to present itself. If you're Vem, though, you're just trying to swing with this recovery. Oh, the turnaround, and the downer is going to be... I told you, Slow-Mo. I told you that you can use your stock in white if you get too antsy playing with the hammer near the top of the KO box. I told you, and now Vem has paid the ultimate price for it.
Ouch.
Oh, no.
no.
Oh, he clutched the ground pound here.
He's shook.
Oh, he gets the second recovery, and that's going to be game, and Typh clutches it 3-2 against Vim Tangilo, showing that the hammer counterplay is real and legitimate, and y'all been sleeping. Cassidy is the truth.
You know, I mean, I hate to put it so bluntly, but, you know, we've sat and we've listened to every region just complain about Priya, and it's impossible, and there's nothing we can do. And South America coming in and so far just deleting the problem and sending them down to elimination side.
I'm not going to lie,
sick,
though.
Sick, bro.
Sick, also degenerate. But sick, but degenerate. But, you know, you gotta counter degenerate with degenerate sometimes. You know, I'm not gonna hold you. You know?
He had nothing on the blasters that game, and not even a thought on the blasters that game.
Hey, Cassidy, listen, I'm glad somebody did it, man. I'm glad somebody did it. Typh, salutes to you, bro. Vim Tangilo, once again, much love, brother.
That was a fun set.
That was good. It was good.
That was a fun set.
I think it's just more apparent when we're watching in South America, just kind of like you can see the synapses that were created over labbing against this character, what works, what doesn't, and how people kind of sneak their own win conditions in there to make sure that you can clutch sets like that. Because truth be told, that was such a lead for Vim Tangilo that
really was.
Disappeared in a matter of seconds, right? He had so much damage built up, got reversaled off the top, said, okay, whatever, I can still do this, and then got caught by just classic hammer gameplay off the left side of the stage. Lost your stock pretty early, got hammer recovered a couple times, and hats off. You know, that's tough, but that's the name of the game sometimes. Still has elimination side.
And it's something that you pointed out too. I mean, if you look at the set history between these two players, I mean, even before Priya, Vim Tangilo still usually had the advantage in that situation. Yes. But we see Typh able to go ahead. Very impressive off the Cassidy. The neutral sig will set you free. And that is going to take us into a quick break. We will be back with some more South America action in just 1, 2, 3 minutes. Welcome back to your top 8 South American coverage for your spring championships. We are trying to figure out who is going to the Royale, and we are going to have that answer here very shortly. As I am Slow Motion, I am back with the very handsome Flambeau, and we are going to get into our next set, which is going to be Wes versus Kaina.
Which, I mean, I'm like kind of excited,
Yeah.
just from the perspective that like we didn't get to see Kaina at all at max mode. And then also all the people from South America were like, yeah, man, like Kaina don't really care anymore, bro. He's kind of like, he's not even practicing, blah, 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 blah.
I don't believe that.
I was like, my Kaina?
My Kaina? My goat?
They're like, he's not even playing Teros anymore. I'm like, not playing the one patch where like it, and then I look in front of me and it looks like we got a Yumiko. So
I like it. Bo, we already know Hammer is good. A good counter against Chakrams. I like the Bo pick as well. I think Yumiko Bo, especially with her signature kit, could be very effective against these Chakrams.
Okay. Well, you know, I'm not a complete hater. You know, I'll give it time. I'll see. I mean, we've seen the kind of Yumiko before, and it kind of does stuff like that. Be careful here. He did get the wall tag.
Well, I think a lot of it too for me is the D-Light, the Dare, and the neutral light. Being able to have, especially after the Dare and the neutral light, having that 45-degree angle to be able to pick off the Chakrams, I think that'll be could be very, very good against this weapon. But I'm trying to think back, and we have not seen a whole lot of Bo at all against Chakrams. Even at max mode, I don't think I've seen this matchup.
Yeah, I think just Diana, maybe, right? We saw, I think,
Balloon Boy
whip that out. But otherwise, like, definitely a bit rare here. Nice Nair chain coming out from Kaina to go ahead and secure that first stock off the top. But, I mean, we'll see how things kind of shape out. I mean, Wes, you know, we watched a little bit earlier, get sent down to the elimination side, was unable to do it against Hughes.
Yeah.
And see if maybe this time around he'll be able to kind of change the narrative. But kind of looking extremely potent here with this Yumiko. And I think that, what do you call it? That down sig as well on the hammer in particular is going to be pretty good, right? I think on the bow it's not that great for this matchup, but I think for the hammer is much better.
Those wisps, I think the top one actually is like a full 90-degree above the head. It may not be quite, but no, definitely another good option to be able to counteract that Dare off of those Chakrams.
Let's see here, Kaina fishing still. Gets a side light here, looking for some kind of dodge option. It's not going to convert. Tries to go for the down air as well. That's not going to connect. Down sig. Oh, he actually combos off the wisp there, and he wasn't ready for it to connect, but wakes up with a side sig, launching himself at Wes, and that should be it. Oh, no, he let Wes kind of down air him on the way down. Wes kind of lucky here, getting back.
Nice
not quite, though. That side air just kind of locking things in.
Kaina's looking very, very nice on the Shimiko. Wes having a very hard time. We could be seeing one of the two Priya players be falling pretty early in this top 8 situation. Wes looking pretty rough so far. He needs to get the stock off of Kaina and equalize things back up. But Kaina, especially for game number 1, doing a very good job handling this Priya situation.
Ooh, and the down air is going to be enough on its own. Wes bringing things back, has Chakrams in hand as well. And I'm going to go ahead and go one more cycle of juggling just to make it so that the weapon spawns that much later, but it doesn't really matter. Kaina's able to pick the bow with no problem. And Wes is struggling to get in on this blind fox right now.
Oh, there we go. We're seeing the aerials finally come up. I'm hearing Chakram noises in my ear now. Wes is finding some connections. Oh, my goodness. And just like that, he erases Kaina's stock, sends him up to the top, and somehow he took the game. Only a 4 damage differential between those two players, but somehow, some way, Wes getting it done.
Yeah, Wes kind of being a bit of an opportunist, right? I mean, that's kind of the power of Chakrams right now as well with that down air. Just puts you in a pesky scenario where you're below it, you get put above it, and then it's able to kind of chain you off of the top KO box. So even though kind of trying to rush down and get lower, just could not find a situation where he wasn't getting scooped up, got picked up on a dodge, and then just carried that much closer toward the KO box, got true comboed into a recovery. And so, all things considered, I think kind of played that game well, just got caught off one bad dodge, and that spelled doom, right? But, I mean, now with that knowledge in hand, I think kind of might be, you know, more inclined to dodge either diagonally or, you know, something here, a little bit more down.
Definitely interested to see what kind of. Definitely interested to see what kind of an adaptation that kind of is going to make here.
Okay. And Wes going ahead and trying to close out this stock. We see a side sig. That's not going to connect either. Gets a scoop here, goes for the true combo into that side light into the D light to go ahead and send them back off stage.
Nice,
and then one falling sider, not enough. And that'll do it.
Okay, all right. Fuse gravity cancel side light. Gonna go ahead and send Akaina out of here off that stock. And Wes has got a pretty good lead here in game number 2. See what he's gonna be able to extend off of it. Kinda no weapon to be found. Can't get back on stage. Wes very oppressive right now. Kind of finally hammer in hand, but gets caught in that side light. Wes holding his ground. Whiffed on the second one. Kinda gonna throw those wisps up there, but nothing to be found. Okay, stomp Sair. Wes can be taken way down to the bottom, and that is gonna get it done. Kinda tying up the stocks 2-all.
All right, let's see here. Kinda doing a great job with this Yumiko. I am a big fan, I will say.
Oh, yeah, that's a clean pick. Clean pick.
Don't get to see Bo too often these days, you know, especially Yumiko in general. It really is just kind of like Kina's Yumiko these days. Otherwise, you know, it's generally Kaya or Zariel when we see Bo nowadays.
Yeah.
It was wild. I can't remember the last time I saw like a Koji, which is a weird thing to say, but here we go. Wes trying to end the career of Kina. Kina's going to go ahead and recover high and around Wes. Tries to chase off stage, gets caught by the tail end of that recovery, and another recovery is going to be enough. And not really anywhere that Kina can drift to, right? You know, can't go more to the left, can't go more to the right, didn't have a dodge, and so Wes just kind of pulls the trigger on that recovery, and that's all it really takes.
Yeah, once Kina was up there and he committed to a movement, it was the beginning of the end right there. Ooh, it's a nice interruption from Wes.
Okay. Goes for the stomp down air and gets pushed to the corner. And that side sig, even though it doesn't KO, you see how far off the left side it forces the opponent. So he's able to set up for some offstage shenanigans here. And Wes just coming down with his recoveries after recoveries after recoveries, kind of trailing behind now by an entire full stock. Can't take too much damage like this. This tail end of the active frames, I can't believe that connected with Kina and kind of bet it all and lost for it.
He bet it all. Wow. Okay. So there was definitely a lot of difference between game number 1 and game number 2. I was worried. I was interested to see the adaptations that kind of made in went the wrong direction. There were no adaptations. Wes definitely got better as that game went on, and Kina's going to have a really, really, really difficult time turning this around in game number 3.
Yeah, no, that's for certain, right? I mean,
0 damage.
He's going to stick with the Yumiko as well.
I mean,
you know, I get it. I mean,
what else are you going to play?
Yumiko could do. I mean, hey, we just saw Cassidy go wild. And you know who has a really strong hammer?
This guy
Kina.
Yeah, this guy named Kina.
No, it's Kina. I've never seen Kina play Blasters, but you wouldn't need to, bro.
You wouldn't need to?
You see this pre-playing sword? Come on now.
Okay, all right, hold on. We're seeing some good grounded offense from Kina here. Ooh.
Ooh.
Wait a second.
That's that hammer I'm talking about.
We're seeing some kind of movement here, though. He's been a little sluggish so far this set, and we're finally seeing that pep that we're used to seeing from him. Stomp, Sair, gonna send Wes down. He goes deep to try and contest it.
Yeah, that was actually a pretty precarious scenario for Kina. Had to think really hard about how he's going to maneuver around all the hitboxes Chocolate could put out there, but managed to do so safely. And one side air away, one down air even, and literally kind of anything at this point. But that's the hard part, is finding the opening. That's going to be a punish, though. Nice timing from Kina as well, making sure he waited a little bit so he didn't get caught by the tail end of the active frames on that neutral signature. But Wes not trailing behind by too much.
Yeah, that's the first time Kina has found a lead, though, since game number 1. Oh, nice recovery off the sword from Wes. He's immediately going to throw it away, kind of try to get over there and take the weapon from, but could not get there in time. That is going to go ahead and knock out, and we are all tied up on 2 stocks with, of course, Kina having the very, very slight health advantage.
All right, Kina looking for an opening here. Can I get a stomp or something? That recovery picks up and it's sent so high, right? Kind of like, I just want to stay grounded. But, you know, Chakram Kit can make it really difficult to commit to that game plan because of just the way that it maneuvers you and combos you. It puts you in this one spot you don't want to be in. And we'll see, kind of gets the NSIG turns around with the turnaround down there as well to go ahead and extend to some extra damage, but couldn't force the advantage any more than that. Good damage nonetheless, but Wes is the one who has the damage lead.
He does. He's continuing to extend it here, though. Nice turnaround sidelight. Oh, there we go. We see that signature coming to effect. The Wisp coming up, blocking Wes from being able to come back down the stage, staying out of the way of the sidelight, kind of continuing to put this punish down. The Whisper back out into Nair, and Wes is on the run. Can't find anywhere to land. He does have the Chakram back in hand. We're going to see the split right there, but kind of going to get the scoop, sending Wes back up. Can he take this stock and continue this lead? Not enough still, Flambeau.
Yeah, I mean, kind of, you know, jumps for the downer there, and I think the answer might be just your stomp, right? And go for your stomp down,
bro.
you know, like, and get the conversion that way. I think he thought a little bit too hard maybe about that punish, but it's fine. Gets the end light. It's going to secure the knockout off the side, and just like that, kind of, you know, in the lead, but just narrowly here, you know, first lead, really, I guess you can say, as far as, you know, the set, but I guess caught by the read from the side signature there, and kind of on the verge of getting, what, 3-0'd by Wes.
Unfortunately. We have to see what happens, though. Kind of in a good position still, although he has had to work very hard to be in this position here in game number 3. Okay, Wes going to whiff on the come up. Okay, throw the Wisp out. That takes away that dare opportunity for Wes. It completely takes it away. He cannot go through those Wisps. Oh, but we were seeing the vertical come out from Wes here, though, pressing it against Akaina. There we go, stomp Sayer. Gonna send him out, weapon throw right above his head. Kinda now on Bo, throwing down the down sig. Wes is gonna punish it, 3-piece.
Not enough.
Oh, that's not enough to get the knockout either, though.
You can see kind of fishing for that final blow. Needs to stomp Sayer or something. Wes trying to find an arm. Gonna pick up this Chakrams. Now has, you know, the fused kit to threaten with. Goes for the split recovery. Is not gonna have enough juice on its own. And kind of just trying to find the opening. Understanding if he misses here, it could be his game. And that's a miss. But it's not gonna be fatal. But it's so close to being.
That is.
And that's the conversion.
That is.
Man, Wes taking out kind of 3-0. Kind of hard fought. In honestly all 3 games, when it came down to it, couldn't be clutch enough to secure those final knockouts when it counted.
Yeah, this is, as we take a look at these replays, this is one of those sets where you go back and you look at the score line and you're like, that doesn't tell the story.
Yeah.
That doesn't tell the story, and it didn't, because Kinda was so close all 3 of those games, except maybe that one right there. But no, it was a hard-fought battle, but Wes was able to just keep the slight advantage and stay on top of Kinda, and that is going to send Kinda out of the Spring Championships at the hands of Wes.
Yeah, which, I mean, you know, to some degree is like, I think we all got so used to seeing Kinda effectively podium tournament after tournament after tournament that not seeing that here feels a little wrong.
A little bit.
A little bit, right? But also when you see that he lost to Wes, it's not like, oh, that's unheard of. That doesn't make any sense. Like, Wes, obviously another player who's so used to hitting that top 3 in South America. I think it's just since we didn't get to see him at max mode, whatever, we kind of really wanted a really strong showing from Kinda. Not to say that top 8 isn't a strong showing, just not what we're accustomed to, right? You get so consistently in that, like, upper bracket that, like, you just have that expected of you now to some degree, right? But not a bad showing at all here.
No, not at all. Top 8 Spring Championships, definitely very great showing. I have just been told, though, we're going to take a very, very quick little bonus break for you guys, and we will be right back in just a second. Me and Flambeau are not going anywhere. Don't you go anywhere either.
And we are back with more of the Spring Championship Singles Edition. We're in South America, and we just got to witness Kaina go down against Wes in a 3-0 fashion, but we were talking about how it was a 3-0, but it was close, though, and how, you know, looking at the set count didn't tell the full story.
Bro, I'm just trying to get myself back together. Y'all are silly.
I get it. I get it. Can y'all blink twice?
I blinked a lot more than twice during that short break. And yes, definitely did not tell the story of that set. But the end of the story was still the same. Wes coming out on top against Kaina, ending Kaina's day on that Yumiko. And after production having a little mishap back there, I think we're back.
Yeah, no, we're back and better than ever.
Well, better than we were before.
Yeah, which is fantastic.
Better than ever.
I think,
because
right?
we only go up. We don't go down.
No, yeah, no. Yeah, the scale goes in one direction.
Only
yeah,
one direction.
We only
yeah,
crank
yeah.
it.
To the moon, baby. To the moon.
But, I mean, all things considered, kind of reviewing what we've dealt with today, I mean, I think we do have the next set of contestants in the lobby here, so that should be pretty fun. But the question has kind of been like, well, what are we going to do about Priya? What are we going to do about Priya? What are we going to do about Priya, right? And at this point, we have seen Cassidy be an effective answer, as well as Fate.
Yeah.
Right? And so kind of like, well, that's what we're going to do about it. We're just going to beat it, I guess, here in South America. They're able to skill diff people for it. But now we're going over to Vim Tangilo versus Kai, which...
Another Cassidy.
Listen, I'm glad they figured out the Cassidy thing.
Only because you told them, Flynn.
Dude, God bless. You know,
were you sending out DMs during the break, bro?
I had to go spread the gospel real
There you
quick.
go. I ain't mad at you. I ain't mad at you.
Brawlhalla subreddit. I was on every single Brawlhalla Discord you can think of.
Spread the word,
Bearded
Flame,
Brawls,
spread the word.
SID, NSIG. I was in all of y'all. Just saying, yo, you know, whatever. Trying to go ahead and let people know. But looks like we have gotten a start here. Whereas Vim Tangilo, though, making it not look as good as it did for Typh when he tried out this Cassidy, but there's still time. We'll see.
Yeah, we're just getting settled in here. We got to give Kai time to make his download, but oh, that signature is going to send him out in a very early stock. Vim Tangilo, pedal to the metal right here so far. Quick early stock against Kai and going right back to work with these chakrams. Kai is not finding not finding his target at all on these blasters, but Vim absolutely suffocating him with these chakrams. Finally a dare hit from Kai, but that is all he is able to get.
Yeah, we're going to see here, you know, kind of if Kaito is able to find the same success that Typh was able to find. I mean, having a tough time, hasn't landed an NSIG yet, I think. And, you know, kind of getting pieced up in the process, trying to get these stomps, unable to get them to connect, and the lingering active hitbox of that down air is going to be catching him there, making him lose his stock. Definitely not happy about that. On the verge of getting 3 stock now. Vim Tangilo spinning around with the flame. What's her official little tagline? You remember?
I don't remember.
This is going to bother me now. Something dancer? I don't remember. The Crimson? I don't know.
I have it. I mean, I have like a level 60 Priya. I have her title, and I don't know what it is.
Well, I mean...
Kaito, though.
He's cooking.
Yeah, no, he's not having
getting cooked.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about Vim Tangilo. Yeah, Vim Tangilo.
No, Kaito on the stove, bro.
All right, cool.
Finally going to go ahead and get that stock off of Vim Tangilo. But, man, it took him a long time to get it done, especially when you're talking about a legend like Cassidy that's able to put out as much damage as she is able to do. See some movement here, though, from Kaito. If he can maybe... There we go. There we go. Stop a neutral sig. First one to connect, but Vim right there, sharking in the air. Recovery taking him up. Coming back down to ground, trying to cool things down just a little bit.
Yeah, it's looking a little too late here for Kaito. I mean, you know, one strong conversion from Vim. You can throw out these down sigs kind of willy-nilly if he wants here. There's so many setups into the down sig. He's going to force him to the corner with the side air as well. And the D-Light side air is going to be the name of the game. Vim Tangilo is going to go ahead and go up 1-0 against Kaito. Kaito not looking nearly as polished on the Cassidy as Typh did a little bit earlier on. Was able to get a couple moments, you know, where he was able to, you know, show what that hammer can do. But really, when I say a few, I mean like 2.
Yeah, that was the Vim show.
So I don't even know if that counts as a few. I think a few is 3 or more. I think it's like a couple. So
yeah, that was the Vim Tangilo show for sure. I really hope we're going to get, and we are going to get a legend swap. I was going to say we need to do something because the Cassidy, I mean, like I get it. You just saw Typh, you know, get some success with it. Baby, I'll try this. No, that wasn't it. It looks like we got a Nyx lock-in on Kaito, though. So we'll see how that is able to shake things up, if at all.
Yeah, because we've seen
it.
We've seen
We've
Nyx,
seen it.
a pretty popular pick, you know, against the Priya. And also, I just think in general, even if Priya wasn't around, I think this is just a really good meta for Nyx, as Scythe hasn't really received much changes in the past couple patches, and then Blasters have gotten buffed, obviously, and then you have a Legend with a pretty good stat spread. So here we go on to Terminus now. Vim Tangilo gonna be trying to extend this lead into a 2-0, while Kaito, you know, gonna try to just really get anything. I mean, the games have started kind of the same way both times, where Vim Tangilo gets the weapon first and then pieces him up for a while, to be honest. Yeah, and we were just kind of watching him get kind of chopped up.
Okay.
And then maybe he gets down, but also Kaito keeps trying to like drift on top of Vim Tangilo when he's coming at a disadvantage. And against a weapon like Chakrams especially, you got to be able to willing to commit to just fast falling around the side of it rather than trying to land on top of it, because then you're going to end up in these situations where you're getting reversaled or juggled more. But
ooh, the fuse there. Another one.
Double
He got
down
it. Oh, Kaito did touch. Unarmed recovery. Going to come back up on the stage. Weapon throw out. Oh, wait. Is he going to be able to reverse it here?
Oh, he's going to do it unarmed. He didn't even go for the weapon pickup. There it is. Delight Sayer. Okay, pushes into the corner. Says recovery's not going to be enough. And the weapon spawn is perfect. Splits the Chakrams up. And now Vim Tangilo in hot pursuit. Kaito trying to find his first stock. What's it going to be? Side sig raw out from Vim Tangilo. Just lets it rip. And I mean, the startup is a little bit tricky to look at as well, as Priya kind of starts winding up to start rolling at you. And so just like that is going to be kind of the first stock taken. But
still
more
closer
to go
than
here.
game number one, though.
Not anymore. Not anymore. You know, GG, shake my hand. You know? That's what I gotta say. GG, shake my hand. But I mean, at this point, you know, that's kind of one of the things we were talking about a lot, especially for use in some of the sets, where it's like there are just very specific things you don't want to allow the Chakram player to do when you're that high up. Getting hit by some nairs is like fine a lot of the time, but like recoveries and exhausted recoveries tend to be the ones that are the most scary. But hey, you chase dodge high enough and you get a nair, it could be enough to KO as well. So, you know, Kaito definitely struggling. He's seen better days for sure.
Oh, yeah. The Nyx is not really having the effect that he was hoping, but trying to make good use of the scythe nonetheless. Vim sharking there on the upper, up in the air above Kaito here. Oh, looking for it. Could not miss the neutral light. Kaito, though, going to take him all the way back over to the other side of the map. But Vim with the recovery, easily going to come back up on stage and try to push the issue just a little bit more, as he has got Kaito very, very close to being 2 games down in this set.
No punish? Okay, end sync, good. I like that. That's the optimal punch there. I was worried he's going to try to run up and do an end light or something. Kept it simple. This is one of the reasons you pick Nyx, is so that you have those really strong signatures to use for scenarios just like that. But at this point, you know, just kind of so far behind. D-Light recovery, I don't think is enough on its own. Maybe now with that extra added hit from that end light. But, you know, Kaito basically saying, all right, I got to do one more. D-Light's there.
It is.
That's the name of the game. Kaito, I mean, I think we all agree, likely had a very good shot of taking that second game if he didn't end up losing that second stock as early as he did.
Yeah, that second stock definitely set a different pace and a different outcome as we went through the rest of that game. And just like that, Kaito has found himself down 2 games to 0 in game number 3. He is making the strikes on the maps right now. And he's really thinking about what he wants to leave on the board here for Vim Tangilo. And we're going to Small Fortress. No, we're going to Western Air Temple.
Okay, I think that's fine. I mean, granted, high ceiling, right? So this should help out Kaito in, you know, some regards, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. Game 2, though, did look like it was leaning Kaito's way outside of the kind of explosive X-Factor nature of that second stock. So let's see if we can lock it in. You know, he's dressed up in all black. He's ready to go up to no good.
I mean, obviously felt good enough for him to go ahead and stick with Nyx for game number 3. Putting it all on the line with this Legend. This is elimination side. He has to win the next 3 sets to be able to stay in Spring Championships. And Vim is making sure that that does not happen. Okay.
A nice little turnaround here from Kaito. Gonna try to get that downlight on the corner. Doesn't quite space it right here. But, you know, also having to weave around these platforms, Chakrams can be so tricky, right, with the way that they weave around. You see how quickly Vim is able to land on that platform, dash, and then immediately convert that dash land nair into a stock off the top. Kaito got caught sleeping yet again.
That was early stock for Vim Tangilo. And Kaito has got to starting to dim, starting to get a little dark, about as dark as that color on that skin right now. Oh.
Oof. You're going to see a fuse down here. No, tries to go for the fused side light along the side there to kind of throw it. But
ooh, okay.
Nice turnaround from Kaito here. And yeah, Vim Tangilo's not going to be able to make it back. So all things considered, we're happy to see Kaito have some signs of life, but there's still more work to be done here. Vim looking for that weapon spawn. There's those chakras you know that he wanted. Kaito in a hot pursuit though. This Nyx is starting to look like there is a pulse here. Just like that, the damage deficit has been made up for, and it's now a tight battle.
Oh yeah, he's looking very good on the Nyx. Oh, he's able to get that weapon throw back in his hands. Vim reaching with these dares, these sares, anything to try and connect with Kaito here, and he can't seem to find it no matter what he does. That was great.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you just see the countdown happening, and then it's time to hit the chopping block, and that's exactly what happened to that second stock. Absolutely removed from existence there with that side signature. And now Kaito and a chance to maybe potentially get a game here. Doesn't go off stage in that scenario, doesn't want to risk it against Vim, wants to kind of play a bit slower of a game, but I'm wondering, like, you got to start getting your hits in. There we go. You know, gets 2. We need more than that to make it feel like it's worth it here. You want to feel like you have a nice, juicy lead going into that final stock, and here we go. Signs of life coming up from Kaito still. The down sig, the hip.
I can't believe that hit.
Gnarly.
He was behind him and away, bro.
She's swinging, bro.
She's swinging with everything she got.
Swing on, swing on. We gotta watch out here. Okay, there we go.
Let's see if he's going to be able to finish it up here, or if Kaito is going to push us into a game number 4. I think he's got it. If he can catch,
I know. Shot, you tried to do that. Oh my God.
It had vision, Flambeau. It had vision, but it was not enough. Oh no. Oh, that was disgusting.
Like,
no, run that back. Run it back. Run it back. I need to see these replays.
That signature sends him downward, bro. I'm just like, what was the plan? That's all I want to know. I'm not even trying to, I'm not trying to flame. I'm just like, what was the plan? You saw what happened to your first stop. Bro, like, hold on. There's one after this. The one after this. We were animating.
Okay.
No. Look at this, right? Boom, boom, clean. All right, get out. You got you.
Run
For
away.
who? What was gonna happen? What was gonna happen? He was gonna yoink him, and then what? He was gonna recover.
Maybe the bounce off the stage.
Nah, nope. Nope. You gotta call that as you see it, bro. That was just not it.
Nope.
Not it. I'm sorry, bro. It's just, especially because I'm rooting for homeboy too, right? Like I'm like, you're on the verge of getting 3-0'd. Like it's my job as the person here, where you guys are like, oh, that dude on the microphone, that's me, right? It's my job to be like, yo, this guy can do it. Hey, he's cooking up. Hey, he's really starting to heat up. Hey, he's making a comeback happen. He got the D-Light recovery. I'm like, ooh, he's really about to make this happen. And then that part. So I'm just like,
sometimes you just gotta step away.
I was like, yeah, if I'm gonna try so hard to make you seem godlike, you gotta give me godlike, bro. Come on, bro. Whatever. It's fine.
Grab the cancel neutral sig. That was not the play.
I'm just like, but we saw how. I think what gets me about it is specifically the fact that it's not like he hadn't lost his stock early before in the set. You know what I mean? He had been caught by that. Vim Tangilo was like dashing in there to say, oh, if there's any moment where I can get like a quick cheesy one and just swing, I'm going to do it, right? So I'm like, all right, he's trying to swing you, bro. So just get your hit. I'm out. I'll get another D-Light later, and then I'll recover again. Just good stuff to Vim Tangilo. The best Chakram player in the world is going to be moving on even further in the bracket. And that's also going to be it for me and you, right?
Till tomorrow. I need to get out of here anyway. I got the giggles. I can't stop laughing, bro. I got to go. That is going to do it for this man and myself. We'll be here for North America tomorrow. I'm Slow Motion, beardbrawls.com. Get over there, check it out. Flambeau, anything you want to say?
At Flambeezy on, the Bird app.
The Bird app. Hey. Bye, guys.
What's up, everybody? We're here with Spring Championship South America. I'm PJ the Puff, joined by Taza, and we are in top 4, which means that we are going to see who is going to be making it to the Royale representing South America. But before we get into that, my name is PJ. I'm joined by Taza. How are you doing right now, Taza?
Doing all right, PJ. We're getting into the top 4 here, where we're seeing some really cool experimentation with some of the counters to Chakram.
Yeah.
We were talking about that earlier on in the day, and I'm very excited to see that South America is, of course, the region that is pushing the meta. And in their defense, Wes and Vim Tangilo were drilling the Chakram harder than anybody else when it comes to practicing the weapon, performing with the weapon. Obviously, we had Max Mode with the Winter Royale, where that performance was fantastic between the both of them.
Yeah.
And now we've got Yuz, who's been really going into that orb is good angle, and then a conversation that I had with Flambo before the cast was that there are characters that just have tools in their kit that can deal with how Chakram plays.
Yeah.
And Cassidy was the one that decided, and what do you know, Typh is on the winner's side after a win over Vim Tangilo with the Cassidy. So very excited about this top 4.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we talk a lot about Chakrams, and a lot of the attention was towards Vim Tangilo. Is Vim Tangilo going to find it similar to success of what we saw at the Royale? But instead, the narrative shifting to use 3-0ing Wes, another Chakram player, and kind of use his return to form. As at Max Mode, he was talking to Flambo about how Jayan not in the cards right now. The sword, the great sword, taking too much of hits in the meta. So we see now you swapping back to the Fate and finding a lot of success versus Priya, and then Typh, Vim Tangilo. Typh took it over Vim Tangilo. So Vim Tangilo is still in top 4, but not in the winner side.
Yeah, and I actually think that with this state of this bracket, I give Yuz the upper hand here on winners finals, because I think Typh, in a way, kind of made it through with his ability to fight the Chakram in the meta. Obviously, it's still really very impressive to get this far into a top 4.
Yeah.
But I can't remember any time in official brackets where I have pronounced Typh's tag in a top 4 side of things, right? So, so really impressive showing from him coming out through here. A little unexpected. And I'm curious if the legend picks will be at all the same now that Chakram has been taken off the table between the two, right? Like, there's a possibility that we just see completely different characters.
Yeah, and I love that you pointed it out, but that's kind of the nature of the beast, is that when one weapon or one legend is dominating top 8, for example, you see one player that's really good at just beating that one thing, making it super far in the bracket, all the way up into top 3, so or into winners finals here versus you. So Typh, obviously not like a bad player by any means. Typh is a very, very well-known South American player, but it's cool to see him make it into top 3 as well. And I believe we're going to be getting into our next matches here. This is PR10 versus PR number 1 of South America. And we're going to be seeing you strike away some tri-plats there, so he's not really feeling it. But it's going to be interesting to see no Chakram on the screen for top 4. We'll see how it goes.
Well, the winner side of top 4.
Yeah, winner side of top 4.
Plenty of them on the other side, but they were also fan favorites before and after the weapon, right? So now we've got ourselves down to the dual plats and Mos Eisley. Okay, what's the last band going to be here? Probably the spaceport. Oh no, Fortress of Lions taken away.
Okay.
That's an interesting way. I know Mos Eisley, it's gone through some changes, but in classic Brawlhalla player fashion, when a map comes out and you don't like it right away, you just think that it's never playable for the rest of time.
Yeah,
and so the complaints with this one is that the blast zones were too far away from the stage. Everybody lives forever. But Yuz opting to take away Fortress of Lions, which would have been the obvious pick, and leaving open the spaceport, which is the other single plat map in the roster. And now we've got Yuz going up against Typh here for game number 1.
Yeah, and we see Yuz already starting off in a big way with those side airs and nairs. Okay, gets the side light there, and that's not looking so good for Typh, who's already starting off with the hammer and kind of struggling. But we see Yuz pick up the orb here, and I'm happy to see the orb, a weapon that can easily compete with some of the whiffs on the hammer. And we see that there with the side light easily picking up a punish on that downlight, but the downlight into downer does find a catch, and now we're in a bad spot for Yuz, but he lands back down, kind of getting aided by the Mos Eisley spaceport soft platform moving there, and we pick up another scythe, and we have the orb online once again. Typh getting disarmed, tough spot to be in versus Yuz.
There's a lot of really cool things going on for this Cassidy pick, outside of like the signature kit being very useful in the meta, the weapon combination being very good. Also to think about her high knockout power, along with blasters getting so much with the side light as well, and then the high dex. I wonder if I haven't done the math. This is a great first stock from Yuz. I haven't done the math on like how much Cassidy's dexterity affects how easy it is to fall off of a sidelight. I wonder what silent recovery looks like. These are things that I've really got to investigate now that the weapon's being picked more and more, because we haven't seen much of casting. Geez, since lands in 2019. I mean, this is really interesting. But you so far doing very well against the pick. And like we said, I was kind of curious if the pick will even stick around when Chakram's not there for there to be counterplay to.
Yeah. Exactly. I do know that Blasters gets landing side air, down like side air with 9 decks. So like that is like a combo that's on the table for type of even playing into defense stance. Yeah, you get a lot of damage.
That's like 80 damage.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage. I don't know exactly the number, but I do know like you can go for like crazy extended strings on landing side air specifically.
Because that's not even talking about the string that could follow up after the Sair finishes it off, right?
Yeah, exactly. You're just in a bad spot.
That's incredible. Gets the N-Sig, catches him floating around in the air. That's going to be the first blast of the connect, but Typh took a decent amount of damage here in game 1.
Yeah, and early damage is where you want to hit the landing side air, so yeah, that's something to worry about versus Cassidy specifically, and even there, we just see like basic end lights into side airs, and it gets so much damage, or side lights there.
Yeah, that was really quick. Stacked on top of each other, not risking the downlight. That one will hit. Chase dodges forward for a dare. Wasn't expecting the last hit of that attack to come through, and Typh playing a very patient, grounded game here.
Yeah.
Switches over to the hammer.
Boom, boom. Great
Stomp,
pickup.
scoop. Nothing else afterwards. What's Hughes waiting for? Okay, that, I guess. Side sig.
Dash. You see a weapon toss as well. Use looking to pick up the orb here. Very consistent KOing tool. And another side air comes out. It won't KO quite yet, but it sets up this great edge guard now. Use kind of scouring towards that wall there, but he doesn't go for anything too committal. Another side air comes in. Rinse and repeat. Why not just do it again?
Dare could be pretty good. Yeah,
good
there's
call.
the knockout. Caught him while he's sweating. As awesome as that looks, it's actually not as common as you think. Where like they down air the wall and it bounces off and it gets the spiking knockback. It's pretty hard to execute, so really nicely played by Hughes. As we're up a stock here. Down air, not going to lead into anything else. Let's see what else Typh can find. Side light, out of range, and Hughes gets some more damage.
And he waits out that GC downlight and again dodges through the side air. So it seems like Hughes is really good at punishing when Typh is trying to land with buttons or just try to create space. He avoids the N-Sig there and picks up an orb once again, looking to keep this space in that N-Light into weapon toss. A classic orb string. So is that Nair into recovery. So much damage. And Typh struggling to land. Hughes having that high damage on this pick is going to be tough here. Fate is very scary, but that recovery is too. Nice stock from Typh. And it's not quite over yet. I've seen Blasters and Hammer rack so much damage on so quickly. I'm
realizing that this is also like the first top 4 appearance of Cassie where, weapon throw hits.
GC side sig not enough.
So yeah, and in the past, that would have been called a GC down sig, and that was what I was going to highlight, which is that Cassidy a while ago got an experimental feature that's been graduated, not just part of her kit, where her side sig and down sig got mushed together. So if you do a quick side sig, you get the old behavior. And if you hold the side sig, you get the old down sig, which is that tornado that we saw at the end. And now she's got like a leap forward lasso attack that hits downwards. That's the new Cassie down sig that we haven't seen yet. And I wonder if Typh's got it prepared. We'd have to get to a point where there'd be a situation where that's ready, because so far in that game, Hughes just very calmly and collectively closed out the game with his game plan. I think that looked pretty good for him the entire way through.
Yeah, very dominating like stage presence with the Scython line, getting like easy pop-ups, sending Typh away, holding center stage, playing the grounded state, and then with Orb very similar, stacking on top of Typh when Typh is on Blasters, getting those Orb end lights. It's hard to like really convert off of that because Orb is very damage dependent and it's kind of inconsistent, but when Hughes can get it, it does help a lot. He gets end lights and then he gets a dodge read, maybe he gets a Nair recovery, and he continues the juggle, and extending that advantage state is kind of the name of the game for Hughes, and allows him to play a lot slower at times and say, I have the damage lead, I have the neutral lead, you have to approach me.
So back to the stage again. End-light into side air, not too much after that. Hughes took a decent amount of damage. Typh does these switches off to the hammer at weird damage ranges to me, where it's like the blasters were doing so good, you got so much damage in, we're not at a point where Stomp Cider is going to knock out yet. Why are we prioritizing this weapon where Hughes is able to get a lead back from you? So I want to see if he starts changing things up to make me think otherwise. Because so far, it's been I'm winning with blasters, switches to hammer, loses.
Yeah, exactly. And we're seeing like Typh go for like Stomp and not going for N-Sigs, going for like recoveries or like weirder options that I don't really agree with. There we see the N-Sig, which is a great start and kind of trying to show you why you're picking the hammer here is obviously a great anti-air tool, but Yuz is playing quite elusive. He's only been hit by a singular hammer move, and he gets his side light into side air off the assist from the Scythe weapon toss, and now Typh in a bad spot. The ground pound comes out, very horizontal hitbox, and Yuz goes up a stock.
And you wouldn't think that Yuz would go for the ground pound in that situation because he was sweating.
Yeah.
But it's important to note that the orb ground pound, unlike a lot of other weapons, can stall when you release it early.
Yeah.
Because it holds you in the air there. So Yuz was able to do that, get the connection, had plenty of time to drift to the wall right afterwards, takes the first stock, and gets a neutral light. Side light into, hesitation on that recovery afterwards. Hit the side light, was hoping to go for a read. Does pick up the hammer, though, gets the scoop off the top, so not too much of a blunder, dropping that first knockout confirmed.
Now we have Yuz picking up an orb once again and utilizing this moving soft platform. It moves quite quickly in terms of how fast the timer takes until it starts moving again. Yuz utilizing it very well, making it hard for Typh to get any sort of space on the ground. Yuz tries to get a read on the dodge in. We see the instant side stick there. Nice damage for Typh, and obviously a great spot as double exclamation points come out, but no one capitalizes, and Yuz fights back with an end light side air. Bad spot now. You're getting edge guarded versus orb. You got to be careful.
Yeah, dash is out of the way of that nair.
Ooh, good movement.
Man, Yuz is really terrifying because there's moments of there's bursts of aggression, and then there's about like 5 or 6 seconds where Yuz will refuse to throw out an attack, and Typh does not really seem to know how to get into the pressure. Even now, where Yuz is unarmed, I feel like Yuz has advantage. And so Typh on this hammer has to get something started here, whereas Yuz just needs one more side light to bring it to 2 stocks to 1, and light almost knocking out on its own. Let's see how much he risks in the edge guard here. Not much. He doesn't have to. And hammer off stage is a great way to lose your lead.
I mean, Orb might be one of the best swing second weapons in the game. If you can get nair or end lights or side lights off of whip punishes, they'll start to KO, especially with side light into side air. So you're seeing that Yuz there. He's like, I'm not going to hit the button first. The first time he does, it's a mix-up in a mix-up there, because usually he waits, he dashes around, and then he goes that side light. He did it on the first beat, and when you condition people that hard, you kind of forget that that option is on the table. We see now a down air from Typh, though. Yuz in a bad spot, but a very aggressive ground pound, not earned in my opinion, and Yuz will punish it accordingly. Full combo, side light nair, side air, another nair to continue the juggle. Typh in a bad spot.
No, doesn't go for the down air. Doesn't go for the down light either way. Went for a side light on the dash through. Yuz tosses the orb away, gets hit by gravity cancel, D-light recovery. Any more damage from Yuz at this point, I feel like it's pretty rough. And then now he's on the hammer. And it's the orb versus hammer has been looking pretty good. We haven't seen Yuz do too much on the scythe, though, and Typh might be able to get the stock here. Uses gravity cancel down tick for distance, dodges right through Typh. Typh just was not expecting Yuz to just jump all the way to the stage. But a solid stop here could even up the stocks.
Gotta hit this confirmed, though, or maybe an N-Sig off of a jump. Yuz with punishing the down light, avoids the side air swing as well. The retaliation gets punished, but the N-Sig catches Yuz end lighting on the platform, potentially supposed to be a drop through nair, but nonetheless, Typh forces last stock.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, I think, on that drop through nair. There's no way Yuz is just end lighting the stage. But he got a good amount of damage before it all happened. There's that D-light side light you were talking about, but I don't think he's got it in his muscle memory to go for D-light side light Sair yet, right? Because D-light side light was always a high dex combo, but now you get that extra bit, and that orb weapon throw will come through in the middle of that recovery. Long game.
Long game, yeah.
Long game uses is not taking any risks with the lead, and he's playing in almost like a suffocating play style with how much his gameplay is saying, I'm taking control of center, I've got my weapon matchups, I've got orb versus hammer, I don't have to recklessly jump in all the time, and he is just taking Typh out one stock at a time. I mean, it's been really solid play from Yuz, and this is a little bit what I was worried about, right? Where I was like, okay, Typh's play has been really great against this Chakram meta, but when you bring Cassie out against Yuz, are we gonna see anything?
Yeah, it's definitely tough, and I think Yuz is kind of showing what the other playstyle versus a legend like Cassidy, who obviously will outlap you in damage, especially on hammer, but on high damage orb on Fate, Yuz can really just kind of play that second hit, wait for you to swing, wait for you to do something. He uses the clock really, really well, no pun intended, but that's exactly what he does. He's like, I have a lead and I'm going to hold on to it. And it's very tough for Typh to like force initiative. Do you have like tempo? Did you earn reads? Not really when you're not hitting your opponent that much, and Yuz will lean into that for sure.
All right, let's see if he can take a game here. We're back to Mos Eisley Spaceport for game number 3. Sair's coming through here. Weapon throw comes through, has the hammer. What else is he going to be able to get out of this? Gets a nice side air punish for Yuz, kind of pulling the trigger a little too early. Another punish on the side light. Okay, Yu's game plan might change a bit if the lead's not in his favor, and Typh's taking advantage of this. Let's see if he can get the stock lead.
Ooh, another one-up side light, so much damage, and now Fate is in KO damage. I mean, we talk a lot about how many hits Split Chakram takes to do damage. Hammer not even close to being the same now. Use one hit away, a downlight, a side air, a downlight into side air will be enough to take it, and that's going to be Typh with a stock lead.
Okay, let's see how things change, because Yu's playstyle, that game plan, completely invalidated if you've got a stock lead. So Yu's is going to take some risks here with the Scythe off stage, and Typh looking very solid on the Hammer going to game 3. Some end lights are coming through. Another side light into a side air. Okay, that weapon throw was held for a while. Ground pound, no, went for the slide, the downlight instead, which was smart because Typh was just waiting to let that recovery rip if Yu's charged an unarmed ground pound in any stretch of the imagination. And now this extra credit's looking pretty tough.
Yeah, I mean, the damage is really just racking up for Typh here on this extra stock. The side light sider nowhere near enough to KO center stage on most. Icely, the down air comes out, but Typh avoids the down air, avoids the lethal options, and fights back unarmed downlight into Nair. Even unarmed, having that control and picking up a Hammer once again. I was going to talk about Yuz has a lot of experience versus Hammer, but right now Typh is really working versus his Fate pick.
Whoa, Yuz ends up going way far off the side of the stage, and Typh follows. Okay, not going to risk it. I mean, I'm surprised Typh did that dash jump forward. Like I get it. He's got center stage. He's pressuring you, but he's not actually pressuring you. It is 3 stocks to 2. He dashed forward into a side light side air, giving Yuz the ability to react to that dash. And I'm saying, honestly, when you are fighting somebody who's playing like this, play the same way back.
Yeah, exactly.
It's fine. Like, you don't have to be the one that gives them initiative, because Yuz is just running away with it as a result. His patience just paying off. Typh not having any of it.
You got the full string there, side light, or end light, side light, down light, nair, side air, and then you get a downer off the wall, and all of a sudden Yuz is back in the game in terms of damage. A nice five hit string from Yuz on the orb. A side air catches Typh jumping, and now you have no dodge. Yuz smells blood in the water, goes for the side light off stage.
Nice
Doesn't hit
throw.
it though. Yeah, very important to break Yuz's momentum. But right now, Yuz, I mean, he kind of throws away some center stage control with that recovery. See if Typh can capitalize. Down light, side air. Yes, he does.
Yeah, now he can dip down for recovery. He does try it. Yuz dodges out of the way.
Nice.
NSIG is just gonna, not quite. Ceiling just too high.
Nice avoidance. Goes for the ground pound to punish.
Well, Yuz went all the way to the bottom of the stage. I don't know why he held it that long. He just kept going.
I have no idea either.
Yeah. Well, either way, not too bad of a deficit for Yuz if he wants to get this 3-0. Typh looking much stronger here in this other game. Or in this game 3. Weapon throw stuff to recovery into ground pound. I think he did touch the wall though, but that's going to be it. Yuz evens it up 1-1, and now Yuz's game plan is actually back on the table, and that is the scariest thing for Typh, because Typh was doing so well with the lead, but getting it against the likes of Yuz was so difficult to do in the first place.
Yeah. Some high dex blasters might be in order here to get some damage. Dash up side. Light doesn't get anything. Neither does that down air. Yuz is respecting the landings. He's respecting the hitting buttons out of disadvantage very well and getting big, not big punishes, but some punishes. And it's good. Fate has high damage. You're going to be able to get that damage racked up even with a 1 and 2 hits.
Would have liked to have seen a downlight after that landing side air. Switches over to the Hammer. Good dodges coming out from Yuz. And the dodge away read. That's 5 strong hits coming out from Yuz. Dash forward, dash back. He's going to wait for another one. And Typh once again pulling the trigger, stomps forward, gets down and away, but that one's going to hit. Nair, another Nair could come through. These damage, the hits from the Hammer are not equal to the hits from the Scythe. You can even things up very quickly. But now uses over to the weapon that he wants to finish the game on with his edge guard. Sidelight side air near the edge. Okay, Yuz goes all the way out to test the Hammer.
You might be able to live one more. No, you don't. Yuz takes it, and with that, he takes the 3-0 and moves on to Grand Finals, which means Yuz is one of your South America representatives for the Spring Royale. Congratulations to Yuz. Obviously, the tournament's not over, but it's still a big deal. Yuz returning to his throne, PR #1, BCX champion, 2-time BCX 1v1 champion, and now South America can be like, yeah, we got a great rep coming into the Royale.
Yeah, and one in the face of tournaments where just in Europe, right, we saw how either prepared or underprepared players were for Chakram with the back and forth matchup of Godly versus AMGG. But in this case, looking at Yuz seems to be fully adapted to the current meta. And this is a meta where you know that in a week on the horizon, this weapon that has been terrorizing a lot of the ranked ladder is going to have significant changes that could almost see it exit it. So really well played by Yuz. Typh, on the other hand, I liked the adaptation that I saw from Typh going from blasters to hammer as he figured out more and more how to box with Yu's scythe and orb. But overall, once Yu was able to get a lead back, it's just such a different game, right? Like if you're not opening up the game right away with something explosive to force Yu to approach, I just don't see how Typh wins that. And even when Typh was a stock and a half ahead, he was still the one dash jumping in on top of Yu's first.
Yeah. It's kind of that thing where it's like, okay, so, you know, there's two schools of thought. It's either I want to hold the lead or extend the lead. And I feel like Typh fell into the, like, I'm going to do more damage. I'm going to, like, win the game off the lead.
It's a win more mentality,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And sometimes you don't need to win more.
Yeah, you're winning
when you're
already.
winning.
Yeah, exactly.
And this isn't always the case,
Yeah.
right? Like fighting games are competitive, and there's mentality, and there's a lot of things that go on in these in these kind of things. But thinking about that specific matchup with what Yu's was showing was his game plan, I'm like, Typh, you're winning so hard. You don't need to win more. If you try to win more, you risk losing it all.
Yeah,
And that ended up happening towards the end of that set. Luckily for Typh, that it was a winner's finals match. So he's in the elimination side, waiting for the winner of the match that we got coming up next, and has a chance to get a rematch against Yu, which I would like to see. But before that, we've got the Talk of the Town, the double Priya, coming in here. And it's going to be Wes, the eternal 3v3 champion of 2025, going against the king, Vim Tangilo. That's right, Vim Tangilo, who did not qualify for the Winter Royale, but won it through the LCQ at max mode. Has that the king as his title. There's one of those in the entire game. And if he doesn't qualify for the Royale today, will almost certainly lose it. To whoever ends up claiming it at the next one. So let's see if he can beat Wes. This was a matchup that we got to see at max mode very early on between the two. It was a kind of a heartbreaker set because they had come to America together, not qualified to see if they could make it that far, and they fought this Priya Ditto where Vim Tangilo barely won. And now we get to see it again here at the Spring Championship.
It's interesting, too, because, you know, previously to the Priya meta, Wes has handedly beat Vim Tangilo consistently, whether it be on the Val or whatever Wes is playing. He's been beating Vim Tangilo Winter Championships. He beat Vim Tangilo's Bodvar. But this time now, Vim Tangilo kind of the one in the winner's position here, saying, I just won the Royale. I am the talk of the town. Like, let's not lie about this. Like, Vim Tangilo, the spotlight is on him for this tournament, and he's showing, like, you know, not everyone could do it like me, but Wes is showing, hey, maybe we can.
Well, and you got to just remember that Priya combo's very flashy looking, not very high in damage. Right? There's a lot of filler in all the movement, especially if they don't get the knockout at the top. But Wes is still able to get the knockout there. And yeah, the interesting thing between these two is that, like, I still feel like Boots is Wes's, like, main weapon. I feel like it fits his playstyle the most. Vim Tangilo has never really had a weapon that I feel like he has grinded to learn as much as this one. I feel like Chakram actually fits his playstyle the way he wants to play the game. Like, out of all the players that are picking Chakram right now, after balance, I could see them continuing to play the weapon.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw it there. He kept the fuse hitbox. He utilized the slower fuse recovery to be more active, to actually catch Wes, who is kind of dodging for that very snappy and quick recovery on the split Chakram. So we see that kind of, you know, utilizing tools that, you know, other Priya players aren't, which is as simple as keeping the fuse sometimes. The ground pound comes in from Wes. Vim Tangilo in a bad spot. GC downlight into downer. That should close out the stock. And Wes steals the stock away, utilizing the sword on the Priya, saying, you can use split Chakram. I'll use the other weapon on Priya.
Yeah, and those were some fantastic sword fundamentals as well. Using the downlight down air, knowing it didn't have enough force to knock out, but because all the jumps were gone, you can go for it. Side light and light true, doesn't get a follow-up afterwards, and Vim now on the sword himself, trying to also get maybe a D-light recovery here. It's going to be hard to say. Let's see what Vim can do. Avoids one side light. Wes just goes over to the sword, actually, to starve him, and then hits him with two side lights. Why not? Such great damage coming out from Wes.
I like the recovery, waiting out that neutral spot dodge, but instead it doesn't KO, and now Wes tries to flip it with a juggle of his own. The Nair comes out, and the extra credit continues as Vim Tangilo takes the stock, but not only, or after taking about 100 damage, so you're not, like, looking so great in the stock, but, you know, obviously Priya split Chakram doesn't do a lot of damage, but if you can win a couple neutral interactions, you can even up this damage. Gets the recovery there, Nair to recovery, even exhausted, GC split.
Wes was staying fused and getting destroyed for it, and I was like, you gotta split that Chakram. Oh, Vim with two ladder combos back to back. Daring to recovery. Wes is not going to get that knockout though.
We hold on now, Wes. He took a stock with a side sig earlier, so it's, you know, you have to be careful of that option, that burst option that hits a little bit lower than the wall than you think the recovery comes out. West now looking for this KO and looking to take this lead over the King.
Oh, recovery comes through. Let's see if he can do it. West gets his recovery. Will barely knock out. I was wondering if it was going to have enough power behind it, but he manages to get it through. And West with a victory, even with that damage deficit because of the sword stock on stock number 2. We're going to see right here, right? Ground pound and the gravity cancel D-Light Dare. And then just stays on the ledge just to see how many jumps he's got left.
I think something crazy to note is when Vim had the juggle on West decided that burning your dodge to GC downlight is more valuable than your dodge landing. Like, he made the option to, I'm going to use my dodge to split and then down air as my way to land. Like, making that decision on the fly was important because West actually made Vim land back down to avoid a down air. So these like small optimizations of like, when can I gamble my dodge to get a split can be very exciting in the Priya mirror.
Yeah, and also something to note in that situation, which I guess to be in that situation, you have to be in a chakra mirror, right?
Yeah.
Is that split down air is way better to reversal somebody with towards the top of the stage than the fused one, even in a situation where fused is hitting harder, because you drags them back up, and you get to do that. The recovery, not going to knock out, but Vim, continuing to use those platforms, gets the nair into recovery, could do it again. West does land on him, though. I was surprised, like, West, you keep landing on him with dare, but the third time works. And so far, damage pretty even between the two.
Yeah, you see that there, like West utilizing the platform, and then the platform goes upward, so then he has to start going underneath and sharking with down airs, and you're seeing kind of the difficulty that this stage can present for the Chakram players, but a big string there, that's like a 5-hit combo. It sounds like more hits because Chakram like has a lot of sound effects to it, but it's, in reality, it's a 4-hit combo that does about as much damage as anyone else's. But
hey, you're hitting with each Chakram, each part of the split Chakram every time.
Yeah, exactly.
So, but no, in terms of like moves that you input.
Yeah.
Just a 4-hitter. Side sig gets punished by Dare. Nice movement from them. Off the down air, ends up landing on the platform, gets the dash land down air side air right afterwards, really mixes West up, takes the lead here in game 2.
He's clean with it, and West switches over to the sword, looking for that consistent KOing too. We see the GC downlight. It got nerfed, but it's still a good option, and now getting the down air onto Vim. Vim utilizing the down air to stop his momentum, then jump back to the stage, utilizing the great stalling tool that can be. Tries to reversal with down air into GC and
Fused recovery knockout. I was surprised that the fused neutral light sent him that high up to the top of the stage. Quite a lot of force on that attack. West now. Center stage, goes for down air. Vim just throws the sword away, goes for D-Leg recovery. New weapon comes through. It's going to split it and go right in. Looking for a down air here, probably. Yeah, just when a Chakra player takes the side of the stage, you ask yourself, well, are they dash jumping or are they dashing into down air?
Yeah.
There's not really any other choice.
And I mean, I think Vim Tangilo is like, I was talking about the two modes of Chakram where it's like, are you jumping down airing or are you side lighting on the ground? Vim Tangilo is fully invested in the jump playstyle, and Wes has been winning the air to air somehow. Vim now in a bad spot off stage, exclamation point come out. The juggles continue, goes for a down air, read, doesn't find it. Vim Tangilo tries to flip it, doesn't get a down air after the nair, and it's just tricky on the right side of the stage right now.
Yeah, both players trying to reversal the other with their down air. Wes succeeding more often than Vim, but Vim's usually the one that's sending Wes into the sky. Wes goes for Sidelight, D-Light Fuse. Nair into recovery, does not get punished by the sider right afterwards, and Wes gets punished for his end sig. Just actually uses downlight in neutral.
Yeah.
That was interesting, just pushes him away. And at this point, if that doesn't knock out, I could see him go, okay, went for Fuse down air, actually. Wait, Wes playing the weapon a little bit more along the vision of IC being played, which is that his opponent's high enough damage that he just wants one strong
sidelight.
hit.
Or a split and then a recovery, but the recovery doesn't KO because it's split, and we don't get to confirm off that sidelight.
Oh, Wes is going to lose his stock for that. You know, you could have just sidelighted.
Oh, we miss it. That's so bad. Wes doesn't punish though because he's still split and he doesn't have any KO confirms, and Vim doesn't either.
Nair?
That's a split nair. It didn't
okay.
KO. Oh,
and it's split sidelight. You know what? Maybe Chakram just has trouble knocking out.
Just a little bit.
Although if that was Wes hitting any fused move, it would have knocked Vim out for sure. Very long stock between the two of them. Let's see if Wes can even it up. Oh, that's not good.
Really big string there. Nice damage.
Nair afterwards, trying to catch the landing with the neutralite. Oh man, that was a lot of damage for Wes to take. And now he's looking for a recovery. Neutralite will end that stock.
And all things considered, not too bad. Vim looks to pick up a weapon now. We're going to see Wes, I think, attempt to weapon start potentially. No, just wants to keep the split chakram, avoids that Vim. Trying to fight back with fused Enlight and Nair there to continue the juggle. Not bad damage, but we're not getting much. And West gets the recovery, but exhausts himself in the process, so he doesn't get a string extension. That platform's a little higher, it can be scary. West utilizing the platform there to refresh the jumps, more recovery. That's the 4th recovery of the stock. Vim tries to flip it with down air into recovery, doesn't fight it. Nair recovery comes out, and now West and Vim are taking turns.
They're taking turns their recovery, right? And then sometimes the dare will switch spots, right? It drags them up, and then they get the fastball to the platform. Let's see if West can get the reset there. Now down air goes to the platform, not going to quite get it. West tries to get his own pickup, but there's that Nair. Gets the dare to Nair recovery. That will knock out off the punish on the gravity cancel side stick, becoming a true combo there because the dodge was just gone for so long, and now West is up 2-0 against the King. This is elimination side, by the way.
Yeah.
So they only get one set this time around, unlike the LCQ. And West being up 2-0. It's a very close 2-0 lead. Them had the lead for the majority of that game. And that's how I felt like game 1 went as well.
Man, I mean, utilizing, basically as much moves as you can to get them as close as the blast zone as possible before you recovery, just so you can make sure that confirm will KO. It's clean stuff from West, but yeah, I mean, Vem, I feel like that GC side sig was such a desperate attempt to like steal a game. Like, we want to, their weapon's good, man. You can believe in it. You won the Royale for a reason. Playing so many Priya mirrors, you have to believe in it.
Nair, recovery, Nair again. Dodges out of the way of the second landing down air. Lands with down air.
It's great, right?
I mean, they're just going to down air, jump down air again. Hey, that down air punishes dare.
We found the evolution of Spear players recovering and ground pounding over and over again. We're now on Chakram.
It's funny because Chakram dare also stalls your fall,
yes,
right? So like, sometimes you're just fine if it's nowhere near hitting your opponent. They just keep doing it out of hit stun.
Okay, this one is weird. They're literally only getting down airs out. Like literally the only combo starter that any of these two players have hit are down airs.
Spots so that they start down airing. It's kind of crazy.
Now you try. Okay, I nared you this time. Like, now you down air me.
Who's going to pick up that Chakram was bouncing for a while. Oh, that's crazy. Okay, splits. Honestly, I'd fuse here. But maybe we're not that damaged. we're pretty damaged.
We see the split there. The down air comes out, but the side stick punishes the down stick attempt from Vim Tangilo, and West holds the lead once again, 1 game away from moving into Elimination Side Finals and dethroning the King. Literally has the King title, won the Royale.
This would be really big for West. One of the highlights, I guess highlights of the stream, not necessarily highlights for West, was the what do you call it when you don't pop off when you lose. Yeah, like West was very upset by the result of this matchup because it was somebody who he plays with a lot, and it was very close, and he lost. And now to be able to take a 3-0 here and possibly get himself that much closer to qualifying for the Royale would be an incredible win for West.
And it's good for the storyline if Vem beats West to make it into the Royale. Now West does it to Vem and then wins his next match. He makes it in the Royale. We go full circle, like the Chakrams are full circles.
Yeah, well, until they're split. Which most of the time they are.
Yeah.
Recovery comes through, dare to dare. Another dare. Dare Sair off the side of the stage. Dare and a Nair. Why not?
That was recovery, Nair, recovery there. I've seen that one before, too.
Both players looking for their down air here. Goes over the side sig. I think the big difference here is that Vem has been willing to like risk these side sigs a lot more than West, and West has punished them like 100% of the time. Down air and air, no recovery afterwards, was already sweating.
Yeah, no fear, even exhausted, saying like, okay, even if I hit the down air with no resources, I still get to confirm I'm going to go for the damage. Nice avoidance on the down air. Vem has not gotten any like overshoot down airs in the corner. West has literally forced himself off stage to avoid him.
Misread the jump from West after the dare connected, and then puts himself in a position to get Nair recovered. Although
the down air side, like very horizontal hitbox of it. The end of the drift, and the N6 sends the opposite way. It doesn't KO, but gets the GC side like into side air. Vim Tangilo doesn't hit dodge. Down air side air to close it in.
West really clutched this series.
Wow.
Every single game has been Vem in the lead for the majority of it until an outplay like that happens. And that outplay came from West's N-Sig, and then the gravity cancel sidelight Sair. Okay, West.
The Qatar brings back in because of the, it's coming back in with the sidelight, and it sends inwards. Even with the GC, he gets a big string for some more damage. GC sidelight. Yeah, N-light, that's what you confirm. The Nair after or the side air after doesn't hit, but.
Yeah, anything after the N-light is just a guess, really, or reaction to what they do afterwards. But West has taken this so far. Down air spikes him off the ground, splits, but he kicks him away. Sarah, it's not that powerful.
It's not. It has to be
you
close
got
to
to be
the wall.
dragging them towards the blast zone. The delay recovery went for the Nair knockout, and an unusual situation where Chakram split Nair knocks up, but Vem took so much damage. Okay, can he bring this back? Wes is on the verge of a 3-0.
Wes wants it so bad. Vem, the same person who knocked him out of his chances of getting in the last Royale. Vem fights back, though, off stage with the side air. The recovery comes out from Wes, and Vem is looking for anything, an answer to stay alive in this bracket. The double recovery off the Nair, and now Vim Tangilo fights back again. Wes squandering his lead here.
Side
but
sig?
the side sig comes out, and Wes takes it 3-0 over Vim Tangilo. The same person who knocked him out of the Royale LCQ now takes it and has a chance to get in the Royale.
All right, Wes 3-0's the king at 4th place.
Wow.
To go into elimination finals. A very, very well fought matchup between the two. As far as each game went through, each game was a comeback on Wes's point.
Yeah.
It was Vem winning and then Wes doing something incredible. That moment right there, the N-Sig into the gravity cancel sidelight drag down Sair. And then the down air in reaction to him using his last dodge to be able to Sair and confirm the knockout. Even if he would have drifted off the bottom of the stage, still so well played. And then that side sig, a little bit of charge at the very start of that to be able to get that to connect. Very well played coming out from Wes. And we're going to see more of him going into the elimination final.
Yeah, that was an exciting matchup, and of course, for the storyline, it makes sense that, the only 2 Priyas in the top 4 of the bracket, now top 3 of the bracket, and Wes is the solo representative of Priya in this top 3. I mean, unless Taif or Used try to pull out a Priya, which
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. I think they're pretty locked in on their picks. Taif, having that playstyle that beats Priyas, Used beating Taif, and not really having to pull out anything besides the Fate, and we have a very interesting top 3 where Wes can now potentially make it into the Royale.
Yeah, we've got 2 players that are picking stuff specifically against Chakram.
Exactly.
And then we've got Chakram. So I'm excited to see how this turns out. We're going to find out in just a little bit. We're going to go to a quick break, and then we'll be back with the elimination final here in South America. Welcome back. We are here in South America. It is the Spring Championship. We're in top 3. One player has been guaranteed a flight here to America, and one is about to find out if they're going to join him. Hughes on the winner's side, waiting for the winner of Wes versus Typh.
Yeah.
Excited for this one. I'm a little biased. Wes has been in a lot of Royales.
Yeah.
It'd be nice to see him again. I'd love if all 3 could make it, but Typh would be very exciting to see too, just to be able to meet someone new and see them at an in-person tournament like that after playing with such an amazing run. And now we're going to have Cassidy versus Bria, which we got to see Typh succeed with against Vim Tangilo. Can he do the same against Wes?
It was a Game 5. Wes just recently 3-0'd Vim Tangilo to make it into top 3, and somehow this match feels like the most important one. It feels like such a big moment because this is your qualifying match into Spring Royale. This locks in the last spot for South America. Will it be Wes on the Priya, who obviously is a player that even after the Priya-ers, we could just see a swap back to the more conventional picks on Wes. We might see the Tesca come back. But then Typh, somebody who's really strong against Priya, but not so much against Hughes, for example, who didn't play Priya. So we get into this match.
That's why when you say it's the most important match, because I'm like, yeah, if Typh wins this, congratulations, Hughes. That's how I kind of feel after watching the winner's final set. But Wes starting off strong with a nair towards the top of the stage. The anxiety that I used to see when seeing early Chakram combos has completely gone away now. Like when I see like Typh being hit up towards the top of the stage, I'm like, oh, that's just like a damage in yellow.
He's just going for damage. Yeah,
it's like seeing like a Stomp Stare on Hammer. That's just what Stomp Stare looks like in this matchup. But Typh has taken a lot more damage since then.
Yeah, I used to get really like crazy, like, wow, I can't believe that KO'd like Taro side stick, but then you get used to it. But there, Wes is able to usher, utilizing that soft platform to get the recovery so high, even split finding KO and finding the first stock. It'd be good for Wes to win one. You know, Wes is a fan favorite in South America and has a chance to win this tournament, really.
Yeah, and usually with the Royales, whether it's 2, 3, or 4 people invited, Wes has always been the bottom seed.
Yeah.
And not the favorite to win. People aren't putting him in their predictions to get into the top 3, but he's always performed very, very well. So here we go. Stomp Stare. That's going to not even things up. I really thought he had the power behind it, but no. Gets the slide charge down heavy instead. Picks up the blasters, throws the hammer away. No. Okay. Wants it. So blasters primed up. Let's see what Wes has got.
And immediately starts, walk up N-sig. Kind of what Flambo was theorizing, for example, on this Cassidy pick is you can N-sig down air, for example, on Chakram. You have ways to like actually anti-air with punish and call it out. That ground pound very risky, and you throw away a lot of stage control, but he fights back with a side air, and Wes on the sword is struggling right now. Sword has become so much more punishable, and Typh knows that, realizing you're not on Chakrams. I can punish these moves.
Well, and now that he's on Chakrams, he can just N-sig. And there it is, right?
Yeah.
And so that's what's interesting about this is I go like, oh yeah, he can just hold his ground and press the neutral button a lot.
Yep.
Nair gets the reversal there with Wes reaching a little too high, and that's 2 stocks that Typh has taken now in a row.
Yeah, seemingly 2 of the best moves in win conditions at Priya is setting you upwards with down air. And it feels like Cassidy not only has N-sig, but Hammer Nair in general, a great way to flip Chakram players going for relatively safe versus most weapons, but literally a lethal mistake is whiffing recovery, because that Hammer Nair KO so early.
Yeah, and a nice knockout from Wes there with the fuse stare, I think.
Yeah, that was fuse stare.
But yeah, it's funny because you think with Hammer it'd be down air, but no, down air doesn't actually have the range. It's fast falling with Nair.
Yeah.
That is what's so critical about Hammer's reversal potential. That down air there does great because Wes is on the ground. When you whiff a Chakra move grounded, it's actually pretty punishing. And the N6 come through again. 3 of those have succeeded so far. Let's see if he can get down on the ground here. Dodges out of the way, stomp, recovery. Does not get the nair afterwards, but he can go for N6. He can go for it again. Why not? If you force Chakra to be on the ground, this is it. This is exactly what I was looking for.
Yeah.
Chakram on the ground is quite bad if you miss.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that and this will change in a
next week.
In a week.
Yeah.
For those of you that are chatting and being like, what's happening with Chakram? Brawlhalla.com/balance preview. You can look at what's changing.
Yeah.
What it doesn't have in the air, which it has on the ground, is lag, right? Frames on miss.
Yeah, frames on miss.
If you miss Chakram side light, if you miss Chakram end light, you are actually just not playing the game anymore.
Yeah.
And so that makes Chakram players want to jump and down air all the time, and then Cassidy just N-sigs over and over again. And Wes actually hated that so much that he has switched over to Mega Man with a submachine gun.
This is kind of awesome.
And so now he's decided to fight blasters with blasters. And I was talking a little bit about this with Levstick and some other folks and I think with Flambo as well, where I think that after Chakram gets balanced, I think Blasters will be king.
Yeah.
I think they're going to be very, very strong, if not already. And West kind of getting ahead of the curve here, being like, man, I'm going to fight you with Blasters now. And I love the Mega Man pick here because, like I said, while Vim Tangilo's main weapon to me is now Chakram, I think West has been a Boots main and will always be.
It's also really refreshing to hear sound effects on multi-hitting moves that aren't Chakram moves. I will say, like, I've never liked hearing Boots moves before, but this time I'll give it to West.
It's refreshing.
It is, yeah. A little bit of bass in the moves, but there Typh is able to find it with that end light to punish West, and West finding varying success, and obviously not as much as we saw in the previous game, but I think Typh kind of having a read on West somehow, like showing I'm not just somebody that beats Priya, I can beat good players in the same fashion.
Yeah, and also, like, to me, this Mega Man pick is pretty crazy for Wes. I was expecting Teska, if anything, but it's an adaptation to how good Blasters are right now. D-Light side are going to send Typh off the left side of the stage. Let's see what else he's got. Goes over the Leaf Shield. He gets hit away by that side stick. Weapon throw forces to recover low. Can he get the edge guard here? No, he can't. Get stared right away. But Typh's still on 3 stocks to Wes's 2. Finally takes it down from a stare on the other side of the stage.
And this is, I like this from Wes. He throws the blaster away, immediately says, you know what, I'm going to hold on to the boots and makes it, okay, well, never mind.
I don't like this from Wes
he's
anymore.
like, you know what,
I
PJ,
liked where you were going, and then he goes right over to the blaster
again. I hope he
again.
loses the stock, actually. Now I want Typh to take the stock. Do it for me, Typh. Typh finds it. GC downlight into recovery.
I mean, we've casted enough games where it's like, he threw his weapon away into losing the game.
Yeah, it's crazy.
That's wild.
I want to see the boots from Wes. I think it has that X factor that the blasters don't.
Yeah, well, we'll see if he can get it. Nair into recovery. Not going to quite hit. Typh good dashes forward with side lights. Another Sair hits.
I could understand maybe you don't want to deal with blasters on a battle boots here. I think it's looking really tough, but I like the Nair juggles. Kind of what Chakram does if you think about it. Double Nair there.
He's still
no
landed. He's sweating still.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh man, this is one-sided.
Wow.
And I mean I don't know. If I'm Wes, there's no way I am playing Priya in a Cassidy ever again.
Yeah, no, this is just tough. This is really, really tough.
Like Ensing is so strong. And this is a character that I think has actually been very good for a while.
Yeah.
And wasn't being picked because people considered blasters not a weapon.
Yeah.
So what is Wes going to do? Wes went back to Priya. I guess it's a 3-0 then.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to call it as well.
Recovery.
But it looks like Typh is just really, really good at doing what the anti-Priya tech. And yeah, I mean, Ensig is such a big deal. Nair on Hammer is such a big deal. But specifically, I think the consistency of having a move like Ensig as an anti-air option, as a way to, force Priya players to be grounded. Yeah, it's really good at that.
It's good, and it's not that bad if you miss.
Yeah, exactly. And you're still on Hammer, so if the player's like, okay, my adaptation to getting hit by Ensigs is to play grounded, you have to play grounded versus Hammer.
You think Wes is just going to play Sword? I don't know. What is he going to do here?
Nah, you definitely don't pick Priya for Sword.
Yeah.
Like, that's for sure. Let's see, we pick up some Chakrams. We split him immediately.
Okay.
And down air into Nair. He doesn't find it. Maybe losing some mojo here. I want to see it come back for Wes. I do love Wes as a player. D6, down stick hits there, but not much more.
Let's see what he's got. Okay, recovery comes through from the Nair afterwards, but it's just split Chakram damage. Ooh. It's like you're doing a lot of weapon damage, sure, but how are you going to actually close the stock? An Ensig?
Oh, nice try.
Recovery's not going to close it. you got to hit another recovery grounded, and then Typh's going to come in here. He's in orange. He's like, if I stomp stare you, I have the lead. That's what's so crazy. This is what I feel so validated. Thank you, Typh. Like, Dare recovery's not going to knock out. This weapon has so much trouble.
Okay.
He had to put in like 2.5 stocks of work to take one stock, which will get equalized by a single hammer move.
Exactly.
And that's why I've been saying since max mode that I think that heavy weapons just completely destroy it.
I'd have to agree there. West landing with the down airs now, even on the split Chakrams. You have a stock lead, and Typh, I mean, you probably want the hammer in terms of getting a straight hit to find a KO, end light or side air, for example. But
side light Sarah would be fine here. I do think that Typh is like he's got to go back to what was working for him here.
Yeah.
Because right now Wes is mixing things up unarmed. When Wes has a lead, oh my goodness, D-Light recovery goes all the way up for exhausted recovery. Why not? I mean, you're so damaged at this point. Yeah, Ensig will finally take him down. Okay, Wes may have gotten the lead that he needs to win this game.
Yeah.
But it's still been tough. Like, I think he put on a good 180, 200 damage plus on that first stock alone.
And this is where the Cassidy gets going there. We see a side sig instead of the more traditional end light into side light. That actually punishes the dodge in place that counters the side light on Hammer. Oh, chase dodge up there. So scary. West drifting to the left. Literally with sweat beads for your life. You might lose your life there for that.
Yeah, Stomp comes through. Side light knocks West on the last. Stop, Sarah, weapon throw.
The deepest down light you could ever hit. West makes it back barely with the drift of that side air into the wall. Avoids it. Gets the scoop on the side sig, and West.
I like Ensig here. Oh, okay. He dashed right down. Now I don't like it as much. Sword isn't as punishable in that way. But it also is just like a good move.
Yeah.
Like even before. Oh, he's low on jumps. Gravity cancel, side sig. That was all he had.
Yeah.
He had to go for it. It was an execution test on West's part, and West wins. Let's see what he does with the blasters that are coming up next. Recovery? I thought that was recovery.
Exactly. When I saw the dodge in place, I'm like, ding, 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 you won, you know?
And he just didn't press the button. Dare spikes? Not enough, though.
Down light and side lights here poking towards the wall. You have to avoid it as West. You don't avoid that one. D-light into recovery. Going for the harder execution.
Yeah, I was surprised he complicated it that much. I was like, hey, Sarah's free, but hey. Why not? Show that confidence that you can do that even in those situations.
It's definitely more confirmed. I mean, side air might whiff somehow, like with the dead zone, but
yeah.
I mean, there, Typh is showing. And now the Hammer comes online, end light into side light. Finally, I think the first time we see a punish on split. The down light got whiff punish there.
Yeah. Okay, West is going to carry him up to the top of the stage, but honestly, I wouldn't even go for that as Chakram. Because like Hammer could just be like, yeah, I'm waiting for you to do your fourth move so I can dare you.
Yeah, dare, it's over. Yeah, you lose. No dodge there, but West doesn't pull the trigger on it. And Typh holds on here, holding this soft platform for D-Life, realizing that his Royale ticket is dependent on using that platform.
Nice end light, goes into the down air. Goes all the way around, Stomps there, not going to quite hit. Stop again.
Didn't expect it. It always confirms into side air, no matter the kind of where you're hitting the down light, but you have to be ready for it. GC side light into the recovery, doesn't KO though.
Okay, I thought he had more resources than that. Yeah, no dodge makes that really scary. West could take the game here.
Nice
spot dodges the dare, drags him down. No weapon means dare. Sarah can knock out. Spot dodges the dare. Recovery not going to knock out though.
Typh picks up blasters down light. Recovery tries to dash back from the side sig, but doesn't find it in time. And West takes game 3 and forces game 4. He holds on.
Yeah, that was and that's like. That's just any character thing where he dashed back thinking he had the distance on the side sig. He reacted to it. I wonder if a better reaction was just to spot dodge. I don't know. The spot dodge may have been too quick too. We'll have to see here on the replay. But he lands after we've seen like, yeah. He just did the wrong move there. If he did jump, dodge backwards, dodge forward. Anything would have been better than getting stuck in a backdash.
I think the backdash was because he wanted to get a confirmed punish off of it.
Yeah.
So you want to stay grounded. If you do like a dodge forward or backwards, it gets tricky. You don't get anything for it. So he risks, risks it there and it doesn't win. But we see a Terminus pick
Love
here.
this pick. Love this pick. I think it just destroys Chakram. I think it's so hard for them to do the down air things they want. They have to like hover in this weird area. To get the down air to not land on the platforms. Meanwhile, Cassidy covers every single one of these plats with Ensig. It's phenomenal. So let's see if West is able to win here. Because if West wins here, it's like he's winning on a pretty brutal counter pick.
Yeah, and this is like really, really bad for. It's really bad for Typh if he doesn't win this game.
Yeah, like if you don't win this one, West might get the reversal on you. That being said, it's looking pretty good for Typh here at the beginning. Let's see if he gets the D-Light recovery.
Oh, utilizing the fuse there to get a conversion into it. That's a 4-hit string. I don't know if Typh didn't want to burn dodge, or if that was true side light into split or fuse there that time. And West now going for the downer. Typh has been dodging the downers, but it still puts you in a pretty bad spot. And that time avoids the side sig and gets the down air into the side air, being way more confident on the blasters to punish that one. Time.
Surprised it bounced off the stage. I thought maybe the angle would push West off stage, but no, gets the end light into side light, good damage. Oh, and West wastes a dodge to split. I thought Typh would have gone for more.
Yeah, he's been good at punishing the split, for sure.
Every one of these pokes is not really like a poke. It's more like a hammer bash to the head.
Yeah.
So the damage really does add up.
Yeah. It's a poke in the conventional fighting game sense of what the move is, but it does way too much damage to be considered that.
Man, I don't even know if that recovery would have knocked out. West puts out that side sig and the down sig comes through. He's been relying more and more on these signature attacks for knockouts here as the recovery just hasn't had enough juice.
And I think that's kind of not a great sign for West here, because if you're relying on like the Priya signatures, which are obviously great signature, but Typh has like showed like I can punish any of the sigs realistically.
Down air, no side air afterwards. Gets the down air into Sair, bounces it into the dive kick. Okay, hammer, dip down recovery. That's it, right?
Oh.
West on tournament stock.
And this is all Typh needs, this one stock from West, and he qualifies for the Spring Royale for South America. I don't know if he's ever been to a Royale. I don't even think so. This would be a new representation for South America here, and it's off the back of a Cassidy beating a Priya.
Yeah, two. The top two Priyas.
The best Priyas in the region,
right.
proving
and
his spot.
And that is a great feeling for sure. Let's see if he can close it out, though. Wes still has the stock to play with.
He
pivots the Amlight the wrong way. Oh, and then the platform's getting in the way of the down air. Gets the scoop, goes through, stop. Recovery, try to get the dare right afterwards. Wes laddering him up, and it's just like N-Sig's on the table here. N-Light into Nair recovery. Okay, that's good damage. The ceiling's so far away. That clash not working out for him either, and the N-Sigs, he's reaching out with the lasso.
Oh, no, he doesn't get the punish on the side stick that time, and now Wes has a chance. Down air into side air. Does it KO? No, it doesn't. Typh, can you make it back to the wall? Down air, side air, once again, rinse and repeat. Still living, but disarmed this time, so it's a lot more linear of a recovery route. He mixes it up, downlight into ground pound. Is it enough? Yes, it is, and Typh qualifies into Spring Royale for South America. Congratulations, his first ever Royale appearance on the back of a Cassidy counterpick to beat one of the best Priyas in South America.
And I don't want to water it down to just being a counterpick. This was the pick that he stuck with all the way through his Use winners finals match, right? This could just be like the main that makes the most sense to him for the matchup, but it looks phenomenal. He's doing all of the points that I've been looking at and going like, okay, here's the weaknesses of the weapon. It never knocks out. Nobody's using Fuse to knock out. This was off the back of 2 down air stairs that didn't knock out, and then he lost it because he won't press downlight on the weapon. Honestly deserved Eli ground pound. I finally, I can just say with confidence, we've got a player who is demonstrating how to punish the way people have been playing with Chakram this whole weekend, and it's phenomenal. It's on the Cassidy. The hammer and the blasters look great, and now I'm honestly pretty worried about his performance against Use coming up, right? Because Use did just kind of destroy him so slowly with a 3-0.
Yeah, slowly but surely is the name of the game for Use all tournament long. I mean, even in their most previous matchup here was Winter Championships where Use won that on the J-In. It was a 3-0 in the favor of Use in the last time, and then the most previous that they just played today, like an hour ago, was Use 3-0ing Typh's Cassidy. So we see Typh, no longer using sword, realizing the blasters are better. Somebody that is good on Bodvar, so good on hammer. That's why I kind of gave Typh his big moment there, because he qualified for the Royale. So no matter what happens in this set, Typh and Use
he qualified for the Royale. He beat the king, and then he beat the other guy that came close to beat the king. That was like the whole upset was that was a Priya Ditto that happened at the LCQ. That was a decider for them to even be able to play in the Winter Royale, and he just smashed both of them at the peak of Chakram's power.
This is the best Chakram might ever be. I don't know if I can
comfortably
say that.
I mean, there's time. Is this better than Chakram will be in a week? Yes,
for sure.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
most likely this entire year. So I mean, Typh shows it and proves it, and I'm sure everyone should give his flowers, because not only did he beat Priya, but he made it into the Spring Royale. So shout out to him. But we are now in Grand Finals. Who will take the Spring Championship crown? Will it be Use, PR number 1, BCX 2-time world champion, back-to-back, 3-0 last time they played in Winners Finals? Or can Typh make some miracle happen here? It's PR number 10. It's a tough spot to be in, but hey, anything can happen on the Cassidy. We'll see.
Well, we'll see. I was going to wonder if he was going to lock in the Cassidy or not, and he's going to stick with the character going into Use here. There was some adaptation that we saw at the end of the last best of 5, but the weaknesses just came from Typh, even with the lead, jumping into disadvantage. I want to see if that changes here in this game, game 1, because Use has only 3 games to win to be crowned the Spring Champion here in South America, and Typh, well, I mean, already huge win getting the Royale ticket, but an even bigger win if he's able to secure his first official major victory.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be cool to see if he can do it here. I think it would be his first official win ever, like as a Brawlhalla player, even in community events. So this would be a big moment. And this,
even the community.
Yeah, he doesn't have any silvers on the stat tool either. So this is his first bronze, his first silver.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And you know what? Chakram has taken away all the attention from how good blasters are right now, so people aren't even going to say carried by blasters until his next tournament.
Yeah, Typh, I mean, he earned it, man.
And it's mostly been on hammer as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's just been really solid Cassidy play in general. I love what he's prepared for today, and opening it up pretty even against Use so far. Gets the dare as well. Could take the first stock at this rate. It's just going to be such a differently paced match, right?
Oh, it works. He gets it. You snipes it out with the slide charge side stick. Okay, who thought that was going to hit? Because no one did.
I didn't.
Yeah,
I
we
did
were
not.
like, we're just going to let this one
I'm
play
like,
out.
that's cute.
Yeah.
Whoa. And then the knockout effect, like amplified the same color as the charge shot of that side sig. Wow, what a snipe. There's not very many moves that like work like that as a projectile.
Yeah, especially like you don't expect Fate players to go for that, but he, made a big read there, and I think Typh also tried to react, but it's quite active. All things considered.
The charge lasted longer than I think anyone expected.
Yeah.
Either way, wow, what an awesome knockout coming out from Yuz here to start off game one. Typh trying to even things up. Nice pickup from Yuz. I thought the weapon was gone. Weapon thrown to neutral light into side light,
nice.
not going to work. Doesn't get the Mafia though. And that's going to be Yuz getting even more extra credit here, mostly off on arms. Even Size picked up. I imagine he's been doing these like soft throws. So he's not throwing the weapon so hard that like for speed through the opponent.
Yeah.
He's like a dash forward downwards throw. So even if he misses it, he gets to pick it up again.
Yeah, it just puts a hitbox out in a spot where Scythe might struggle to do so in the air.
And Stomp Zero will take it down. Nicely done. So you're able to even up things. That down sig from Yuz was crazy. I never thought I'd see Fate down sig used in neutral, but doesn't work, but doesn't get punished for it. And now Typh with that nice neutral light into side light. Been a
Big
good
damage.
bread and butter combo coming up from the high decks of Cassidy. And light comes through again, tries to get another follow-up, and he does get the stomp into Scoop. Okay. It's pretty good.
Okay, Yuz has the side air off stage. Typh obviously the worse for wear. GC
Ouch.
side light into side air, doesn't KO.
I think he's low on jumps too, right? So he's sweating here.
I like that, honestly. Just arm and get a juggle state going. Typh still picks up a hammer, though, and fights back. D-light into side air. A side air deep there, but doesn't find it.
Yuz so disciplined, not risking going off stage against Hammer just to get stomp zeroed anyways. But good control over center from Typh from that disadvantaged state. And the N-Sig on the jump. Not going to knock out on Miami Dome. A little bit of a surprise. I wonder if it didn't knock out because he slide charged it. And he like dipped under the stage a little.
Yeah.
Because I could have sworn. All right, what do we got? Orb. Both players looking for their combo starter.
GC side
And
light,
Yuz
side
got
air.
it.
Yeah.
That was a cool exchange. It was stomp whiff, and then to a whiff from Yuz, into another stomp whiff, into the side light side air.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about, I think Orb might be one of the best, like, second tempo weapons, like, reacting to what your opponent does, and Yuz is also very good at that. No matter what weapon or legend Yuz is playing, he's really good at just reacting to your whiff and punishing. We see another whiff there, D-light. This time Yuz gets a side light into side air once again.
If Typh was going for side light there on Blasters, maybe that wouldn't have worked, but it was just so punishable when you miss your down light. Second time he's gotten that N-sig at the edge there. Maybe Yuz will adapt now that it's hit twice. But that was on the same stock, too, so.
Yeah. It's interesting because usually that's like the best option is to, as soon as you get back off the wall, like jump so that you're not like just dashing forward and you get checked by like an end light. But against Cassidy, like the quote unquote bad option is actually better because you don't get hit by end light when you're
Cassidy's got
grounded.
quick, amazing coverage of a spot that Hammer usually can't touch.
Exactly.
Recovery comes through.
Yeah, exactly.
Nothing else after that. Stomps the wrong way. What can Typh do to bring this back? That's a good start.
Here. Yeah, the end light comes out and now the weapon toss as well. The side light side air from Yuz. Not enough to KO, but it's looking closer and closer to doing so. Another side light towards the wall. He goes for it there, and Typh flips it with an air. Now Yuz having to land on top of Typh. Obviously not the spot you want to be in now as we approach the 5-minute mark of this match. Yuz playing slow, trying to slow it down, just dance a little bit. No one hits a button. Everyone, they all know, like, if we whiff, it's a bad spot. There's the whiff. That's the side light side air. It's not enough to KO, but this puts you in a terrible spot. You have to recover low.
It's amazing because I think Yuz would be willing to dash land for 3 minutes, waiting for Typh to stop first before he was side lights there. And that is what is going to win Yuz this grand final if Typh does not change that. You know, and I don't know what there's a few things going on with with the neutral game here from Typh where it's like I'm just trying to think about how to process all of this, right? Because in all these replays here, we're seeing Yuz not attacking, Typh throwing out a very high committal move, like dash forward stomp, dash side sig, whatever have you, and then Yuz being able to win, being the guy that's responding to that situation. All of the damage comes in from Typh's hammer, 543.
And apparently that makes sense. We get a little bit of stat dump here. Typh has more hours on Hammer than Kaina does. So Kaina's like the Hammer goat. Typh has a level 100 Bodvar, level 97 Taros, level 100 Nyx, and a level 66 Cassidy. So if we think
Why didn't he finish the job on Taros?
I don't know. Why did he swap?
You're at 97.
Yeah.
It's right there.
That's a crazy stat, though. I mean, when you think about South American Hammer players in grand finals fighting Use, I don't think you think Typh when I say that. But Typh is
I mean, PR10 means that he's there. The thing with South America, right, is that the power ranking is very rarely upset.
Yeah, exactly.
We usually start in top 8. If you're PR10, then that means that you're not averaging top 8.
Exactly.
And so to have Typh be able to upset that balance, where normally we see the same 6 to 8 names at every single championship, is really exciting.
Yeah.
Still here, Use with the lead. We're back to Mos Eisley. This is where we played, oh my goodness, Nair after Nair into recovery. This is where we played the entirety of the winner's final set. And we'll see if that works better for Typh this time around.
I think this soft platform is like just enough of a wrench in the works to be really, really bad for Typh. I think Use utilizes the fact that the platform moves so quickly and so often to his advantage. And there, the second NSIG does find the KO. And as I say that, Typh finding a lot of success as the platform is nowhere to be seen. When Use doesn't have that platform, cannot rely on that extra level of execution that gets put onto Typh. And now Use down a stock, but fighting back here. The side air doesn't KO, but it sends Typh in a bad spot on the wall. He has a soft platform to work with, a lot of nairs, but a respect from you saying, I don't want to give you any extra damage because 1 or 2 hits is like quite a bit of damage.
Ouch.
I mean, now he's yellow immediately.
Yeah, no, Typh has been super consistent with that end-light side at low damage, too.
Yeah.
He started off most of his stocks with it. He's so good at being able to get to connect. Which makes me think maybe just end-light a little bit more. Use has been responding very well to Stomp.
Yeah.
He's been responding very well to any of the signatures that Typh puts out, but not so much to Typh's end-lights. So I'm like, even though end-light doesn't confirm anything after a certain amount of damage, why not just end-light him 17 times? You've been so reliable being able to connect it, but here we are on the blasters. Silent Sair, true combo.
That's not a true combo.
Not anything else afterwards. What were you saying?
Oh, yeah. So, like, the thing about Orb is you get confirms off of Enlight, but they're extremely damage dependent. And there, it's a little bit too early for the Enlight to convert into Sidelight. Those optimizations are big because if you whip a Sidelight, you take a lot of damage. It's most people are going to be able to punish that move on reaction.
Ooh, dash lands off the side plat.
It might convert here, though, so you have to be careful of this Enlight as Typh. You can't stack too closely to Use because he'll get something like that,
I'm telling you, it's hilarious. Use goes into a mode where he says, I'm taking my hands off the controller until you stomp.
Yeah.
Typh stomps, and then Typh takes a ton of damage. It's been happening in every single game. He's so close to being able to play against this player, but I think Use just has a read on him going, if I wait long enough, you will approach.
Yeah, exactly. And like we were talking about, it's kind of the difference of somebody holding the lead and trying to win more. And when you try to win more and extend your lead with damage, it can definitely be a problem versus a player like Use. Down like Side air comes out, doesn't KO, but this is a great opportunity for Typh to solidify this lead, go up a stock.
The jump, too, after the first landing.
Yep.
Great delay on the NSIG. Okay, Typh, best position he's had to have a win over Use so far today. And look at that. How does he hit Endlight at the start of every stock? Every
crazy.
stock starts with Endlight Sidelight.
Do it more. I don't know why he doesn't downlight or endlight more. It's crazy. He tries to flip it there with an air there, Use respecting it, and trying to go for an orb recovery of his own to punish Typh. And Typh using some tricky movement there to not give Use a side light. A GC downlight doesn't convert into side air. He pulls the trigger a little bit too late. I don't think maybe you can't hit it there. And
I'm scared, PJ. I know that Typh's got a lead here, but I can just see him dashing forward with Stomp and then getting hit like 50 times by the Use's Scythe.
I like the blasters pickup here. Like, you got to make something happen. Look at Use taking up all the space that Typh gives, but Typh actually punishes the aggression with the down air into Nair there. So Typh's showing, like, you're not going to just get free stage control when I
Sidelight.
jump.
Nice. Gets the Sair afterwards.
Another
He
side.
stopped going for these downlights to the edge. Another Sidelight Sair. All right.
Oh,
but he
wait,
gets
this is so
reversals.
bad. The recovery gets expended now. You have to jump back to the wall now. Use still has control, but Use respects it too much, doesn't want to get reversal, then holds on, gets the Nair off the end light, and another Nair, but the no punish on the recovery.
That's
Down
it.
like side air. Is it enough? No, it's not. The weapon toss and the dodge.
Wow.
Jump dodge from Use gets him back to the stage. Knows the blasters are coming. He goes for a ground pound of his own. Typh fighting back now. Can
That's
Typh
it.
take the game? Yes, he does.
Okay.
And Typh takes a game and makes it better than what winners finals look like, and now has a chance, I think.
And on Mos Eisley. He had not gotten a win on that in the entire winners finals.
Yep.
First game on that map. Maybe Use will start taking it away. And I think Typh has been playing a little bit more patient, but also he's just been hitting Use a little bit better. And I think the change that I'm seeing in this game as opposed to the last ones is before he goes in for his attack, Use is playing such a grounded reactionary style.
Yep.
He's backing Use into the corner of the map so that he has less room to dodge. And if Use ends up dodging, he ends up jumping away or maybe going off stage, and then he has a lot more center stage control. The parts of the gameplay that I don't like between these two is when Use is holding center, Typh's pressuring him, and jumps in before he backs Use into the corner. And as that's changed, Typh is now starting to get some wins on the board. So this is cool. Typh now 1-1.
And I like to note, like, game 1, we didn't win that one. All the damage on Hammer, literally. But now we get a more split and actually more damage on the blasters than the Hammer, and it works out really well. I think in that last stock situation, I feel like Yuz is so confident versus Hammer, but against blasters, it was the X factor that Typh needed to close that one out. We see a pick to Small Fortress of Lions now, where we have a moving soft platform, but it's nowhere near the same as Most Isley, as Most Isley gets like some really weird interactions. It moves so quickly,
you don't
so low.
You don't get the Ensig height here for Cassidy, although that hasn't been as big of a deal in this matchup as it was in the Chakram ones. And Typh has mostly been using it to call out Yu's jumps off the ledge.
Exactly.
And that platform's not saving you from getting caught in that way.
Oh, I like that end light. That's really,
can't believe
really
that
smart.
beat it.
Yeah, it does. It has a really great vertical hitbox at the start of it, so it's a great option there off the downlight. A lot of orb players will immediately go for Nair after, whiff it, and then get whiff punished. But Yu's realizing the downlight doesn't convert into anything, so he just waits and gets an end light. Really, really smart orb play.
Falls with end light, dash lands around. Yu's is getting to that point in the game where I feel like he's just like, okay, I'll wait for Typh to stomp. Dodges out of the way of that side light. But Typh with the nice modification. Oh, Yu's swinging first.
Very weird, like, especially like an undershoot as well, not going all the way into the corner and looking to find, Typh dashing into the corner. Dashback stomp is a very potent option versus orb side light.
And again.
Yeah, it works out.
Okay, Typh with the lead, starting to play the game a little bit better than Yu's is in terms of their game plan, right? Like, he's just on the side of the stage, waiting for that whiff punish, stomps there. That's 3 times in a row that Typh's hit Yu's for swinging first, and now he can go for recovery here. No, goes for the Ensig instead. This time Yu's going all the way around.
And light there, waits for an option, gets the dodge, but doesn't get a punish off of it. Now we're both unarmed. Yuz picks up a weapon, though, in the side light into side air. Is it enough to KO? Yes, it is. High damage on that Fade with the even with the defense stance. And we see now Yuz in a position to play his game plan. Use the clock to his advantage and slow it down.
All right, what do we have here coming out from Typh?
Jumping. He's trying to get really anything going with the downlights. Nice end light into the downlight to catch the jump. It sends downward, the double nair there. The down air as well. GC side light, side air. A crazy orb string leads to Yuz seizing control
and a side
of the
stick, he
game.
didn't touch the stage. Sarah comes through. Yuz just zero
I've
to
ever
knockout.
seen. Oh my goodness, he did it on Typh too. Typh hasn't been getting hit by any extended
I didn't realize
strings.
Orb had those.
Yes, yes.
That's
He hit
awesome.
the downward hitbox of downlight, and it like the light switch flicked on, and Yuz just did a million damage. That was ridiculous.
Oh, and Typh can't even take the first stock. All right, Yuz says, all right, you took a game off of me. Now it's time for layer 2.
Yeah,
Here I will demonstrate orb combos. And he's
that
like,
that was so sick. Every orb player's freaking out. I know it.
That was amazing. Then with the Fate side stick as well to catch the landing.
Yeah.
Sarah will finally knock him down. I know we're gushing about the Yuz combo here, but Typh's still in the game and could still bring this back. Yuz just with the biggest lead that he's had so far in these sets between these two players. Now he's over on the Scythe.
Okay, and he's dancing around. He gets the downlight into side light. Nice little damage there. It's not little damage. It's quite a bit of damage, but nonetheless, you're happy to take those wins when you can. Picks up an orb once again. Now Typh. Oh, he stacks on top. He invites the stack.
They stacked on top of each other, and they were like, well, they're looking for moves.
Yeah.
They're not looking for movement. Sidelight Zero come through, though, and Typh can't punish that.
Ooh, I think Yuz like trying to line up a down air there. Typh
Weapon
doesn't
throw
give
here.
it, but no weapon toss. He wants the orb here. He can go for the down air or just the ground pound. That's the X factor that orb brings, is when you kind of get lulled into this rhythm, and then they ground pound the wall, and it's like, oh, I just lost my stock.
And also, the mix-up that Yuz is very rarely been challenging Hammer off stage. Let's look at this. Dare and the gravity cancel sidelight side air, and then the side sig to punish Typh going for the overshoot recovery, and then the Sarah to get the edge guard.
So clean.
And then here we're going to get ground pound, I think, right?
Yeah, just clean.
Challenging the... it was actually well in reaction to that recovery. I would say, looking at both of those clips, absolutely well played by Yuz. Typh's getting a little sloppy on the recovery, because that Blaster's recovery, he just full drifted onto stage.
Yeah.
There was so much time for Yuz to be able to punish that with side sig. Take a deep breath there going into game number 4. Let's see if the recoveries are any different as we're on Mishima Dojo. So we've been to quite a few stages here in South America. A lot of stages being played, and I'm wondering who, because like if Typh.
Oh man! He's cooking with the orb. This is where Yuz won BCX. This is the stage that kind of counterpicked to, and it just didn't work out. And I think Yuz feeling the momentum here. This might be Yuz's dojo now.
Right, like he just got so used to people thinking Greatsword's bad on Plats that he's just like, I actually like it.
Yeah. I don't actually mind this too much. He gets some nice damage there, and Typh holds the center stage. Kind of the power position on Triplat maps is underneath that top center platform, but Yuz is saying not really much. Dash jump Nair into side air to call out a jump from Yuz instead of using the grounded anti-air options or relying on catching a landing. He forces the interaction with the orb. He's playing very aggressively, and it's working.
Ooh, but that's a good delight into Nair. Down that sider's going to knock him out. Okay, 2 stocks left. Yuz not too damaged, and so far looking like he is in his comfort zone.
He's in the orb flow state for sure. Let's see if the Scythe has it as well. Typh,
Although,
of course.
honestly, I mean, Yuz doesn't have the same bad habit that other players do when they're like doing well with one weapon, they throw the other one away.
Yeah.
But I kind of would like to see that. But okay, there it is.
Oh
Scythe
my
with the Nair and the
goodness.
sider. I take it back.
This is a 5-hit combo. No matter the weapon on Fate, Yuz is putting out that major damage on those dodge reads.
Yeah, and as the game goes on, and Typh loses that patience, Yuz is capitalizing more and more. He's so great. So great at Brawlhalla. It's crazy how good he is. I mean, he's the 2-time for a reason. But, man, he's so good. Okay, stomp, side air, sends Yuz off the right side of the stage. Let's see if Typh can bring this 2-2.
Nice recovery.
Good recovery, and waits for the weapon throw as well, knowing that the hammer can't immediately do something, but jumps to the second end sig. Typh does even it up.
I thought that was Yuz, like, figuring it out there. He weapon tossed and interrupted the end sig to land back down and then
I don't
picked
think
up the
he
weapon.
thought that he'd just do it again.
Yeah, no, and he's like, okay, well, you got me.
Side light, strong hit. Ground pound not going to knock out here, so he just waits it out.
Oh, big damage there. I like that from Typh. Still fighting back in center stage. He wants the power position underneath that middle soft platform, and he realizes that now that's the only place where I'm really ever safe. Used with the weapon toss up and almost getting the full extension into GC downlight into ground pound. That's a true KO, or even into recovery.
Why, but I feel he used down sig coming out. That would be pretty good. Down sig off the top.
Yeah.
I don't think he'd ever do it though.
Side
like
light,
when you're playing Fate and you have orb, down sig is actually just objectively worse than side lights there, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, literally everything is objectively
Unless
worse.
you're like literally on top plat.
Yeah.
That's the only place where I think it would be better.
There's no need to go for anything too crazy, as now we see Yuz getting a nice 3-piece combo. I like that Typh is starting to dodge out of these combos. He's now realizing, okay, Yuz is willing to hit the buttons if I give it to him.
And now Typh's being a little hasty. Dash forward, side light. Oh, both players go like an air in unison, but the orb goes over to Yuz.
Okay, the Unlight comes out from Typh, looking to fight back here, but it's tough as Yuz has so much control, having the power position, using the down air in the orb to slow down the match. The Nair comes out, side light Nair, side air, is it enough? Yes, it is, and Yuz takes your spring championship for South America, the back-to-back BCX winner, taking his throne back, saying, I'm the best in South America, and I'll prove it again here at Spring Championship.
He's going to another Royale. Typh will be joining him, but man, that was a dominant performance coming out from Yuz, all on the Fate, and it was cool watching the evolution of what he had prepared on the orb, where it really did feel like it was like once Typh took a game, Yuz went, all right, it's time for me to show you what I can do, because those orb combos were 0 to knockouts game after game. It was destruction there after that one game that Typh won. Very well played by Yuz.
Oh.
Highlight of the weekend for sure.
Super clean.
I mean,
combo,
it's tough to call because we have got North America tomorrow, but South America's the best region, so it's the highlight for the weekend for sure.
I love that from Yuz. I mean, like seeing the orb play as an orb player, it's like this is what orb kind of boils down to, and a lot of players will make excuses for why they don't do it. It's boring. I don't want to play orb like this, but you showing like you play like orb like that so that you can hit clips like that where people aren't ready for it. That's the beauty of orb. I'm happy to see an orb win with the Fate. Yuz going back to his Fate pick. Yeah,
very cool play from Yuz. I can say with confidence that whatever character Yuz decides to play for the year, he is going to truly embody the character.
Yeah, exactly.
By the end of it. Whether it's starting off with the Vector or playing the Jaeyun or saying, hey, Greatsword's not that great right now, so I'm going to play what I think is good. And right now he thinks what's good is Fate, and he proved it, at least today, in South America, and can continue to do so as he comes to the States for the Spring Royale later this year.
Yeah, and, you know, even though Yuz was able to win the bracket and take it over Typh, once again, the back-to-back world champion doing it here at Spring Championship. Congratulations to Typh for not only making getting second place, qualifying for the Royale, but getting his first silver and bronze medal, technically.
First podium.
This is a big deal for Typh, and I want to give a congratulations because he did it on the Cassidy. Obviously, a legend who's in the good graces of the meta. Hammer got both blasters.
I think he's got almost 300 levels worth of Hammer Legends.
Yeah, and 100 on Nick. So
and that's not even. That wasn't even including. That wasn't even including all the Hammer legends that he's probably gotten to 50, right?
Exactly,
So
and
he's been playing quite a bit of Hammer and a well-deserved second place here this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. And that will do it for the coverage of South America and Europe for today. It was a great tournament, and we're happy to see, once again, congratulations to Typh and Hughes for taking the tournament, Typh for qualifying for the Royale. But that doesn't do it for Brawlhalla action this weekend. We got more action tomorrow. Tomorrow's Sunday, which means North American Spring Championship singles. You want to stay tuned for that, but we'll see you tomorrow for more Brawlhalla.
If you're Vim, though, you're just trying to swing with this recovery. Oh, the turnaround and the downer is going to be. I told you it's going to be. I told you, Slow-Mo. I told you that you can lose your stock.
Ouch.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, he clutched the ground pound here.
He's
Oh,
shook.
just the second recovery, and that's going to be game and type.
Gonna push us into a game number 4. I think he's got it. If he can,
I know. Shot, you tried it. Do the.
Oh, ceiling just too high.
Nice avoidance. Goes for the ground pound to punish.
Hughes went all the way to the bottom of the stage. I don't know.
The opposite way.
Power.
It doesn't KO, but gets the GC sidelight into Cider. Vim Tangilo doesn't hit dodge.
And
Downer
the dare
Cider
Sarah.
to close it
Wow.
in. Living, but disarmed this time, so it's a lot more linear of a recovery
Man,
route. He mixes it up. Downlight into ground pound. Is it enough? Yes, it is. And Typh qualifies
At this rate. It's just going to be such a differently paced match, right?
Oh, it works! He gets it! He's trying to get really anything going with the downlights. Nice end light into the downlight to catch the jump. It sends downward, the double nair there, the downer as well. GC sidelight Cider, a crazy orb string leads to Use, seizing control
And a side
of
stick,
the
he didn't touch the
game.
stage. Sarah comes through.
Use control, having the power position, using the downer in the orb to slow down the match. The nair comes out, sidelight nair, side air, is it enough? Yes, it is, and Use takes your spring championship for South America. The back-to-back BCX winner, taking his throne back, saying, I'm the best in South America, and I'll prove it again here at Spring Championship.
He's going to another Royale. Typh will be joining him.